Eternal Heart Chapter 618 to Chapter 669. Protector Yuhai was shocked when he saw this scene. Then, he thought of Qinyu's return from the Blood Star domain. Protector Yuhai's body trembled slightly. His eyes glowed as he stared at Qinyu and asked, "Qinyu, is the Bloody Star Sacred Elixir in your hands?" Hearing the words Bloody Star Sacred Elixir, the entire place fell silent. Elder Sun had a look of anticipation on his face as he waited to see Qinyu die. But when he heard the Protector's words, he was dumbfounded. Bloody Star Sacred Elixir, the treasure that Qinyu had just used was the Bloody Star Sacred Elixir. Elder Sun's heart had gone completely crazy. That was a supreme treasure that even sacred lords desired. If he had known that this would happen, Elder Sun would have never told this news to the Protector. Instead, he would have followed Qinyu closely and tried to find a way to kill Qinyu, even if the chances were slim. Qinyu had not expected Protector Yuhai to have guessed it correctly. Facing Protector Yuhai, there was no difference whether he admitted it or not. Protector Yuhai's strength was second only to a sacred leader in a sacred ground. Even if Qinyu used his full strength and the power of the Bloody Star Sacred Elixir again, there was nothing he could do. Was he going to die just like that? Suddenly, Qinyu recalled what the Blood Lotus Holy Maiden had told him. If he encountered difficulties, he could use all his vital essence to activate the ancient token that Qinyu had obtained in the Blood Burial Garden. It could save his life. "Kid, hurry up and use your token that can break the formation." Just then, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign suddenly transmitted his voice to Qinyu. Qinyu was stunned. When he had asked the Scarlet Flame Sovereign about the origin of the token, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign had said that he did not know either. Now, it seemed that the Scarlet Flame Sovereign had been fooling him. "Qinyu, the Protector has come personally. Hand over the Bloody Star Sacred Elixir." Elder Sun bellowed and took the initiative to rush out. Qinyu did not use his bloodline power or the power of the Bloody Star Sacred Elixir, so Elder Sun was not afraid at all. He wanted to kill Qinyu with his own hands and take revenge. At the same time, he would give the Blood Star Sacred Elixir to the Protector to make up for his mistakes. Qinyu didn't bother with Elder Sunday. He took out the ancient token from the pale silver crystal space and poured his true essence into it. At first, the ancient token did not respond. Suddenly, Elder Sun attacked. A light green blade of light that was several tens of feet long raised a wild storm as it charged towards Qinyu. Feeling the danger shrouding him, Qinyu's internal organs erupted, waving the 9-bone demon spirit sword, striking out a pitch-black light thorn. Boom, the two attacks intertwined. A moment later, the pale green blade of light cut through Qinyu's attack. Without activating his golden-winged phoenix bloodline, nor using the power of his saint core, Qinyu found it difficult to fight Elder Sun head-on. Buzz, Qinyu activated the high-grade inner armor on his body, and a wave of defensive power immediately fluctuated from it, forming a simple dark green light barrier. Pung, Elder Sun's attacks all rained down. After a long time, the pale green blade of light and the defensive light barrier all dissipated. Qinyu was fine. At this moment, Qinyu mobilized even more true essence and poured it into the ancient token. The token trembled slightly, as if it had a reaction. High-grade inner armor. This kid has a body full of treasures. Elder Sun exclaimed in his heart, feeling even more regretful. Protector Yuhai watched Elder Sun and Qinyu exchange blows in front of him. His gaze was motionless as he fell into deep thought. It seems that the Saint Master sent me here because he found out that the Blood Star Sacred Elixir is in Qinyu's hands. Protector Yuhai's gaze was extremely deep as he fell into deep thought. If he attacked now, he could instantly kill Qinyu and obtain the Blood Star Sacred Elixir. But he was thinking of another way, to monopolize the Blood Star Sacred Elixir. If he obtained the Blood Star Sacred Elixir, as long as he avoided the Saint Master and cultivated in seclusion for tens or hundreds of years, there was a high chance that he would break through to the star condensation realm. By then, even the Saint Master would not be able to do anything to him. Suddenly, Protector Yuhai's eyes regained their brightness. He had already made his choice. To monopolize the Blood Star Sacred Elixir, since he had made his decision, Protector Yuhai instantly attacked. Boom, a powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Even Elder Sun felt his heart skip a beat. The wind and clouds surged, and the calm Saint Heart Sea also had waves. Not good. Is everything over? Yi Luofeng looked at Protector Yu Hai, who was about to attack, and closed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, the ancient token in Chen Yu's hand flashed with mysterious silver patterns. On the surface of the token, countless mysterious silver tadpole characters flashed with light and floated up. They revolved around the ancient token and formed a ring. This is spatial power. What's going on? Protector Yu Hai, who was about to attack, was slightly shocked. He had thought that the Saint Master had his eyes on the Blood Star sacred elixir, so he had ignored everything else. In reality, the Saint Master did not know about the Blood Star sacred elixir. He had his eyes on Chen Yu's ancient token. Boom! In the center of the token, the mysterious black and white sun totem suddenly appeared. As it revolved, it expanded and combined with the circle of mysterious characters. A forbidden spatial power rippled from the center of the pattern. Spatial power was extremely powerful. Chen Yu, Yi Luofeng, and the others quickly retreated. This pattern, Protector Yu Hai also took a step back and did not attack again. Suddenly, Protector Yu Hai recalled something. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Divine Luo Sect. Divine Luo Sect spatial technique, teleportation token. The Scarlet Flame King muttered to himself. At this moment, the black and white sun totem split from the center, revealing a pitch-black abyss within. Finally, a spatial tunnel formed, and the black and white pattern completely disappeared. Only the circle of tadpole characters was left in the air. It revolved as though it was maintaining the stability of the spatial tunnel. A spatial tunnel. Elder Sun could not help but be shocked. It was extremely difficult to open a spatial tunnel. Usually, a grand formation was needed to be set up. He had never seen anyone use a token to open a spatial passage. Chen Yu, even if you open a spatial tunnel, you won't have a chance to leave. Elder Sun bellowed and immediately charged out. He wanted to stop Chen Yu from leaving. Protector Yu Hai was extremely shocked. He did not know why Chen Yu had the Divine Luo Sect's token. At this moment, he suddenly attacked and prepared to kill Chen Yu. However, at this moment, cough, cough. A light cough came from the spatial tunnel. Then, a person with waist-length black hair walked out slowly. His eyebrows were like a painting, and his face was like jade. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he had an extraordinary temperament. This person's appearance stunned everyone, and they secretly exclaimed that she was an absolute beauty. No, when everyone took a closer look, they realized that he was a man. The man in white looked around with his deep and bright eyes, then said calmly, "Don't fight first. Let me figure out the situation." He looked weak, but in front of the empty sea state elder and the protector, he was calm and indifferent, not the slightest bit affected. "Who are you? I advise you to stay out of this." Elder Sun let out a roar and unleashed the attack that he had already prepared. A faint green vortex stirred up a powerful storm as it charged forward. This was the Kunyan realm, and the Kunyan sacred ground was the strongest force. The protector was behind him, so Elder Sun had no scruples, and he was in a hurry to make a contribution and apologize. Chen Yu was slightly taken aback, and he quickly retreated. He had just poured a large amount of true essence into the ancient token and placed all his hopes on it. Facing Elder Sun's sneak attack, Chen Yu did not have the time to block it. Not obedient? The man in white frowned. Boom, he waved his hand and a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared, emitting a terrifying spatial power. Boom, bang, the dazzling silver light instantly spread out. Almost at the same time, the enormous tornado emitted a loud bang and suddenly collapsed, vanishing without a trace. Elder Sun's body suddenly shook and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Plop, his eyes were dull and he fell into the sacred heart sea. Then, he floated up and didn't move. The moment the man in white attacked, the world seemed to have quietened down. Only the sound of Elder Sun's body falling into the water could be heard. Protector Yu Hai's heart trembled. Elder Sun didn't have any injuries on the surface, but his internal organs had been cut into countless pieces. Even he felt a great threat from the man in white's attack. Cough, cough. The man in white coughed lightly and broke the silence. Who summoned me here? After killing one person, the man in white acted as if nothing had happened. His eyes were calm and he didn't look at anyone. It's me. Xianxia immediately said. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He originally thought that he was going to be tricked by this token, but who would have thought that the man in white would suddenly attack and kill Elder Sun? With this person's help, he would definitely be able to get out of danger. You must be from the Xianluo sect. I'm the protector of the Kunyan sacred ground, the ruling force of this world. This person has betrayed the sacred ground and committed a heinous crime. Please don't interfere and the Kunyan sacred ground will reward you handsomely. Protector Yu Hai spoke immediately and his tone was extremely polite. A few breaths ago, the man in white had killed an elder of the sacred ground in front of him. You are using the Xianluo token of my Xianluo sect. Now, I will help you with something that is within my capabilities. Speak. The man in white said softly, looking weak and powerless. Moreover, he ignored Protector Yu Hai's words as if he didn't hear him at all. He didn't even look at Protector Yu Hai. This was no longer arrogance. This was disdain. Xianxia stared at the man in white and was extremely excited. The man's action of ignoring Protector Yu Hai made his blood boil. What the white-robed man said made him even more ecstatic. With his words, Xianxia's crisis this time would definitely be resolved. Protector Yu Hai's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He couldn't see through the man in white. When the white-robed man killed Elder Sun, even Protector Yu Hai felt threatened. If there was anything that Xianxia needed now, it would definitely be to get rid of himself and get out of danger. Xianxia, if you are willing to turn back and return to the sacred ground will forgive your wrongdoings and let bygones be bygones. You will also be heavily groomed by the sacred ground. You have to think this through. Now that the Blood Moon organization has suffered a crushing defeat, the sacred ground will definitely eliminate them. Your only way out is to return to the sacred ground. Protector Yu Hai tried to persuade him. After hearing the protector's words, Xianxia didn't show much emotion on the surface. However, he was worried deep down. The sacred ground actually turned the situation around and dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Moon organization. Xianxia didn't believe Protector Yu Hai's promise at all. Once he lost the protection of the man in white, he would definitely die. However, the Blood Moon organization had already been defeated. Even if he got out of this danger, he would be targeted by the sacred ground. He would have to live an ignoble life in Kunyan world. Have you thought it through? The man in white's tone was calm as if he was urging him. He didn't care about Xianxia, Protector Yu Hai, or anything else in this world. He didn't care and didn't want to know. Yes. Kill Protector Yu Hai and bring me out of Kunyan world. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. These are two things. The man in white was smart enough to distinguish them. Protector Yu Hai was infuriated when he heard the conversation between the two. These two were actually discussing his life and death in front of him. Protector Yu Hai was only slightly fearful of the man in white and the forces behind him. But this didn't mean that he would submit to the man in white and listen to his every command. Then can you go against the entire Kunyan sacred ground? Xianxia asked again. If the man in white could turn this situation around with his own strength, then he wouldn't need to leave Kunyan realm. I am currently injured and this is beyond my capabilities. Also, the duration of the spatial tunnel is limited. I have to leave as soon as possible. After the white-clothed man heard this, he frowned slightly and flatly refused. He didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to satisfy a mere origin realm. In fact, even if the spatial tunnel was closed, he had a way to reopen it. The man in white said this because he hoped that Xianxia would make a decision quickly so that he could leave. After all, anything that was related to Xianxia had nothing to do with him. He just happened to be summoned by the power of the Xianluo token. Sigh, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He could tell that the man in white didn't really want to meddle in his affairs. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Why are you finding excuses? Since when did the Xianluo sect's Xianluo token become so worthless? The Scarlet Flame King was very righteous and stood up for Xianxia. But Xianxia didn't thank him. He was only surviving because of the man in white's protection. Otherwise, Protector Yu Hai would have killed him already. If the man in white was angered by the Scarlet Flame King's words, then he would be finished. Hearing this, the man in white was slightly surprised. He looked at the Scarlet Flame King who had spoken, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Soul-sealing technique? The man in white murmured. The Scarlet Flame King was shocked. His soul spirit couldn't leave the Fire Qilin's body because of the soul-sealing technique. The man in white could tell with one look. It seemed like this man wasn't simple in Shenluo sect. Then bring me out of Kunyan realm. At this moment, Qinyu spoke. If he couldn't kill Protector Yuhai, the secret that he had the Blood Star Holy Elixir would definitely be exposed. In addition, the Blood Moon organization would be defeated. It would be better for him to leave Kunyan realm. With the Blood Star Holy Elixir, Qinyu's future would be bright. He would come back to avenge himself after he no longer had to fear the Holy Land. No problem. The white-clothed man agreed. Only then did he look at the person who summoned him with the Shenluo token. Blessing of Death words? The white-robed man's eyes were filled with doubt again. He had just seen the soul-sealing art on the Crimson Flame King, and now he saw the power of the blessings of dead words on Qinyu. Moreover, this power wasn't small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell. You know about this? Qinyu was stunned. The words Death Words Blessing were something he had learned in the dreamscape. This was the first time he had heard someone say these words. The man in white nodded and began to size up Qinyu. Not everyone knew the Death Words Blessing, and not everyone was willing to use it either. As the name suggested, once this technique was used, one's body and Tao would vanish. Can you tell me something related to the Death Words Blessing? Qinyu asked. This was related to clues about his biological parents. The Death Words Blessing originated from the primordial witchcraft. Under normal circumstances, no one would use this forbidden technique because the price is death. There were traces of the Death Words Forbidden technique in the Great Cosmos realm. The man in white said these two sentences and didn't say anything else. Death Words Forbidden technique, Great Cosmos realm. Qinyu muttered a few times. Could it be that the Death Words Forbidden technique that had appeared in the Great Cosmos realm was the technique that his biological mother had used on him? Then bring me to the Great Cosmos realm. Qinyu added. Previously, he only wanted to temporarily leave the Kunyan realm and didn't have a clear goal. But now, he had a goal. Let's go. The man in white agreed. He thought that it would be convenient for him to return to the Great Cosmos realm. Wait. Protector Yuhai's face twitched as he suddenly yelled. This man in white that suddenly appeared was chatting with Qinyu and the others, completely ignoring him and even talking about his life and death. Protector Yuhai was a powerful figure in the Kunyan realm. He was a powerful honor that was above tens of thousands of people. When had he ever been ignored and looked down upon like this? If Protector Yuhai let Qinyu go, how was he going to explain to the Sacred Lord when he returned to the sacred ground? He was a protector and he still failed to kill a late-stage origin returning realm junior. He couldn't even say such words. Furthermore, the Sacred Lord might not believe the Protector's words. He might even think that the Protector had stolen the Blood Star Saint Elixir. In short, he couldn't let Qinyu leave just like that. Let's go. The man in white urged and let Qinyu enter the spatial passage. As for Protector Yuhai, he didn't even look at him and couldn't be bothered. Qinyu, I will go with you. At this moment, Yi Luofeng walked over and grabbed both of Qinyu's hands. She was afraid that Qinyu would leave just like that and leave her here alone. Looking at Yi Luofeng's serious eyes, Qinyu recalled what she said previously, wherever you go, I will go. It was indeed irresponsible to leave Yi Luofeng behind at this moment. Protector Yuhai would definitely not let Yi Luofeng off. Bring her along. Qinyu looked at the man in white and said. The man in white had a flash of displeasure, but he still nodded. After getting the permission from the man in white, Yi Luofeng revealed a delighted expression. But on the other side, Protector Yuhai was so angry that his body was trembling and his veins were popping. Wait a minute. Aren't you being too arrogant? Protector Yuhai snorted and wasn't as polite as before. Yes. The man in white admitted frankly. As the god of Shenluo sect, he was indeed a little arrogant, but he felt that there was no need to change. Qinyu was delighted. Although he couldn't kill Protector Yuhai with the man in white, it wasn't easy to anger him to this extent. Why don't you help me kill Protector Yuhai one more time? He's an alien race. Qinyu said tentatively. The man in white urged Qinyu to enter the space tunnel with his eyes. Hearing the word alien race, he hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. After Qinyu put the Scarlet Flame King into the pet bag, he entered the space tunnel with Yi Luofeng. Bastard! Protector Yuhai was furious and couldn't help but curse. Boom, he extended his claws and a dim light swam on them. The seawater nearby roared and turned into a giant water beast that suddenly attacked. Even if he killed Qinyu and couldn't get the blood star Saint Elixir, Protector Yuhai couldn't just watch Qinyu escape. As long as the space tunnel was destroyed, these people couldn't go anywhere. Although Protector Yuhai was wary of Shenluo sect, the man in white was obviously injured and looked weak. I didn't kill you, but you are seeking your own death. The man in white looked back and sighed. Stop pretending. You are injured. I will destroy the space tunnel. Don't think about going anywhere. All of you will die here, Protector Yuhai shouted angrily. He couldn't be bothered to be courteous with the man in white. Although I am injured, killing you is easy. The man in white's calm face turned cold. Is that so? Protector Yuhai snorted and waved his hand. The giant water beast soared into the sky and covered the sun. It was ferocious and terrifying. As long as the space tunnel was destroyed, the power generated from the space could kill Qinyu, Yi Luofeng, and the man in white. Boom, the man in white suddenly turned around and his clothes fluttered. A powerful true origin energy and mind energy burst out from his body. He extended his hand and a silver tadpole rune floated out. It surrounded Protector Yuhai and formed a restrictive force. What? Protector Yuhai was shocked. He was imprisoned here and couldn't move. Then, a giant token appeared in the sky. It was similar to the Shenluo token that Qinyu used previously. The black and white sun spun slowly and emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Protector Yuhai felt an unprecedented danger. No, please wait, Protector Yuhai screamed and his attitude changed. Shenluo token, die. The man in white didn't move. Boom, the giant black and white sun token slammed down and its enormous power poured onto Protector Yuhai. A black and white air current spread in all directions, causing the wind and clouds to rumble and the waves to roll. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have lost all color and only black and white remained. Qinyu and the others, who were nearby, felt an incomparably powerful and irresistible force. They couldn't move their bodies and could only watch quietly, deeply feeling how insignificant they were. The world gradually became silent. Protector Yuhai's broken body suddenly fell into the ocean. Dead, Qinyu and Yi Luofeng held their breaths. Killing Protector Yuhai with one move. Did he have to be so terrifying? Initially, Qinyu thought that the white-clothed man would have to fight at least for a while before he could kill Protector Yuhai. Let's go. The man in white put down his hand and looked at the space tunnel. The three of them stepped into it. The pitch-black space tunnel slowly closed and disappeared. The surroundings returned to normal. Outside Kuan-Yin Mountain. Kuan-Yin's Sacred Lord was leading an army to chase after the Blood Moon Organization. This time, the Holy Lord planned to completely destroy the Blood Moon Organization and eliminate the root of the problem, forever eliminating all future troubles. Yuhai, why isn't he back yet? The Sacred Lord suddenly felt a trace of worry. Right at this moment, a mysterious and profound power came from afar. It rippled in all directions and caused everything in sight to darken. This is the cultivation technique of the Shenluo sect. After being stunned for a moment, the Holy Master immediately reacted, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Why would the Shenluo sect appear here? Retreat. The Sacred Lord immediately gave the order. Sacred Lord? This is the best time to destroy the Blood Moon Organization. Many people were shocked. Why did the Sacred Lord retreat at this moment? Shut up and retreat. The Sacred Lord shouted. He was completely different from his previous calm and dignified image. No one dared to disobey him. The entire Sacred Lord retreated to Kuan-Yin Mountain and repaired the barrier. Within the Blood Moon Organization, Yan Shuetian, who was wearing a blood-colored robe and had injuries on his body, revealed a shocked expression. Shenluo sect. The Kunyan realm was very far from the Great Cosmos realm. Even if they used the spatial passage, it would take some time. The pitch-black walls of the passage glowed with a dark light as the three of them slowly moved forward. Cough, cough. The white-robed man covered his mouth and coughed. Chinyu recalled that the white-robed man had been injured before. When he killed Protector Yuhai, he had used an extremely powerful secret technique to kill Protector Yuhai in one strike. It was unknown if this had worsened the white-robed man's injuries. If the white-robed man suddenly collapsed while traveling through space, it would not be a joke. "Are you all right?" Chinyu asked. "I'm fine." The white-robed man was as calm as ever. But suddenly, the spatial passage they were walking through fluctuated up and down, showing signs of instability. The white-robed man stretched out his palms, and a silver ring of light shot out from his palms. It spread out and entered the surrounding spatial walls. A moment later, the passage stabilized, and the white-robed man coughed again. He looked even weaker. Chinyu really wanted to ask the white-robed man if he was really all right. At this moment, he had a feeling of unease. The white-robed man was clearly injured, but he said that he was fine and even showed a very calm expression. "We should be able to reach the great cosmos realm safely, right?" Chinyu asked in a low voice with doubt. The white-robed man did not speak. He nodded and walked in front. Not long after, the spatial passage fluctuated again and became more and more intense. The white-robed man attacked again, but this time, he could not completely stabilize it. Chinyu had a bad feeling. But when he thought about how the white-robed man said that they could reach the great cosmos realm safely, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, this was an expert who killed Protector Yuhai in one move. At this moment, Weng, the spatial passage in front of them suddenly distorted and became extremely unstable. Then, cracks appeared. A dark spatial turbulence blew out from it, causing the three of them to feel a strong sense of danger. At a certain moment, boom, the spatial passage split in the middle and turned into two parts. Both parts were constantly being destroyed. Chinyu could not help but look at the white-robed man. He really wanted to ask, "Didn't you say that you could reach the great cosmos realm safely?" He suddenly realized that the man in white could not be trusted at all. The calm and indifferent face of the man in white twitched slightly. His eyelids drooped slightly as if he was a little embarrassed. He didn't look at Chinyu. Buzz, he formed a hand seal, and a dazzling silver stream of light emitted from his body, gradually expanding. Within the dazzling silver light, mysterious silver characters floated and flickered. Gradually, the space around him stabilized. Chinyu and Yi Luofeng didn't have the white-robed man's abilities, so they were completely at a loss as to what to do. At this time, the man in white grabbed Yi Luofeng. "Save me!" Chinyu shouted. The white-robed man hesitated for a moment, then prepared to grab Chinyu. There was quite a bit of distance between them, and the white-robed man still had to take care of Yi Luofeng. In the end, the man in white gave up. "Chinyu!" Yi Luofeng shouted. She almost rushed out, but she was stopped by the white-robed man. Yi Luofeng watched as Chinyu disappeared into the distance. Her eyes became misty and a teardrop streaked across her flawless face. "Do you want to die?" The white-robed man shouted. "Just now, Chinyu was closer to you. Why didn't you save him first?" Yi Luofeng questioned. Just now, Chinyu had indeed been closer to the white-robed man, but the white-robed man had saved Yi Luofeng first. Yi Luofeng stared at the white-robed man, hostility in her eyes. Had the white-robed man done this on purpose? Perhaps he had coveted her beauty and had deliberately not saved Chinyu. By the time they reached the great cosmos realm, Yi Luofeng would have no one to rely on and wouldn't be the white-robed man's match. If this was really the case, Yi Luofeng could only admit that she had been blind. She hadn't expected that this incomparably handsome and aloof man would be such a person. "Because, you're cleaner." The white-robed man frowned and said in a deep voice. His expression was somewhat solemn and didn't seem like he was joking. Yi Luofeng was instantly stunned, and the hostility in her eyes vanished. She was cleaner. Could it be that the white-robed man had the legendary obsessive-compulsive disorder, mysophobia? Carefully sizing him up, the white-robed man's body was indeed as white as snow and untainted by a speck of dust. He was even cleaner than a woman like her. When he had killed Elder Sun, the white-robed man had directly crushed his internal organs. When he had killed Protector Yuhai, he had mainly used a mental attack to destroy his soul. It was truly a case of killing without seeing blood. As for Qinyu, he had been in continuous battles and had been injured, so he was indeed a bit dirty. Qinyu probably wouldn't have thought that he would encounter such danger because of this reason. Just now, Yi Luofeng's favorable impression of the white-robed man had instantly disappeared, and she had even treated him as an enemy. But now, she couldn't muster up any hostility. "Didn't you say that we could safely reach the great cosmos realm?" Yi Luofeng asked the question that only Qinyu wanted to ask. "There are too many people, and the spatial channel is unstable," the white-robed man said briefly. Of course, the number of people was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that he was already injured, and when he had attacked Protector Yu Hai, he had even used a powerful secret technique, which aggravated his injuries. Yi Luofeng was slightly stunned. She also knew that having too many people would increase the burden on the spatial channel. If the white-robed man only brought Qinyu away, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Could it be that she had harmed Qinyu? "We're almost there," the white-robed man said. The pitch-black surroundings gradually emitted some light, and it was a riot of colors. "What's your name?" Yi Luofeng asked. The white-robed man wasn't old, and his previous actions had caused Yi Luofeng to have a bad impression of him, so she directly asked. "Luo Tiancheng." On the other side. "What the hell?" Qinyu really wanted to scold the white-robed man. What happened to safely reaching the great cosmos realm, Qi? Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open in front of Qinyu. The spatial rift then continuously expanded and extended towards Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu had goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was pounding. He involuntarily closed his eyes. How powerful was the power of space? Even if Qinyu had cultivated the space palm technique, he was helpless against this spatial crack. However, after waiting for a few breaths, Qinyu didn't sense anything strange, so he involuntarily opened his eyes. He saw that after the 2-inch-wide spatial crack extended in front of him, it actually made a 90-degree turn and went around Qinyu. What was going on? Could it be luck? But then, Qinyu confirmed that it wasn't luck. Every time a spatial turbulence blew over and was about to reach Qinyu, the turbulence would gradually weaken, and finally dissipate. And when the spatial crack extended to Qinyu's side, it would either gradually disappear, and no more cracks would appear, or it would make a detour. This scene was incomparably miraculous, and Qinyu couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Could this be because of the mysterious heart? Qinyu was a little uncertain, but this was the only reason he could think of. His mysterious heart could absorb special spatial power, open up an independent space, and gradually expand it. Previously at the Blood Star Domain's sky-piercing peak, Qinyu had also inexplicably obtained the space palm technique from the dark space steel. Later, Qinyu also guessed that it might be because of the mysterious heart. After experiencing this scene again, Qinyu was certain of this. The mysterious heart had some connection with space. Suddenly, the surrounding spatial power weakened, and everything disappeared. A bright light suddenly shone through the pitch-black surroundings. This made Qinyu feel relieved. At least he had entered a plane. If the surrounding space had completely ruptured before entering the plane, then Qinyu would have fallen into the endless pitch-black starry sky, and there would have been no chance of survival. Whoosh, the surrounding darkness suddenly dissipated in an instant, and a bright light pierced into Qinyu's eyes. The next moment, Qinyu's body sank and he fell. Qinyu immediately circulated his quintessential essence to soar into the sky, but he found that he needed to use 3 times the usual quintessential essence to maintain floating in midair. At the same time, Qinyu felt a dense heaven and earth spiritual qi filling the surroundings. It was at least 2 or 3 times more than in the Kunyan realm. Such a dense heaven and earth spiritual qi, this is definitely a large plane. Perhaps it's the great cosmos realm. Qinyu revealed a happy expression. There had been an accident in the space channel leading to the great cosmos realm. Qinyu wasn't sure and could only guess. As for where exactly he was, he had to find someone to find out. Qinyu looked around. This was a wasteland with forests and mountains nearby. It was clearly an uninhabited place. Swoosh, Qinyu flew up and spread out his spiritual sense, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. He knew nothing about this strange world, and he wasn't even sure if it was the great cosmos realm. After flying for a while, Qinyu only found many demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had high cultivation levels. Most of them were at the Qi transformation realm, and there were quite a few at the returning essence realm. At this moment, Qinyu's spiritual sense found a hidden cave at the foot of a short mountain. Whoosh, Qinyu landed. This cave was surrounded by weeds and rocks, and it was relatively hidden. If it wasn't for Qinyu's spiritual sense, he might not have found it. After walking in and tidying up a little, Qinyu sealed the cave and sat down cross-legged. After using the Blood Star Saint elixir, there are side effects. Qinyu thought in his heart. The Blood Star Saint elixir could increase his strength in a short period of time, but it also had its flaws. His body would be damaged by this power. Fortunately, Qinyu's physique was strong and his self-healing ability was strong. However, his true essence had once again merged with some messy bloody power, which was harder to get rid of. Secondly, his soul would also be affected by the bloody resentment. If it was serious, it might even distort his mind. As for true essence, Qinyu had absorbed the power of the Blood Star Saint elixir in the Blood Star realm, so there were hidden dangers. He could only slowly refine and get rid of it. As for the soul, Qinyu had the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother, so he didn't have to worry about it. It seems like it's best not to use the power of the Blood Star Saint elixir in the future unless it's absolutely necessary. Qinyu murmured. Moreover, consuming the power of the Blood Star Saint elixir would also weaken the effect of the elixir itself, reducing its true use. Qinyu took out the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother and placed it close to his body. A wisp of cool and mysterious aura spread throughout his body. Receiving the cleansing of the Moon Spirit Mineral Mother, the resentment in Qinyu's mind gradually dissipated. Most of his attention was focused on refining his true essence, and he began to recuperate in seclusion. Until one day, Qinyu suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside the cave, interrupting his cultivation. Black-hearted 11 bandits, are you tired of living? How dare you rob our North Wateryong clan? A golden-robed elder looked straight ahead and shouted coldly. He was standing on a large blue ship with a flag with the word Yang written on it. Behind the elder, there were 20 to 30 people. Most of them were young, but their cultivation level was impressive. The lowest was around the Qi transformation realm and there were quite a number of origin realm cultivators. One look and anyone could tell that they were the elite members of a certain clan. Among these 20 to 30 people, there was a man and a woman who stood out like the stars surrounding the moon. The man had regular features and an extraordinary aura while the woman was as beautiful as a fairy with curved eyebrows, red lips, and an outstanding figure. At this moment, all of them were looking at the opposite side with vigilance. In front of the blue ship, there were 50 to 60 ferocious-looking bandits. Among them, there were 11 leaders who emitted the aura of the origin realm. The leader was the black-hearted boss with white hair and an eye patch. He was emitting a strong murderous aura. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious person. We, the black-hearted 11 bandits, rob without caring about the background of others. As long as we can eat it, we eat it. A hunchbacked man laughed evilly. Aren't you afraid that after eating this meal, you won't have the chance to eat another one? The golden-robed elder's ferocious expression sank slightly as he continued to shout. No matter what, the Yang clan was still a 2-star clan. With Void Sea Realm experts in the clan, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of these black-hearted 11 bandits. But the crucial point was that there was only a portion of the Yang clan here. The black-hearted 11 bandits were all experts in the origin realm. Among them, the black-hearted boss was at the half-step Void Sea Realm and was extremely cruel. Lao Er and Lao San were both peak late-stage origin realm experts. On the Yang clan's side, there were only 2 peak late-stage origin realm experts. One was himself and the other was the Yang clan's 100-year genius, Yang Fengho. Before the age of 50, he had already cultivated to the peak late-stage origin realm and was already the next successor of the clan head. If this group of Yang clan's elites, including Yang Fengho and Yang Yuhuan, were to die here, the golden-robed elder wouldn't be able to answer to the ancestor even if he went to hell. Cut the crap, let's do it. The black-hearted boss waved his hand and signaled to attack. Kill. Kill them all. Rob them all. Behind him, the bandits all rushed out, all of them extremely excited. Most people's gazes were on the woman next to Yang Fengho. Her name was Yang Yuhuan, and she was the most beautiful woman in the North Water region. A bunch of bandits who burn, kill, and loot. How dare you set your sights on my Yang family? Today, I, Yang, shall exterminate all of you. Yang Fenghe shouted and took out a purple jade sword. He slashed out a purple crystal light towards the bandits. Big brother howling wind, let's kill the enemy together. Some people charged out together with Yang Fenghe. In their hearts, Yang Fenghe was a role model for the younger generation of the Yang family. Yang Fenghe wasn't even 50 years old and he had already cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. Furthermore, he had a high chance of breaking through to the Sky Sea realm before the age of 60. He was indeed a prodigy that appeared once in a century in the Yang clan. Sister Yuhuan, I'll protect you. The other group of people surrounded the azure-clothed woman, Yang Yuhuan, acting as her flower protectors. In the blink of an eye, enormous quintessential essence fluctuations and dazzling offensive battle skills erupted, causing a series of explosions. Boom, Boss Blackheart and the golden-robed old man fought. Blackheart Claw. Boss Blackheart reached out with his hand. An enormous amount of quintessential essence surged and formed a black claw the size of a human. That claw was brimming with killing intent and had a sharp attack as it clawed at the golden-robed old man's body. Before the claw even got close, a huge suction force came from it, causing the golden-robed old man's heart to feel a sense of danger. Break! The golden-robed old man slashed down with a huge golden saber in his hand. A golden light screen that was tens of feet long poured down and engulfed the black claw. However, the golden-robed old man's sense of danger didn't disappear. Boom, that black claw suddenly tore through the dazzling golden saber screen and extended out, continuing to attack the golden-robed old man. The golden-robed old man's face darkened. He sighed in his heart that Boss Blackheart was indeed the boss of the 11 Blackheart bandits. His strength was indeed formidable. Ding, the golden-robed old man hurriedly waved his hand again and slashed at the claw. Elder, Brother Fenghe, save me, a member of the Yang family shouted. However, the golden-robed old man was busy fighting with Boss Blackheart and had no time to care about her. The two bandits were constantly attacking a beautiful woman. Her clothes were constantly being torn apart, revealing her white jade-like skin. At a certain moment, one of the bandits came to the back of the woman and struck out a palm, causing a cloud of black mist to invade her body. The beautiful woman immediately lost all her strength and was pulled into the arms of the bandit. He then took out a black rope and tied her up. Hee, chick, you'll be following me from now on. The bandit with a mouth full of yellow teeth patted the beautiful woman's seductive butt and ran out. Damn it, put her down. Yang Fenghe's eyes flashed coldly as he yelled. Hee, the prodigy of the Yang clan, you should worry about yourself first. The hunchbacked second brother Blackheart sneered. There were 2 hooks the size of wine jars in his hands. The hooks were full of barbs. It would be painful to be scratched by them. Ah, another scream came, causing Yang Fenghe's body to shake and he immediately turned to look. The person who screamed was the number 1 beauty of the North Water region, Yang Yuhuan. If it was someone else, he wouldn't care, but a beauty like Yang Yuhuan was different. Yang Fenghe was the number 1 prodigy of the Yang clan. The position of patriarch would be his sooner or later. If he could obtain Yang Yuhuan's heart, his life would be even more perfect. At this moment, Yang Yuhuan was being chased by a long-armed man. There were several corpses of the Yang clan members nearby. Swoosh, Yang Fenghe took out a talisman and shot it out. The talisman burned in the air and turned into a ray of fire that shot toward a long-armed man. This person was ranked 3rd among the Blackheart 11 bandits. Child's play. The long-armed man was wearing green scale wrist guards. He waved his arms and a thick layer of green wind formed in front of him. Boom, the burning ray of fire collided with the wind and both dissipated. Yang Yuhuan took this opportunity to retreat. Hee, where do you think you're going? Unexpectedly, at this moment, another bandit came from the side and charged toward Yang Yuhuan. The number of bandits far exceeded the Yang clans, and the beauty received special treatment. At this moment, a man in blue approached the Yang clan's ship. The man's demonic aura was astonishing and his cultivation was extraordinary. This made the Yang clan members' expressions even more unsightly. Damn it, I can only stop these people with my life and let Yang Fengho, Yang Yuhuan, and the other elites escape back to the Yang clan. The golden-robed old man's face was pale and he made up his mind. But suddenly, he realized that the man in blue who had suddenly rushed in was actually attacking the Blackheart 11 bandits, killing 2 of them in an instant. This man in blue was Qinyu. He was alarmed by the sound of the battle and rushed over. After all, Qinyu had to learn about the situation in this world through others. Moreover, he could only take root in this world and improve his strength as soon as possible. The 2 parties fighting were a clan and a group of bandits. Naturally, Qinyu was on the clan's side. Yang Ming sword finger. Qinyu pointed out with his right index finger and a conspicuous blood-red sword chi flew out at an extremely fast speed. Poof, the bandit who was approaching Yang Yuhuan was pierced through the head by Qinyu's sword finger. Blood spurted out and his body fell to the side. Yang Yuhuan's eyes lit up when she saw Qinyu fighting with the bandits not far away. Qinyu's fighting style was extremely simple and domineering. He easily crushed the bandits with a circle and a palm, which made her heart beat faster. Thank you for your help, but the Blackheart 11 bandits have a lot of people. Please leave this place with the elites of my clan. The golden-robed old man transmitted his voice to Qinyu. Although Qinyu's strength was not bad, he was only one person. Just as the golden-robed old man finished his sentence, whoosh, a white-robed figure flew over from another direction. He had an extraordinary appearance and held a crystal sword in his hand, emitting a shocking sword intent. What a savage bandit! How dare you behave atrociously in the territory of the Heavenly Jade sect? The white-robed man snorted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. Swish, a crystal white sword ray flew out and instantly split into 99 sword rays, shuttling through the air like a rain of swords. Swish! Poof, the 99 sword rays flew out and attacked the Blackheart 11 bandits. The sword rays shuttled through the battlefield and saved many people from the Yang clan. The leaders of the Blackheart 11 bandits were also injured by the white-robed man's sword ray and revealed a fearful expression. It's the Heavenly Jade sect. Let's retreat. The leader of the Blackheart 11 bandits' eyes sank as he stared at the white-robed man and roared. Retreat. Let's go. The Blackheart 11 bandits immediately led the remaining bandits to retreat. Swish, the white-robed man flew over in a straight line and landed on the blue ship like a falling leaf. His handsome face and extraordinary temperament caused the eyes of the Yang family's females to be filled with admiration and worship. I'm Yangin. This time, the Yang clan was attacked by bandits. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, the elites of the Yang clan would have been buried here. The golden-robed elder stepped forward and bowed. He then glanced at the ship and found that there were 8 elites of the Yang clan left. Yang Fengho and Yang Yuhuan were both alive. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Not at all. This is what I should do. If I were to look on with folded arms when encountering such a matter, and the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect found out about it, they would surely punish me. The white-robed man was modest and polite. His voice was magnetic and charming, captivating the ladies on the ship. Even Yang Fengho paled in comparison to him. May I know your name? Yang Fengho stood up and asked. Although the white-robed man had saved them, he was so outstanding that Yang Fengho was a little jealous. I'm Yan Hansan. The white-robed man smiled and said his name. Yan Hansan. The elites of the Yang clan were all shocked. You're Yan Hansan of the outer sect of the Heavenly Jade sect, the white-robed jade sword? Oh my god, he's Yan Hansan? No wonder he's so handsome and powerful, and has such an extraordinary temperament. The disciples of the Yang family worshipped their savior even more. Yang Fengho was also stunned. Then, he lowered his head slightly and his eyes dimmed. He did not expect the other person to be Yan Hansan. As for the other savior of the Yang clan, Qinyu, he was also overshadowed by Yan Hansan and was completely ignored. Yang Fengho wasn't even 50 years old and was already at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. In the Yang clan, he was considered a once-in-a-century prodigy. However, Yan Hansan of the Heavenly Jade sect, who was known as the White-Robed Jade Sword, was not even 40 years old, but he already had the same cultivation level as him. The gap between them was too obvious, and it was very big. In addition, Yan Han was a top genius of the Heavenly Jade sect's outer sect. In terms of strength, the two of them were not on the same level. In comparison, Yang Fenghe was too embarrassed to call himself a genius. At this moment, all the elites of the Yang family had gathered around Yan Hanshan. A few of the girls were already secretly tempted. Yan Hanshan was a genius even more outstanding than Yang Fenghe. If they caught his eye, they would even be willing to be his concubine. Seeing this, Yang Fenghe was indignant, but he did not plan to compete with Yan Hanshan. Regardless of which aspect it was, the other party had completely crushed him. If he were to compete with the other party, he would only be asking to be humiliated. However, Yang Fenghe realized that Yang Yuhuan didn't seem to be interested in Yan Hanshan. My sister Yuhuan is still more mature and rational. She won't develop a good impression of a stranger just because they met once. Yang Fenghe looked at Yang Yuhuan, liking her even more. But suddenly, Yang Yuhuan walked towards Chenyu, revealing a beautiful and refined smile. Many thanks for helping the Yang family this time, and even saving this little girl's life. Yang Yuhuan's appearance was very beautiful, especially her smile at this moment. It was like a blooming lotus, beautiful and breathtaking, causing Chenyu's eyes to light up. Yang Fenghe was even more dumbfounded. He felt that his thoughts just now were completely wrong. Not only was Yang Yuhuan immature, but her foresight was also extremely poor. If Yang Yuhuan had taken a liking to Yan Hanshan, he would have nothing to say. However, Yang Yuhuan seemed to have a good impression of Chenyu. It's nothing. Chenyu waved his hand. He had just arrived in the great cosmos realm, and after searching for half a day, he hadn't found a single person. Even if the Yang family was not in danger, he would have taken the initiative to stick to them. Brother Yan. Brother Hanshan. A group of voices rang out. Yan Hanshan took the initiative to walk towards Chenyu, followed by a group of Yang family disciples. I see that you are quite skilled. May I know where you are from? Yan Hanshan looked at Chenyu and smiled faintly, giving off a refreshing feeling. The golden-robed man, Yang Fenghe, Yang Yuhuan, and the others couldn't help but look at Chenyu. They knew where Yan Hanshan came from, but where did Chenyu come from? Looking at Chenyu's appearance, he didn't look old, even younger than Yan Hanshan. His cultivation level was astonishing, reaching the late stage of the origin realm. Could he be a prodigy from a big sect? My name is Chenyu. I came from a small world. On the way here, the space passage was unstable, so I arrived in advance. I still don't know where this place is. Can you tell me? Chenyu said honestly. He knew nothing about this place, and it would be easy for him to make up a story. If the Yang family found out, they would be suspicious, so he might as well tell them the truth. Small world? The golden-robed elder and the others were slightly shocked. This answer was clearly out of their expectations. So, you're from a small world? Yang Fenghe's expression changed slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The great cosmos realm was one of the more powerful large worlds in the universe. Many of the surrounding small worlds relied on the great cosmos realm to survive. Because of this, the people of the great cosmos realm had a natural sense of superiority in front of the cultivators of the small worlds. Even in terms of strength, the people of the large worlds were usually stronger. The cultivation environment of the great cosmos realm was much better than those small worlds. In the great cosmos realm, there were many Qi transformation realm cultivators before the age of 20. There were also quite a number of origin realm cultivators before the age of 30. Generally, under the same age, the cultivation level of the cultivators of the great cosmos realm would be much higher than the cultivators of the small worlds. As they grew older, the gap would widen until it became the difference between heaven and earth. On the other hand, under the same cultivation level, the cultivation environment of the people of the great cosmos realm was better. Their foundation was more stable, and the quantity and quality of their qi was higher. Therefore, the overall strength of the great cosmos realm far surpassed the small worlds. Take Yang Fenghe for example. He was not even 50 years old and was already at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. With such talent, he would be a top genius even in the sacred grounds of the Kunyan realm. But in the great cosmos realm, Yang Fenghe could only be considered a genius in the Yang clan. The one who could be considered a genius was the white-robed jade sword, Yan Hanshan. He was not even 40 years old and was already at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. he was quite famous in the entire southern region. Not only did Yang Fengho's attitude change, but the expressions of the other Yang clan members and the golden-robed elder also changed slightly. The golden-robed elder even suspected that Qinyu was lying. This is the territory of the Heavenly Jade sect in the southern region of the Great Cosmos realm. We are the Yang clan of the North Water region. The golden-robed elder simply explained. The Great Cosmos realm. When Qinyu heard the key words, he was delighted. Although the spatial passage was chaotic and he was separated from the white-robed man and Yi Luofeng, Qinyu still arrived at the Great Cosmos realm. Yi Luofeng must be in the Great Cosmos realm. Qinyu thought to himself. He wondered how Yi Luofeng was doing now. The white-robed man couldn't be trusted at all. He was too irresponsible. However, it was useless for Qinyu to think too much about it. He was also unfamiliar with this place. At the side, Yan Hansan stared at Qinyu with a doubtful expression. It seemed like he didn't believe that Qinyu came from a small domain. Brother Chen looks young and should be at the late stage of the origin realm. He must be the most incredible genius in a small domain. Yang Yuhuan didn't think much of it and smiled. Yang Fengho frowned slightly. Could it be that Yang Yuhuan really had feelings for this kid? Even if Qinyu was the most incredible genius in a small domain, this was the Great Cosmos realm. In front of the geniuses of the Great Cosmos realm, what was Qinyu? Yang Fengho felt that no matter what, he was better than Qinyu. The Yang clan suffered from this calamity and suffered heavy casualties. Why not let me escort you back to the Yang clan? Yan Hansan looked like a kind and charitable person. Brother Yan is a genius of the Heavenly Jade sect. You are truly a role model for us. Brother Yan, with your protection, the journey will be very safe. The elites of the Yang clan were extremely excited. Yan Hansan was strong and talented. He had both looks and talent, which made them admire him greatly. If it wasn't for the two of you, our lives would be in danger. I hope that the two of you can come to the Yang clan as guests and let us treat you well. The golden-robed elder Yang smiled. This time, he was very happy to be able to avoid danger and escape from the tiger's mouth. The Yang clan wasn't an ungrateful clan. They would definitely treat those who were indebted to them with kindness. Then I shall accept your invitation. It just so happens that I am going to travel down the mountain and see the southern region. Yan Hansan smiled. Next, the Yang clan started to deal with the casualties. When they left, there were a total of 24 people. Now, there were only 8 left. They had lost 16 people. Of course, there were those who were kidnapped by the Blackheart 11 bandits. This was a heavy loss for the Yang clan. Fortunately, Yang Fengho, Yang Yuhuan and a few other top clan members were fine. After checking the blue ship and finding that it wasn't seriously damaged, the Yang clan's ship set off again. In the Kunyan realm, only the sacred grounds, the royal family of the Yunzhao nation and the 4 colleges had such a large flying ship. But in the Great Cosmos realm, a 2-star clan had 2 of them, and they were even better in all aspects. Qinyu was also on the Yang clan's ship, heading towards the Yang clan in the North Water. There are still 5 days before we reach the Yang clan. Brother Chen can rest here for the next few days. Yang Yuhuan arranged a nice room for Qinyu. After saying goodbye, Qinyu settled down and began to cultivate. Qinyu's ethereal force had been infused with a large amount of chaotic and bloody energy twice in a row. It would take a long time to expel and refine it. When he reached the Yang clan, Qinyu prepared to buy some more herbs to speed up the process. On this night, Qinyu walked out of the cabin. In the sky, the stars were bright and the silver moon hung high. A sea of clouds passed by quickly on both sides, creating a beautiful scenery. Qinyu gazed into the distance, his heart calm. He had just arrived in the Great Cosmos realm, so he needed to plan his future. First, he needed to enter a large force and use the Great Cosmos realm's unique cultivation conditions to increase his strength to the next level. Next, he needed to find Yi Luofeng. Luo Tiansheng couldn't be trusted at all. After sending Yi Luofeng here, he might immediately abandon her. Finally, Qinyu's biggest goal was to find clues about his birth parents. We'll reach the Yang clan tomorrow. Brother Chen, do you have any plans for your first time in the Great Cosmos realm? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded behind him. I'll first enter a force and increase my strength. In a powerful realm like the Great Cosmos realm, my strength isn't enough. Qin Yu teased. How can that be? Brother Chen's strength isn't much weaker than Brother Fengho's. However, Brother Chen came from a small realm, so it's already very amazing for him to have such strength. Yang Yuhuan said seriously. Is that so? Sister Yuhuan thinks so highly of Brother Chen? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Then, footsteps could be heard. Yang Fengho and two members of the Yang clan walked over. Brother Fengho, I was just saying casually, Yang Yuhuan immediately explained. She knew that Yang Fengho was competitive and was afraid of bringing trouble to Qinyu. I've seen Brother Chen's strength. When facing the Blackheart 11 bandits, Brother Chen wasn't afraid at all and attacked fiercely. You even saved Sister Yuhuan's life. Yang Fengho said seriously. Brother Yang overpraises me. It's just that I feel that Brother Chen didn't use his full strength at that time. I hope Brother Chen can give me some pointers and let me see your true strength. Yang Fengho's eyes were filled with a threatening sharpness. As the number one genius of the Yang clan, the future successor of the clan leader, Yang Yuhuan, whom he liked, had said that Chen Yu's strength was on par with his. What right did a mere aborigine from a small realm have to be compared to him? Therefore, Yang Fengho suggested a spar. He wanted to defeat Qinyu in front of Yang Yuhuan and let Yang Yuhuan know the gap between her and Qinyu. Brother Fengho, Qinyu saved us before. What you're doing? Yang Yuhuan frowned, looking displeased. Sister Yuhuan, don't misunderstand. I just want to see Brother Chen's true strength. It's just a spar. If Brother Chen isn't willing, then forget it. I was being rude. Yang Fengho said politely. Yeah, Sister Yuhuan, we also want to see Brother Chen's true strength. It's just a spar. Don't you guys usually spar to improve? The two beside Yang Fengho laughed. Yang Fengho was the future clan leader of the Yang clan. Naturally, they would speak up for Yang Fengho. As for Qinyu, he was just a bumpkin from a small realm. In his opinion, Qinyu didn't want to lose and wanted to fight to a draw. No wonder you don't want to use a weapon. As a body cultivator, you specialize in defense. But this way, you won't be able to defeat me. Yan Hanshan said with a smile. 3 purple sword lights with a hint of red slashed at Qinyu from 3 different directions. Qinyu said again and looked at Yan Hanshan, but I'm just from a small world. If Brother Yang wants to practice next time, why don't you look for Brother Hanshan? Then I'll break through your defense. He had said that he wanted to see Qinyu's true strength, but now Qinyu didn't even take out his weapon. The 3 sword lights were blocked by Qinyu again. Purple flames exploded and black fog spread, but Qinyu didn't move. Yang Fengho's eyes turned cold. Yang Fengho's mind swayed and his body trembled. The sword intent on his body dispersed and he took half a step back. Yang Fengho suddenly attacked with his sword. A purple flame sword light flashed with a faint red light, and with a shocking sword chi, it streaked across the night sky and stabbed at Qinyu. At the same time, he wanted to defeat Qinyu here and let Yang Yuhuan know that he was strong. At the same time, he hoped that a genius like Yan Hanshan from the sect would look at him in a different light. Each of these sword strikes was stronger than the first one, and as the 3 swords descended together, the Yang family young lords present all revealed shocked expressions. They were shocked that Yang Fengho would actually take Qinyu so seriously. Fengho, stop. Demonic scale protection. Fortunately, this flying ship was reinforced by an array. Otherwise, the ship would have been destroyed by the 6 swords. No need. Yang Fengho, how can you be so rude to a guest? When everything dissipated, Qinyu was still standing in the same place, safe and sound. No matter what, Qinyu was the benefactor of the Yang family when they were in danger. How could they force Qinyu? If the other party was a genius from the great cosmos world, Yang Fengho would feel better. That's not impossible. The purple flames on Yang Fengho's amethyst treasure sword surged and became more and more intense. It soared into the sky and covered everything in a layer of purple light. Looking at the group of Yang family juniors treating Qinyu like this, Yang Yuhuan felt a little angry. When they returned to the cabin, Yan Hanshan walked past Qinyu. Yang Fengho smiled widely. Of course, this was only from the perspective of the Kunyan realm. Xiao, However, he didn't expect Qin Yu's attack to be equally domineering and powerful. Boom, Qin Yu also didn't want to spar with Yang Fenghe. He had just arrived in the great cosmos realm and was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He was preparing to settle down at the Yang family's residence and further understand the situation in the great cosmos realm. Yang Fenghe's face was filled with doubt. Xiao. Xiao. Xiao, Yang Fenghe nodded. But now, he said that Qin Yu looked down on him and hid his strength. Femme fatale, Qin Yu agreed. It was just a spar. He could deal with Yang Fenghe without using a weapon. However, Qin Yu didn't think that Yang Yuhuan liked him. At most, it was because he had saved her life, mixed with curiosity and some other feelings. This kid is too arrogant, Yang An looked at Qin Yu and greeted him. Outside, Yan Hanshan's gentle smile gradually disappeared and his face became gloomy with a hint of coldness. Qin Yu immediately activated the first demonic pattern. His arm was surrounded by the demonic pattern and he struck out with his claw. Qin Yu didn't want to fall out with the number one genius of the Yang family. Yang Fenghe couldn't help but remind Qin Yu when he saw that he still hadn't taken out his weapon. Qin Yu's Heavenly Demon secret pattern record had reached the 6th level. With the help of the mysterious heart, it was difficult for attacks below the half-step empty sea realm to hurt Qin Yu. She thought that although Qin Yu came from a small world, his strength wasn't ordinary. At least, he wouldn't lose too badly. Yang Fenghe's face turned cold. Yang Fenghe took out the purple jade sword. The purple flames on the sword danced in the dark night, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Young friend Chen, are you okay? However, Yang Fenghe's sword had already been slashed out and he couldn't stop it in time. At this moment, Yan Hanshan was praising Qin Yu and Yang Fenghe as geniuses and even acted as if he wanted to see them. Qin Yu said calmly. In an instant, the sword aura arrived in front of Qin Yu. Brother Chen is right. Qin Yu waved his hand. Defeating Qin Yu in 10 moves showed how powerful he was. In the end, Yang Fenghe lost. He performed a total of 6 sword techniques in an instant. 6 purple sword auras enveloped Qin Yu completely and the sword chi shocked everyone. Yang An said loudly. The people who gathered on the boat also slowly dispersed. The pitch-black and hideous claw shot up into the sky and hit the purple sword aura, instantly tearing it in half. Yan Hanshan's words made Qin Yu frown. Brother Chen, Brother Yang, do you want to have a spar? It seems that I'm lucky to be able to witness a battle between 2 geniuses. In an instant, Yang Fenghe's 6 sword auras bombarded down. With a loud boom, purple flames and black gas spread out. A few disciples of the Yang family nearby started discussing. Uncle An, please forgive me. I just want to have a spar with Brother Chen. Brother Chen's strength is extraordinary. He's considered an outstanding talent in the great cosmos realm. He doesn't look like he's from a small world at all. Qin Yu could naturally see that Yang Fenghe was targeting him because of Yang Yuhuan. Then if that's the case, I hope Brother Fenghe will show mercy and not be too heavy-handed. Hee. Yang Fenghe realized that he had gone too far. Not only did he violate the agreement, but he also failed to defeat Qin Yu, embarrassing the Yang family. They agreed that Yang Fenghe was not as good as Yan Hanshan. However, Qin Yu was only a native from a small world, so they all thought that Yang Fenghe was stronger. Therefore, as long as they could determine who was stronger, 10 moves would be enough. Yan Hanshan muttered and then walked into his room. I don't care why you approached the Yang family. If you spoil my plan, you will die. Wang, Qin Yu extended his arms and the second demonic pattern on his body surged. None of our Yang family's late-stage origin realm experts can last more than 5 moves against Yang Fenghe. How many moves can Qin Yu last? In the previous spar, he was at a disadvantage and could be considered to have lost. In a dimly lit room, Yang An spoke slowly. Fenghe, your actions today are too rash. You are the future Yang family head. How can you be so reckless? Yang Fenghe could tell that Qin Yu had a strong physique and defense. Body cultivator? Yang An said in a deep voice. No matter what, he was in the wrong. Now that Qin Yu gave him a way out, he would naturally step down. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Yu, who had activated his demonic pattern battle technique, emitted a domineering demonic intent and charged at Yang Fenghe. boom, they also thought that as a body cultivator, Qinyu was better at defense. Previously, he said that Qinyu was a body cultivator and was best at defense. What he meant was that Qinyu had shown his true abilities. Alright, since Brother Yang is itching to fight, then let's exchange a few moves. His attacks were continuously blocked by Qinyu, which made him feel embarrassed. How is this possible? Yang Fenghe yelled and decided to break Qinyu's defense in one go. Yang Fenghe's expression changed slightly and his chi presence suddenly rose. He was actually planning to violate the agreement and attack again. He didn't believe that Qinyu, with his strength and talent, would be from a small domain. Even the number 1 Golden Emblem Sacred Guard, Yun Fei, was slightly weaker than Yang Fenghe. Yang Fenghe's strength was extremely close to the half-step Empty Sea realm. It must be Brother Fenghe. He is the number 1 genius of our Yang family. I think so too. Besides, this person cultivates demonic arts. Maybe he deliberately sneaked into the Yang family. Purple Scar Sword Technique. Yang Fenghe's eyes became sharper and he slashed out a second sword. At the same time, the third and fourth sword followed closely. At this moment, another voice was heard. The battle between the two alarmed the golden-robed elder, Yang, who suddenly appeared and shouted. Since Qinyu had agreed to fight, Yang Yuhuan didn't say anything more. She stood aside, looking forward to the battle. Buzz, boom. However, Qinyu's strength is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't look like someone from a small domain at all. It's about to start. I wonder who is stronger, Brother Fenghe or Qinyu. Yang nodded slightly. It's okay. Brother Yang is just itching to fight and wants to find someone to practice with. Yang Fenghe laughed. A layer of black demonic scales surged out and formed a demonic scale barrier around Qinyu. He didn't plan to injure Qinyu severely. That would only make the Yang family seem rude. After all, the Yang family was indebted to Qinyu. It's just a sparring session. 10 moves. Brother Chen, show me your true strength. Boom, Qinyu even gave up on attacking and used his best defense to fight with him. This meant that he was giving his all. Yang appeared beside Yang Fenghe and yelled with an imposing aura. His words seemed to add fuel to the fire. Yan Hanzhan blinked his eyes. He was also surprised by Qinyu's defense. Buzz, Qinyu said politely and walked into the room. Qinyu easily countered Yang Fenghe's first move. The purple flame sword ray was dazzling in the dark night as it charged at Qinyu. Qinyu immediately activated his enigmatic demonic body, mobilizing his true essence, and struck out with his palm. He couldn't even deal with a late-stage returning Origin Realm expert. Bang! 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 Yang Fenghe's face was filled with shock. Boom, boom, everyone was dumbfounded. Where's your weapon? What? On the other hand, Qinyu stood still. His black glowing palms were surrounded by demonic patterns as he continuously attacked. You flatter me. But compared to the true prodigies of the great cosmos world, my abilities are nothing. His opponent was a prodigy of the Heavenly Jade sect. His talent far surpassed Yang Fenghe. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be interested in a fight like this. Uncle An is right. Running away would only make others think that Qinyu is weak. It would only worsen in the future. Hence, Qinyu agreed. Hearing Yan Hanshan's words, Yang Fenghe raised his head slightly. He was in a good mood after being acknowledged by Yan Hanshan as a prodigy. If there's nothing else, go and rest. We will be arriving at the Yang clan tomorrow. But on second thought, Qinyu is a body cultivator and was most proficient in defense. There's no hurry. Let's wait until he shows his true colors. Yan Hanshan, who was dressed in white, walked out, followed by 2 women from the Yang clan. Brother Chen, how can you only defend and not attack in a spar? Are you that unwilling to use your true abilities to spar with me? Seems like you are looking down on me. If that's the case, I can only go all out and let you use your true abilities. At the same level, the cultivators of the great cosmos world were slightly stronger than the cultivators of the Kunyan world. Following that, Yang recounted the events that had transpired in detail. This is Qinyu. He's from a small world. Patriarch Yang Yuan sternly said, as for the 2 people who came to our aid, we must treat them with kindness. Yang'an, prepare a gift of gratitude and give it to them. Yan Hanzhan had a smile on his face, giving off a refreshing feeling. In Kunyan's sacred ground, mid-grade primal stones weren't used much. Along the way, Yan Hanzhan seemed to be in a good mood and treated Yang Yuhuan warmly. Lady Yuhuan, the scenery there isn't bad. Let's go take a look. Small domain? Qinyu revealed a happy smile. Brother Qin just came to the great universe realm, why not stay at the Yang clan for a while? The silver-haired old lady suggested. The clear sea elixir was of a higher grade and cost 500,000 low-grade primal stones. Oh right, Lady Yuhuan, can I use primal stones to buy herbs and elixirs? In the past, during every family meeting, many elders would pay attention to him and more or less praise him. Junior is Yan Hanzhan from Heavenly Jade Sect. Yan Hanzhan said with righteous indignation. Just someone from a small domain. Compared to Yan Hanzhan, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The higher-ups of the Yang clan discussed and came to a conclusion. If that's the case, keep this person in the Yang clan and observe him. Once there's any evidence, punish him severely. This will serve as a warning to the other clans. The moment the shopkeeper reported 3 items, Qinyu was taken aback. Clan head is right. One of them is a prodigy from the Heavenly Jade Sect. He's not even 40 years old and is already at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. They had heard of Yan Hanshan's reputation before. He was definitely a prodigy who excelled in both the pen and the sword. I can't let this matter rest like this. Since when did prodigies become so cheap? Determined to stay in the Yang clan, Qinyu asked Yang Yuhuan to bring him around to familiarize himself with the layout of the Yang clan. The clans in the Kunyan realm could only use primal stones or contribution points to exchange. If it was too expensive, they would have to make a trip to the monarch city. The smooth water true dew was a natural treasure. It wasn't as effective as elixirs and only cost 300,000 low-grade primal stones. He's not even 40 years old, yet he's already so accomplished. How great would it be if our Yang family had someone like him? Among them, one pure essence pill was 380,000 low-grade primal stones. The elder is back. The Heavenly Jade Sect was a renowned force in the entire southern region. Qinyu suddenly asked after seeing a herb garden. Ring, show our 2 benefactors around. The shopkeeper personally received Qinyu. Qinyu accepted it without hesitation. Yang Yuhuan seemed to have a good impression of Qinyu and often took the initiative to ask Qinyu some questions. On Qinyu's ship, he looked down at a huge cluster of buildings not far away. There were mountains and rivers, and it occupied a large area. The scenery was beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Next, the Yang family began to gather their men and horses, preparing to suppress the Blackheart 11 bandits. You too, let Ring show you around. Following this, he and Yang Fengho hurried to the conference hall. Several Yang family guards stepped forward to welcome them. Only 8 of the 24 elite members of the Yang family returned, which was a heavy blow to the Yang family. After all, those who died were not ordinary people, but the elites of the younger generation of the Yang family. We can't let this matter go. How dare a group of bandits bully our Yang family? The Blackheart 11 bandits are getting bolder and bolder. They even dare to touch our Yang family. On the other hand, Yan Hanzhan was full of righteousness and asked to suppress the Blackheart 11 bandits together with the Yang family. 1 mid-grade primal stone was equivalent to more than 100 low-grade primal stones. The exchange rate was different in different places, but it was generally not lower than 100. Then, Qinyu entered a shop and asked, "Is there any natural treasure that can purify primal stones and expel impurities?" The other person who helped us this time is called Qinyu. He is also very talented, not much worse than Yan Hanzhan. The silver-haired old woman's face turned cold after hearing the description. Let's go, the master is already waiting for us in the conference hall. Then, under the guidance of Yang Yuhuan, Qinyu and Yan Hanzhan strolled around some of the beautiful places of the Yang family. Master, I have something to report. There were 6 of them who were at the level of elders. In the conference hall, many senior members of the Yang family were gathered. Yang Feng said with a smile. This is, mid-grade primal stones. 5,000 mid-grade primal stones. The Blackheart 11 bandits are too arrogant. How dare they attack our Yang family? The Yang family was very concerned about this incident. They had lost more than a dozen elite disciples. If they just let it go, how could they have a foothold in the North Water region in the future? These two must be the two young heroes of the Yang clan that Eldarin mentioned. Thank you, Miss Yuhuan. The 11 black-hearted bandits are audacious and dared to lay their hands on my Yang family. This old man will personally lead a team to encircle and annihilate this group of bandits. Why don't the two of you stay in the Yang family for a while longer? This old man will host a banquet to entertain the two of you after the 11 black-hearted bandits are annihilated. Yang Yuan sighed, is this Qinyu really a spy sent by another family? And this time, he felt like he had been neglected in this meeting. Qinyu looked young, about the same age as Yan Hansan. His cultivation was also shockingly high, far surpassing the younger generation of the Yang family. Was he also a genius of the Tianyu sect? The silver-haired old woman urged. That's right. This Yan Hansan is indeed a genius. His future is limitless. We should try our best to maintain a good relationship with him. After returning to his residence, Qinyu opened the storage bag that the Yang family gave him. Under the guidance of Yang Yuhuan, Qinyu came to a very lively place. At noon the next day, the ship arrived at the Yang family in the North Water region. Essence cleansing pill, sea cleansing pill, and moisturizing dew. He's such a genius, yet he keeps such a low profile and is unwilling to reveal his true strength. Could this kid's background be fabricated? Perhaps he's a spy sent by the other clans. Yan Hansan bowed slightly in a very polite manner. The family head was Yang Yuan. He was a white-haired old man with a face full of vicissitudes. However, he had an invisible majestic aura about him. Yan Hansan refused for a while before accepting the storage bag. Yan Hansan? The white-robed jade sword Yan Hansan? This is the Yang family? Qinyu could not help but exclaim. Soon, another 2 senior members of the Yang family arrived. According to your needs, our store has essence cleansing pill, sea cleansing pill, and moisturizing dew. All of them have the same effect. Alright, I hope that you can help the Yang family when the time comes. 5,000 mid-grade primal stones were equivalent to at least 500,000 low-grade primal stones. I am willing to go with the family head to exterminate the bandits. Soon, Qinyu and Yan Hansan were brought to the guest hall by Yang Yuhuan. Yang An smiled. After chatting for a while, Yang An sent Yan Hansan and Qinyu off. It was a good thing that an expert like Yan Hansan was willing to help the Yang family. It could also deepen the relationship between the two families. This type of spiritual pill would usually only appear in some large-scale auctions and sell for a sky-high price of at least 700,000 to 800,000 low-grade primal stones. Yang Yuhuan smiled sweetly. A family actually has a private market. If he doesn't stay in the Yang family, then we are overthinking. Speak. Yes, I will bring Brother Chen there. But this person said that he is from a small world. The elders spoke highly of Yan Hansan. Yang Fengho, who was standing at the side, felt embarrassed. The people of the Yang family were confused, but they did not ask any more questions. Their previous enthusiasm was much colder. The family head smiled politely. Since the family head had invited Qinyu to stay, he decided to stay for the time being. Yang An suggested it. The family head said after a moment of silence. The senior members of the Yang family, including the family head, had already known about the attack. Compared to him, Yang Fengho paled in comparison. Qinyu had asked to stay after his polite greeting. Yang An said again. I thank you on behalf of the Yang family for your help when the Yang family was in trouble. This is a small gift from the Yang family. Please don't reject it. Oh, disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect. Yang An said to Yang Yuhuan. His condition was serious and couldn't be solved by 1 or 2 essence cleansing pills. If this was in the Kenyan realm, Qinyu might not even be able to afford it. Besides, he might not even be able to buy such a spiritual pill. It would take at least 4 to 5 years to completely solve this problem. Qinyu couldn't help but sigh. Then, a servant gave 2 storage bags to Qinyu and Yan Hansan. A silver-haired old woman shouted with a cold expression. The family head said and then left. The senior members of the Yang family looked over and they were very friendly to Yan Hansan. Yang Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. Yang Yuan said with a smile. This little brother is? The fat elder looked at Qinyu. Okay, it's decided then. Let me stay in the family to recuperate and keep an eye on this kid to see what he's planning. The place where you were attacked was a barren wasteland with very few people. You were attacked by the Blackheart 11 bandits and this person came to help. It's a bit strange. We can't wrongly accuse a good person without any evidence. The Yang family would send out a large number of senior members to suppress the Blackheart 11 bandits. A fat elder with a kind face walked up and sized up Qinyu and Yan Hanshan. Luckily, Yang Fenghe was fine. Otherwise, the Yang family would have fallen. This is definitely a treasure land in the North Water. If the Yang family can occupy this place, the family business will definitely prosper in the future. It seems that the hidden danger left behind by using the power of the Blood Star Saint Pellet will be solved soon. This is my first time in the Great Cosmos realm and I don't have a place to stay. I hope I didn't disturb you. That's right. If the Zhang family and the Hong family knew, they might think that the Yang family is a pushover. This time, it's all thanks to little friend Yen. Why don't you stay for a few more days and let us treat you well? This Yang family is really rich and overbearing. Okay, I'll leave this to you. The silver-haired old woman said with a cold expression. Compared to the 380,000 low-grade yuan stones cleansing sea pill, the 380,000 low-grade yuan stones cleansing sea pill, the 500,000 low-grade yuan stones cleansing sea pill, were extremely cheap. Qinyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This time, our Yang family lost 16 young elites. If it wasn't for the help of outsiders, I'm afraid Elder Yang wouldn't have been able to return. Among the senior members of the Yang family, he was familiar with Qinyu and wouldn't easily arouse Qinyu's suspicions. Hearing this, the senior members of the Yang family were shocked. When Qinyu and Yang Yuhuan couldn't see, Yan Hanshan stared coldly at Qinyu. After a round of cleansing, a small portion of the impurities in Qinyu's true essence lake was removed. Half a month later, Qinyu consumed the cleansing sea pill. Hehe, heavenly jade sect, white-clothed jade sword Yan Hanshan. He's even more unscrupulous than us, the Blackheart 11 bandits. The Yang family had sent 4 elders, including the Yang family head and many elite members. There was a total of 300 people. Tens of thousands of miles away, 2 black ships were traversing through the clouds. Since there were spiritual pills, Qinyu definitely wouldn't buy the less effective ones. Furthermore, these 2 spiritual pills were very cheap, so Qinyu bought 2 first. After 9 times, about 40% of the impurities in Qinyu's true essence lake had been removed. After understanding this, Qinyu was filled with interest and yearning for his trip to the Great Cosmos realm. Putting the pill to his nose and sniffing it, Qinyu smiled. It's the real deal. The quality is not bad. On the other side, the den of the Blackheart 11 bandits was currently empty. When the time comes, I want 10 beautiful ladies. That Yang family's number 1 beauty, Yang Yuhuan, is also mine. Don't you guys snatch her away. One of the deacons looked at Yan Hanshan and said gratefully. After returning to his residence, Qinyu took out the cleansing sea pill and swallowed it. Mysterious Dark Realm, a 4-star faction. With the Yang family's strength, they actually failed? But today, Yang'an was nowhere to be seen. Only a Yang family disciple was left to monitor Qinyu. Taking the same type of pill for a second time would decrease the effect. The more impurities were removed, the harder it was. The moment he swallowed it, Qinyu felt as if a pure white stream had entered his true essence lake and started to absorb the impurities outside of the true essence lake. The Blackheart third was a long-armed man. He asked with a serious expression. Qinyu wasn't in a hurry. When the impurities in his true essence lake were completely removed, he just needed to consolidate it a little and he would basically have the qualifications to break through to the peak of the late stage of the origin returning realm. Below him, 2 beautiful women in revealing clothes were massaging his legs and feet. Qinyu immediately flew over. Blackheart said. The first person Yang'an thought of was Qinyu. But for the past month, Qinyu had been under his surveillance, and he didn't notice anything amiss. In addition, the Great Cosmos realm not only had the human race, but also the demon race. The 2 sides coexisted peacefully, unlike the Kunyan realm's human race and the alien race, which were at odds with each other. Jinyu only felt a clear torrent of water suddenly rushing towards his dark and mottled true essence lake. The hunchbacked man was shocked. "Boss, why did Yan Hanzhan join forces with us and go through so much trouble to destroy the Yang family?" Jinyu sensed the difference between the two pills. The demons occupied the boundless ocean, which was ruled by a 4-star organization, the Nine Dragons Temple. The power of this sect was very strange. One of the higher-ups of the Yang family frowned and immediately shouted. After the black-hearted boss drank a cup of wine, the corner of his mouth raised. Yang In replied immediately after hearing that. 2 more days and we'll reach the Yang family. This 2-star family is a big piece of meat. The sect factions in the great cosmos realm were divided into stars. A faction with a void sea realm supremacy was a 2-star faction. They could occupy a piece of land and didn't have much mobility. Family head, the Yang family that you led was completely stronger than the Blackheart 11 bandits. How did you fail and lose so many people? Therefore, Jinyu had to join a faction and obtain resources to nurture him. A bandit with a mouth full of yellow teeth said excitedly with a trace of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see the ruling faction and even more so, how strong the legendary Emperor Lord of the mysterious Dark Realm was. Also, what kind of situation was the demon race in the boundless ocean? In the end, only 30 people returned alive. Brother Chen, I still have things to do. I'll be leaving first. Because he was an outsider, he couldn't read the Yang family's treasured cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and secret arts. A faction with an origin realm expert could only be considered the lowest 1-star faction. In the entire great cosmos realm, there were countless of them. Yan Hanzhan and I agreed that we would get 80% of the Yang family's resources, and he only wanted 20%. There was also an item. I heard that the Yang clan of Northern Water possesses a clan guarding treasure armor that's at the top of the high rank, the Ice Jade armor. I reckon that's his objective. Sigh, it was my fault this time, causing so many of my clansmen to lose their lives. After consuming the elixir, under the effect of the mysterious heart, the medicinal effects of the clear essence elixir quickly spread and took effect. At this moment, the second medicinal effect arrived. The clear sea elixir was expensive and had a certain medicinal effect on half-step void sea realm and even early-stage void sea realm experts. Jinyu revealed a look of yearning. This time, it's all thanks to Yan Hanzhan. If not for him, our losses would have been even worse. After Feng Yanling learned of her brother's death, she probably guessed that it was Jinyu's doing. The Bloodstar Saint elixir was also in Jinyu's hands. The great cosmos realm was divided into the east, south, west, and north regions. Outside the continent was the vast endless sea realm. In addition, the divine Luo sect was in the east region. One of the surviving elders explained. Before they arrived, they were attacked. And Yan Hanzhan temporarily stayed in the Yang family. In addition, the great cosmos realm was a large domain in the vast universe. It was more convenient to travel to other nearby domains. One had to know that the demon-fled dragon sword in Jinyu's hands was only mid-grade. As soon as he left the library, Jinyu felt that something was wrong. The medicinal effects of the clear sea elixir are indeed much better than the clear essence elixir. The clear essence elixir only removes impurities, while the clear sea elixir's processing method is more meticulous. What shocked Jinyu even more was that there were even more powerful 4-star forces in this world. The standard was to have a mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord, who was above the Star Condensation Realm. Jinyu was unlucky. This Xiaoyao Palace was in the south regions of the Great Cosmos Realm. After that, the Yang family became very low-key. That's right. If I get this armor, I will be able to fight against a Void Sea Realm expert. So, how can I give this treasure to Yan Hanzhan? Which one would you like, sir? The Great Cosmos Realm. Of course, Jinyu's goal was not to secretly learn anything. He just wanted to understand the Great Cosmos Realm. 1 clear essence elixir and 1 clear sea elixir. If boss gets this armor, he will be able to fight against a Void Sea Realm expert, another person said. Yuhuan. Yang Yuhuan knew that she had said too much. Miss Yuhuan, what happened? The hunchbacked man had a mocking expression. The Yang family was overjoyed. Previously, they were afraid that Yan Hanshan would not be interested in the Yang family's girls. A top-grade spirit artifact? A mere Yang family actually has such a treasure? At this moment, he had a certain understanding of the great cosmos realm. The second was the Shenluo sect. When looking up information about the great cosmos realm, Qinyu also looked up the only two forces that he had contact with. But in the end, only 30 people returned. Such a result was really unimaginable. The Yang family of the North Water could only be considered a temporary place to stay. Qinyu was prepared to propose to become a guest elder of the Yang family after a period of time. Every month, he would receive some resources and corresponding authority. Qinyu thought for a moment and reported his needs. Yang asked with some excitement. The subjugation team led by the Patriarch was ambushed by the Blackheart 11 bandits and suffered heavy losses. We were ambushed before we even reached the base of the Blackheart 11 bandits. After that, that's right. Someone must have tipped them off. Otherwise, how could they know the Yang family's movements and route? He also heard that Qinyu was the Yang family's benefactor. After half a day, Qinyu walked out of the library. This feeling was like a person who had not taken a bath for dozens of days suddenly jumping into a clear river. His whole body felt comfortable and refreshed. Then, Yang Yuhuan left. According to the book, the Shenluo sect only had a few people, but it was one of the most famous and ancient sects in the great cosmos realm. Its deterrent power was not weaker than a 4-star ruling force. Qinyu couldn't help but suspect whether the author of this book had received the Shenluo sect's primordial stones or was he a member of the Shenluo sect. According to the rumor, during the subjugation of the Blackheart 11 bandits, Yan Hanshan and a woman of the Yang family had an ambiguous relationship. The atmosphere in the Yang family's conference hall was depressing. Walking out of the room, Qinyu walked around and came to the Yang family's library. The Feng siblings in the Blood Star boundary were from the Xiaoyao Palace. The surviving 30 people all knew this, but they didn't know who the traitor was. Qinyu also knew that the Yang family had sent more than half of their forces to subjugate the Blackheart 11 bandits. He didn't expect that they would fail. The first one was the Xiaoyao Palace. A total of 880,000 low-grade primordial stones. Qinyu was young, but his cultivation was extremely high. His talent had far surpassed the geniuses of the Yang family's younger generation. In the entire southern region, there was only one 4-star force called the Evil Moon Sect. It was the ruling force of the southern region. Haste makes waste. Let's go to the Yang family and set up an ambush. When Yan Hanshan is ready, we will capture the Yang family in one fell swoop. I guess it will take some time. The black-hearted leader sat on a large leather chair with a wine glass in his hand. He looked fierce and had a cruel smile on his face. After paying the fee, Qinyu received 2 elixirs. The hunchbacked man, the second eldest of the Blackheart bandits, laughed evilly. The family head had already ordered that the news of this matter be sealed. A month later, Qinyu had completely absorbed the effects of the 2 elixirs. More than 60% of the impurities in the vital essence lake had been expelled. How can a faction with only a few people be so powerful? Qinyu knew that he was being monitored by the Yang family. In this month, Yang would personally monitor Qinyu every day. Other than that, there were a few Yang family disciples following him. Of course, this didn't mean that Qinyu would be able to expel all the impurities after consuming 2 more clear essence elixirs or clear sea elixirs. A faction with a star condensation realm monarch was a 3-star faction. It was considered the backbone of the great cosmos world. Qinyu took out the 5,000 mid-grade primordial stones that the Yang family gave him and took out 380,000 low-grade primordial stones from the mist-spitting pearl. After spending 880,000 low-grade primordial stones, Qinyu was only left with 300,000 or so primordial stones. It was obviously impossible for him to support his cultivation path beyond the late stages of the origin realm. After arriving, not only did he fail, he even fell into the Blackheart bandits' trap and was trapped by the array. Yang Yuhuan spilled the beans. The family head, Yang Yuan's face was pale and he looked like he was injured. This cultivation speed was already shockingly fast. There's a mole. Suddenly, Yang Yuhuan appeared in Qinyu's vision. She had a worried look in her eyes as she flew towards the Yang family's main hall. The shopkeeper said with a passionate face. Although the Yang family had suffered heavy losses this time, with a son-in-law like Yan Hanshan, when he entered the Heavenly Jade Sect's inner sect and became a Void Sea Realm expert, he would be a protective barrier for the Yang family. As for the Yang family's defeat against the black-hearted 11 bandits, Qinyu did not care much about it, as it had nothing to do with him. Originally, Qinyu had planned to request to become a Yang family's guest elder and receive some benefits. After all, he did not have enough source stones to buy more cleansing sea pills. But when he thought about how the Yang family had sent people to monitor him, it meant that they did not trust Qinyu and even suspected him. Qinyu was afraid that if he proposed it, the Yang family would not agree, and that would be awkward. Unexpectedly, one day, Yang An looked for Qinyu and took the initiative to bring up this matter. "Brother Chen, you've just arrived in the great cosmos world and are unfamiliar with the place. Why don't you stay with the Yang family for a while and become our guest elder?" Yang An took the initiative to talk to Qinyu. The Yang family had suffered heavy losses and urgently needed to replenish their strength. Although Qinyu had been suspected, Yang An did not notice any abnormal movements from Qinyu during the month he was under surveillance. In addition, if Qinyu was really a mole, he would definitely take action after becoming a guest elder. If the mole was exposed, it would be a good thing. If Qinyu was not a mole, the Yang family would not suffer any losses. "That's what I was thinking." Qinyu calmly accepted the offer. "Then it's settled. In the future, Brother Chen will be my Yang family's guest elder. If the Yang family is in danger in the future, I hope that Brother Chen can help us. The Yang family will not mistreat you," Yang An said with a warm smile. Next, Qinyu received the Yang family's guest elder identity token and a month's worth of resources, a total of 300 mid-grade source stones. As a guest elder, 300 mid-grade source stones per month meant more than 3,000 mid-grade source stones per year, which was equivalent to more than 300,000 low-grade source stones. If nothing happened to the Yang family, as a guest elder, Qinyu would be able to get 300,000 low-grade source stones for free without doing anything. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good deal. In addition, as a guest elder, he could enjoy many privileges, such as a 10% discount when purchasing pills and precious materials. 5 months later, Qinyu used his remaining source stones to buy another cleansing sea pill. In this way, the primordial stones in his possession were all used up. Qinyu thought that it would be great if he could freely come to the Kunyan realm and the Great Cosmos realm. If he could sell the things here in the Kunyan realm, he would definitely be able to make a fortune. After obtaining the clear sea pill, Qinyu returned to his residence and began cultivating. The cleansing sea pill was a high-quality pill. This was Qinyu's second time using it, but the effects were still very good. Of course, the mysterious heart also played a part in this. Half a month later, Qinyu came out of seclusion. 90% of the impurities in the True Origin Lake had been removed. A smile appeared on Qinyu's face. In just half a year, the hidden dangers left behind after using the Blood Star Holy Elixir were about to be eradicated. This process of expelling impurities and purifying one's true essence was also a process of condensing one's true essence and consolidating one's foundation. If he was faster, Qinyu was confident that he could break through to the peak of the late stage of Origin Realm within a year. One had to know that Qinyu wasn't even 34 years old yet. Compared to the prodigy of the Great Cosmos Realm, Yan Hanshan, he was even more outstanding. Of course, this wasn't because of Qinyu's innate talent. It was all because of the mysterious heart. Ever since Qinyu obtained the Eternal Heart at the Yunhui Gate, his life had changed. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of heaven and earth energy. The entire Yin clan's enormous amount of heaven and earth energy was gathering towards a certain place. Walking out of the room, he looked over. In the sky above a certain building, heaven and earth energy was surging crazily, forming a huge white whirlpool that reflected a white and resplendent sword radiance. Yan Hanshan is breaking through to the half-step empty sea realm. This is too amazing. Yan Hanshan is only 39 years old this year. With such talent, Big Brother Hanshan's future is limitless. The Yang clan members were discussing excitedly. Now, everyone knew that Yan Hanshan was in love with a lady from the Yang clan. In the future, he would be the son-in-law of the Yang clan. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Damn it! Yang Fengho stared at the sky, clenching his fists. Yan Hanshan's brilliance completely overshadowed him. These days, almost all the talk in the clan was about Yan Hanshan. Now that Yan Hanshan was breaking through to the half-step empty sea realm, Yang Fengho didn't even have the courage to compete with him. After Yan Hanshan broke through to the half-step empty sea realm, Yang Fengho wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Soon, this phenomenon disappeared. From the peak of the late stage to the half-step empty sea realm, it wasn't even a small breakthrough. To be able to form such a phenomenon was already very amazing. After Yan Hanshan broke through, the Yang clan patriarch and patriarch personally summoned him. The great cosmos realm is indeed a powerful realm in the vast universe. There are many talents. Qinyu sighed. But this was interesting. With competition and pressure, there would be more motivation. Qinyu had already decided to stay in the Yang clan for half a year before leaving. He already knew that half a year later, the nearby 3.5-star faction, the Heavenly Jade sect, would be recruiting disciples. Compared to the Yang clan, the Heavenly Jade sect was considered one of the powerful overlords of the southern region. If he could enter, Qinyu's future would undoubtedly be broader. On this day, Yan Hanshan suddenly came to visit, which surprised Qinyu. Although he and Yan Hanshan came into contact with the Yang clan together, the two of them didn't have much interaction. Brother Chen, your chi presence is more reserved. It looks like you are not far from the peak of the late stage of the origin returning realm. Yan Hanshan saw Qinyu and was slightly surprised. Recently, he had just reached the half-step empty sea realm and was suddenly proud of himself. But when he saw Qinyu, a person from a small domain, advancing so quickly, he felt a little uncomfortable. I can't compare to Brother Yan. Qinyu replied politely. He himself felt that Yan Hanshan was very impressive. How long does Brother Chen plan to stay in the Yang clan? Yan Hanshan's question confused Qinyu. Half a year. When the Heavenly Jade sect recruits disciples, I will give it a try. By then, we might be in the same sect. Brother Yan, please take care of me. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. Oh? If that's the case, then I will call you junior brother first. Yan Hanshan's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He said meaningfully, now, senior brother has something that needs junior brother's help with. What is it? Qinyu frowned slightly. He had yet to enter the Heavenly Jade sect, but Yan Hanshan addressed himself as senior brother and asked him to do something. Help senior brother deal with the Yang clan. Yan Hanshan's tone was gentle as he said slowly. Hearing the last two words, Qinyu's eyes suddenly shrank. Yan Hanshan wanted to deal with the Yang clan? What was going on? Suddenly, Qinyu understood something. However, at that moment, Yan Hanshan's figure burst out. He held a white jade sword in his hand and it shone with a cold light. Observing Qinyu's expression, Yan Hanshan knew that Qinyu would not help him. Therefore, he did not say anything else. He would get rid of this hidden danger first. A shocking white sword gleam lit up the entire room and charged towards Qinyu. Boom, with a loud sound, the entire room was split in half by Yan Hanshan's sword. Swoosh, in the dust, a black figure flashed. It was Qinyu. Qinyu's sense of danger was very strong. In addition, as a body cultivator, he was good at defense, so he successfully blocked Yan Hanshan's sword. At the same time, Qinyu realized that the situation was not good, so he decided to escape first. You're not dead? Seems like your background is not simple. Yan Hanshan murmured. Originally, he would not care about a person from a small world. However, ever since he met Qinyu, he felt that Qinyu was not simple. Therefore, he sought out Qinyu tonight. If Qinyu left the Yang clan immediately or tried to curry favor with him, he would have one more helper. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. What's going on? What happened? Yan Hanshan's attack alerted the people from the Yang clan nearby. Qinyu is a mole. He was the one who tipped off the Blackheart 11 bandits. That's why the Yang clan suffered such a heavy loss. I found out his identity, so he attacked me. Get ready to escape from the Yang clan. Yan Hanshan shouted calmly. His voice spread in all directions. He had a high prestige in the Yang clan. Many young people regarded him as a role model and trusted his words very much. This guy is a beast in human form. Qinyu, who was escaping, heard Yan Hanshan's words and immediately cursed. He did not care about Yan Hanshan before, so he did not expect him to be so sinister. Suddenly, swoosh, somewhere in the Yang clan, a gorgeous beam of light rose into the sky and turned into a huge ball of light. This is a signal. A deacon reacted. This was the signal that Yan Hanshan had set up. Once it was activated, the Blackheart 11 bandits would attack. Whoosh, two huge black shadows suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Soon, two black ships appeared in the sky above the Yang clan. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a purple light flashed on the two black ships. Then, more than a dozen beams of light shot down from the ships and landed everywhere in the Yang clan. The entire Yang clan trembled slightly. Suddenly, fire broke out everywhere. Kill! Ha ha ha, kill them all! Sounds of bloodthirst and laughter could be heard. Then, figures jumped off the ships one after another. The Blackheart 11 bandits. Damn it, the Blackheart 11 bandits have attacked the Yang clan. This is all Qianyu's fault. Furious voices came from the Yang clan. Yang clan, today is the day of your clan's destruction. The leader of the Blackheart gang flew down and blasted out a huge black claw. It instantly killed more than a dozen people and destroyed 3 houses. You're courting death. Today, the Blackheart 11 bandits will not return. The higher-ups of the Yang clan appeared one after another and took the initiative to attack the Blackheart 11 bandits. Whoosh, at the back mountain of the Yang clan, a purple light flashed and turned into a skinny old man. This person was the Yang clan's patriarch, the only Void Sea Realm expert. His appearance made the sky and earth dim. An invisible force pressed down on the Blackheart 11 bandits. Boss, Void Sea Realm. The hunchbacked man took a step back. What are you afraid of? He has been planning in the Yang clan for so long. If he fails, we'll expose him. By then, the Yang clan will definitely deal with him first. The leader of the Blackheart gang said calmly. Suddenly, a faint fragrance floated out of nowhere and quickly spread out. Ah, the Yang clan's patriarch hugged his head and screamed. Blue veins popped out all over his body and his skin began to turn green. It seemed that he had been poisoned. The Yang clan's patriarch was not the only one in this situation. Nearly 40% of the Yang clan's senior members had been poisoned. At this moment, they were screaming in pain. Damn it, Qianyu even poisoned them. Yang Fenghe also hugged his head and screamed. In this regard, Qianyu, who was hiding in the dark, could only curse Yan Hanshan in his heart for giving him such a big black pot. Kill! The black-hearted leader's eyes lit up and he shouted. The men of the Blackheart 11 bandits took this opportunity to make their move and start a massacre. Not only that, the Blackhearted 11 bandits even invited a bald-headed helper. He was also an evil person in this area and was known as the Decapitation Evil Man. He was half a step into the empty sea realm. The defeat of the Yang family's upper echelon had left a shadow in their hearts. Now that they were suddenly attacked by the Blackhearted 11 bandits and were poisoned, they were thrown into confusion. This is bright fragrance pollen. It doesn't contain poison by itself, but if it is combined with the colorless and odorless silent night poison powder, it can form an extremely strong poison. A Yang family upper echelon who knew about pharmacology said as he sniffed the fragrance in the air. In other words, during the past 6 months, Qianyu has already poisoned so many of the Yang family's higher-ups with the dark night poison fragrance? A Yang family upper echelon's eyes widened in anger when he heard this. It's a pity that our family doesn't have the antidote for this poison. Even if I were to personally make the antidote, it would take a day. The Yang family upper echelon sighed. Damn it, that kid is so cunning. When did he poison me? I didn't notice at all. Yang roared. He was also poisoned and was currently sitting cross-legged to suppress the poison and heal. Qianyu, you bastard, how dare you poison me? Yang Fenghe was furious. He had suffered at the hands of Qianyu, and now he had been tricked by Qianyu. He naturally hated Qianyu to the core. Hehe, Qianyu, this is what happens when you become my enemy. Yan Hanshan was condemning Qianyu on the surface, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. This way, he didn't need to deal with Qianyu at all. The Yang family would also send some people to deal with Qianyu. In fact, he didn't want to deal with Qianyu either. After all, no one wanted to make an enemy out of nowhere. It was a pity that Xianxia was involved and couldn't stand on his side. Since that was the case, he could only get rid of him. Only by avoiding all hidden dangers could the plan proceed smoothly until success. At this moment, Xianxia was pretending to be poisoned and was injured by Xianxu's sneak attack. He was sitting cross-legged to heal his injuries. This way, he could avoid participating in the battle. If he were to help the Blackheart 11 bandits now, it would be difficult for him to eliminate the Yang clan. After all, the Yang clan had a Void Sea Realm expert. With his strength, if he were to help the Yang family, he would be able to turn this situation around in an instant. Suddenly, Xianxia, your plan is quite thorough. Hurry up and make your move. The black-hearted boss's voice resounded in Xianxia's mind. The black-hearted boss was also very eager for the rumored ice jade armor and didn't want to give it to Xianxia. Therefore, the black-hearted boss didn't want the 11 bandits to fight here and Xianxia to preserve his strength so that he could reap the benefits. Don't worry, everything is going according to my plan. You, on the other hand, better not hide any other thoughts. If we can't destroy the Yang family this time, your Blackheart 11 bandits will have one more enemy. Annihilate the Yang family, a win-win situation for us. That's the best outcome. Xianxia sneered and transmitted his voice. The Yang clan would hate Xianxia even more if their plan was exposed and they failed to destroy the Yang clan. However, Xianxia was a genius of the 3.5-star faction, the Heavenly Jade sect. The Yang clan couldn't deal with him even if they wanted to. As long as Xianxia was given time, a genius like him would eventually grow to a point where the Yang clan would tremble. The black-hearted boss also knew this and didn't say anything else, feeling extremely frustrated. Go and kill the rest of the Yang clan. The black-hearted boss shouted furiously. After saying that, he took out a cloak with blood-red patterns and faced the Yang clan's patriarch with the decapitated evil man. Those who offend my Yang clan will die. The Yang clan's patriarch shouted coldly. He stretched out his finger, and a purple flame suddenly lit up. Whoosh! The purple light flashed, and a purple flame as thick as an arm shot out. The surrounding essence energy surged and spun, forming a whirlpool of essence energy that blasted at the black-hearted boss. The black-hearted boss's expression sank. Two black claws appeared behind him and blocked in front of him. At the same time, the black-red cloak on his body fluttered, forming a red barrier of light that protected him. At the side, the decapitated evil man also used his defensive techniques to block the Yang clan's patriarch with the black-hearted boss. They did not intend to clash with a Void Sea Realm expert. Their goal was only to temporarily restrain the Yang clan's patriarch. Once the black-hearted boss's brothers severely injured the other Yang clan upper echelon, they would basically win this battle. Xianxia, you hypocrite with a human face. Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, silently cursed Xianxia. However, the situation was not in his favor, so he would not go out and join in the fun. Xianxia knew Xianxia's goal. If possible, he would definitely go out and interfere at the crucial moment, ruining Xianxia's plans. Xianxia had been in a hurry to dodge earlier, so his position was not hidden. At this moment, a Yang clan member fought with a bandit while heading over to Xianxia. It could not be helped, they had discovered Xianxia. The bandit did not recognize Xianxia, but the Yang clan member hated Xianxia to the bone. When he discovered Xianxia, he immediately roared, Xianxia, my Yang clan will cut you into 1,000 pieces. I was discovered. Xianxia said helplessly, but he did not panic. The man from the Yang family shouted, exposing Xianxia's whereabouts. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them, I will kill anyone who offends Xianxia. Xianxia instantly attacked and killed that person. This brother is very skilled. How about you join us, the black-hearted 11 bandits? You can kill and plunder with us. You can have anything you want. Seeing that Xianxia had killed a member of the Yang family, the bandit was also shocked by Xianxia's methods and smiled flatteringly. Die. Without saying a word, Xianxia punched out and blasted the bandit into the sky. The bandit's body exploded and a rain of blood rained down from the sky. He did not need to explain anything to the Yang clan. The more he explained, the more complicated it would be, and the Yang clan members might not believe him. Therefore, Xianxia used his actions to prove it. Xianxia, I will kill you. At this moment, Yang Fenghe and two of the upper echelons charged towards Qinyu. Although they were puzzled as to why Qinyu killed a bandit, they could not be bothered. They would kill Qinyu, the traitor, first. Brother Fenghe, there must be some misunderstanding. Yang Yuhuan suddenly appeared and shouted. Sister Yuhuan, did this kid give you some medicine? Why are you still siding with him at this time? Yang Fenghe shouted. The poison that was suppressed just now acted up again, and at the same time, he was even more sorrowful. At this time, the girl he liked was still speaking up for Qinyu. There must be some misunderstanding. Brother Qin can't be the traitor. Otherwise, why would he kill a bandit? Moreover, in this half a year, I have been in contact with Brother Qin the most, and he did not poison me. Yang Yuhuan said immediately. During the days in the Yang clan, Yang Yuhuan was indeed the one who had the most contact with Qinyu, and she had a certain understanding of Qinyu. In addition, she had a good impression of Qinyu, so she trusted Qinyu more. Qinyu was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Yang Yuhuan to speak up for him at this time. Sister Yuhuan, you've been deceived by this kid. Yang Fenghe roared and charged towards Qinyu with the other two upper echelons. Scram! Qinyu bellowed and activated the secret pattern demonic body, emitting a domineering demonic intent. Boom, Qinyu struck out a fist. A giant fist light surged with black light. The surrounding demonic clouds roared and devoured the surrounding heaven and earth energy. This was the cloud-swallowing demonic fist, but Qinyu did not use his full strength. Yang Fenghe and the other two deacons had a huge change in expression as they tried to block the attack. Boom, the demonic fist exploded and a powerful shockwave spread out, pushing Yang Fenghe and the other two elders back. Yang Fenghe was already poisoned. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. Did you see that, Sister Yuhuan? Qinyu dealt such a heavy blow to my Yang clan. He is a member of the black-hearted 11 bandits. Yang Fenghe yelled. A bunch of fools. If I had dealt a heavy blow just now, you would already be dead. Qinyu snorted coldly. His current cultivation level was very close to the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. Yang Fenghe was poisoned and could only use 60% of his strength. If Qinyu had used his full strength in this fist, Yang Fenghe would most likely die. Right at this moment, the situation of the battle changed. The black-hearted boss and the decapitated head evil man held back the Yang clan's Void Sea Realm old ancestor, while the rest of the Yang clan was being defeated and heavily injured by the black-hearted 11 bandits. Now is the time for the survival of the clan. Activate the clan protection spirit artifact. The Yang clan had yelled and entered the Yang clan's forbidden grounds. Boom, in the next moment, a cold white light spread out, causing the surrounding buildings to freeze. A cold jade light shot into the sky. Then, a suit of armor that was as white as jade floated up. Following which, the energy of an array appeared in the surroundings. The cold jade armor released a shocking cold energy that surged into the array. Within a radius of 100 feet, a layer of circular ice appeared and gradually rose up, as though it was about to form a giant ice barrier. Under the summons of the clan head, the Yang clan members gathered. Cold jade armor. I didn't expect your Yang clan to really have such a superior grade spirit artifact. The black-hearted boss looked at the cold jade armor with a trace of desire. At the same time, his heart trembled as he looked at Yan Hanshan. If Yan Hanshan still did not move, the black-hearted boss decided to retreat and expose Yan Hanshan. The Yang clan used the cold jade armor to form a powerful defensive array. With the strength of the Blackheart 11 bandits, they would not be able to break through it without 3 to 5 days. At that time, the Yang clan's poison would be completely cured, and they would have a good strategy to turn this situation around and severely injure the Blackheart 11 bandits. Yang clan, cold jade armor. Yan Hanshan suddenly stood up, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Old clan head, let me help you kill this evil bandit. Yan Hanshan shouted as he slashed at the black-hearted boss. Seeing that Yan Hanshan had suppressed the poison and was participating in the battle, the Yang clan patriarch rejoiced. Die. The Yang clan patriarch's robes fluttered as heaven earth yuan energy surged over and gathered at the Yang clan patriarch's fingertip. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the black-hearted boss and the decapitated man's hearts to pound wildly. Yan Hanshan, the black-hearted boss roared. At that moment Yan Hanzhan seized the opportunity and slashed at the Yang clan patriarch again. This sword strike was completely different from the first one. That blinding white light immediately lit up, and the sharp sword intent pierced at the Yang clan patriarch. Whoosh, the white light flashed, turning the dark night into day. A smooth sword scream dozens of meters long slashed at the Yang clan patriarch. At that moment, the Yang clan patriarch was attacking the black-hearted boss. He wanted to block Yan Hanzhan's sword strike again, but it was already too late. Pfff, the white light dissipated, and a bloody wound was left on the Yang clan patriarch's body, extending from his shoulder to his chest. Blood spread out and soaked his clothes. The patriarch of the Yang family stood rooted to the ground and looked at his wound. He could tell from Yan Hanzhan's attack that Yan Hanzhan was not injured. That was his ultimate attack, the ultimate attack. As for Yan Hanzhan's attack on the black-hearted boss, it was only for show. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. This, Yan Hanzhan, why would he attack the patriarch? Did he make a mistake? What's going on? Am I seeing things? The members of the Yang family were all dumbfounded. They even thought that it was Yan Hanzhan's mistake. At this moment, Yan Hanzhan suddenly turned around and glanced at the Yang family's forbidden area. That cold gaze filled with killing intent caused everyone from the Yang family to feel a chill run down their spines. Swoosh, in an instant, Yan Hanzhan attacked again, slashing out a dazzling white jade sword light. This sword seemed to cut into the hearts of the Yang family members, causing them to tremble and their expressions to change. Oh no, Yan Hanzhan is attacking the ice jade armor. The Yang family leader shouted. By the time they reacted and tried to resist, it was already too late. After all, no one had expected that Yan Hanzhan, who they trusted and was known as the White Jade Sword of the Tianyu sect, would suddenly attack the Yang family at this critical moment. In the Yang family, the girl who was in a relationship with Yan Hanzhan was also dumbfounded. She stood rooted to the ground, her eyes losing focus. Boom, Yan Hanzhan's sword struck the ice jade armor. A cold light rippled in all directions, and the speed of formation slowed down. Then, Yan Hanzhan slashed out 6 times in a row, each of which was extremely powerful. The poisoned and injured Yang family leader and several senior members of the Yang family tried to block the attacks. However, Yan Hanzhan was a genius of the Tianyu sect. Even half-step Kong Hai was weaker than him, and the Yang family only had one poisoned and injured half-step Kong Hai. Boom! Bang! After a round of fighting, smoke and dust rose in the forbidden area. More than a dozen corpses lay on the ground, and the formation near the forbidden area was destroyed by Yan Hanzhan. Yan Hanzhan had prepared for this for a long time, and everything was basically going according to plan. Yan Hanzhan, what are you doing? You bastard, how could you attack my Yang family? Yan Hanzhan, the Yang clan treats you like one of our own. You just injured the Yang clan's patriarch and destroyed the Yang clan's formation. Are you still human? At this moment, the people of the Yang family had completely recognized the reality, and their voices were boiling. Even a fool would know that the real traitor in the Yang family was the genius disciple of this orthodox sect, Yan Hanzhan. The attack on the Yang clan by the 11 bandits was arranged by Yan Hanzhan, whose purpose was to infiltrate the Yang clan. Yan Hanzhan had been the one to inform them of the failure of the previous crusade against the 11 bandits. The sad thing was that all of them had been deceived by Yan Hanzhan, and even thought of him as their savior. All of this was done by Yan Hanzhan. He had schemed and plotted all of this to deal with the Yang family. Needless to say, Qinyu had been framed by Yan Hanzhan. Beside Qinyu, Yang Fengho and the other 2 authorities were dumbfounded. They had just chased after Qinyu and fought with Qinyu, even though they had failed miserably in the end. Who knew that the real traitor was Yan Hanzhan, and the poison was also from him? They had actually listened to the traitor and attacked the true benefactor of the Yang clan. At this moment, Yang Fengho and the other 2 did not even dare to look at Qinyu. They felt that they had been humiliated for the rest of their lives. Especially Yang Fengho. He was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it, so that no one could see him. Hee, I told you that you're a bunch of fools. The entire Yang clan was played by one person. Qinyu could not help but mock. However, he had to admit that Yan Hanzhan was indeed sinister and cunning. He had hidden himself so well. Being scolded by Qinyu, Yang Fengho, and the other two lowered their heads and did not refute. They could not find an excuse to refute because it was the truth. You guys are so stupid. Some of those who were poisoned have never even met me. How could I have poisoned them? Qinyu could not help but curse. The poison inflicted by the Yang clan required the inhalation of two types of poisons at the same time to take effect. Qinyu's Yang clan was relatively low-key and rarely interfered with other matters. Therefore, there were some higher-ups that Qinyu had never met before. The Yang clan leader and the others who were further away were filled with regret. Qinyu and Yan Hanzhan came to the Yang clan at the same time. They were all suspicious of Qinyu, but not Yan Hanzhan. That's right. Qinyu didn't even say a word to me. He didn't have the chance to poison me. An old woman who was poisoned lowered her head and sighed. Previously, they were the ones who panicked and didn't think things through calmly before trusting Yan Hanzhan. Sigh, I must have been blind to not see Yan Hanzhan's true colors. The Yang clan leader clenched his fists in anger. Hanzhan, why, did you attack the clan leader and the elders? Not far away, a beautiful woman stared at Yan Hanzhan, tears rolling down her cheeks. She was Yan Hanzhan's lover in the Yang clan. She had thought that she would live a carefree life from now on. But the reality shattered the beauty in her heart in an instant. Shut up. Do you really think I'll fall for you? Yan Hanzhan glanced at the woman and slashed with his sword. This woman was only his chess piece. He needed a reasonable reason to stay in the Yang clan. Therefore, he thought of this method to make the Yang clan happy and let their guard down. He had originally planned to get Yang Yuhuan. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the North Water region. It would be more believable for Yan Hanzhan to fall for such a woman. However, Yang Yuhuan was not interested in him at all. Yan Hanzhan could only change his target. Poof, the beautiful woman was cut in half by Yan Hanzhan's sword aura in disbelief. Swoosh, Yan Hanzhan dashed out and approached the forbidden area of the Yang clan. The bandits nearby also followed Yan Hanzhan and charged forward. Yan Hanzhan, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. A person who had trusted Yan Hanzhan a lot when he was alive roared at Yan Hanzhan before he died. Plop, corpses fell one after another. The Yang clan's momentum was gone. This fellow's timing is really good. He injured the Yang clan's patriarch and destroyed the Yang clan's formation, causing the Yang clan to fall into despair. The black-hearted boss stared at Yan Hanzhan with a grave expression. Yan Hanzhan's meticulous thoughts and ruthless methods shocked the black-hearted boss. He did not want to make an enemy out of such a person. Decapitated evil man, restrain this old fellow. The black-hearted boss shouted. All right. This Yang clan is a juicy piece of meat. The decapitated evil man's eyes glowed ferociously. On the other side, Yan Hanzhan and the bandits started a massacre, closing in on the icy jade armor in the center of the forbidden area. After the Yang clan head knew that Yan Hanzhan's target was the icy jade armor and that the situation was not good, he immediately flew up and put on the icy jade armor. Yan Hanzhan, you despicable scum. I will never let you have the Yang clan's icy jade armor. The Yang clan head shouted. Does the icy jade armor really belong to your Yang clan? Yan Hanzhan asked coldly with a cold gaze. What do you mean? This icy jade armor is my Yang clan's clan-protecting spirit artifact. If it is not my Yang clan's, then does it belong to your Yan clan? The Yang clan head shouted angrily. His hatred for Yan Hanzhan had reached its peak. He had never hated someone so much before. This icy jade armor was obtained by your Yang clan's third clan head after he ambushed a heavily injured Void Sea Supremacy, right? Yan Hanzhan chuckled and revealed the origin of the icy jade armor. The person who ambushed your Yang clan's third clan head was my grandfather. So you guessed correctly. This icy jade armor belongs to my Yan clan. Yan Hanzhan's gaze turned cold as he shouted, killing intent filling the air. Nonsense. Back then, our Yang family's third-generation patriarch passed by unintentionally. That Void Sea Realm Venerable wanted to kill the third-generation patriarch and devoured his blood essence to recover from his injuries. In the end, the third-generation patriarch killed him instead. This cold jade armor was naturally the third-generation patriarch's spoils of war. The Yang clan's patriarch in the sky had a solemn expression. That's right. It was that evil cultivator who wanted to kill my Yang clan's third clan head first. But because he was injured and the third clan head was powerful, he managed to turn the tables. The Yang clan head shouted coldly. The Yang clan members believed this without a doubt. They would never believe a word that Yan Hansan said now. Haha, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Today, all of you will die. Yan Hansan did not want to argue. He stared at the Yang clan head in the icy jade armor. Whoosh, the Yang clan members gathered around the clan head to fight against Yan Hansan together. Yang Yuhuan was among them. Guest Chen, hurry up and save the Yang clan. That's right. You're also the guest Chen of the Yang clan. You can't just watch them die. The two upper echelons beside Yang Fengho looked at Qinyu with pleading expressions. Qinyu had forced the three of them back with one move. This was enough to prove that Qinyu's strength was extraordinary. Are you all out of your minds? Even if I'm the Chen family's guest Chen, you wanted to kill me just now? And I still want to save the Yang clan? Qinyu shouted coldly. The two immediately lowered their heads and did not speak. One of them even knelt down and apologized, begging Qinyu to help. At this moment, whoosh, a long-armed man saw Yang Fengho and the Yang clan members and immediately rushed over. This man was the third of the Blackheart 11 bandits. Yang Fengho is the genius of the Yang clan. We can't let him live. The long-armed man murmured. Third Blackheart. Yang Fengho trembled when he saw the long-armed man. The other party was ranked third among the Blackheart 11 bandits. His strength was extraordinary. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, Yang Fengho did not have much chance of winning, not to mention that he was poisoned and injured. However, when the long-armed man rushed over, he suddenly saw Qinyu. Good lad, it was you who killed 11 and saved Yang Yuhuan. The long-armed man saw Qinyu and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom. Boom, he stretched out his slender and strong arms and after condensing a large amount of true origin, he punched down twice. Two giant dark green fists with a powerful aura fell from the sky, aiming at Qinyu and Yang Fengho. Fengho, run. The two senior officials hurriedly shouted. Yang Fengho was the genius of the Yang clan. As long as he was alive, the Yang clan still had hope. Bang, there was an explosion and Yang Fengho jumped out from it. In order to protect Yang Fengho, one of the two senior officials of the Yang clan died and the other was injured. On the other side, a loud explosion engulfed Qinyu's body. Humph, the genius of the Yang clan, I wonder how it feels to kill you. The long-armed man's eyes were bloodthirsty. At this moment, in the smoke and dust on the other side, a shocking demonic aura exploded and instantly dispersed the dust. At the same time, a pitch-black ancient demonic fist soared into the sky and absorbed the surrounding true origin chi. It grew bigger and bigger until it was like a small mountain, crashing towards the long-armed man. What? The long-armed man's expression suddenly changed when he saw the rapidly approaching powerful punch. From his point of view, the only one worthy of his attention was the prodigy of the Yang clan, Yang Fengho. He thought that his fist was enough to turn Qinyu into minced meat. Hence, he focused all his attention on Yang Fengho to prevent this prodigy from escaping. Unexpectedly, not only was Qinyu fine, he even launched a counterattack. Boom, the black fist descended, turning into a vast demonic cloud that roiled endlessly. The long-armed man took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. His clothes were in tatters, and his sorry face was filled with shock. His long and sturdy arms were riddled with scars. He sent the third brother flying with a single punch. Yang Fengho was also taken aback by the scene. This punch from Qinyu was exactly the same as the one he used on him. Now, Yang Fengho completely believed that Qinyu was holding back. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to speak. How is this possible? This kid is from a small domain, how can he be so strong? Yang Fengho was filled with jealousy. You're not bad to be able to block this punch of mine. Qinyu's calm voice could be heard. Arrogant. The long-armed man shouted. As the third brother of the 11 Blackheart bandits, he had never been humiliated by a kid in the late stage of the returning origin realm. But in fact, what Qinyu said was the truth. If he was in the Kunyan realm, with Qinyu's current strength, It would be hard for the elite Golden Emblem Sacred Guard to block the cloud-devouring demonic fist. This proved that the overall strength of the cultivators in the Great Cosmos realm was much stronger than that of the Kunyan realm. Take my full punch. The long-armed man took out a pair of green scale wrist guards and wore them on his arms. Circulating his true energy, his arms were surrounded by a thick layer of green astral wind. Boom, the long-armed man roared and waved his fists, smashing them towards Qianyu. The astral wind formed scales that turned into two green-scaled pythons that attacked Qianyu. Instead of retreating, Qianyu charged forward. His fists were shrouded in demonic runes as he charged toward the two green-scaled pythons. Pung, Qianyu punched out, combining his physique strength and quintessential essence, smashing a green-scaled python with a single punch. Then, he grabbed another green-scaled python with his claws and pulled it to the sides, tearing it in half. Boom! Bang! Green astral wind surged violently as explosions rang out incessantly. Qianyu stood there, allowing the astral winds to blow and the explosions to hit him. His figure did not move at all, and he was not injured at all. His physical strength is so strong. The long-armed man stood still and gasped. His all-out attack was actually broken by Qianyu in such a barbaric and domineering way. Whoosh, Qianyu's figure suddenly moved, dragging a black dragon tail behind him as he charged toward the long-armed man. Seeing this scene, the long-armed man felt a trace of fear, and his body trembled. From everything that had happened just now, the long-armed man had realized that he was no match for Qianyu. In fact, he had the same thought before, but it was denied. Now, he calmly admitted it. Men, help me kill this kid. The long-armed man shouted. Want to kill me? Qianyu's cold words floated out. In the next moment, Qianyu's figure quickly approached the long-armed man. The long-armed man crossed his arms in front of him, circulating his quintessential essence, stimulating a layer of green-scaled astral wind to protect himself. Bang! Qianyu's fist landed on the green-scaled astral wind, causing it to tremble violently, and the astral wind dissipated a little. Then, Qianyu punched a second and a third time. Not good. The long-armed man shouted, but it was too late. The green-scaled astral wind was broken by Qianyu's 3 punches, and a huge force fell on him. Bang! The long-armed man's body flew backward, smashing a deep pit in the building below. Die! Qianyu took out the magic flood dragon sword and swooped down. He held the sword with both hands and fiercely stabbed down. Boom! Bang! The huge and ferocious magic flood dragon sword stabbed the long-armed man's chest, suddenly causing an explosion that spread in all directions. Then, the magic flood dragon sword went a little deeper, and blood splashed from the wound. No, spare me, spare, the long-armed man screamed in pain. Feeling the sword in front of him getting closer and closer to his heart, he trembled all over, extremely frightened. But he was nailed by Qianyu's sword, and he was unable to break free. Bang! Qianyu stabbed hard, and the magic flood dragon sword penetrated the long-armed man's body. An explosion came from inside the body. The magic flood dragon sword had an explosive characteristic. If it pierced through the body, the internal organs would definitely be blown to pieces. Third brother. Not far away, the few bandits that were coming to support were all dumbfounded when they saw the huge sword penetrating the long-armed man's body. They looked at Qianyu with rage, but even the black-hearted third brother was killed by Qianyu. If they rushed over, they would just be sending themselves to death. Therefore, not a single one of them came over. Instead, they all retreated. Dead. Yang Fenghe was dumbstruck. The infamous black-hearted third brother of the black-hearted 11 bandits was actually killed so easily by Qianyu. The death of the black-hearted third brother had shocked the entire battlefield. Third brother. The black-hearted boss looked down and roared. He never expected that the black-hearted third brother would actually die under such a smooth situation. Your third brother was actually killed by a late-stage Origin Realm martial artist. The decapitated evil man had a face of shock. Those who had the ability to kill enemies that were a higher realm than them were usually the top prodigies of those powerful sect factions. Even an outer sect prodigy like Yan Hanshan would find it hard to kill an enemy that was a higher realm than him. At most, he would be able to fight against an opponent that was a higher realm than him. How could the Yang clan have such a person? Haha, my Yang clan still has hope. When the Yang clan patriarch saw this scene, he laughed heartily, and his face regained some color. Boom. Swish, swish. As he waved his sleeves, his quintessential essence turned into a violent gale that blew over. Beams of purple flames burst out. Is that so? Old man, aren't you being too optimistic? The black-hearted boss laughed coldly. This is bad. The Yang clan patriarch frowned slightly. When he scanned Yan Hanshan with his spiritual awareness, his expression changed slightly. Yang Yuan, how many more sword strikes can you withstand? Yan Hanshan mocked with an icy tone. Swish. Swish. Swish, the white jade treasure sword in Yan Hanshan's hand continuously slashed. Rays of dazzling white sword light slashed forward and landed on a circular ice barrier. Crack, another crack appeared on the circular ice barrier, and it gradually spread out. Within the ice barrier, the Yang clan patriarch, Yang Yuan, had a pale expression. He gritted his teeth and bitterly endured. If he was at his peak, with the icy jade armor, he would not be afraid of Yan Hanshan and might even be able to defeat this heavenly jade sect prodigy. Unfortunately, the Yang clan patriarch was poisoned and injured. Near Yang Yuan, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. With Yan Hanshan's half-step empty sea realm strength, an ordinary half-step empty sea realm in a two-star family was no match for him, let alone those with lower cultivation. Jade River Sword Slash. Suddenly, Yan Hanshan raised his sword high. The sword will and quintessential essence on it surged crazily, rippling like water. Swish, the sword slashed down. The dazzling sword slash was like a long white river that suddenly fell with shocking power. Yan Hanshan's sword doctrine realm was extremely high. This slash landed on the weak point of the ice barrier. Boom, instantly, the ice barrier shattered, and a large amount of ice fragments flew in all directions. As for the Yang clan patriarch, he was hit head-on by Yan Hanshan's slash. His body was sent flying for dozens of feet, and he crashed into a building and collapsed it. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and there was a shallow wound on his forehead. Swish, suddenly, a white light shone in front of him, and it rapidly approached the patriarch, making it difficult for him to look at it directly. The next moment, the light dissipated. Yan Hanshan's sword pierced through the patriarch's head. Blood flowed down and dripped onto the pure white ice jade armor. Patriarch! Yan Hanshan, you cunning villain, how dare you kill the patriarch? The Yang clan members nearby were either crying or roaring in anger, but there was nothing they could do. With this ice jade armor, the first place in the next outer sect competition of the Tianyu sect will be mine. Yan Hanshan stared at the ice jade armor and revealed a faint smile. This time, not only did he destroy the Yang clan and take revenge, but he also took back the treasure that originally belonged to the Yan clan. With the help of this ice jade armor, the first place in the next outer sect competition of the Tianyu sect would be a piece of cake. One should know that the prize for the first place in the outer sect competition was extremely generous. It was enough to change the course of Yan Hanshan's fate, allowing him to stand on the same stage as the top talents of the inner sect. Suddenly, Yan Hanshan felt a powerful force of heaven and earth descending upon him, and his body sank slightly. Swish, the ancestor of the Yang clan flew down from the sky, his eyes filled with rage. Yang clan patriarch. Yan Hanshan's gaze trembled slightly. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, black-hearted old thief. The black-hearted boss and the decapitated evil man must have purposely let the Yang clan patriarch rush over. He and the black-hearted 11 bandits had discussed the distribution plan beforehand, but the bandits were greedy and would definitely not hand over the ice jade armor to Yan Hanshan obediently. As long as Yan Hanshan died, everything here would belong to the black-hearted 11 bandits. Although Yan Hanshan was a genius, he was still not a match for a Void Sea Realm cultivator, especially since the Yang clan patriarch hated him to the bone. However, if he obtained the ice jade armor, why would he need to fear a Void Sea Realm cultivator? Yan Hanshan reached out to grab the armor on the patriarch's body. This is my Yang clan spirit artifact. Let go. The Yang clan patriarch roared. Yan Hanshan was about to remove the ice jade armor from the patriarch's body. At that moment, swish, a dark red light streaked across the night sky and shot toward Yan Hanshan's arm. Yan Hanshan was too eager to obtain the treasure. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Ah! Yan Hansan screamed as his elbow was pierced by a blood-red flame sword light. His hand trembled slightly, and he did not manage to retrieve the ice jade armor in time. Die! The young clan patriarch roared as he pointed with a finger. Boom! A huge pillar of purple flame descended from the sky and crashed into the ground. It was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to crush everything. Damn it! Yan Hansan could only give up on the ice jade armor. He hurriedly activated his quintessential energy barrier and waved the sword in his hand as he dodged backward. Otherwise, he would be severely injured by the young clan patriarch's attack. Even if he obtained the ice jade armor in the end, it would still be difficult for him to escape unscathed in such a complicated situation. Chen Yu. Yan Hansan scanned his back with his spiritual senses and determined the direction of the attack based on its trajectory. He finally confirmed that this attack had been released by Chen Yu. He had never expected that the person who had ruined his plans at this crucial moment would be Chen Yu. Chen Yu was a vengeful person. Previously, Yan Hansan had framed Chen Yu and made Chen Yu a scapegoat. Now that he had a chance, he would naturally take revenge. The Yangming sword finger earlier was just right, causing Yan Hansan to miss out on this opportunity. If I had known this would happen, I would have done my best to get rid of you from the start. Yan Hansan gritted his teeth as he stared at Chen Yu, flustered and exasperated. If not for Chen Yu's interference, he would have obtained the icy jade armor already. However, he did not have time to seek trouble with Chen Yu now. After the young family patriarch pushed back Yan Hansan, he turned his attention to the icy jade armor. Buzz! The young family patriarch grabbed at the icy jade armor with his palm. The icy jade armor left the family head's body and flew towards the young family patriarch. The young family patriarch and the family head had each refined 50% of this peak superior grade spirit tool. Hence, the two of them could communicate with this peak superior grade defensive treasure armor. You two fools! If the young family patriarch obtains the icy jade armor, none of us will be able to do anything to him. Yan Hansan shouted at the black-hearted boss and the decapitated evil man. Following that, he raised his sword and chopped. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two mirror-like white jade sword chopped, forming a cross as they charged at the young family patriarch. Quick, stop him! We cannot let the young family patriarch obtain the icy jade armor. The black-hearted boss panicked. He had not expected Chen Yu to suddenly make a move and disrupt the situation. If the young family patriarch obtained the icy jade armor, he would be able to ignore the attacks of the three and counterattack without any worries. In that case, they could only return empty-handed. The black-hearted 11 bandits had moved out in full force and suffered heavy losses. If they did not obtain anything in return, it would be a huge blow to the black-hearted 11 bandits. Heart Destruction Claw. Black mist surged behind the black-hearted boss as he ferociously clawed. Boom! The sinister black palm carried a terrifying aura of destruction as it flew towards the young family patriarch. The headless evil man swung the huge saber in his hand, creating a berserk dark storm. Suddenly, a huge purple-blue saber light flew out from the storm. At this moment, the three half-step Void Sea Realm experts joined forces to attack the injured young family patriarch. These bastards, the young family's old ancestor's spiritual sense spread out in all directions, his face filled with anger and embarrassment. Hoo-hoo, with a wave of his arms, true essence gushed out. The purple flames around him boiled and spun, wrapping him within. Boom! The next moment, the three half-step Empty Sea Realm experts' killing blows hit the young family patriarch, and a terrifying storm swept out in all directions. Cough cough. The young family's old ancestor's body swayed as he coughed violently. Kill. The black-hearted boss and the headless evil man quickly charged at the young clan ancestor, launching even more ferocious attacks. At this time, if the young family ancestor insisted on retrieving the cold ice jade armor, it would be difficult. Whoosh! Yan Hansan took the opportunity to fly up and grab the ice jade armor. The young family ancestor waved his palm, and 5 purple flames appeared in the dark night, sweeping towards Yan Hansan. Ding! Ding! Bang! Yan Hansan swung his sword, and a dazzling, jade-white sword light appeared, clashing with the purple flames. Old man, the cold ice jade armor is mine. Yan Hansan cursed through gritted teeth. The true essence under his feet burst forth, and his speed suddenly increased. His figure quickly approached the cold ice jade armor and grabbed it. However, at the same time, Yan Hansan was struck by one of the purple flames, leaving a half-meter-long wound on his body. "This is my Yang family's clan-protecting spirit tool." The Yang family patriarch roared furiously. He pointed with his finger, and a huge pillar of purple flames descended from the sky. Crack! Yan Hansan immediately used his true essence to protect himself. In an instant, this pillar of purple flames shattered his true essence shield. Boom, bang. The remaining might struck Yan Hansan, causing him to fall to the ground. Yan Hansan quickly stood up and laughed loudly. Haha. With this armor, you can't do anything to me. Although he had not refined the cold ice jade armor and could not unleash its true might, just the armor's defense alone could weaken an early-stage empty sea realm expert's attack. Pfft. The Yang family patriarch suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark green blood. His skin also began to turn green. So you were suppressing the poison earlier. I thought you had already detoxified it. Yan Hansan stared at the Yang family patriarch and sneered. The Yang family patriarch was the biggest obstacle in his plan. How could Yan Hansan not poison the Yang family patriarch? Patriarch! The Yang family members nearby cried out when they saw the scene. The despair in their eyes grew even more intense. It turned out that the Yang family patriarch had also been poisoned by Yan Hansan, but to a lesser extent. After all, it was too risky to attack the Yang family patriarch. Yan Hansan had only used a small amount of silent night poison powder after several encounters. The Yang family patriarch's cultivation was profound. He had suppressed the poison at the beginning, so outsiders would think that the Yang family patriarch was not poisoned. At this moment, the Yang family patriarch had been injured repeatedly. He could no longer suppress the poison and it suddenly erupted. Survivors of the Yang family, evacuate immediately. The Yang family patriarch shouted. His voice spread throughout the entire family. The enemy had 3 half-step empty sea realm experts. Although Yan Hansan's cultivation was not the most profound, he was a genius of a 3.5-star force. He was stronger than the average half-step empty sea realm expert in all aspects. Now that he had the cold jade armor, even the Yang family patriarch would find it difficult to hurt him. The Yang family was doomed, but the Yang family could not be destroyed like this. Now, he was the only one who could temporarily block the 3 half-step empty sea realm experts and let the rest of the Yang family escape. Let's retreat. If I succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will definitely kill the Blackheart 11 bandits and Yan Hansan. Everyone except the Yang family patriarch began to evacuate. Hee, leave no one alive. The Blackheart leader shouted coldly. If the weeds were not removed, they would grow again. The Blackheart 11 bandits had always been ruthless in doing things to prevent future troubles. Yang Yuhuan looked pale and panicked. There was a wound on her right shoulder. She was also among the fleeing group. Brother Chen, go. Seeing that Chen Yu was still in a daze, Yang Yuhuan couldn't help but shout. Sigh. Chen Yu sighed sorrowfully. Although the Yang family believed Yan Hansan's words and misunderstood Chen Yu had lived here for more than half a year and enjoyed a lot of benefits. The problem of the True Essence Lake was almost solved. At this moment, seeing the Yang family being exterminated, he felt that this ending was too miserable. Honorable Chen, the Yang family has let you down this time. Please don't take it to heart. Please protect the Yang family and evacuate. I will be very grateful. If there is a chance, I will repay you. Suddenly, the Yang family patriarch's voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind. As a Void Sea Realm venerable, he had completely put down his pride and apologized personally. In addition, what happened before had little to do with this Yang family patriarch. He only stayed in the Yang family and did not care about anything about the Yang family. Evacuate? Chen Yu shook his head. The Yang family patriarch looked disappointed and did not say more. At this moment, Chen Yu's voice sounded in the Yang family patriarch's mind again. With your strength, if you have the help of a half-step empty sea realm, you should be able to defeat the enemy. The reason why Chen Yu refused was that he had no intention of escaping, so he could not escort the Yang family to evacuate. The Yang family patriarch was shocked. He knew what Qinyu meant. The fact that Qinyu could easily kill the third Xian proved that Qinyu's strength was not much different from Yan Hanshan's. But the Yang family patriarch still shook his head. I am suffering from the poison, and with my previous injuries, I can only use 60% to 70% of my strength. Yan Hanshan's strength has increased greatly after he got the ice jade armor. Even with Honorable Chen's help, the chance of winning is not high. If the fight continued, the Yang family would be slaughtered by the remaining bandits. In that case, what about the two half-step MTC realm cultivators? Qinyu's voice sounded in the Yang family patriarch's mind again. The Yang family patriarch's body trembled, and he looked at Qinyu in surprise. There was a hint of expectation hidden in his puzzled expression. Whoosh! Qinyu suddenly shot up into the sky and approached the Yang family patriarch, heading in the opposite direction of the fleeing Yang family patriarch, forming a stark contrast. Qinyu. What is he going to do? The Yang family members widened their eyes as they watched Qinyu approach the Yang family patriarch. They now knew that everything that had happened before was Yan Hanshan's fault, and they had misunderstood Qinyu. But at this time, Qinyu did not escape, but went to help the Yang family. Boy, I am surprised that you are seeking your own death. Yan Hanshan stared at Qinyu with a murderous look. Boy, give me back my third brother's life. When the black-hearted boss saw Qinyu take the initiative to approach, he immediately attacked. The Yang family patriarch was not dead yet, so there would be a tough battle ahead. Hence, the black-hearted boss chose Qinyu as his opponent first and let Yan Hanshan deal with the Yang family patriarch. It would be best if the two of them fought to the death. However, the black-hearted boss did not know that he had actually made a bad choice. Qinyu took the initiative to face the black-hearted boss. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and released the Scarlet Flame Sovereign. I'll leave that person to you. Qinyu gave the Scarlet Flame Sovereign a mission. Bald donkey, obediently accept your death. As the first person this king has killed in the great cosmos realm, you should feel honored. The Scarlet Flame Sovereign said arrogantly as he looked at the headless evil man. Bald donkey? The headless evil man's gaze darkened, and a sinister baleful aura burst out of his body, making one shudder. He was a vicious person to begin with. Now that he was insulted by the Scarlet Flame Sovereign, he instantly went berserk. Demonic Chi Wild Chop. Qinyu took out the demonic flood dragon sword and swung it at the black-hearted boss. A 30-meter-long black sword light rapidly sliced through the air. Boom, bang. The huge black claws on both sides of the black-hearted boss tore ferociously, breaking Qinyu's attack. However, after that, Qinyu's second and third chop followed, each stronger than the one before. This fellow is somewhat capable, the black-hearted boss thought to himself as he clashed intensely with Qinyu. Suddenly, black winds held around Qinyu, turning into sharp swords that spun around him with Qinyu in the center. Demonic Wind Sword Domain. Qi. Within the demonic wind prison, the black-hearted boss's robes were instantly torn in 4 or 5 places. Immediately afterward, Qinyu slashed down with his sword. Like a massive pillar, a massive black sword wave came crashing down on Qinyu. Within the demonic wind sword domain, the might of Qinyu's sword techniques increased, becoming even stronger. Boom, bang. The black-hearted boss's claws on both sides struck out, producing a loud sound. The black-hearted boss retreated 10 odd steps, and the chi and blood in his body surged. A few more holes appeared in his robes as he stared at Qinyu in disbelief. The black-hearted boss had suffered a loss not long after exchanging blows with Qinyu. Although he had underestimated Qinyu, it was still unbelievable that a late-stage origin returning realm cultivator could defeat the infamous black-hearted boss. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign fully activated his bloodline. A surge of blazing fire energy spread out from his body. His entire body was scarlet red, emitting a scorching heat like the blazing sun in the night. The Scarlet Flame Sovereign hadn't been idle in the Yang clan for the past 6 months. With the golden-winged phoenix's demonic core, his cultivation had already reached the peak of late-stage origin returning realm. The decapitated evil man's expression turned serious. 2 half-step MTC realm experts. The Yang clan patriarch's expression turned to one of ecstasy. This fire Qilin was at the peak of late-stage origin returning realm, but it had a sacred beast bloodline. Its true strength was probably even stronger than a half-step empty sea realm. The current situation had turned into 3 against 3, the Yang clan patriarch even felt that his side had the advantage. It was hard to imagine that not only was Qinyu strong, but he also had such a powerful spirit pet. Once he made a move, he turned the situation around. Yan Hanshan, die. The Yang clan patriarch glared at Yan Hanshan and waved his hand. 2 surging pillars of purple flame shot out. Damn it, how did this happen? Yan Hanshan recovered from his shock and cursed with a gloomy expression. Qinyu had spoiled his plans once again, and this time, it was even more serious. Buzz, facing the Yang clan patriarch's sudden attack, Yan Hanshan poured a large amount of qi into the icy jade armor, slightly activating its defensive power. Cold energy condensed around his body, forming a thin, icy light barrier. Boom! Crack! The Yang clan patriarch's attack landed and shattered the icy light barrier. When the remaining power of the attack landed on Yan Hanshan's body, Yan Hanshan's ice jade armor blocked the attack and was unharmed. However, Yan Hanshan was only at the half-step empty sea realm, barely using a high-grade spirit artifact. The consumption of qi was extremely huge. The Yang clan patriarch wasn't in a hurry. He decided to exhaust Yan Hanshan's qi. By then, Yan Hanshan would be at his mercy. On the other side, after the black-hearted boss suffered a loss, he started to focus on Qinyu. Boom! The 2 black claws condensed on his back were nimble and flexible, clashing with Qinyu's sword light and attacking Qinyu from time to time. Magic scale protection. Qinyu activated the second rune. Within the demonic wind sword domain, Qinyu's defensive combat techniques also received a slight boost. The demonic scale barrier around Qinyu was thicker than usual. Pung! Blackheart's claw bombarded the demonic scale light shield, but it didn't shatter. Chi! He immediately controlled his claws to tear and stab, leaving more than a dozen dents and some holes on the magic scale shield. At this moment, Qinyu launched a counterattack. Magic light sword spin, he waved the demon flood dragon sword continuously. Streaks of pitch black sword light shot out, forming a black vortex that rushed forward. In the devil wind sword domain, the might of this move was even stronger. What a powerful attack! Blackheart boss felt the attack released by Qinyu and his heart trembled. He felt that Qinyu's strength was probably not weaker than Yan Hanshan's. Heart destruction claw, black mist billowed behind Blackheart boss, and the 2 giant black claws joined together and bombarded forward. The black ferocious palm, with a terrible aura that could destroy everything, blasted out. Boom! 2 powerful forces collided violently, setting off a genuine essence explosion. However, Qinyu's attack was superior by a notch. A violent whirlwind of sword energy rushed toward the Blackheart boss. Blackheart boss's strength was much stronger than the ordinary half-step sea realm cultivators of the Kunyan realm. If it were the law enforcement sacred guards of the Kunyan realm, Qinyu was confident that this move could seriously injure them. Yang Ming sword finger, Qinyu mobilized the blood-glazed flame and attacked again in the chaos. Swish! Swish! 2 crimson sword lights pierced through layers of obstacles and stabbed at Blackheart boss on the other side. Blackheart boss's black and red cloak fluttered, forming a red light shield around him. Ding! The first sword finger brushed past the red light shield, leaving a dent. PFFF! The second sword finger pierced through the red light shield and shot into Blackheart boss's arm. Blood instantly flowed out from the wound. Qinyu's Yang Ming sword finger had already reached the completion stage. Together with the blood-glazed flame, its power was astonishing. Even Blackheart boss's defensive spiritual artifact couldn't block the powerful penetrating power of Yang Ming sword finger. Bastard, you injured me again! Blackheart boss roared in anger. It was normal to be injured, but he couldn't accept being injured by a late-stage returning origin realm. 3 claws heart destroyer! Blackheart boss roared. The black mist behind him rumbled and formed a third ferocious black claw. A huge icy cold aura spread out. Swish! 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 3 black claws flew out from his back and wandered around Qinyu. Suddenly, 3 ferocious black claws attacked Qinyu from 3 directions at the same time. This was Boss Blackheart's ultimate attack. So far, among the half-step empty sea realm cultivators he had fought, no one had been able to withstand this attack. Most of them had been seriously injured or even died tragically under this attack. Magic Scale Battle Armor. Xianxia had a calm expression as he activated the third demonic pattern. In an instant, a black demonic armor appeared on his body. Boom! 3 ferocious black claws descended from 3 directions at the same time and bombarded on the outermost layer of the magic scale light shield. Crack! The 3 claws exerted force at the same time and shattered the magic scale light shield. Following that, the 3 claws bombarded on Xianxu's magic scale battle armor. Pung! The powerful force poured onto Xianxu's body. Layers of cracks quickly appeared on the magic scale battle armor before it burst apart. After breaking through 2 layers of defense, the 3 claws' power was greatly reduced. After leaving dozens of shallow claw marks on Xianxu's body, they dissipated. With Xianxu's powerful self-healing ability, these injuries could be healed in an instant. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Xianxu's internal organs erupted as he charged towards Blackheart Boss. After executing 3 claws Heart Destroyer, all 3 Blackheart Boss's claws dissipated. This was Blackheart Boss's weakest moment. How is this possible? Blackheart Boss's expression changed dramatically, and he was dumbfounded. Xianxu had successfully blocked his 3 claws Heart Destroyer. Seeing Xianxu charging towards him, Blackheart Boss panicked and even felt fear in his heart. Boom! Xianxu's internal organs erupted, and his speed and strength multiplied. Under the Magic Dragon Imperial Shadow, there was a shocking roar of the wind. He approached Blackheart Boss in an instant. The Demon Flood Dragon Sword was thrust out, surrounded by blood flames. Blackheart Boss hurriedly used his cloak to block. Xianxu's sword stabbed on the cloak. Although it was not pierced, the powerful force penetrated through the cloak and pierced Blackheart Boss's skin. Boom! At the same time, the power of the blood-glazed flame burst out and burned crazily on Blackheart Boss's body. Die! Taking advantage of the situation, Xianxu followed up with a punch. Blackheart Boss was wearing a defensive spiritual weapon. Weapons like sabers and swords did not cause as much damage as fists. Boom! The powerful force bombarded Blackheart Boss's internal organs, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Following that, Xianxu punched a second time, a third time, a fourth time, bang! Bang, bang! A series of shocking explosions rang out. Blackheart Boss was like a sandbag, instantly getting punched nearly 100 times by Xianxu. Xiao Chen's final punch landed and smashed into Blackheart Boss's body, shattering his heart. Whoosh! Blackheart Boss's corpse turned into a beam of black light and flew back 100 meters, smashing a large pit several meters wide. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign did not need to use his full strength to chase after the Headless Evil Man. At this moment, the Headless Evil Man's entire body was scorched black as he fled in all directions. When he saw the Blackheart Boss being sent flying by Xianxu, he shuddered in fear and immediately fled. Die! However, how could the Scarlet Flame Sovereign let him escape? Boom! Flames surged around the Scarlet Flame Sovereign as he flew out and crashed into the Headless Evil Man. The powerful Holy Beast's physical strength shattered all the bones in the Headless Evil Man's body. Then, a vast, blazing flame energy pierced through the Headless Evil Man's body. Whoosh! Like Blackheart Boss, the Headless Evil Man's corpse flew back 100 meters and crashed to the ground, never to get up again. On the other side, Yan Hanzhan fought with the Yang clan ancestor. Yan Hanzhan had already obtained the Ice Jade armor and was prepared to retreat. At this moment, he was already far above the Yang clan. However, how could the Yang clan ancestor let Yan Hanzhan off? He kept delaying Yan Hanzhan. The Yang clan ancestor was poisoned and injured, while Yan Hanzhan had the Ice Jade armor. The two were evenly matched. Oh no, Yan Hanzhan suddenly sensed something. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 scarlet sword lights flashed in the dark night, closing in on Yan Hanzhan. Previously, Yan Hanzhan had suffered a sneak attack from Xianxu's Yangming sword finger. This time, he sensed it in advance. However, just because he sensed it did not mean that he could dodge it. The Yang clan ancestor took this opportunity to attack with all his might, restraining Yan Hanzhan. Ding! Pooh! The 2 Yangming sword fingers stabbed Yan Hanzhan. The first finger landed on Yan Hanzhan's Ice Jade armor and was blocked. However, the second finger pierced through Yan Hanzhan's thigh, causing blood to flow. Damn it! Did the black-hearted boss and the decapitated evil man escape? Yan Hanzhan scanned with his spiritual senses and discovered that Qin Yu and the Scarlet Flame King were flanking him from behind. In the next moment, the Scarlet Flame King, Qin Yu, and the Yang clan ancestors' attacks all landed on him. Yan Hanzhan felt an intense life-and-death crisis and immediately activated the Ice Jade armor. Boom, he did not refine this armor, so the limited defensive power it could unleash was swallowed up by the three's attacks. Yan Hanzhan's body swayed, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Ice Jade armor, return. The patriarch circulated his mental energy and communicated with the Ice Jade armor. Immediately, the Ice Jade armor trembled slightly and was about to leave Yan Hanzhan's body. At this moment, if Yan Hanzhan fought with the Yang clan ancestor for the Ice Jade armor, he would definitely be killed by Qin Yu and the Scarlet Flame King. Yan Hanzhan roared crazily and gave up on the Ice Jade armor, retreating quickly. Where do you think you're going? Qin Yu used the demonic dragon Imperial Shadow and quickly approached Yan Hanzhan, slashing with his sword. Ding, ding, bang, Qin Yu closed in on Yan Hanzhan, and the two of them quickly brandished their spirit artifacts. In an instant, they exchanged more than 10 blows. Qin Yu's defense was strong, and he was fearless. His attacks were indomitable. As for Yan Hanzhan, he had activated the Ice Jade armor repeatedly and did not have much quintessential essence left. He did not have Chen Yu's strong defense, so he was at a disadvantage after exchanging blows. Boom, Qin Yu slashed at Yan Hanzhan's head. Yan Hanzhan's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly moved to the left, avoiding the Demon Flood Dragon sword. However, the ferocious spikes on the Demon Flood Dragon sword slashed at Yan Hanzhan's ear, violently cutting it off. A bloody ear fell to the ground. A bloody ear fell to the ground. Yan Hanzhan screamed as he covered his ear with his trembling hands. Blood was seeping out from between his fingers. Almost. Qin Yu sighed. When Yan Hanzhan saw this, he became even more furious and resentful. He thought that if he wasn't facing an empty sea realm, Qin Yu, and the Scarlet Flame King at the same time, Qin Yu wouldn't be his match. At this moment, the Yang clan's patriarch put on the cold jade armor and rushed over with the Scarlet Flame King. Run, Yan Hanzhan only had this thought in his mind. Swish, he revolved his true essence and fled. Trying to escape? The Yang clan's patriarch's face was cold and stern as he waved his hand. The yuan qi of heaven and earth surged and turned into a purple flame that blotted out the sky. It surged forward in an overwhelming manner. The Yang clan's patriarch had purposely used a large area of effect attack that Yan Hanzhan couldn't dodge. But if he slowed down, the Yang clan's patriarch would catch up and it would be hard for him to escape. Swish, Yan Hanzhan took out a jade pendant from his storage bag. This was a life-saving item given to him by his master. It could only be used once and it wasn't an offensive treasure. As he poured his true essence into the jade pendant, a cold and powerful sword intent burst out. Buzz, an icy sword appeared from the jade pendant with a majestic aura. It instantly condensed a layer of ice fog in a radius of 100 feet. The Yang clan's patriarch's face darkened and he didn't act rashly. The icy sword spun in the air and arrived at Yan Hanzhan's feet. Then, the icy sword carried Yan Hanzhan and flew far away. The icy sword's speed exceeded the initial stage of the origin realm. Even if the Yang clan's patriarch wasn't heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Qin Yu, you ruined my plans today. I, Yan Hanzhan, will repay you tenfold in the future. Yan Hanzhan's furious voice reverberated in the air. He had spent so much time setting up this plan, but it had failed. Originally, if everything had gone according to plan, the Yang clan would have been annihilated and the Ice Jade armor would have been Yan Hanzhan's. At that time, the Blackheart 11 bandits would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Yan Hanzhan, who possessed the Ice Jade armor, would be able to eliminate the entire Blackheart 11 bandits as long as he got rid of the Blackheart boss. After that, Yan Hanzhan was able to openly use the Ice Jade armor. Furthermore, he had wiped out the bandits, and his reputation did not diminish. But all these beautiful dreams were shattered by Qin Yu. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not human. Yan Hanzhan's teeth chattered loudly, his expression hideous and terrifying. The patriarch of the Yang family sighed as he watched Yan Hanzhan escape. This kid is indeed a genius of the Heavenly Jade sect. He actually has a life-saving treasure given by an elder. Thank you, guest Chen, for your help. Otherwise, the fate of our Yang clan would be in danger. The Yang family patriarch bowed slightly to express his gratitude. This time, if it wasn't for Qin Yu's help, the entire Yang family would have been exterminated, and he would have been the only one left. It's no big deal. After all, I have accepted the Yang clan's kindness. Qin Yu did not take it to heart. Next, the Yang family patriarch returned to the Yang clan. The remaining Blackheart 11 bandits had all fled. At this time, the Yang clan was in ruins, and corpses were everywhere. Patriarch. The rest of the Yang clan members bowed in unison. This time, our Yang clan has encountered such a disaster. Thank you, guest Chen, for your help. Otherwise, the entire Yang clan would have been destroyed. From now on, Qin Yu will be the great benefactor of the Yang clan. The Yang clan patriarch said loudly in front of everyone. Thank you, guest Chen, for saving the Yang clan from danger. The crowd immediately expressed their gratitude, and most of them were very sincere. After all, they had believed Yan Hanshan's words and misunderstood Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu did not hold grudges against them, which was really admirable, and also made some people feel ashamed. Yang Fengho stared at Qin Yu with a dull look on his face. He could not believe that this was the same bumpkin from the small world they had met. Qin Yu's true strength was even greater than Yan Hanshan's. This time, Qin Yu had turned the tide and changed the Yang clan's unfavorable situation, turning the situation around and killing the Blackheart boss, and the decapitated evil man. Yan Hanshan's plans had been disrupted by Qin Yu, and he had escaped with injuries. Qin Yu played a huge part in the fact that they were still alive and standing here. Next would be to deal with the aftermath, which had nothing to do with Qin Yu. The Yang clan arranged for Qin Yu to stay in a courtyard that had not been affected by the battle. Qin Yu took out 2 storage bags, which belonged to the decapitated evil man and the Blackheart boss. First, Qin Yu looked at the decapitated evil man's belongings. Why is he so poor? Qin Yu could not help but frown. A half-step empty C-realm cultivator actually had only 600,000 inferior-grade essence stones in his storage bag. Xiaoqin did not know that as an itinerant cultivator, the decapitated evil man lived day by day. If he had resources, he would use them to raise his strength. If he ran out of essence stones, he would use them. Compared to the decapitated evil man's belongings, the Blackheart boss had more things in his storage bag. There were a total of 1 million inferior-grade essence stones and some miscellaneous items, including precious materials, ores, spirit tools, secret manuals, and so on. After sorting out the spoils of war, Qin Yu started cultivating and refining his veritable essence energy. At this moment, his veritable essence lake was pitch black and gave off a faint glow. No other colors could be seen. After Qin Yu checked his veritable essence C, he smiled and said, "After this, I just need to exchange for a clear C pill. Then, I will be able to get rid of this hidden danger." 3 days later, the Yang clan had basically reorganized itself. In this battle, the Yang clan had suffered heavy losses. Now, there were less than 200 clansmen left. With such a small number of people, if the Yang clan continued to occupy the vast territory of the past, others would only feel envious. The current Yang clan could not withstand any more storms. Hence, the Yang clan took the initiative to give up a portion of its territory. Guest Elder Chen, are you used to living here? On this day, the Yang clan ancestor personally visited. Not bad. Qin Yu was more content. I have said that guest Elder Chen will be greatly rewarded for helping the Yang clan. After that, the Yang clan ancestor took out a storage bag. After taking it, Qin Yu directly checked it and couldn't help but gasp. In the storage bag, there were a total of 30,000 mid-grade primordial stones, which was 3 million low-grade primordial stones. The Yang clan had suffered heavy losses. If they wanted to rebuild and restore to their previous scale, it would take a long time and a lot of resources. At this time, the Yang clan ancestor was willing to directly give Qin Yu 3 million low-grade primordial stones. When Qin Yu had the most primordial stones, he only had a little more than 1 million, so the 3 million low-grade primordial stones were still quite tempting to Qin Yu. Ancestor, you are really generous. I will not stand on ceremony. Qin Yu put all the primordial stones into the mist-spitting bead. Compared with the kindness that guest elder Chen has done for the Yang clan, these primordial stones are nothing. The Yang clan ancestor smiled. If the Yang clan had not suffered heavy losses and needed a lot of resources to repair, he would have given Qinyu 4 million low-grade primordial stones. Moreover, the Yang clan had suffered heavy losses and might face other unknown dangers. At that time, he would have to ask for Qinyu's help. Guest elder Chen, what do you plan to do next? The Yang clan ancestor asked. Qinyu frowned slightly and fell silent. He had originally planned to participate in the recruitment test of the Tianyu sect in half a year. But Yan Hanshan hated Qinyu to the core. If Qinyu entered the Tianyu sect without anyone to rely on, he would be easily targeted and suppressed. Yan Hanshan is too vengeful. He will not let you off easily. The Yang clan ancestor said again. I am also vengeful. If there is a chance, I will definitely kill him. Qinyu's expression remained calm. The Yang clan could not let Yan Hanshan's actions go unpunished. Guest elder Chen, a genius like you cannot stay in the Yang clan forever. Only by entering a more powerful force can you shine. Does guest elder Chen have this idea? The Yang clan ancestor asked with a smile. I was planning to go to the Tianyu sect, but it seems a little inappropriate now. Qinyu said truthfully. I have another option. In half a year, not only will the Tianyu sect be recruiting disciples, but the neighboring 3.5-star force, Black Demon Valley, will also be recruiting disciples. At that time I will send a few elite geniuses of the Yang clan there. If guest elder Chen is willing, you can go with him. The Yang clan ancestor said slowly. That's great. Qinyu's eyes lit up and he agreed. The great cosmos realm was incomparably vast. A 3.5-star force occupied a very large area. Qinyu had heard about the Tianyu sect recruiting disciples, but he did not know about the situation in Black Demon Valley. Compared to the Tianyu sect, Black Demon Valley was more suitable for Qinyu. Since guest elder Chen is willing to go with me, I can rest assured. The Yang clan ancestor smiled. He needed to stay at the Yang clan and could not leave. However, it was too dangerous to let a few geniuses of the Yang clan go far away, so he could not rest assured. Next, I will leave the Yang clan to handle some matters. I will have to trouble guest elder Chen to look after me. The Yang clan ancestor said again, a cold glint in his eyes. Qinyu later learned that the Yang clan ancestor had personally gone to the Tianyu sect to complain. The Yang clan naturally would not remain silent after such a calamity. Although they could not get rid of Yan Hanshan, they could not let him have it easy. After all, the two sides had completely fallen out, and there was no need to save face. Next, the news of Yan Hanshan colluding with the 11 black-hearted bandits and the decapitated evil man spread. At first, most people did not believe that the white-robed Yan Hanshan was such a person, but with a little investigation, countless proofs emerged. Yan Hanshan's reputation was completely ruined, and he was even mocked by many of his fellow disciples within the sect. Tianyu sect. In the middle of a frozen lake, there was an attic. Inside stood a white-robed elder. His body was ramrod straight, and he exuded a cold and sharp aura. Master, I must take revenge and eradicate the Yang clan. Yan Hanshan said fiercely, his expression cold. This is your problem. Do you still need me to do it? The white-robed elder's voice was cold. No, Hanshan will definitely take revenge personally. Yan Hanshan shuddered and said. This time, you have caused trouble outside and ruined your reputation. I will punish you to face the wall in an ice cellar for half a year. The white-robed elder's expression was cold. Also, if you are not able to enter the top 3 in this outer sect competition, don't come here anymore. The white-robed elder continued. Yes, master. I will not let you down. Yan Hanshan said in a deep voice. He knew that his master was protecting him even though he looked strict. The reason why he had to face the wall for half a year was so that he wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world. With Yan Hanshan's strength, it was not a problem for him to enter the top 3 in the outer sect competition. Yan Hanshan's true goal was to be number 1. Alright, you may leave. The white-robed elder waved his hand. Yan Hanshan stood up and left. Yang clan, Qinyu, just you wait. Yan Hanshan touched the side of his face. He was missing an ear. He clenched his fists. 5 months later, Xianxia led 6 young family geniuses to the recruitment site of the Black Demon Valley, Sky Ascending Peak. I must enter the Black Demon Valley this time. When my cultivation is successful, I will kill Yan Hanshan with my own hands. A slightly younger young family disciple clenched his fist. Me too. Someone beside him said. At the mention of the Black Demon Valley, they could not help but become excited. It was a 3.5-star faction in the southern region, as powerful as the Tianyu sect. Previously, when the young family disciples saw Yan Hanshan of the Tianyu sect, they all greeted him with smiles and flattered him, while the female disciples threw flirtatious glances at him. And now, they had the opportunity to enter such a powerful sect. Don't think too simply. A 3.5-star faction is not that easy to enter. Even if you enter, it will be difficult to survive if you are not strong enough. Yang Fengho shook his head with a calm expression. When he was young, his talent had not yet been revealed. He had once entered a 2.5-star sect, and at that time, he had tried his best to enter. In the great cosmos realm, a sect of the same star level was far stronger than a family. And the sect and the family were inextricably linked. Later, Yang Fengho succeeded in his studies and resigned from his position as a disciple. He returned to the Yang family to take over some affairs and later take over the position of patriarch. Brother Fengho, how difficult is it to enter the Black Demon Valley? The young Yang family disciple was somewhat worried. How difficult? Under normal circumstances, even Yang Yuhuan would find it difficult to enter. Yang Fengho said in a deep voice. Yang Yuhuan was now at the peak of the intermediate stage of the origin realm. In the Yang family, she was a genius second only to Yang Fengho. The other Yang family disciples present were slightly less talented than Yang Yuhuan. You should know that the great cosmos realm is a land of great heroes, but in the entire southern region, how many 3.5-star big sect are there? I don't know how many people fight to enter the Black Demon Valley, including some 2.5-star clans and even king clans. If not for an old friend of mine who is currently in the Black Demon Valley, and me personally paying him a visit and giving him a big gift, Yang Hai, Yang Ling, you wouldn't even have the chance to participate in the assessment. Yang Fengho added, not afraid of hurting them. So difficult? The young disciple, Yang Hai, was startled and lowered his voice. They also knew that in the vast cosmos realm, their Yang family could only be considered to be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Families like theirs were nothing, and there were countless of them. And now, it was equivalent to them wanting to rush from the bottom to the middle or even the top. Naturally, the difficulty was great. During his time in the Yang family, Xianxia had a good understanding of the situation. As a 3.5-star force in the southern region, the Black Demon Valley had many experts, geniuses, and disciples. In the past, the Yang clan would not have allowed these young disciples to enter the Black Demon Valley. First of all, whether or not they could get in was a problem. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult to survive in a large force like the Black Demon Valley, where the competition was cruel and the environment was harsh. If they accidentally offended some of the big shots, they might not even know how they died. But the Yang family was now at a dead end. There were only more than 200 people left in the entire Yang family, and the family was in a precarious situation. If there were disciples who entered the Black Demon Valley and stood out, they would have some assurance. Secondly, the Yang family had a powerful enemy, Yan Hanshan, who was a genius of the 3.5-star force, the Heavenly Jade sect. This person was extremely talented, and it would not take long for him to reach the level of a Void Sea Realm expert. At that time, he would definitely take revenge on the Yang family. If the Yang family did not think of a way, they would have to disband the family, or face Yan Hanshan's revenge. If the few remaining Yang family disciples were sent to the Black Demon Valley, if they had a chance encounter and grew up, the Yang family would also have the power to resist. What Xianxia did not know was that the Yang family had placed their greatest hope on him. Now, the Yang family had paid a huge price to send Xianxia to a 3.5-star force. Xianxia was not an ungrateful person. If he achieved something in the future, and the Yang family encountered a crisis, it would not be good for him to stand by and do nothing. It could be said that if Xianxia had not agreed to go to the Black Demon Valley, the old ancestor of the Yang family would not have sent these family elites there. Brother Chen, there will definitely be no problem. Yang Yuhuan revealed a beautiful and moving smile. Yang Fenghe glanced at Qin Yu and lowered his head unnaturally. Qin Yu's talent was most likely better than Yan Hanshan's, and entering the Black Demon Valley would definitely not be a problem. He did not have a good relationship with Qin Yu, but what was worse was that after entering the Black Demon Valley, he had to try his best to build a good relationship with Qin Yu. Brother Chen will most likely enter the top 10 of the outer sect, and may even be accepted as a disciple by the elders on the day he enters the valley. After Yang Fenghe sorted out his emotions, he revealed an envious smile. It was also because of this that Yang Fenghe felt that he had to build a good relationship with Qin Yu. Given Qin Yu's ability, it would not take 5 to 10 years to enter the inner valley from the outer valley of the Black Demon Valley. At that time, with the protection of an inner valley disciple, it would be easier for Yang Fenghe to get along in the Black Demon Valley, and there might even be hope of entering the inner valley in the future. The other Yang family disciples were also full of worship and admiration. The gap between them and Qin Yu was too great. But the Sky Ascension Peak is so far from the Black Demon Valley. Why is the Black Demon Valley recruiting disciples at the Sky Ascension Peak? The young disciple Yang Hai asked. We'll know when we get there. Yang Fenghe was also puzzled, but he did not know. During the rest of the journey, they learned of another shocking piece of news. The 3-5-star Force Tianyu sect would also recruit disciples in a month at the Sky Ascension Peak. When they learned of this, they even suspected that the old ancestor had remembered the wrong location. But after some inquiry, they received accurate news that the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley were indeed recruiting disciples at the Sky Ascension Peak at the same time. I heard that the Black Demon Valley and the Tianyu sect have always been in conflict. Why are they so friendly this time to recruit disciples together? A Yang family disciple said. In the nearby area, as long as it was a normal person, basically knew this common knowledge. The disciples of the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley often fought and killed, and sometimes even led to disputes between the elders of the two sections. Will we meet Yan Hanshan then? Yang Yuhuan suddenly thought of something. The other Yang family disciples were silent. If not for Qin Yu agreeing to go to the Black Demon Valley, the old ancestor would not have let them go so easily, for fear that Yan Hanshan would kill them on the way. Don't worry, there's a spiritual cultivation hall near the Sky Ascension Peak. We'll go there first, and on the day of the disciple recruitment, we'll go to the Sky Ascension Peak. Yang Fenghe said with a frown. A day later, Qin Yu and the others arrived at a spiritual cultivation hall near the Sky Ascension Peak. From a distance, they saw a huge light shadow shrouded in layers of white clouds. Qin Yu felt that it was definitely not as simple as a palace. As they approached, he felt a magnificent aura coming towards him. Buildings of various colors rose from the ground, clustered together, and flashed with various colors of light. This was not a palace. In the Yunzhao nation, the level of luxury could only be compared to the capital of the 36 prefectures. And Qin Yu's mysterious heart vaguely sensed that there was an extremely powerful formation power fluctuation in the clouds. Through the introduction of the Yang family disciples, Qin Yu learned that the spiritual cultivation hall was equivalent to a trade center in the southern region, with food, drink, and entertainment. It had everything one needed. Stay there for a month first, Yang Fenghe suggested, and then looked at Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. He was a layman and knew nothing, but he was the leader of the group. There was a very long queue in front of the spiritual cultivation hall. Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect were recruiting disciples at the Sky Ascension Peak, and there was only one spiritual cultivation hall nearby. Those who arrived early would basically choose to enter the spiritual cultivation hall, thus forming this situation. Qin Yu and the others stood at the back of the queue. So many people want to enter Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect? Yang Hai said in great surprise. His cultivation was the lowest among the 6 Yang family disciples, and to find a few weaker than him in the queue was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a roar came from behind, and a terrifying aura caused the people in the queue to tremble. Many people even operated their ethereal force to resist. A gigantic carriage that was 30 feet tall was pulled by 2 golden light griffins. It was a majestic sight. The Yu clan of the King clan. Look, that person is not the Yu clan's genius, you lie. He is less than 40 years old and has a half-step empty sea-realm cultivation. To be called a king clan, it had to be a family that had produced a king of the star condensation realm after its founding. At a glance, Xianxia saw a total of 5 people in the carriage. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe, and his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked straight ahead, exuding a sharp light. The 4 people next to him were all young talents, the elite geniuses of the Yu family. Behind the carriage, there were 38 young cultivators, also members of the Yu family, but their status in the Yu family was probably not as high as the 5 people in the carriage. Heavens, those 2 golden griffins of the King clan and the Yu clan are at the empty sea realm. Xianxia stared at the 2 carriages in shock and jealousy. The black-robed man in the carriage, Yu Lai, glanced down. After hearing Xianxia's words, his eyes became even more arrogant, and he revealed a disdainful smile. Boom, the carriage of the Yu clan swept past the queue and arrived at the entrance of the spiritual hall in an imposing manner. Soon, the carriage of the Yu clan entered the Cultivation spiritual hall. The people in the queue could only grumble, but they did not dare to say anything. If there were people from the Yu clan in the queue and they happened to hear it, they would be doomed. After a while, it was Xianxia and the others' turn. Entering the Cultivation spiritual hall costs 100 mid-grade primal stones, and for every day you stay, you will be charged an additional 5 mid-grade primal stones. An old man with a goatee said impatiently. Doesn't it usually cost 50 mid-grade primal stones to enter the Cultivation spiritual hall? Yang Fengho asked in a low voice. The price has increased. Don't waste my time if you don't want to go in. The people behind are still waiting. The old man with a goatee said unhappily. Yang Fengho and the others did not say anything more. They obediently paid the primal stones and followed the huge crowd into the Cultivation spiritual hall. In an instant, palaces, pavilions, towers, lakes, and mountains came into view. There was an endless stream of people, all kinds of spiritual pets, and flying tools shuttled back and forth. Such a bustling scene made Xianxia stop in place for a while. It was the first time Yang Fengho and the others had seen such a lively Cultivation spiritual hall. The fee to enter was also twice as high as usual. All this was because the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley were recruiting disciples nearby. Ordinary 2-star and 2.5-star sect forces generally recruited once every year or 2. But the Tianyu sect and Black Demon Valley recruited once every 5 years, so the number of people who came each time was astonishing. There were even people who resigned from their original sect forces and traveled thousands of miles to participate in the assessment. Every Cultivation spiritual hall is guarded by an expert. Generally, no one will cause trouble. Even if we encounter Yan Hanshan, he would not dare to do anything to us. Yang Fengho smiled. Brother Chen, this is your first time here. You can walk around first. I will inform you when I find a place to stay. The current Yang Fengho was like a different person from the Yang Fengho that Xianxia knew. The former was cold and hostile to him, while the latter felt like he was doing odd jobs for Xianxia. Brother Chen, let me show you around. Yang Yuhuan smiled. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Okay, I will go too. Xianxia said casually. What are you going to do? Come with us and accompany Brother Fengho to find a place to stay. Another Yang family disciple immediately grabbed Xianxia and dragged him away. I want to go around with Sister Yuhuan. Xianxia shouted. Go around your sister. Another person scolded and knocked on Xianxia's head. Xianxia was after all an outsider. The Yang family had misunderstood him, so if the Yang family was in trouble in the future, it was unknown whether Xianxia would take care of them. However, if Xianxia and Yang Yuhuan were to be together, it would be much safer. It just so happened that Yang Yuhuan also had a good impression of Xianxia, so the possibility of success was still very high. Yang Yuhuan first led Xianxia to the most prosperous place. There was a large flow of people here, and there were shops and pavilions of all sizes everywhere. When our Yang family disciples come to the Cultivation spiritual hall, they will come here. Basically, you can buy anything. Yang Yuhuan introduced slowly. Xianxia glanced around. There were all kinds of shops here, selling cultivation methods, secret skills, elixirs, precious materials, divine weapons, and so on. Among them, the ones on the left were small private stalls with relatively high turnover, while the ones on the right were shops that had been operating for a long time. Because they were all small shops, there wouldn't be any exquisite items, and the prices wouldn't be very high. At the end, there was a treasure hunting area. Relatively speaking, there were the most people here, and there were all kinds of people. Almost every cultivation temple has a legendary story about a certain cultivator who discovered a treasure by accident and soared to the sky after that. Brother Chen can try his luck. Yang Yuan's face was full of smiles, and she seemed to be very happy. In fact, when Yang Yuan first met Qinyu, she already had a good impression of Qinyu. After a long period of contact, this favorable impression of him gradually increased. Especially half a year ago, when the Yang family was facing a disaster, Qinyu stepped forward, killed the bandits, and forced Yan Hanshan to retreat. This made Yang Yuan's feelings for Qinyu even stronger. By the way, Brother Chen, do you need anything? For example, to buy cultivation methods, battle skills, spirit pets, or spirit weapons? You'll be participating in the entrance test of Black Fiend Valley in a month. If you're more well-prepared, your results will definitely be better. Yang Yuan suddenly realized that she was so focused on the introduction that she forgot to ask Qinyu what he needed. I want to refine weapons. Qinyu pondered for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he still had a pair of golden-winged phoenix wings that he had not dealt with. Although the wings were damaged, they were still intact. They could be refined into flying items, and the feathers could also be refined into special defensive armor. I want something with a higher reputation and a better weapon refinement skill. Qinyu added again. Although there were experts in the Cultivation Spiritual Palace, and there were so many people here that there was no trouble, it was still safe. But the pair of wings that Qinyu had obtained was the wings of the holy beast golden-winged phoenix. Its true cultivation was extremely strong, but because of the beast chain, it could only exert the battle strength of the early Void Sea realm. Okay. Yang Yuan nodded seriously, and then led Qinyu to search. She was not very familiar with this place. This one. Soon, Yang Yuan found an extremely luxuriously decorated palace. The plaque directly ahead had the words Treasure Refinement Hall inscribed on it. The words were written in bold and forceful strokes, and it emitted a powerful and majestic spiritual might. As soon as they entered the treasure refining palace, a young man in a refiner's uniform came over. May I ask if you want to buy or customize a spirit weapon? The standard of this palace was indeed very high, and it only sold and customized spirit weapons. Low-level treasures were not included in the transaction scope. I have materials, and I want to refine a flying treasure. The grade requirement is higher. Qinyu stated his request. Then, the young man brought Qinyu into a spacious room. Master Tong, this person wants to refine a flying treasure. The young man said and left. What kind of flying treasure do you want to refine? Take out the materials. The bearded and slightly sloppy Master Tong said casually. At this moment, he was making some special parts, and didn't even look at Qinyu. Qinyu was only at the late stage of the origin realm, so this order couldn't attract his interest. Qinyu scanned his surroundings. There were plenty of spirit tools and mystical treasures placed here, but their grades were not high. Most of them were low or mid-grade. He only saw 2 high-grade artifacts, and both of them were barely high-grade. The wings of the golden-winged phoenix were very precious, and Qinyu estimated that it could at least be refined into a high-grade treasure. Back then, the claws of the golden-winged phoenix had even caused Protector Lanyu to fight for it. If the claws of the golden-winged phoenix were used to refine a mid-grade spirit weapon, she wouldn't even be interested in it. Master Tong saw that Qinyu didn't respond for a long time, and instead started to observe his work. Later on, he revealed a look of hesitation and suspicion. Kid, are you doubting my ability? Why don't you ask around? My smithing skills are quite famous in the entire Cultivation Spiritual Hall. Take out the materials. If I can't refine a treasure that can fully utilize the quality of the materials, then my name will be written backwards. Master Tong yelled in annoyance. From his point of view, Qinyu was only at the late stage of the origin realm, and he had a peak middle stage origin realm with him. The item that he wanted to refine would at most be a peak mid-grade treasure. Alright, what's your name? Qinyu asked. You. Master Tong was stunned. After he reacted, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Tong Fan. Master Tong suppressed the anger in his heart and said his name. In the next moment, Jinyu took out the materials. Instantly, a resplendent golden light lit up the entire room, causing Master Tong's eyes to blink violently. Subsequently, a powerful and terrifying flame chi pervaded the air, causing Master Tong's heart to palpitate. This is... When Master Tong saw the golden wings that Jinyu took out, he immediately stood up and swiftly approached it. He extended his hand and slowly caressed it. Sacred beast material, and this sacred beast was extremely powerful when it was alive. Master Tong's heart trembled. He might have seen such a precious material before, but he had never personally used it. Suddenly, Master Tong thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. He, who had never used such a precious material to refine a weapon, wasn't able to fully utilize the value of this pair of wings. Oh right, take a look at this pair of wings. If it's possible, can you fuse them? Jinyu took out the pair of black wings. This was the spoils of war he obtained from Marquis Yunlai during the big hunting tournament. Until now, Jinyu still couldn't recognize what kind of wings it was. But since Jinyu was at the late stage of the origin realm, the black wings still provided a significant boost to his speed. It shouldn't be a low-tier item. This is the wings of the Darking Sparrow. Master Tong's jaw dropped. The Darking Sparrow was an extremely rare and precious bird. It lived in a place with extreme negative energy. It came and went like a shadow and was extremely difficult to capture. However, the quality of the Darking Sparrow's wings wasn't considered high and couldn't be compared to the gold-winged phoenix's wings. Looking at these two materials, Master Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With his ability, he could barely use the gold-winged phoenix's wings to refine, but the result wouldn't be ideal. If he were to fuse two different types of wings, it would be even more difficult. Please wait for a moment. I will go and invite the chief blacksmith of the refining treasure hall. Master Tong wiped his sweat and said embarrassedly. Go on, Jinyu waved his hand. Just as Master Tong walked to the door, a voice came from behind. Oh right, your name is also very nice when it's reversed. Master Tong read his name backwards in his heart and instantly tripped on the door sill. He staggered and almost fell. Master Tong Fan. Rice bucket, hee hee. Behind him, Yang Yuhuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. In the middle of a spacious hall, an old man and 5 young people sat. Above the hall hung a huge crystal chandelier, flickering with a beautiful and dreamy faint halo. A cold and arrogant man in a black robe took a sip of tea and then said with a smile, Master Song, the tea here is really good. This is the falling blue autumn that I have treasured for many years. Ordinary people can't drink it. If not for you, young Master Yu, I wouldn't bear to take it out to drink. An old man in a grey robe opposite also smiled and took a small sip. The cold and arrogant man in a black robe, Yu Lai said, the spirit weapons that we need to customize this time will be handed over to Master Song. No problem, I guarantee that you guys will be satisfied. Master Song agreed easily. The spiritual artifact or tool that I've ordered to increase my speed must be made from the best materials. Yu Lai emphasized. At this moment. Master Song? The sound of knocking and shouting came from outside the hall. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm receiving distinguished guests? Master Song's face darkened as he scolded slightly. Greetings, young Master Yu Lai. Master Tong glanced at the men and women in the hall and immediately said. The Yu clan was a royal clan that had once produced a star condensation realm cultivator. Its younger generation was even more geniuses. Speak. What's the matter? Master Song asked. It's like this. A guest just came to me to refine a rare treasure, but I can't handle the things he took out, Master Tong said with slight grievance. He took out a holy beast wing around the middle stage of the Void Sea realm and an extremely rare netherine sparrow wing. Oh? Yu Lai, who was waiting at the side, suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Master Tong. He said with great interest, where is he? Bring us over to have a look. Jinyu waited in the weapon refining room for a while before he heard footsteps approaching. Then, under Master Tong's lead, an old man in a grey robe and a few young people walked in. Yu clan. Yang Yuan's expression changed when she saw the patterns on the clothes of those young people. She felt a little uneasy. The Yang clan was only a 2-star force and had only been established for 1,000 years. Now that they had suffered a disaster, there were only about 200 of them left. However, the Yu clan had once produced a star condensation king. The clan was extremely powerful and had probably been established for as long as 5,000 years. The difference between the two clans could be said to be like heaven and earth. The young people in front of him were the top geniuses of the Yu clan. Yu Lai, who was the leader, was even more famous. He was the top genius of the Yu clan and was much more talented than Yan Hanshan. "You're the one with the wings of the golden-winged phoenix and the dark-keen sparrow?" Yu Lai's eyes fell on Qinyu and his tone was arrogant and calm. "That's right." Qinyu frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but he still admitted it. Then, he looked at Master Tong with a questioning look. But Master Tong immediately avoided Qinyu's gaze. He thought to himself, "Kid, don't look for me. I have no right to speak here. You're very lucky. I've taken a fancy to 2 of your materials. Sell them to me. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the price." Yu Lai said confidently. "I'm not selling. I have use for these materials." Qinyu immediately refused. On the other side, the youths of the Yu tribe were stunned. They looked at Qinyu in unison, then shook their heads slightly with smiles on their faces. "Don't you know who I am? My surname is Yu." Yu Lai's expression changed slightly. Then, he said with a smile. Sometimes, he would meet people who were short-sighted. However, when these people learned his surname, they would look like they had just woken up from a dream. Then, their attitudes changed drastically. "My surname has nothing to do with whether I'm selling your materials or not." Qinyu was a little unhappy. This genius of the King clan was too arrogant. He even used his surname as something to show off. Oh? This piqued Yu Lai's interest, and he carefully sized up Qinyu. A late-stage origin. Realm martial artist dared to speak to him in such a manner. It was truly a rare sight. Could this person in front of him be a prodigy from some great clan? However, even after observing for a long time, Yu Lai was unable to find anything. The Yu clan members behind him also shook their heads. "Then what do I have to do for you to sell these 2 materials to me?" Yu Lai said solemnly. "Not for sale." Qinyu was speechless. Did these geniuses not understand human language? He had already said that he wasn't going to sell it. "Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Yu Lai narrowed his eyes and said threateningly. His gaze was sharp as he looked straight at Yi Futian. At the side, when Yang Yuhuan saw this scene, her body trembled in fear. Yu Lai's aura wasn't very strong, but he was a member of the Yu tribe, so it was as if there was an invisible pressure emanating from him that would cause anyone's heart to palpitate. At this moment, a crisp and melodious voice with a playful smile came from outside. The dignified Yu clan prodigy actually forced a sale. "Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock if this gets out?" In the next moment, a beautiful lady in silver-white clothes walked over. Behind her were a few young men and women with extraordinary auras. When they saw these people, Master Tong and Master Song's expression changed slightly. "Cui Yenner, what are you doing here?" Yu Lai's brows twitched as he shouted. Could it be that the refining treasure hall only allows young Master Yu Lai to come here, but not my Cui clan? The beautiful lady, Cui Yenner, let out a bell-like laughter. "Cui Yenner, Cui clan." Yang Yuhuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Brother Chen, this lady's Cui clan is also a monarch clan." Yang Yuhuan transmitted a message to Qinyu. Another monarch clan? Could there be so many monarch clans in the great cosmos realm? Qinyu was puzzled. In fact, that wasn't the case. If it wasn't for the 2 3.5-star forces recruiting disciples at the same time, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see traces of the monarch clan. "That's your business, but I'm in the middle of a business discussion. Please leave." Yu Lai shouted coldly. "That's not necessarily true. What if this little brother is willing to sell his things to me?" Cui Yenner sneered. Then, she looked at Qinyu and said directly, "You may not know, but Yu Lai is very overbearing and unreasonable. Those who offend him basically don't have a good ending. Why don't you sell what Yu Lai wants to me?" The price is absolutely fair, and I, Cui Yenner, guarantee that Yu Lai won't be able to touch you. Cui Yenner said very confidently with a domineering tone. From her words, it could be heard that Cui Yenner didn't know what Yu Lai wanted from Qinyu and wanted to buy it. Her purpose was to prevent Yu Lai from getting what he wanted. It seemed that the grudge between these two wasn't small. I'm sorry, Yu Lai won't sell my materials, and neither will you. Qinyu rejected seriously, then looked at Master Song. Is the treasure refining hall still doing business? He came here to forge weapons, but he ended up getting involved in the battle between the geniuses of the two monarch clans for no reason. From the beginning to the end, no one from the treasure refining hall stood out to say a word. He was already somewhat dissatisfied with the treasure refining hall. But on the other hand, the fact that people from the two monarch clans came to the treasure refining hall proved that the standard of the blacksmiths here was indeed not bad. Seeing that Qinyu didn't sell to Cui Yenner, Yu Lai felt a little better and then glanced at Master Song. I think you'd better sell your materials to young Master Yu. I can personally forge a flying treasure for you. The materials are definitely not bad, and the price is 20% off. Master Song smiled bitterly and said slowly with a tone of admonishment. If he didn't owe the Yu clan a favor, Master Song wouldn't have done such a thing. But he also thought that Qinyu selling his materials to the Yu clan in exchange for a favor was the right choice. Qinyu must have come here to participate in the assessment. The geniuses of the Yu clan and the Cui clan were also here. Even if Qinyu passed the assessment, it was very likely that he would be in the same sect as these two geniuses in the future. Offending them might not end well. Since the treasure refining hall doesn't forge weapons, I'll find another place. After hearing that, Qinyu turned and left. He didn't want to provoke the two monarch clans, but Qinyu also needed this flying treasure, especially the wings of the golden-winged phoenix, which could be used with the golden-winged phoenix bloodline in Qinyu's body to exert greater power. This kid. Send someone to follow him. I'll see where he can go to forge weapons. Yu Lai shouted coldly. He had never failed in a business deal. Yes, a long-faced man beside him said. He didn't need Yu Lai to explain, he knew what to do. No matter which shop accepted Qinyu's business, he only needed to obstruct them. The surname Yu still had a certain deterrent force, especially this willful genius of the Yu clan, Yu Lai. Ordinary people wouldn't offend him. Interesting. Cui Yenner looked at the place where Qinyu left with her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Originally, she was only here to ruin Yu Lai's business. She didn't expect Qinyu to be so unyielding and not give in to anyone. Go and find out about this person. Cui Yenner walked to the side of a girl and whispered in her ear. Cui Yenner wanted to know who Qinyu was. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do this. Phew. After leaving the treasure refining hall, Yang Yuhuan let out a long sigh. The atmosphere in the hall just now was too terrifying. Qinyu actually fought with the geniuses of the two monarch clans. However, she was a little worried. Qinyu seemed to have offended Yu Lai. Let's go to other shops, Qinyu said calmly. Although the monarch clans were terrifying, they wouldn't send such powerful cultivators to deal with Qinyu over such a small matter. Besides, the Black Demon Valley was a sect force that was even more terrifying than the monarch clans. As long as Qinyu entered it, he would be protected. If he was accepted as a disciple by an elder, even the monarch clans wouldn't dare to openly deal with Qinyu. 3 days later. I'm sorry, this shop can't fulfill your request. One of the blacksmiths returned Qinyu's materials. This was the third time such a situation had happened. Needless to say, someone was playing tricks. Damn it, these monarch clans are such bullies. Yang Yuhuan was also very angry, and her eyes were wide open. Let's look again. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of a way to refine it after entering the Black Demon Valley. Qinyu was also a little unhappy. A monarch clan wouldn't affect the entire Cultivation spiritual hall. Some shops here might have the same background and wouldn't give face to the Yu clan. Eh? That clown is so cute. Yang Yuhuan was suddenly attracted by a clown. What shop is this? Why is there a clown puppet at the door? She was about to reach out to touch the clown. But suddenly, the clown moved and grinned. Do you two need to refine any spiritual weapons? This shop can serve you. Yang Yuhuan was suddenly shocked and took a step back, her heart beating fast. So it wasn't a clown puppet, but a person. This person was wearing a clown nose and a big hat, and his face was smeared with other colors. And at this moment, the clown revealed a very exaggerated smile, and looked even a little evil and scary. Xianxia couldn't help but look. He didn't notice that there was a person here. You can refine weapons here? Xianxia asked. That's right. The clown continued. To maintain a somewhat evil smile. Brother Chen, this shop is too small, and it's a mess inside. Let's go look elsewhere. Yang Yuhuan glanced inside the shop. It was indeed a mess inside, and the lighting was very dim. With the clown at the door, it gave off a very strange feeling. But the main reason was that Yang Yuhuan was scared by the clown's words. Sir, are you doubting my craftsmanship? I'm not exaggerating. In the entire Cultivation spiritual temple, there aren't many who are better than me at smithing. The clown said very confidently. At this moment, Xianxua's mysterious heartbeat changed, as if there was something inside the temple that attracted it. Looks like this shop isn't simple. Xianxua thought. This clown was also very strange. Xianxua didn't look carefully before and didn't notice that there was a person next to it. Grandmaster, how should I address you? Xianxua asked as he walked in to take a look. The things inside the temple were a mess, and there were many strange-looking things that Xianxua had never seen before. In the corner, Xianxua even saw a few puppets. You can call me handsome brother Dong. The clown replied. Xianxua felt that he couldn't say such things against his conscience. You can call me handsome brother Dong. Or, cute brother Dong, which one do you prefer? The clown added when Xianxua didn't respond. Xianxua sized up the clown's face again. Although he was wearing a clown costume, he gave off an evil and sinister vibe. He wasn't handsome or cute at all. Thus, he rejected this form of address again. The clown continued the conversation when Xianxua didn't respond. What spirit weapon do you need? Brother Dong will definitely satisfy you. I'll fuse the 2 pairs of wings into a flying treasure. Xianxua stated his request. If the other party couldn't do it, he didn't even need to take out the materials. Oh? Although it sounds difficult, it's definitely a piece of cake for Brother Dong. The clown smiled confidently. Although the clown guaranteed it, Xianxua felt even more uneasy. However, Xianxua lost his patience after being rejected by 4 shops in a row. He took out the wings of the golden-winged phoenix and the darking sparrow. The wings of the golden-winged phoenix and the darking sparrow. Not bad, not bad. One is rare, and the other is of excellent quality. The clown called out the names of the 2 pairs of wings and began to examine them carefully. Are you confident? Xianxua asked worriedly. You don't have to worry about the things that are in Brother Dong's hands. However, these 2 materials are very good. Have you considered selling them to Brother Dong? The price is negotiable. The clown smiled. Xianxua was speechless. This fellow had just said that he could rest assured about the things in his hands, and now he wanted to buy Xianxua's materials. Xianxua even suspected that this strange shop was in cahoots with the Yu tribe. I'm not selling. If you can't complete the task, then return the items to me. Xianxua said impatiently. It's fine if you don't want to sell. Brother Dong has many treasures here. If you like something, he might trade it with you if he's in a good mood. It's a pity that you rejected him. The clown shook his head and sighed. Then, he returned to the topic. Come to Brother Dong's place in half a month to get the items. Wait, you didn't even ask me what requirements I have? Xianxua immediately shouted. This blacksmith was too unreliable. Brother Dong, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. The clown repeated what he said before. Since Xianxua didn't believe him, he still made some requests. It should be at least high grade, so it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Secondly, I just want the main ability to increase my speed. Also, I want the golden-winged phoenix's wings. However, on the other side, Brother Dong had already started sketching his design. He didn't seem to be listening to Xianxua at all. Brother Chen, you really want this clown to help you? Yang Yuhuan asked softly. It seemed that Xianxua wasn't the only one who felt that this fellow was unreliable. Yang Yuhuan felt the same as well. However, at this stage of the game, there were no good blacksmiths willing to help Xianyu. Moreover, this clown seemed to be very confident. I hope this clown is just a little weird, but his skills are pretty good. Then, Xianyu strolled around the place. Just now, the clown said that he had a lot of good stuff here. Xianyu's mysterious heart also sensed that this shop wasn't simple. The things here were very messy, and there were all kinds of strange things. Soon, Xianyu found the thing that caused the heart to react. It was something that looked like a heart. It looked like a mechanical heart made of some rare wood, minerals, and other materials. It looked like the internal device of a puppet. Grabbing the mechanical heart, Xianyu's mysterious heart's beating frequency changed again, and a strange and deep suction force came from it. Immediately after, the mechanical heart in his hand trembled slightly, and wisps of mysterious silver starlight were sucked into the mysterious heart. The next moment, in the dark space where the faint silver crystal space was located, wisps of star-like silver crystal light spots lit up and quickly merged into the faint silver crystal space. Under Xianyu's attention, the faint silver crystal space expanded a little. Xianyu put down the mechanical heart in his hand with satisfaction, as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, the clown suddenly said, "Sir, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to steal the spatial power of this puppet's heart in front of Brother Dong so blatantly?" Hearing this, Xianyu was shocked, and then he felt a little awkward. In the past, when he used the mysterious heart to absorb spatial power to strengthen the internal space, no one had ever discovered it. Just now, Xianyu was sure that the clown was concentrating on drawing, so he directly absorbed it. After he finished absorbing, he noticed that the clown was staring at him. Xianyu had to admit that he was wrong. This weird-looking clown was not a simple person. When I touched this heart just now, I suddenly had an epiphany of my spatial combat skills, so I lost control and absorbed the spatial power of this heart. How many primeval stones do you need? I'll compensate you. When Xianyu noticed that the clown was staring at his chest, he immediately explained and covered it up. 1,000,000. The clown spat out a number. 1,000,000, that thing, Xianyu thought to himself, this guy is really taking advantage of me. But Xianyu was in the wrong. To prevent the mysterious heart from being exposed, he did not want to argue with this clown. Moreover, the clown was helping him forge a weapon. You absorbed the spatial power of that device, so the entire device is useless. Brother Dong will have to make a new one, so 1,000,000 is a discount for you. The clown added. When Xianyu noticed that the clown was still staring at his chest, he felt a little uncomfortable. Focus on what you're doing, don't look around. Brother Dong is a little interested in you. The clown suddenly revealed an exaggerated smile, giving off a sinister feeling. When Yang Yuhuan saw that the clown kept staring at Xianyu's chest and said that with an evil expression, she immediately shivered. Yang Yuhuan felt that the behavior of these two men was a little off. Meanwhile, Xianyu had a strange feeling of being seen through, so he quickly left with Yang Yuhuan. That night, a long-faced man wearing a black brocade robe strode into the clown's shop. He suddenly saw a clown looking at him with an evil and sinister expression in the middle of the night. He was so scared that his body trembled and he almost drew his sword to slay the devil. What do you need, sir? The clown asked with a smile. Grandmaster, you don't have to dress like this to scare people in the middle of the night, do you? The long-faced man heaved a sigh of relief. The clown smiled and did not say anything. I'll skip the pleasantries. My young master, you lie, want you to give up on this deal. The long-faced man's expression became arrogant. It seemed that whenever he mentioned the Yu surname, he would involuntarily feel proud. Oh? How much is your young master offering me? The clown asked with interest. The long-faced man was slightly taken aback. The owner of this shabby shop was quite bold. He actually dared to take the initiative to ask for payment. Perhaps he had some background. The long-faced man spoke again. How much do you want, sir? As long as it was not too much, Yu Lai would usually agree. 3,000,000 low-grade primal stones. The clown replied. Sir, you must be joking with me. The long-faced man's expression turned cold. A normal high-grade spirit tool would only cost between 2 to 3,000,000 low-grade primal stones. The person in front of him was asking for an exorbitant price of 3,000,000, if he brought this back to Yulai, he would think that there was something wrong with his head and that he was simply asking for a scolding. 3 million, although the price is a bit high, we can sit down and talk about it. Otherwise, how can it be called business? How about this, Brother Dong will give you a discount of 300,000. The clown saw that the other party thought the price was too high, so he spoke seriously again. He was indeed very serious. However, coupled with that slightly evil clown face, the long-faced man felt that this clown was teasing him no matter how he looked at it. Humph, sir, you are too arrogant. If you reject young Master Yulai's proposal, the consequences will be very serious. I advise you to think clearly when you do things in the future. There are some people that you cannot afford to offend. The long-faced man threatened. In any case, the clown would not dare to do anything to him. Or perhaps after he threatened him, the clown would be afraid and change his personality. But things did not go as he wished. Bang, the door of the shop suddenly closed on its own. Crack. Beep beep. Ding ding, then, all kinds of strange sounds rang out in the room. The long-faced man saw that a shelf in front of him suddenly turned into a square puppet. A chandelier above his head also turned into a spider puppet. From the junk pile behind him, an ugly cylindrical puppet slid out. In an instant, the long-faced man found that he was surrounded by nearly 10 puppets. How dare you make an enemy out of the Yu clan? The long-faced man shouted in panic. Boom boom, then, he circulated his primal stones and sent out 2 palm lights with green flames, hitting the square puppet in front of him. Boom boom, the palm lights bombarded the puppet. The green flames quickly disappeared, and the puppet was unharmed. How is this possible? The long-faced man was shocked. That square puppet looked so ugly and weak. As a late-stage returning Origin Realm expert, he actually could not hurt it at all. Fear gradually rose in his heart, and he stepped back. Crack, suddenly, the floor caved in and opened to both sides. A puppet's hand stretched out and instantly grabbed the long-faced man, dragging him underground. Sir, Senior, spare me, spare. Ah. The long-faced man kept screaming, and finally stopped with a miserable cry. Brother Dong's territory is very dangerous. It's best not to move around. The clown said faintly and then focused on his work, as if it was just a mouse that jumped out and fell into his trap. The door of the shop opened automatically, and everything was as usual. Qingyu and the clown agreed to meet 15 days later. Therefore, during this period of time, Qingyu walked around the Cultivation spiritual hall. He saw a lot of new things, and his understanding of this world had increased. In addition, most of the people in this Cultivation spiritual hall came for the Black Demon Valley and Heavenly Jade sect. Here, Qingyu had seen some geniuses from the major clans, king clans, and even 3-star forces. One had to say that the Great Cosmos realm was an incomparably powerful realm. There were many experts and geniuses. It could be considered a kind of luck for Qingyu to come to the Great Cosmos realm. Soon, 15 days passed. Qingyu once again came to the clown's shop. You're here. Brother Dong has already refined what you wanted. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. After saying that, the clown took out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. The damaged parts on the wings were no longer there and had been replaced by black feathers. Apart from that, many other parts of the golden wings had been modified into black feathers. Overall, they looked like 2 clusters of black flames. The originally gorgeous and dazzling golden wings were embellished with black feathers, and their brilliance was somewhat restrained, giving them a sense of mystery. The wings emitted a strange and ancient aura of a sacred beast's bloodline. It was hard to tell what kind of sacred beast it was. It seemed that the clown had completely merged the aura of the 2 wings during the crafting process, making it hard for outsiders to figure out the true origin of the wings unless they felt it carefully. What do you think? Brother Dong didn't lie to you, right? I promise you'll be satisfied. The clown's face suddenly moved closer. His exaggerated clown face interrupted Qinyu's observation. Not bad. Qingyu was very satisfied. The grade of this treasure is as high as the top tier, so I'll charge you 2 million low-grade primal stones. The clown continued. Top tier? Taking a deep breath, Qingyu found that the quality of the crystal had also met his requirements. A normal high-grade spiritual weapon was worth about 2 million, and this pair of wings was of a higher grade. Since the materials were provided by Qinyu, the clown only charged 2 million low-grade primal stones. However, in Qinyu's eyes, this price was already considered high. He was in a good mood, and he had enough primal stones, so he didn't care about the clown's price. Last time I broke your device, plus the cost of crafting a spiritual weapon, it's a total of 3 million. The clown was slightly surprised that Qinyu took out so many primal stones at once. Right, Mr. Clown, didn't you encounter any obstacles while you were crafting for me? Qinyu suddenly recalled that 4 shops had rejected his request to refine weapons in a row. Yes. The clown pondered for a while before answering. You're really a good blacksmith, upright brother Dong. Qinyu couldn't help but praise the clown. Previously, the other shops had all chosen to compromise and agreed to the king clown's request. Only this ordinary-looking shop, with its weirdo blacksmith, had rejected the king clown's request and helped Qinyu forge his weapon. The clown's eyes lit up. He seemed to think that the nickname Qinyu gave him was pretty good. After getting the items, Qinyu left the place. It's a pity that Brother Dong is only here to earn some traveling expenses. I hope that I'll be able to see you again in the future so that I'll have the chance to see the secrets in your body. The clown once again revealed an exaggerated smile. His eyes flickered with an evil light. He murmured softly, then turned around and entered the shop. After returning to his residence, Qinyu began to refine the golden phoenix wing. Due to the high grade of this flying artifact and Qinyu's low cultivation, the refining process was relatively slow. However, Qinyu discovered that once he activated the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline, the speed of refinement would increase exponentially. Therefore, in just 3 days, Qinyu had completely refined the golden phoenix wing. During the refining process, Qinyu discovered a detail that he couldn't let go of for a long time. I really can't be at ease with that clown. Qinyu sighed sorrowfully. At the end of the golden phoenix wing, there were many mysterious and ancient characters that seemed to be related to arrays. However, he could faintly see the outline of 3 words, Mo Sandong. This was probably Brother Dong's real name. But how could he be so heartless to do such a thing to such a beautiful work of art? There were still 10 days before the Black Demon Valley's disciple recruitment. Qinyu went into seclusion to cultivate. Now that Qinyu's spiritual power had reached the half-step empty sea realm, the hidden danger of the Qi lake in his body had been completely resolved back at the Yang family. He could already prepare to break through to the peak of the late-stage returning origin realm at any time. But the assessment was about to begin, so Qinyu wasn't in a hurry to break through. In a luxurious and spacious residence, several young men and women were gathered. Where's Yu Han? Still haven't found him? Yu Lai, who was dressed in a black robe and exuded a sharp aura between his brows, shouted in a low voice. No, not a single clue. Someone below answered. How is this possible? Where the hell did he run off to? Today is the Black Demon Valley's disciple recruitment day. Yu Lai roared with some irritation. Young Master Yu Lai, you sent Yu Han to obstruct that kid, and then there was no news of him. Could he have been killed by that kid? A man below said in a low voice. Yu Lai's pupils suddenly shrank. Yu Han is a genius of my Yu clan, how could he die in the hands of that kid? Moreover, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, without a single clue. Fighting was not allowed in the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. Now that there were so many people gathered in the Cultivation Spiritual Hall, it could be said that people were everywhere. Under such circumstances, how could Qinyu make a genius of the late-stage returning origin realm suddenly disappear without alerting anyone? But, all this happened because of that kid, maybe he knows something. Yu Lai snorted coldly. Young Master is right, do you want us to interrogate this person? No need, let's go directly. I think that kid is definitely here to participate in the assessment. I will personally ask him then. Yu Lai suddenly stood up and walked out of the residence. On the other side, Qinyu also walked out of the residence with the Yang clan. Wow, so many people are going to participate in the assessment of the Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect. Yang Hai exclaimed. Not far away, a huge carriage, pulled by 2 golden griffins, slowly moved forward. When the people in front saw the carriage, they all gave way. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Yu clan left the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. If I'm not wrong, the one who obstructed my forging this time should be Yulai. A cold light flashed in Qianyu's eyes. Although the other party was a Qing clan, if there was a chance, Qianyu would also take revenge. Let's go too. If we are late, we don't know how long we will have to wait in line. Yang Fenghe had already made his move. At this moment, a huge green peacock flew over from behind. Behind the peacock was a yellow-green sedan, in which sat a peerless beauty and a handsome long-haired man. At this moment, the green peacock was heading towards the Yang clan, and the crowd nearby gave way. Chui clan. When Yang Fenghe saw the man and woman in the carriage, as well as the dozens of people behind them, he immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to act rashly. He could see that the other party was coming for the Yang clan. Greetings to the two geniuses of the Chui clan, what can I do for you? Yang Fenghe bowed and said with a smile. He looked up at the green peacock that emitted a powerful aura, as well as the man and woman in the sedan, feeling great pressure all over his body. As a Qing clan, the Chui clan was also in existence that everyone paid attention to. At this moment, countless people around found that the Chui clan geniuses were together with a few people who looked weak and untalented, which was surprising. Yan do you know anyone? The long-haired man looked at the woman beside him and asked. Chui Yan nodded, then looked at Qianyu with her beautiful eyes, and said with a confident smile, "You're very good to be able to make Yulai suffer, but he won't let you off. If you enter the Tianyu sect, you can join my Chui clan faction." After hearing Chui Yan's words, the long-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he carefully looked at Qianyu, but did not find anything special. He was probably a stubborn person who was not afraid of anything, or else he would not dare to offend Yulai. "Thank you for your kindness, but my goal is Black Demon Valley." Qianyu responded politely. "Black Demon Valley? If that's the case, then we are enemies." Chui Yan's attitude changed abruptly, and her proud expression revealed indifference and contempt. Qianyu was taken aback. This woman changed her attitude too quickly. He did not know that Chui Yan was extremely concerned about face. She had extended an invitation to Qianyu, but Qianyu not only refused, but also declared that his goal was Black Demon Valley. Everyone knew that Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect were irreconcilable enemies, and Qianyu's bluntness, in Chui Yan's view, was a provocation, which made her feel very embarrassed. "Let's go, Yan. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. If we meet him in the assessment, I'll teach him a lesson for you," the long-haired man said very casually, as if it was a trivial matter. Subsequently, the green peacock pulled the sedan chair and passed by the Yang family. "Guest Chen, do you have a grudge with Yulai?" Yang Fenghe wiped his cold sweat. Qianyu not only offended Yulai of the Yu clan, but also made Chui Yan of the Chui clan unhappy. This was too much of a troublemaker. "Brother Fenghe, it's Yulai who is making things difficult for Brother Chen." Yang Yuhuan spoke up for Qianyu. "By the way, that person just said that if they meet me in the assessment, the people of the Chui clan should have chosen to enter the Tianyu sect. Why would they meet us in the assessment?" Qianyu was a little puzzled. "You don't know?" Yang Fenghe glanced at Qianyu in astonishment, and then explained, "The news has spread these days. I heard that Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect are recruiting disciples at the same time, and it seems that they want to bet on the results of their disciples or something. So the recruitment assessment this time is likely to be very cruel." Yang Fenghe told him what he had heard these days. No wonder the recruitment location is at Sky Ascension Peak. Qianyu's doubts were resolved. The group quickly left the Cultivation Spiritual Hall and rushed to Sky Ascension Peak. The Sky Ascension Peak was not far from the Cultivation Spiritual Hall, and could be reached in less than half a day. At this moment, there was already a sea of people at the foot of Sky Ascension Peak, and there were two long lines that were more than 200 feet long. More people were gathered nearby, and it was unknown whether they were watching or waiting for the line to dwindle. Looking from afar, one could see two huge stone door frames, one black and one white. There was a plaque hanging on the door frame, with the words Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect written on it. Just those few words exuded endless power and deterred all living beings. Qianyu and the Yang clan walked to the line that stretched out from the black door frame. At this moment, they saw two men directly walk to the front, and after registering, they passed through the door frame. These people who don't need to line up are either royal clans, 3-star clans, or sects with powerful backers and can directly enter. In short, none of them are simple. Yang Fenghe reminded Qinyu. He found that Qinyu was too good at provoking people. 6 hours later, it was finally Qinyu and the others' turn. After registering some information, each person paid a fee of 5,000 mid-grade primal stones before entering. At this moment, a pointy-mouthed old man walked over from the side. "You guys are from the Yang clan, right?" The pointy-mouthed old man looked indifferently at Qinyu, Yang Fenghe, and the others, and then slightly shook his head. "Greetings, Senior Liu. I have often heard old ancestor mention you." Yang Fenghe immediately cupped his fists and bowed. The pointy-mouthed old man in front of him was a deacon of Black Demon Valley. If he could get on good terms with him, his days in Black Demon Valley would be much better. "Let's go. The first test of entering Black Demon Valley is the Sky Ascension Ladder. As long as you can reach the 50th step, you can become an Outer Valley disciple of Black Demon Valley." The pointy-mouthed old man led the crowd forward. In front of Sky Ascension Peak, there was a stone staircase with 100 steps that led straight to the top of Sky Ascension Peak. On the top of the mountain, there were 2 magnificent black and white palaces, surrounded by rolling black and white winds and clouds, shrouding them, making it difficult to see clearly. But standing at the foot of the mountain, everyone could feel the terrifying aura fluctuating from the palaces. In the palace at the top of the ascending sky peak, there are elders of our Black Demon Valley. If you perform well and catch their attention, there may be elders who will accept you as disciples after the assessment. The pointy-mouthed old man could not help but explain when he saw everyone staring at the palace at the top of the ascending sky peak. But after speaking, he felt that he had said too much. Among the Yang family members, Yang Fenghe had a higher cultivation base, but he was older, and his aura was not strong enough. His talent was only average, and it was impossible for him to catch the eye of an elder. So what he said was useless. "This time, old Yang has paid a huge price to send you here, so I will not take his benefits for nothing. If you can't ascend to the 50th step, as long as you can reach the 30th step, I can let you stay in Black Demon Valley as odd job workers," the pointy-mouthed old man said casually. He carefully looked at the 7 people in front of him and thought that at most, Yang Fenghe and Qinyu could ascend to the 50th step, and the others would most likely not be able to do so. Of course, he did not expect the people sent by old Yang to be a powerful genius. He only hoped that among the people he introduced, there would be someone with outstanding talent who could shine in Black Demon Valley, which would also be beneficial to him. "Thank you, Elder," Yang Fenghe said respectfully. Yang Hai, Yang Ling, and the others thought that they could only stay in Black Demon Valley as odd job workers. They were considered talents in the Yang family, but if they wanted to enter Black Demon Valley, they could only rely on connections and would only be odd job workers. But thinking that Black Demon Valley was a famous 3-star force in the southern region, they accepted it. If they worked hard as odd job workers, they would also have the chance to become official disciples. Black Demon Valley and Tianyu sect are actually conducting the first assessment on the ascending sky stairs at the same time. Qinyu looked at the ascending sky stairs in front of him. On the stairs, there were intricate formation patterns flickering, and countless black and white lights suffused the air, causing one to feel a strong pressure. The ascending sky stairs was divided into 2 parts, the left was pure black, and the right was pure white. To enter Black Demon Valley, one could only take the stairs on the left, and the Tianyu sect on the right. At this moment, there were people slowly advancing on the black and white stairs. Swoosh, a yellow-robed man who chose the ascending sky stairs of Black Demon Valley flew out and instantly landed on the 30th step. Amazing! Yang Yuhuan could not help but sigh. The sharp-mouthed old man had said that one had to ascend the 50th step to be qualified to become an Outer Valley disciple. From this, one could imagine that this heaven ascension stairway was definitely not simple and not that easy to climb. However, this yellow-robed man had directly ascended to the 30th step. He must be very powerful. But at this moment, on the Heavenly Jade sect's side, the man and woman on the 38th and 42nd steps suddenly attacked the yellow-robed man. The man took out a large saber and slashed out a white saber shadow. There was a faint dragon roar within it as it charged towards the yellow-robed man. As for the woman, she stretched out her jade-like hand and lightly clapped. A faint green jade-like palm print rushed towards the yellow-robed man's chest. Not good. The yellow-robed man looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. However, he had just reached the 30th step and had yet to stabilize himself. On the 30th step, there was an even more astonishing power of heaven and earth, causing his speed to be reduced to only 40% of his original speed. It was impossible for him to dodge. The yellow-robed man could only revolve his true essence and prop up a true essence defensive barrier. Chi, the white lightsaber shadow cut through, on the true essence range shield, a smooth cut. Then, the light green palm print descended. Bang, the true essence defensive barrier shattered. The light green palm print landed on the yellow-robed man's chest, leaving a bloody mark. The yellow-robed man's figure tumbled down to the 3rd step of the heaven ascension stairway. Damn it! The yellow-robed man clenched his fist and fiercely hammered the step. He had no choice but to temporarily retreat. Forcibly ascending the heaven ascension stairway while injured would certainly result in a poor result. At the same time, he had to guard against the heavenly jade sect's participants attacking him again when he ascended the stairway. On the heaven ascension stairway, the participants of the two sects are allowed to interfere with each other. The sharp-mouthed old man said calmly, and then explained, this time, the Black Demon Valley and the Heavenly Jade sect's upper echelons made a bet. The results of the disciples' assessment will be used as the criterion to determine the winner, which is why this situation has occurred. But don't worry, fighting is allowed on the Heaven Ascension stairway, but killing is not allowed. Once it happens, the two major forces will definitely punish you severely. If you can seriously injure many participants of the Heavenly Jade sect's assessment, even if your level in the last test is average, you may still be chosen by the elders. Even if you can't be accepted as a disciple, as long as you can receive guidance and care from the elders, you will benefit greatly. The disciple recruitment this time involved great benefits, as well as the reputation of the two major sect forces. Anyone who affected or interfered with the participants of the Heavenly Jade sect's assessment during the assessment was someone who had contributed to the Black Demon Valley. But on the other hand, the difficulty of everyone's assessment had increased, because the participants of the Heavenly Jade sect would also attack, interfere, and obstruct them. Let's wait until there are fewer people first, then we'll go. Yang Fenghe suggested. Although he was the number one genius of the Yang family, he had seen countless people who were more talented than him in the recruitment grounds of the two major sects. There was always someone better than him in the universe. Now it was better to keep a low profile and strive to smoothly achieve the best results. Boom! Bang, bang! Around the 50th step of the Heaven Ascension stairway, 5 participants of the two sects attacked and interfered with each other. At this moment, they had almost reached their limits. The power of heaven and earth at the 50th step made it extremely difficult for them to move, so the outcome of the battle was quickly determined. There were 3 people from the Heavenly Jade sect who had the upper hand and knocked the other 2 people from the other side of the Black Demon Valley down the Heaven Ascension stairway. Finally, the 3 people from the Heavenly Jade sect successfully reached the 50th step and became outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect. One of them continued to walk up, while the other 2 had reached their limits and chose to complete the first test. Come, let's go, and strive to achieve the best results in the shortest time possible. Yang Fenghe stared at the Heaven Ascension stairway and suddenly said. At this moment, there were only 2 people moving up the Heaven Ascension stairway on the Heavenly Jade sect's side, so they were not much of a threat. On the Yang family's side, there were a total of 6 people. With that, Yang Fenghe climbed up the black stairway. Suddenly, he felt a wave of power of heaven and earth falling down from above, but it was not strong. Thud thud, Yang Fenghe took 15 steps in a row, each step crossing 2 steps, and reached the 30th step in no time. At this time, the pressure on his body was extremely huge, so Yang Fenghe could not continue to move forward as quickly as before. Swoosh swoosh, the rest of the Yang family followed Yang Fenghe. After all, they had more people, so there was a guarantee. Which family are these people from? Why are they so weak? On the Heaven Ascension stairway on the Heavenly Jade sect's side, the 2 people who were walking down looked at Yang Fenghe and the others and could not help but sneer. The 2 felt that it was a pity. If they had come a little later, they could have gotten rid of this group of rookies. Unfortunately, they had already completed the test and could no longer attack the people from the Black Demon Valley. Yang Fenghe continued to move forward, but Yang Ling had stopped at the 28th step, while Yang Hai had just reached the 30th step. Sigh. Seeing this scene, the pointy-mouthed elder could not help but shake his head and look at Yang Fenghe. If even Yang Fenghe could not reach the 50th step, then the Yang family would be completely finished. But Yang Fenghe's momentum was strong, and the pointy-mouthed elder estimated that it would not be a problem for him to reach the 50th step. On the Heaven Ascension stairway, the distance between the 6 people of the Yang family rapidly increased. Yang Fenghe had already reached the 43rd step, Yang Yuhuan was on the 38th step, and the other 2 were around the 33rd step. Somewhere below, dozens of young men and women gathered. Yanner, these people seem to be with that kid. Should we get rid of them? The long-haired man glanced at the Heaven Ascension stairway and said calmly. There's no need. These people are too weak. Wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of the Cui family to attack them? Cui Yanner's eyes were cold and her expression was proud. I didn't say to let the people of the Cui family go. The long-haired man revealed a contemptuous smile. Chang Guangyan, go and get rid of the few people on the Black Demon Valley's Heaven Ascension stairway. The long-haired man instructed. Not far away, in the Chang family of a 2-star force, a dark-skinned man in black armor immediately said, Big brother Cui Ming, it's a piece of cake. Isn't this the Yang family? I heard that this family has experienced a great battle and has become very weak. I didn't expect them to send people here. The dark-skinned man, Chang Guangyan, looked at the few people on the Heaven Ascension stairway and smiled. The Chang family and the Yang family were both 2-star forces and not too far away from each other. Chang Guangyan had also heard of what happened to the Yang family. However, 2-star forces were also divided into strong and weak forces. The Chang family had 3 Void Sea Realm experts, which was far from what the Yang family could compare to. The task that the genius of the Cui family, Cui Ming, gave to Chang Guangyan was not difficult. Moreover, it was also beneficial for him to drive the people participating in the Black Demon Valley's assessment down. Big brother Chang, let's go together. Some of the Chang family disciples nearby immediately said. You guys wait here. I alone am enough. Chang Guangyan said very confidently. Swoosh, with that, Chang Guangyan leaped up and landed directly on the 35th step of the Heaven Ascension stairway. Chang Guangyan was very confident in his strength and was preparing to use this opportunity to make a name for himself. Therefore, he did not ask for help from the family. The 2 young family members on the Heaven Ascension stairway were immediately dumbfounded when they saw Chang Guangyan climb to the 35th step, marveling at his extraordinary talent. But the next moment, Chang Guangyan suddenly attacked, shooting out a fierce bright yellow light that turned into the phantom of a lion head and charged over. Boom, the 2 young family members could not react in time and were blasted off the Heaven Ascension stairway by Chang Guangyan. They spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and were covered with injuries. Too weak. It would be bad if I accidentally killed you. Chang Guangyan grinned evilly and continued to go up, his eyes falling on Yang Yuhuan. You are the number 1 beauty of the North Water region, Yang Yuhuan. If you follow me in the future, I will not attack you. You can walk down the Heaven Ascension stairway yourself. Chang Guangyan threatened. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for the Yang family? Yang Yuhuan's face was somewhat pale. Above, Yang Fenghe saw the situation behind and his eyes fell on Chang Guangyan. Chang family's genius, Chang Guangyan. Yang Fenghe's eyes trembled. As a genius of the Yang family, he was more knowledgeable than others and recognized Chang Guangyan. Chang Guangyan was also less than 50 years old and had reached the peak of the late-stage origin realm. Moreover, he was 4 years earlier than Yang Fenghe. Yang Fenghe could also see that Chang Guangyan was targeting the Yang family. He immediately quickened his pace, trying to reach the 50th step earlier. It is not that I, Chang Guangyan, want to make things difficult for the Yang family. It is your family that has offended someone you should not have offended. Let me make a move and teach your Yang family a lesson. Chang Guangyan did not make a move against a beauty like Yang Yuhuan, but instead explained. At the peak of Sky-Piercing Peak, there were 3 men and 2 women sitting in a black hall. All of them were older, and every one of them was emitting a terrifying fluctuation. At this moment, they were all staring at the stairway to heaven. However, the participants of the Black Demon Valley assessment were constantly being blasted down the stairway to heaven by the participants of the Heavenly Jade sect. The first was the yellow-robed man. He reached the 30th step in a single step. His talent wasn't bad, but his temperament wasn't steady enough. He was beaten back by the other two. Secondly, around the 50th step, a chaotic battle broke out between the participants of the Black Demon Valley and the Sky Jade sect. Finally, the two participants of the Black Demon Valley assessment were defeated. But now, the two from the Yang family were sent flying by a single move from Chang Yanping. Up until now, the Black Demon Valley's performance had been weaker than the Sky Jade sect's side. This made the Black Demon Valley elders very unhappy, and their faces darkened. Ha ha ha, this kid is not bad. He directly ascended to the 35th step and repelled two people with one move. A voice of praise came from the side of the Heavenly Jade sect. The laughter was very loud, and it traveled into the Black Palace. Using a cultivation level at the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm to make a move against two middle stage Origin Realm martial artists. Such a person who uses his strength to bully the weak will have limited achievements in the future. On the Black Demon Valley's side, a middle-aged man with a black jade crown on his head coldly snorted. Elder Wei, what you said isn't correct. When standing on the stairway to heaven, it's a fair competition. How could it be said that the strong are bullying the weak? On the other side, a long-bearded old man said with a faint sneer. Old man Wei, there's no need to argue with them. Those people's talent is too poor. It's fine even if they were knocked off the stairway to heaven. The true key to the outcome of the bet between our two sects is the competition between the top geniuses. A woman in a black silk robe whose voluptuous figure could be vaguely seen said slowly. Even so, the more people who pass the test, the more advantage we will have in the second test. Elder Wei frowned as he looked at the sky-ascending stairway. As expected, Yang Yuhuan and Yang Fengho, who was rushing towards the 50th step, would both be knocked down by Chang Yanping. On the stairway to heaven, Chang Wanyan looked at Yang Yuhuan who was diagonally above him. It's not that I, Chang Wanyan, want to make things difficult for the Yang clan, but your Yang clan has offended someone you shouldn't have. Allow me to teach your Yang clan a lesson. Faced with a beauty like Yang Yuhuan, Chang Wanyan did not immediately attack. Instead, he explained. Who did our Yang family offend? Yang Yuhuan's brows were tightly knitted, and she was a little flustered. Ever since they came to participate in the assessment, they had been very low-key and did not provoke anyone. Could it be Yan Hanshan? Yan Hanshan's plan failed, and his reputation was ruined. Now that he knew they were here to participate in the Black Demon Valley's test, he sent people to obstruct them. Yang Yuhuan had learned about Yan Hanshan some time ago. In the outer sect tournament of the Heavenly Jade sect, Yan Hanshan won first place and entered the inner sect of the Heavenly Jade sect. His name spread far and wide. If it wasn't for the fact that the negative news about him had spread far and wide, Yan Hanshan's achievements would have been even greater. You don't even know who you've offended. You're really stupid. Chang Yanping coldly sneered. He revolved his true essence and prepared to attack. Without the permission of the Chui clan, it was better for him not to speak of it without permission. Although he had tender feelings for the fairer sex, he could not delay for too long with the people of the Chui clan watching. Boom, Chang Yanping suddenly punched out. That dazzling golden fist light turned into a giant phantom of a lion's head. After letting out a deafening roar, it suddenly charged at Yang Yuhuan. On the stairway to heaven, there was a terrifying pressure of heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult for Yang Yuhuan to fly at this moment, let alone dodge Chang Yanping's attack. Bang! When Chang Yanping's fist descended, it instantly shattered Yang Yuhuan's ranged shield and bombarded her body. Yang Yuhuan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her body was sent flying. Due to the pressure of heaven and earth, she fell down heavily. But at this moment, a tall and straight figure appeared on the stairway to heaven, and caught Yang Yuhuan. Brother Chen? Yang Yuhuan lay in Chen Yu's arms. Her panic and fear were gradually dispelled by warmth and safety. You go down first. Chen Yu quickly put Yang Yuhuan down and let her walk down the stairway to heaven. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. You dare to play the hero and save the damsel in distress from my hands. Chang Yanping stared at Qinyu with an unfriendly expression. However, the Chui clan only asked him to deal with the Yang clan. Although Qinyu was meddling in other people's business, Chang Yanping did not plan to do anything to Qinyu. This was because Chang Yanping still had another target, and that was Yang Fengho. After knocking Yang Fengho down from the stairway to heaven, he would be considered to have completed the mission given to him by Cui Ming. Thump thump thump, Chang Yanping quickly moved up the stairway. His speed was relatively fast, and he immediately reached the 40th step, and then the 45th step. At this moment, Yang Fengho was on the 48th step. He was incomparably flustered when he saw Chang Yanping heading toward him. "Brother Chang, if you dare to make a move against me, don't even think of getting a good result this time." Yang Fengho was certain that his opponent's target was him, and he knew that he could not avoid it, so he started to threaten Chang Yanping. There was a difference in their strength, but the difference was very small. If Chang Yanping insisted on knocking him down from the stairway to heaven, he would not let Chang Yanping off easily. "What's with all this nonsense? Get down!" Chang Yanping snorted coldly. He had no time to chat with Yang Fengho. Bang! Chang Yanping threw a punch forward with an extraordinary aura. The powerful fist glow transformed into the illusionary figure of a lion charging forward. On the other side, Yang Fengho was not to be outdone. He took out his artifact sword, which was engulfed in a purple flame. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Yang Fengho slashed his sword 12 times consecutively, unleashing 12 rays of purple flames. Bang! The 12 rays of purple flames collided with the illusionary figure of the lion, resulting in a powerful shockwave spreading into the surroundings. Due to the suppression from the heavens and earth, the shockwave was controlled to a small area, which only affected Yang Fengho and Chang Yanping. Both of their figures shuddered as Chang Yanping attacked once again. Lion King Fist. The qi in Chang Yanping's body surged rapidly, and the golden qi transformed into a giant lion that attacked Yang Fengho. The powerful aura of the Lion King transformed into a mental attack that struck at Yang Fengho. Yang Fengho's head buzzed, and his figure shuddered as he took a step back. Crap! Yang Fengho wore a troubled expression seeing the golden lion pouncing at him all of a sudden. Chang Yanping's attack was powerful, but he could only try his best to defend himself while attacking Chang Yanping at the same time. Bang bang, an explosion took place as Yang Fengho was affected by the force of the golden qi, causing him to take over 10 steps backward and arrive at the 42nd step. On the other hand, Chang Yanping only fell 2 steps. "Haha, get your ass down." Chang Yanping burst out laughing and was about to follow up with another attack. However, at that instant, bang, a giant black fist suddenly flew in Chang Yanping's direction with an imperious demonic intent, as if it was going to crush everything in its path. Bang, when Chang Yanping reacted, he immediately punched out. The golden fist collided with the huge black fist. In less than a breath's time, the golden fist shattered into pieces, resulting in a ferocious demonic gust, which knocked Chang Yanping flying. Puff, Chang Yanping spat out a mouthful of blood as his figure tumbled down to the 22nd step. "You! Sneak attack!" Chang Yanping was stunned for a moment before he reacted and scolded. Being sent flying by a nameless junior in a single punch, Chang Yanping was extremely embarrassed. Chang Yanping lost. Who was that kid? He actually knocked Chang Yanping back in a single move. Exclamations could be heard from below. Qinyu was only at the late stage of the origin realm, but he was able to send the prodigy Chang Yanping flying in a single move. Chang Yanping might have been distracted by Yang Fengho, but the fact that Qinyu was able to do it still amazed them. In the Black Palace at the peak of the Sky Ascension Peak, Elder Wei's expression turned slightly better when he saw this scene. "Do I need to inform you before I make a move on you?" At this time, Qinyu's cold and unfathomable gaze looked down from above. In fact, he was attacking Chang Yanping from the front, but Chang Yanping didn't even put Qinyu in his eyes. By the time he did, it was already too late. "Many thanks for Guest Chen's help." Yang Fengho looked at Qinyu with a face of gratitude. If it wasn't for Qinyu's timely intervention, he would have been severely injured by Chang Yanping. If he wasn't able to recover within a month, he might have missed this assessment. The reason why Qinyu intervened was because he was indebted to the Yang clan. During this period of time that he interacted with the Yang clan, their relationship was rather good. Furthermore, Chang Yanping's actions were unpleasant to Qinyu. So he is with the Yang clan. Chang Yanping's eyes turned vicious. When Qinyu saved Yang Yuhuan, he thought that Qinyu was trying to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. But from the looks of it, he misunderstood. He heard Yang Fengho call Qinyu guest Qin. Then, Qinyu must be a member of the Yang clan. Boom, Chang Yanping suddenly exploded. His body emitted an imposing aura as he punched out with both his fists. Standing on the 22nd step, he could almost ignore the pressure of heaven and earth and unleash his full strength. Roar! Two overlapping golden light lion sovereign fist shadows rushed up, killing towards Qinyu. Just now, Chang Yanping said that Qinyu launched a sneak attack. Right now, his actions were more like a sneak attack. Buzz, facing Chang Yanping's attack, Qinyu revolved the mystic rune fiend physique, his entire body sparkling with dark light. Devil Destruction Claw, Qinyu's right hand swept past. A pitch-black and sinister devil claw rushed out, actually tearing apart the lion's sovereign fist shadows. Impossible! Chang Yanping cried out in shock. At this moment, Qinyu's attack was much stronger than before. Crack, the true essence protective shield on the surface of Chang Yanping's body was shattered. That devil claw bombarded on his chest, causing the blood and energy in his body to roil. Chang Yanping's body flew out, directly rolling down the Sky Ascension peak. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. If not for wearing armor, that move of Qinyu's was sufficient to seriously injure him for several months, sending Chang Yanping flying in one move. What a powerful claw! Just who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? The discussion below became even more intense. The strength that Qinyu displayed was completely unlike that of an ordinary 2-star family or 2.5-star family. It was more like a genius from a Qing clan or even a 3-star family. But they had never heard of Qinyu before. This kid's strength is not bad. Below, in the Yu clan crowd, Yu Lai snorted coldly. Qinyu rejected his business, and Yu Han's death was also related to Qinyu. Swoosh, Yu Lai immediately rushed out, flying towards the Sky Ascension peak. He was prepared to surpass Qinyu with invincible momentum, making Qinyu submit to him. At the same time, he also wanted to ask about the cause of Yu Han's death. But at the same time that Yu Lai flew out, a figure also flew out from the Qing clan Cui. It was Cui Yan. What's going on? Yu Lai and Cui Yan from the two Qing clans actually ascended the Sky Ascension peak at the same time. There's a good show to watch. These two people are sworn enemies. Cui Yenner had previously invited Qinyu to join the Heavenly Jade sect and the Cui clan's faction out of goodwill, lest Qinyu be harmed by Yu Lai. Unexpectedly, Qinyu rejected Cui Yenner in front of countless outstanding talents, and said that he would enter the Black Demon Valley and become Cui Yenner's enemy. Now, Cui Yenner wanted to let Qinyu know the consequences of standing on the opposite side of her. Yu Lai? After Cui Yenner moved, she found that Yu Lai had also flown out. Yu Lai and this kid have a grudge, but they are both participating in the Black Demon Valley test, and Yu Lai can't attack Qinyu. Cui Yenner's thoughts turned. Could Yu Lai's target be her? But since she had decided to attack, Cui Yenner would not shrink back. She was not afraid of Yu Lai. The simultaneous appearance of the geniuses of the two great royal clans instantly ignited the atmosphere. Even the several elders at the top of the heaven-connecting peak could not help but look over. Thump. Thump, Cui Yenner and Yu Lai had reached the 40th step of the stairway to heaven at the same time. The 40th step. They have actually reached the 40th step. As expected of the royal clans. How terrifying are their talents. I heard that Yu Lai and Cui Yenner are archenemies. I wonder who is stronger. The discussion below was several times noisier than when Qinyu defeated Chang Yanping. Reaching the 50th step was considered to have passed the first test. But these two had directly flown to the 40th step. The final step they could reach was definitely very high. Reaching the 80th step means that one has the qualification to enter the inner valley. I wonder if Yu Lai of the Yu clan has any hope of reaching this height. The pointy-mouthed elder stared at Yu Lai on the 40th step with a face full of admiration. Under normal circumstances, anyone who entered the Black Demon Valley would start from the outer valley and then ascend to the inner valley. And this rule was a privilege given to those extremely talented people. Those who could reach the 80th step had the possibility of reaching the star condensation realm and had the qualification to be titled a king. It was only right to give these geniuses a higher starting point. However, after this rule was established, not many people could achieve it. Every time a disciple was recruited, only 2 or 3 people could reach the 80th step. As for the end of the stairway to heaven, the 100th step, it was almost impossible for anyone to complete it. At the top of the sky-piercing peak, there were powerful elders from 2 3-star factions overseeing it. Even an ordinary Void Sea realm would find it hard to resist that terrifying aura, let alone the suppression of the array formation's gravity. This setting was mainly to establish the might of the sect, to let the participating disciples deeply feel the strength of the sect's elders, to understand that there was an insurmountable gap between them, and to show the strength of the sect. Cui Yenner, what are you doing here? Yulai looked at Cui Yenner, who was not far away, and frowned. As far as Yulai was concerned, he'd stepped foot onto Ascension Peak first before Cui Yenner flew out. Looks like she's come to stop me. Why do you care what I'm doing here? Cui Yenner snorted coldly. Since you're in such a hurry, then come. Yulai's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, the Yu clan members below all flew up the Sky Ascension stairs. Every single one of them was at the late stage of the Origin Realm or even at the peak of the Origin Realm. All of them leaped up to the 35th step. This scene was extremely spectacular, and it also showed the might of the King clans. If anyone went against Yulai, they would have to face the combined attacks of so many people. Even if they showed mercy, they might still perish. But the people standing against Yulai weren't easy to deal with either. Yenner, we're here to help you. On the other side, Cui Ming led the rest of the Cui clan members up the Sky Ascension stairs. Instantly, the Sky Ascension stairs was filled with experts. The atmosphere between the two parties was extremely tense. No one would have expected that the one who triggered the conflict between the two king clans would be Qin Yu. In fact, even Qin Yu didn't expect it. Yang Fenghe was still on the 42nd step. After Chang Yanping was blasted off the Sky Ascension stairs by Qin Yu, he was originally prepared to continue climbing. But at this moment, he was suddenly surrounded by dozens of Origin Realm experts. They were all prodigies of the Yu clan, and opposite him were dozens of prodigies of the Cui clan. That tense atmosphere and the terrifying pressure from the heaven and earth made Yang Fenghe breathless. Forget it, I'll just go down. Yang Fenghe immediately walked down to avoid getting involved in the battle between the two king clans. Boom, a member of the Yu clan made the first move. The surrounding energy surged, and a green flaming palm suddenly flew out towards the Yu clan. Yang Fenghe instantly sped up and ran down the Sky Ascension stairs. Boom, in the next moment, a series of shocking explosions came from behind. Almost everyone from the Yu clan and the Cui clan made their moves. Between the two parties, an earth-shattering battle unfolded. One had to know that the Cui clan and the Yu clan each sent over 30 to 40 people to participate in the assessment. With such a large number of Origin Realm experts, they were all fighting on the Sky Ascension stairs. Of course, prodigies like Cui Yenner, Cui Ming, and Yulai were all protected by others in the innermost area, where they were the safest. At the start of the battle, 7 to 8 people from the two king clans were blasted off. Everyone was on the Sky Ascension stairs and had limited space. Due to the pressure from the heaven and earth, it wasn't easy to dodge. They could only take damage from each other. The King clan's foundation is indeed extraordinary. But they are too bored. They actually came here to fight. Qin Yu glanced behind him. He didn't bother much and climbed up step by step. No matter how intense the battle behind him was, it had nothing to do with him. Thud. Thud, Qin Yu activated the secret pattern devil body. His body was pitch black as he climbed up step by step. Soon, Qin Yu reached the 50th step. At this point, Qin Yu had passed the first assessment of the Black Demon Valley. But Qin Yu felt that the heaven and earth pressure he endured wasn't too great. I wonder what my limit is. Qin Yu was a little curious as he continued to climb up. Below, the pointy-mouthed elder saw Yang Fenghe running down and couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, Yang Fenghe's luck isn't that good. But Yang Fenghe still had hope. As long as he recovered within a month, he could still climb the Sky Ascension stairs. Passing the 50th step wouldn't be a problem. Eh? That kid reached the 50th step. The pointy-mouthed elder's gaze was originally attracted by the fight between the two king clans, but a black-cloaked figure suddenly appeared above and attracted his attention. Taking a closer look, it was Qinyu, and he had already reached the 50th step. This kid's luck is really good. The pointy-mouthed elder couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fengho's position was near the Yu clan. He was afraid of getting involved in the fight between the king clans and could only come down. Qinyu's position was higher and wouldn't be involved. Moreover, the two prodigies of the king clans were fighting and didn't even bother about Qinyu. He is still going up? The pointy-mouthed elder revealed a look of surprise. He originally thought that Qinyu would immediately come down after reaching the 50th step. Unexpectedly, Qinyu was ambitious and dared to continue rushing up. The 55th step, this kid is not bad. The pointy-mouthed elder's surprise turned into surprise. The 59th step. The pointy-mouthed elder's mouth slightly opened. It wasn't rare for someone to reach the 59th step. But for someone at the late stage of the origin realm to reach the 59th step, that was rare. Only the prodigies of some great clans could possibly do it. The pointy-mouthed elder didn't expect that the person recommended by Old Devil Yang's lousy clan could actually reach this step. Maybe it was because Qinyu was recommended by Old Devil Yang that the pointy-mouthed elder looked down on Qinyu. The 60th step. The pointy-mouthed elder took a slight breath. The 50th step was considered to have passed the first test. Reaching the 60th step would be considered outstanding. Normally, those with decent strength in the late stage of the origin realm would be able to reach the 50th step. But to reach the 60th step, one had to be one of the strongest peak stage of the origin realm. Someone reached the 60th step. Didn't that kid defeat Chang Yanping in a single move? Chang Yanping's strength isn't bad. It isn't surprising that that kid could defeat Chang Yanping and reach the 60th step without anyone interfering. The crowd started to discuss. Previously, they were discussing the fight between the two prodigies of the king clans. Right now, many of the topics had shifted to Qinyu. The 62nd step. The 65th step. More and more people were attracted by Qinyu's figure. The fight between the two prodigies of the king clans was so intense and spectacular. It wasn't an easy task to shift their focus. The 66th step. The 67th step. The 68th step. Qinyu's advancing speed was neither fast nor slow. Every step was firm and steady. At this position, the pressure is more like it. Qinyu felt the immense pressure on his body and felt a little heavy. Soon, he reached the 69th step. Every 10 steps was a threshold. The pressure on the sky ascension stairs would suddenly increase by a lot. Meanwhile, at this moment, Qinyu had arrived at the 69th step. I think this kid should stop at the 69th step. That's right. Without the strength of a half-step empty sea realm, it will be hard to reach the 70th step. But in the next moment, the people who said these words were dumbfounded. Qinyu's speed didn't decrease. In an instant, he reached the 70th step. His body swayed slightly before he completely stabilized himself. The originally lively sky ascension peak suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then, there was a burst of noise. The 70th step. Not simple. Who the hell is this kid? This is a step that only a half-step empty sea realm can touch. This kid wouldn't be hiding his strength, right? The voices below were shocked, curious, and doubtful. And the two king clans that were fighting also gradually stopped fighting. They stared at Qinyu, who was above the 70th step. This kid actually dares to stand at such a high place and let me, Yu Lai, look up to him? When Yu Lai saw Qinyu's figure, his expression became gloomy and angry. His goal of stepping on the sky ascension stairs this time was to completely trample on Qinyu and make the other party submit under his feet. How could he tolerate Qinyu climbing above his head? This person can actually reach the 70th step. Cui Yan and Cui Ming were also very surprised. Previously, they only knew that Qinyu made Yu Lai suffer a loss. They thought that Qinyu was a stubborn person who was not afraid of anything and did not have much strength. Now, it seemed that they had misjudged. Yan I've said it before. If I meet this person in the assessment, I'll deal with him. Chui Ming's calm expression revealed a hint of a smile. He seemed to be interested. Chui Yan, let's stop for now. This young master doesn't like to be a supporting role for others. Yu Lai shouted coldly. That's exactly what I mean. Chui Yan raised her chin. She was a confident and proud woman. She hoped that she was the most eye-catching and shining. She hated being a supporting role for others even more. The two King clans stopped fighting. Their eyes were all looking at Chenyu, who was above the 70th step. At the top of the sky-reaching peak, many gazes fell on Chenyu. This kid is a good seedling. Elder Wei nodded in satisfaction. Old man Wei, aren't you talking nonsense? This kid is only at the late stage returning origin realm. How can he be an ordinary person? A black-robed elder from the Black Demon Valley teased. But from the looks of it, he hasn't reached his limit yet. I'm really curious to see how far this kid can go. The black-robed lady said. Although Chenyu's ascension to the 70th step had attracted the attention of many elders from the Black Demon Valley, they had not thought of accepting him as a disciple. First of all, they could see that Chenyu's spiritual body aptitude was not high or even very low. To be able to reach this step with such aptitude, he must have had amazing luck and great opportunities. But one couldn't leave everything to luck in life. On another hand, only some geniuses who entered the inner valley or the top existences in the outer valley could be accepted as disciples by the elders. The atmosphere of the Tianyu sect's upper echelons was also silent. This kid is indeed not bad, but he is too arrogant. It is not a wise choice to flaunt his talent in front of the geniuses of the two great royal clans. A long-bearded old man said. That's right, the genius of my Chui clan will not sit back and do nothing. He will definitely be trampled underfoot. A blue-robed lady smiled elegantly. He was an expert of the Chui clan and also an elder of the Tianyu sect. At the bottom of the sky-reaching peak, many people were still amazed that Chenyu had ascended to the 70th step. Then, the geniuses of the two great royal clans suddenly stopped fighting and looked up. There's going to be a good show. This kid's performance is so dazzling in front of the two great royal clans. The geniuses of the two great royal clans will not let it go and will definitely step on him. Sigh, this is the sorrow of not having a background. If this kid had a stronger background, no one would dare to touch him. The discussion started again. More people were lamenting for Chenyu. So what if he was a genius? In front of the powerful clans, he could only bow his head. Go! Chui Yanner shouted in a low voice and leaped up, crossing 3 steps. On the other side, Yu Lai was not to be outdone either. He led the geniuses of the Yu tribe upward. The people of the Yu and Chui clans were naturally talented and powerful. Their speed was extremely fast. In an instant, more than half of them had crossed the 50th step and were rushing towards a higher place. This scene was extremely spectacular. Some of the geniuses from the two clans quickly stood out and walked at the front of the group. Chenyu, how dare you stand above me and make me, Yu Lai, look up to you? Yu Lai already arrived at the 56th step, his speed shocking. Chenyu turned around to look at Yu Lai, feeling that the other party was very strange. You can choose not to look at me. Chenyu suddenly blurted out. When Yu Lai heard this, he was instantly enraged. He quickened his steps and decided that he would leave Chenyu behind today. He would make Chenyu look up at his back and never be able to get close to him. You're pretty good to be able to ascend to the 70th step, but you've already reached your limit. Chui Yanner sneered. With regards to Chui Yanner's words, Chenyu didn't even want to bother with her. Dang. 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 Dang, Chui Yanner and Yu Lai, step by step, crossed the 60th step and were getting closer to Chenyu. In a short while, they arrived at the 65th step. At this moment, even Yu Lai and Chui Yanner slowed down. They all wanted to surpass Chenyu, hence, they didn't make a move. However, among the two monarch clans, the ones who were ranked lower could no longer move. Damn it, this is my limit, the 53rd step. Since we can't continue, we have to help Sister Yanner and Brother Ming. That's right, let's attack together and take that kid down. A few of the Chui clan's geniuses joined forces and made a decision. Golden Killing Fist. A Chui clan's clansman, who was in the late stage of the origin realm, circulated his chi and struck out a blinding golden fist light. That golden fist light shuttled up and attacked Qinyu. At the same time, the others also launched their attacks. Blade lights and sword lights flew out. However, Qinyu had already reached the 73rd step. There was a huge gap of 20 steps between the 53rd step and the 73rd step. When these attacks landed, they were weakened by the pressure of heaven and earth. Even the trajectory of the attacks had changed. Boom, there was a series of explosions around Qinyu and an energy storm swept in all directions. After the smoke dissipated, Qinyu's body was unharmed. Ever since he started body tempering, Qinyu had never been injured by an attack from a cultivator of the same level. Even if the cultivators in the Great Cosmos realm were stronger than those in the Kunyan realm, there was no exception. How is this possible? One of the Chui clan's clansmen who attacked Qinyu was stunned. Even if there was a gap between them and Qinyu, with so many attacks, how could he be unscathed? The group of people was deeply shocked. It seems that knocking someone from the Heavenly Jade sect off the Sky Ascension stairway is considered as a contribution to the sect. There might be benefits in the future. Qinyu thought for a moment, then suddenly turned around and threw out a punch. He did not care about the two clans, but since these people took the initiative to provoke him and even attacked Qinyu, he would not be polite. Boom, the giant black fist set off a black turbulence, emitting a domineering demonic intent as it crushed down. This punch, Qinyu used the power of the demonic patterns, which contained some of the true intent of the cloud-devouring demonic fist. Those geniuses had already reached their limits. At this moment, the demonic aura pressed down, causing their legs to tremble and they could not support themselves. Under such circumstances, it was even more difficult for them to block Qinyu's fist. Boom, the fist exploded and 3 figures flew out, smashing down the Sky Ascension stairway. This situation caused many people below to be astonished. Guess Chen, the people from the Yang clan were even more frightened. Ordinary people would not dare to knock someone from the Chui clan off the Sky Ascension stairway. Didn't they see how many Chui clan geniuses were on the Sky Ascension stairway? Injuring our Chui clan's people, brother, let's knock this kid off the Sky Ascension stairway. A man with thick eyebrows said. Humph, let him know the consequences of attacking our Chui clan's people. Another man with thick eyebrows who was taller said. Finishing, the two brothers attacked Qinyu. The rest of the Chui clan's people, including Chui Ming, did not make a move. They were all Chui clan's geniuses, and all geniuses had their own pride. Furthermore, there were countless people watching below. If the Chui clan's geniuses ganged up on one person, it would be too embarrassing. Even if they succeeded in the end, there would be no sense of accomplishment, and it might even be a disgrace to their name as geniuses. Wang, the two Chui clan brothers wielded their treasured swords, their bodies exploded with astonishing golden sword intent. The two brothers slashed their swords at the same time. Two identical sword lights, with incomparably sharp sword intent, shot out. The two brothers' cultivation were at the late stage and peak stage of the origin returning realm respectively, and their attacks seemed to combine into one, multiplying the power. Child's play. Qinyu bellowed, revolved the demonic patterns, wrapped his arm, and punched out. Pung, Qinyu's timing was very accurate. That punch landed on the golden sword light, instantly shattering it into pieces. At the same time, Qinyu circulated all the strength and chi in his body, aimed at the two brothers, and punched out fiercely. Boom, the black iron fist brought along a domineering demonic intent as it rushed down. On the Sky Ascension stairs, the two brothers were unable to dodge Qinyu's attack, they could only take it head-on. Pung, the younger brother was sent flying by Qinyu's punch, while the older brother continuously retreated over 10 steps, arriving at the 33rd step, and the blood in his body was boiling. Damn it, let's go. Another two peak stage origin realm experts launched their attacks at Qinyu. Two peak stage origin realm experts, attacking Qinyu, who was only at the late stage origin realm, was already very obvious. Qinyu revolved his chi to complement his physique defense, and with the high-grade inner armor, he was still able to block the attacks of two peak stage origin realm experts unscathed. Swish, taking out the devil flood dragon sword, Qinyu fiercely slashed out a black tyrannical sword light. Block it. On the Sky Ascension stairs, there was no way to dodge, the two of them could only defend. These two Chui clan prodigies were stronger and successfully blocked Qinyu's sword. Immediately after, Qianyu's second sword, third sword, and fourth sword rapidly descended. Boom! Two peak stage origin realm prodigies were also blasted off the sky ascension stairs by Qianyu. Too powerful, he actually consecutively repelled 7 to 8 Chui clan prodigies. Where did this kid come from? He is a body cultivator. On the sky ascension stairs, he has a certain advantage. But to be able to do this, it is truly admirable. Due to the pressure of the sky ascension stairs, everyone was greatly restricted. If they were to fight against each other, it was almost impossible to dodge the attacks. Hence, they could only injure each other and block each other's attacks. Simply put, whoever could block the opponent's attack would be the winner. In terms of defense, as a body cultivator, Qianyu naturally had an advantage because he cultivated the Sky Devil secret pattern record, which was known for its defense. At this moment, Cui Ming had already arrived at the 69th step and was very close to Qianyu. When he saw his clansmen being repelled by Qianyu one by one, Cui Ming felt ashamed and was infuriated. "Kid, your opponent is me." Cui Ming growled and decided to make a move himself. The other Cui clan members who were preparing to make a move all stopped. If they rashly interfered with Cui Ming's battle and made Cui Ming unhappy, they would be punished instead. Cui Ming made a move. Cui Ming is a half-step empty sea realm expert. Among the Cui clan's younger generation, he is a prodigy who is second only to Cui Yan. This time, that kid is finished. The difference in their cultivation is too huge. Destructive Golden Claw. Cui Ming extended his hand and formed 5 golden bone claws in the air, grabbing at Qianyu. Demonic Destruction Claw. Qianyu was fearless. Activating the first demonic pattern, he swung his arm and threw out a pitch-black and savage ancient demonic claw. Bang! 2 peerlessly powerful claws, one black and one gold, collided with each other, erupting with a loud bang. A black and gold storm spread out in all directions in a distorted vortex shape. As for Qianyu, he did not take half a step back and still stood on the 73rd step as steady as Mount Tai. This kid can actually take a blow from Cui Ming head-on. Cui Yan was slightly surprised, but she did not intervene in the battle between Cui Ming and Qianyu. In her opinion, Cui Ming would definitely win in the end. Thud, Cui Yan took a step and was on the 73rd step, on par with Qianyu. On the other side, Yu Lai was the same. At this moment, Qianyu, Yu Lai, and Cui Yan stepped on the 73rd step at the same time. But Cui Yan and Yu Lai still felt that they had become green leaves that served as a foil to Qianyu. At this moment, Cui Yan, Yu Lai, and Qianyu stood on the 73rd step together, but they felt that even more people's gazes were gathered on Qianyu. They were still the green leaves that served as a foil to Qianyu. Too amazing, this kid is actually standing on the same step as the geniuses of the 2 great king clans. For a nameless person to be able to reach this step, it's truly admirable. Everyone from the Yang family also widened their eyes, marveling that Qianyu could actually reach this step. At the same time, they were also very worried. Qianyu originally had a grudge with the 2 great king clans, and his current actions even angered Cui Yan and Yan Lai. At this moment, Cui Ming had already made a move against Qianyu, and there were still 12 Cui clan geniuses below. Under such circumstances, could Qianyu still retreat unscathed? Humph, Qianyu, from now on, you'll always look up at my, Yu Lai's, back view from behind me. Yu Lai snorted coldly and stepped towards the 74th step. Cui Yan also moved at the same time. They absolutely would not tolerate themselves becoming a foil to serve as a foil to Qianyu. To break this situation, they could only continue climbing up and surpass Qianyu. Cui Yan and Yu Lai practically stepped towards the 74th step at the same time, and their figures involuntarily swayed slightly. Reaching this step, they all felt that it was extremely difficult to move, and they needed to go all out to be able to continuously climb up. Younger sister Yan, rest assured and go up. After I finish off this kid, I'll meet up with you again. Cui Ming's expression was calm, and his words were filled with confidence. N. Cui Yan responded. Although Qianyu was currently dazzling, in her opinion, Cui Ming would definitely win. Your Cui clan is too shameless, coming one by one. Is this a tag team battle? Qianyu could not help sneering. The Cui clan's people took the lead to attack him. After Qianyu blocked the attack and defeated the enemy, there were immediately others who followed up. Now, Cui Ming also made a move against Qianyu. Humph, just a few moves, and it won't consume much true essence. How can it be considered a tag team battle? Who would have thought that Cui Ming would be so shameless as to deny this point? So long as one stood on Ascension Peak, one would have to expend true essence to resist the pressure of the heavens and the earth. Fighting under these circumstances was even more exhausting and dangerous, and taking turns to wear him down was even more effective. Boom, Cui Ming did not say anything and immediately attacked Qinyu. A golden bone claw gave off immense power and domineeringness as it grabbed towards Qinyu's head, wanting to crush it. Qinyu was fearless. He brandished the demon flood dragon sword and slashed out a wave of black sword chi. Gotcha! Cui Ming's claw collided with Qinyu's. His 5 fingers squeezed fiercely, and he actually crushed Qinyu's sword wave. However, Qinyu's demon flood dragon sword had the explosive property. The exploding sword energy also destroyed the power of Cui Ming's claw to the greatest extent. Pung! Finally, when the claw landed on Qinyu's body, it was forcibly blocked by Qinyu. Let's see how many of my claws you can block. Cui Ming's eyes suddenly became sharp. He usually looked very gentle, but now he exuded a domineering momentum. Boom! 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 Golden bony claws flew toward Qinyu from the void. They were like golden flowers blooming, resplendent, but they contained great power and lethal killing intent. This person's strength is almost the same as Yan Hanshan's. Qinyu thought in his heart. He was not afraid and waved the demon flood dragon sword to take the initiative. At the same time, he activated the third demonic pattern, and a black and ferocious demonic armor quickly condensed on the surface of his body. When all the explosive waves and bone claws fell, they were blocked by the demonic scale armor. Most of the battles on the Ascension ladder were based on defensive means. The stronger the defensive ability, the easier it was to survive. However, at this moment, Qinyu saw Cui Ming activate the treasure armor in his body, and a layer of golden film appeared on the surface of his body. The opponent also had a spiritual weapon with excellent defensive power. If Qinyu still held back, it would take a long time to determine the winner. Rumble, a black gust of wind blew around Qinyu, constantly rotating with him as the center. This violent demonic wind became stronger and stronger, and it was as sharp as a sword's edge. The demonic wind sword domain was formed. Immediately, a radius of more than 100 feet was affected. If not for the huge suppression of power on the ascension ladder to heaven, Qinyu's demonic wind sword domain could cover nearly 100 feet. Damn it, Qinyu, what are you doing? On the Black Demon Valley's side, many people of the Yu clan were affected by the demonic wind sword domain, and they were greatly hindered, unable to continue forward. In this regard, Qinyu did not care. He had no intention of hurting the people participating in the Black Demon Valley's assessment, so he did not break the rules. Boom! Qinyu slashed at Cui Ming with his sword. In the demonic wind sword domain, the power of this sword was even stronger. Cui Ming's face darkened. He did not expect Qinyu to have this move. Bone-breaking finger. Cui Ming waved his arms, and his claws twisted and danced in the air. Golden bone fingers shot out one after another. The golden bone fingers twisted in the air, and a series of explosive sounds erupted from the joints. Boom, 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 in the pitch-black, demonic wind sword domain, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Damn it! Cui Ming felt a wave of pressure. He stood on the 69th step, withstanding the huge pressure of heaven and earth, and at this moment, he was being attacked and suppressed by the demonic wind sword domain. In the sword domain, Qinyu was a little more relaxed, and the power of his attack was even increased. Under such circumstances, Cui Ming was very likely to lose. Metal-breaking bone claw. Cui Ming roared and struck out with both claws. Crack, 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 suddenly, two huge golden bone claws appeared on both sides of Cui Ming. The 5 claws slowly moved, making a series of explosive sounds. This is Big Brother Cui Ming's metal-breaking bone claw. Even a half-step empty sea realm expert could be beaten to a pulp by Big Brother Cui Ming's claw if he is not careful. That kid is indeed powerful to be able to force Big Brother Cui Ming to this point. But since Big Brother Cui Ming has used metal-breaking bone claw, this duel is basically over. What a powerful attack. Qinyu's eyes narrowed, not the slightest bit afraid. He gathered power in his heart to increase his strength. At the same time, he quickly waved the demon flood dragon sword. Magic light sword swirl, boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen pitch-black sword lights were slashed out by Qinyu in an instant, and each of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, all the sword lights combined to form a pitch-black blade vortex. Under the enhancement of the demonic wind sword domain, it spun and struck out, boom, bang, the magic light sword swirl, and the metal-breaking bone claw, clashed with each other. Explosions sounded continuously, and a powerful storm spread out. Qinyu and Cui Ming were both defending. The people of the Cui clan and the Yu clan below were also doing the same. Some of them were even pushed back a few steps by the aftershock, boom, with a loud noise. Cui Ming's metal-breaking bone claw, completely dissipated. But there were still 2 sword lights left in Qinyu's magic light sword swirl, which instantly slashed at Cui Ming. Bang! The first sword light landed on the faint golden light membrane, causing it to cave in and a crack to appear. At this moment, the second sword light landed nearby. With a bang, the faint golden light membrane shattered, and the aftershock of the sword light bombarded Cui Ming's body. The black light on Cui Ming's chest exploded. He was injured and his figure fell backward. At the same time, a huge pressure from the sky-ascending stairway descended. Bang, 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 Cui Ming's body fell down and tumbled 3 times on the sky-ascending stairway. He only stopped when he reached the 42nd step. Cui Ming was defeated. At the foot of the sky-ascending peak, there was an uproar. Damn, this kid defeated Big Brother Cui Ming. Brothers, let's attack together and blast this kid off the sky-ascending stairway. After Cui Ming was defeated, the remaining geniuses of the Cui clan felt even more humiliated and were extremely angry. But they also knew that in a one-on-one battle, no one except Cui Yan'er was a match for Qinyu. So at this moment, the remaining people of the Cui clan actually disregarded the glory of being a genius and prepared to gang up on Qinyu. Shameless, so many people of the Cui clan actually ganged up on one person. Sigh, in such a situation, we should stop it. There was a discussion below. Yang Yuhuan was also worried for Qinyu, but there was nothing she could do. Qinyu's eyes turned cold and his heart was even more furious. Since the people of the Cui clan were so shameless and wanted to gang up on him, Qinyu didn't care anymore. Strike first and gain the upper hand, Yang Ming sword finger, swish. Swish, 2 streaks of blood-colored sword energy shot out from his finger. On the sky-ascending stairway, it was hard to block a normal attack, let alone Yang Ming sword finger. PFFF. PFFF. 2 of the Cui clan's late-stage origin realm prodigies had their legs pierced by Yang Ming sword finger. Blood instantly flowed out and couldn't be stopped. On the sky-ascending stairway, their legs were suddenly injured. How could they stand still? Bang bang bang, the 2 of them immediately rolled down. As such, there were only 10 people left on the other side. Chop. 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 Qinyu waved the devil flood dragon sword and launched a ferocious attack. His every attack was comparable to Cui Ming's attack. Late-stage origin realm prodigies couldn't block it at all. On the spot, 2 late-stage origin realm prodigies were sent flying by Qinyu. Another peak-stage origin realm prodigy blocked Qinyu's attack. At the same time, the rest of the Cui clan's attacks descended with terrifying momentum. But among these people, there was only one half-step into empty sea realm. The rest were mostly late-stage origin realm prodigies and were nothing to be afraid of. With Qinyu's defense, a late-stage origin realm prodigy's attack was like a tickle to him. Peak-stage origin realm prodigies weren't afraid at all. Magic scale protection. Qinyu activated the second magic pattern and quickly formed a magic scale protection around his body. Subsequently, he activated the high-grade inner armor on his body and a layer of dark green ancient light appeared around his body. Magic scale protection, magic scale battle armor, high-grade inner armor. Qinyu's defense was fully activated. With these layers of defense, Qinyu wasn't afraid at all and launched a ferocious attack on the Cui clan prodigies. The Cui clan prodigies originally thought that Qinyu would be scared out of his wits when he was surrounded by them, or he would be pushed back after one round. Unexpectedly, Qinyu was so ferocious and still dared to launch an attack. Rumble. After a round of attacks from both sides, the ancient light and magic scale protection around Qinyu's body were destroyed. The magic scale battle armor was slightly damaged, but Qinyu was fine. On the Chui clan's side, another 3 late-stage Origin Realm prodigies were sent flying by Qinyu. As such, the Chui clan only had 5 people left. Such an outcome caused the Chui clan to be dumbfounded. All of you, get down. Qinyu was in a rage and launched another attack on the Chui clan prodigies. The Devil Wind sword field was still there, and his sword presence was getting stronger and stronger. In a short while, these 5 people were also repelled by Qinyu in succession. Until this time, Qinyu's magic scale battle armor was destroyed, leaving some wounds on his body, but they healed very quickly. Below the Sky Ascension Peak, it was suddenly quiet. On the Chui clan's side, other than Chui Yan, everyone else was repelled, and all this was because of Qinyu alone. The atmosphere in the 2 palaces at the top of the Sky Ascension Peak was somewhat unusual. The elders of the Black Demon Valley were stunned by Qinyu's actions. This boy is not bad. He's so powerful, but he seems to be cultivating the way of body refinement. Elder Wei stared carefully at Qinyu. In fact, he had the idea of taking him in as a disciple, but Qinyu's way of cultivation was different from his, causing him to be a little hesitant for the time being. He would wait until the end of the 2 tests before making a conclusion. No matter what he cultivates, this boy has defeated so many geniuses of the Chui clan and made a great contribution to our Black Demon Valley. The Black Demon Valley will not treat him badly. A black-robed old man said. On the side of the Heavenly Jade sect, the beautiful lady in blue of the Chui clan knitted her brows together and looked gloomy. The Chui clan geniuses of the King clan were defeated by Qinyu alone. She had just boasted that the Chui clan would definitely trample on Qinyu. At this moment, she only felt a little hot on her face, as if someone had slapped her a few times. A bunch of trash. The beautiful lady in blue snorted coldly. Fortunately, Chui Yan was still on the Sky Ascension ladder, otherwise the Chui clan would have lost all face. The other elders present also looked at Qinyu with unkind expressions. They had deliberately ridiculed the Black Demon Valley just now, and now there were constant sounds of laughter and provocation coming from the Black Demon Valley, but they all remained silent and did not reply. Qinyu's performance not only attracted the attention of the elders on the Sky Ascension Peak, but also completely boiled over at the foot of the peak. Too powerful, this boy is like a tortoise shell with thorns all over his body. He defeated all the people of the Chui clan. Even Chui Ming is no match for him. However, this boy is also lucky. His strong defense gives him an advantage on the Sky Ascension ladder. That's right, if it was a life and death duel, Chui Ming may not necessarily lose. There was a lot of discussion below. Some people felt that Chui Ming's real strength was stronger than Qinyu, but they still admired Qinyu greatly. Guess Chen is too powerful. Yang Hai could not help but exclaim, even more admiring of Qinyu. A single person fighting against a group of outstanding heroes and obtaining a complete victory in the end, what kind of glory was this? Although they were also worried that the Chui clan would retaliate against Qinyu, as long as Qinyu entered the Black Demon Valley, even the Chui clan would not be able to kill their way there. This kid is interesting. I wonder where he came from? A white-robed man was sitting in a carriage, quietly sipping tea. Young Master Hua, should we send someone to investigate? A woman outside the carriage said. Let's go. If this person's background isn't bad, he's worth befriending. The white-robed man nodded. There were not only 2 king clans participating in the Sky Jade sect and Black Demon Valley test. The Flower clan was also a king clan. In addition, there were many other powerful clans. The assessment would last for a month, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, they did not want to get involved in the battle between the Yu and Chui clans. On the stairway to heaven, Qinyu once again climbed up after defeating the Chui clan's geniuses. Thud, he stepped on the 74th step, and the pressure of heaven and earth increased a little, causing Qinyu's body to sink slightly. However, this pressure was not enough to overwhelm Qinyu. He walked forward and quickly found his footing. At this moment, Qinyu saw Yu Lai and Chui Yan in front of him. They were currently standing on the 78th step, and they were also looking back at Qinyu with solemn expressions on their faces. Previously, they did not take Qinyu seriously. Even if Qinyu defeated Chang Yanping, he still did not enter their eyes. But Qinyu's performance just now was so amazing that it completely attracted the attention of Yu Lai and Chui Yan, causing them to regard Qinyu as a real formidable opponent, and in Chui Yan's eyes, besides seriousness, there was also intense anger. After all, Qinyu alone had defeated all the other geniuses of the Cui clan. Although she was very angry, Cui Yan'er did not make a move. Qinyu was obviously a strong opponent with strong defense. He had the advantage on the stairway to heaven, and Cui Yan'er did not have much chance of winning. If the enemy, Yu Lai, suddenly intervened, Cui Yan'er would definitely lose. At that time, the Cui clan's face would be completely lost. So Cui Yan'er suppressed the anger in her heart. Now that Cui Yan'er and Yu Lai saw Qinyu moving forward again and climbing the stairway to heaven, the two of them immediately turned around, looked straight ahead, and moved up. As geniuses of the King clan, they were extremely proud and absolutely could not let Qinyu surpass them. Thud. Thud, Qinyu did not care about Yu Lai and Cui Yan'er, and slowly climbed up. At this moment, he reached the 76th step, and only then did he feel very strained. Qinyu circulated his physique strength, and an even more massive demonic inscription true essence surged out from the surface of his body. The pressure of heaven and earth instantly weakened a little. Thud. Thud, Qinyu's speed did not decrease, and he continuously took 2 steps up, arriving at the 78th step. Here, Qinyu felt as if there was a huge mountain on his body, incomparably heavy. At this moment, Yu Lai was on the 79th step, and he also felt Qinyu's approach. This is impossible, how can he be so fast? Yu Lai had a moment of panic in his heart, but he quickly pulled himself together. Qinyu stayed on the stairway to heaven the longest, and he also experienced many battles, and his true essence consumption was enormous. The further one went on the stairway to heaven, the more time and true essence needed to be expended. The final victor would definitely be him, Yu Lai. This is about it. If I want to continue climbing, I need to use some trump cards. Qinyu muttered in his heart. This was only the first test. Reaching the 50th step, it was considered a pass. He had already qualified. If it was just for the sake of being competitive, there was not much meaning in revealing some trump cards. However, Qinyu had a heart that refused to admit defeat. At least he had to surpass Yu Lai and Cui Yan'er. Phew, Qinyu took a deep breath, and in coordination with his breathing, he accumulated power in his heart, increasing his strength. Instantly, Qinyu took a step forward and walked to the 79th step, standing side by side with Yu Lai. Yu Lai's heart tightened, and he immediately stepped onto the 80th step. On the stairway to heaven, every 10 steps was a threshold, and the 80th step was a huge threshold. At the same time, Qinyu also stepped onto the 80th step. Different from Yu Lai, Qinyu quickly walked up, as if this threshold was nothing to him. Then, Qinyu took another step forward, and in an instant, he reached the 81st step. I surpassed it. Qinyu thought to himself, and the state of accumulating power in his heart ended. Then, he slowly walked down the stairway to heaven. If his heart exploded, or he used the bloodline of the golden-winged phoenix, he estimated that reaching the 90th step would not be a problem, but was it necessary? There did not seem to be any obvious benefits to doing that. Qinyu was also not used to exposing his trump cards in front of everyone, and there were enemies among them. However, when Qinyu walked to the 81st step all at once, it already shocked everyone. Yu Lai and Cui Yan'er were both stunned on the spot, their bodies trembling slightly. They all thought that it was impossible for Qinyu to surpass them. After all, Qinyu ascended the stairway to heaven first and experienced a round of chaotic battles. His consumption was rather great. But Qinyu suddenly erupted, and instantly surpassed the two of them. This scene caused a tremendous blow to Yu Lai and Cui Yan'er. They had a misconception that Qinyu completely crushed them in terms of strength. In addition, after Qinyu swiftly walked to the 81st step, he immediately gave up and walked down the stairway to heaven. This kind of behavior made Yu Lai feel even more that Qinyu seemed to have not gone all out yet. Similarly, an uproar also set off below the heaven ascension peak. 81st step. Overtook Cui Yan'er and Yu Lai all at once, and walked to the 81st step. This kid is really astonishing. Everyone thought that next, it would be a three-way contest between Yu Lai, Qinyu, and Cui Yan'er, and they would charge forward with all their might. Unexpectedly, Qinyu instantly surpassed Yu Lai and Cui Yan'er, and then walked down the stairway to heaven. At the same time, on the heaven ascension peak. This boy is not bad, why not let him be my disciple? Elder Wei said with a smile. Previously, he thought that Qinyu was unable to ascend to the 80th step, so he was hesitant. Looking at it now, it seemed that he had underestimated Qinyu. Elder Wei, taking in a disciple, this sort of thing isn't based on who speaks first. The black-clothed old man smiled faintly. He now also had the thought of taking in Qinyu as a disciple. Hoo-hoo, if you guys hide it from Supremacy Iron Li and take in a body refinement genius as a disciple, aren't you afraid that he will smash your doors? The black-veiled woman covered her mouth and laughed. After Qinyu walked down the Heaven Ascension Peak, that pointy-mouthed old man suddenly appeared in front of him. What's your name? The pointy-mouthed old man stared at Qinyu in high spirits, and there was a huge difference in his attitude before and after. Qinyu. Qinyu said calmly. He also knew that this was because he had displayed amazing talent, so there was such a huge change in the pointy-mouthed old man's attitude towards him. In this world, strength was always respected, and this was a very normal thing. My surname is Liao, and my name is Si Feng. The pointy-mouthed old man smiled, looked at Qinyu, and nodded with satisfaction. You should know that you have ascended to the 80th step, and you already have the qualifications to become an Inner Valley disciple. He did not expect that old Devil Yang would actually introduce such a genius to him. After all, the geniuses of the Qing clan, Chui clan, and Yu clan were all inferior to Qinyu. Excellent results in the assessment can directly become an Inner Valley disciple? Qinyu asked in bewilderment. He didn't know about this before. That's right, as long as you also meet the qualifications to become an Inner Valley disciple in the second assessment, you can directly become an Inner Valley disciple. The pointy-mouthed old man said excitedly. There were only a few people who could directly become an Inner Valley disciple in every batch. And almost all of them would later enter the Southern Region's Prodigy ranking. The Southern Region's Prodigy ranking had a total of 100 geniuses, and there was only one requirement, to be under 50 years old. And those who could enter the top 50 were all qualified to be named king. If Qinyu could directly become an inner sect disciple, he would also have a chance to enter the Prodigy ranking, and his future achievements would definitely be higher than the pointy-mouthed old man. At that time, the pointy-mouthed old man might even have to rely on Qinyu. Senior Liao, what's the second assessment? Qinyu asked. The pointy-mouthed old man hesitated for a moment. The sex assessment was not allowed to be leaked in advance. But he still divulged a little to Qinyu. Climbing the stairway to heaven is only an assessment of talent, but the most useful thing in this world is still strength. Even if you have a supreme spiritual body or a top-notch bloodline, what's the use if you haven't matured? You'll still be trampled upon. I understand. Qinyu nodded. From the pointy-mouthed old man's words, he already understood that the second assessment was related to combat and strength. Brother Chen, you're amazing. You actually obtained the qualification to become an Inner Valley disciple. Yang Yuhuan said excitedly. The people of the Yang family had just arrived and also heard the words of the pointy-mouthed old man. As long as Qinyu passed the second test and obtained the qualification to become an Inner Valley disciple, he could directly enter the Inner Valley. Yang Ling only reached the 28th step and could not stay in the Black Demon Valley. Yang Haigang reached the 30th step and could only stay in the Black Demon Valley as a servant. The gap between them and Qinyu was like the difference between heaven and earth. Guest Chen, as long as you meet the requirements of the second test, you can directly enter the Inner Valley. You must try your best. Only a few people from the Black Demon Valley can directly enter the Inner Valley, and most of them are accepted as disciples by the elders and enjoy better guidance. Yang Fengho said enviously. If Qinyu could enter the Inner Valley at once, it would also be of great benefit to them. The Yang family had no one to rely on in the Black Demon Valley. If Yang Fengho, Yang Yuhuan and the others had the protection of an Inner Valley disciple like Qinyu, they would have a better life. They believed that Qinyu would not turn his back on them and ignore the Yang family. I'll try my best. Qinyu smiled. Even if he could not directly enter the Inner Valley, as long as he stayed in the Outer Valley for a few years, he would still be able to enter the Inner Valley. For Qinyu, who had just come to the Great Cosmos Realm from the Kunyan Realm, it was already very good to be able to enter a 3.5-star force. The Black Demon Valley was relatively famous in the Great Cosmos Realm, and it alone was enough to sweep away the Kunyan Realm. Yu Lai and Chui Yener walked down from the Sky Ascension stairway. Yu Lai could clearly have set foot on the 80th step before, but he was shaken by Qinyu and was unable to reach the 80th step. In the end, he activated the Yu family bloodline and walked all the way to the 83rd step. As for Cui Yenner, she just reached the 80th step and could not move an inch. Congratulations, brother Yu Lai. You are currently ranked first, far surpassing everyone, including that Qinyu. A member of the Yu family congratulated. However, Yu Lai's face was gloomy, and he couldn't feel happy at all. Before he came, he had already made up his mind. He would use his own strength to reach rank 80, and then use the Yu family bloodline power to reach rank 85. Now, he had only reached the 83rd step. This result was even lower than he had expected. In addition, Yu Lai had done his best to reach the 83rd step, but he still felt that Qinyu had not done his best. Therefore, Yu Lai did not feel any sense of accomplishment even though he had defeated Qinyu. After the people from the two royal clans came down, people started to walk up the sky-ascending stairs one after another to participate in the assessment. On the stairs to the left and right, there were people fighting one after another. There were people constantly rolling down from the stairway to heaven. There were also people who reached the 50th step, and there were even people who walked up to the 60th or even the 70th step. The two 3.5-star forces were recruiting disciples, and the number of people who came to participate in the assessment was very high. It could be said to be a sea of people. The bottom of Ascension Peak was surrounded by people, and the queue outside was still over 60 meters long. With so many people participating in the assessment, 2/3 of them would be eliminated. Right at this moment, Cui Ming walked over. Qinyu, if there's a chance in the second assessment, I'll definitely defeat you head-on. Cui Ming said very solemnly with a solemn expression. It could be considered as a declaration of war. He was not convinced that he had lost to Qinyu on the sky-ascending stairs. The Cui clan was a clan with bloodline inheritance, and he had also awakened the power of his bloodline. It was just that the Cui clan's bloodline could not be put to use on the sky-ascending stairs. He believed that if he could bring out the Cui clan's bloodline, he would definitely not lose to Qinyu. You won't have this chance, because it's impossible for you to defeat me. Qinyu's tone was firm. Since he had already offended the Cui clan, there was naturally no need to be polite and humble to them. Moreover, what Qinyu said was the truth. He did not intend to deliberately go easy on Cui Ming and pretend to let him win when he met him again. Humph, then we'll see. Cui Ming snorted coldly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he turned to leave. The people from the Yang clan broke out in cold sweat. Qinyu's mouth was really merciless. Guess Chen, Cui Ming's strength is second only to Cui Yenner among the younger generation of the Cui clan. As for the Cui clan's bloodline, it focuses on speed, so it can't be used on the sky-ascending stairs. If it's an actual battle, you have to be careful. Yang Feng explained and reminded Qinyu. As soon as he finished speaking, the geniuses of the Yu clan walked over. What are they doing? Yang Hai had a look of panic. On the sky-ascending stairs, the people of the Yu clan could not attack Qinyu, or else it would be against the rules. Now that he had descended the sky-ascending stairs, the people of the Yu clan all came together. Were they here to cause trouble? Let me ask you, where did Yu Han go? Yu Lai said coldly and arrogantly. Where did the people of the Yu clan go? Why are you asking me? Qinyu asked back, looking as if he was sick. When you first started refining, you were rejected several times. This was all done by Yu Han. Now you know who he is. Yu Lai thought that Qinyu did not know who Yu Han was, so he spoke without hesitation. I don't know him. Qinyu replied decisively. He only knew that someone was behind this, but he had never seen this person before. Yu Han disappeared because he followed you, so you are the biggest suspect. Do you know what the consequences are for killing people of my Yu clan? Yu Lai pressed. Yu Han had yet to return, and he could not be contacted. Yu Lai concluded that he was most likely dead. If I don't know, then I don't know. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Qinyu said impatiently. The people of the Yu clan had sent people to secretly follow him and cause trouble for Qinyu. He did not go to find trouble with the Yu clan, but the Yu clan came to find trouble with him instead. However, Yu Han disappeared on the 4th day. Qinyu remembered that he handed the materials to the clown weaponsmith the day before. He also learned from the clown weaponsmith that when he was refining, he was also obstructed by others. This proved that Yuhan and the clown weaponsmith had met before. Don't let me find any evidence. Yu Lai saw that Qinyu did not want to admit it, so he had no choice but to leave some harsh words. Send someone back to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall to investigate. Sort out any information about Yuhan. Yu Lai ordered coldly. Previously, he did not believe that Qinyu could kill Yuhan without alerting anyone. But after climbing the stairway to heaven, he changed his mind. If Yuhan was dead, then Qinyu was the biggest suspect, and he had the ability to do so. Qinyu, why did you have such a huge conflict with the Yu clan? After the people of the Yu clan left, the pointy-mouthed elder probed. In fact, he was asking if Qinyu had really killed the genius of the Yu clan. They are just a bunch of arrogant fools. Qinyu did not want to say more. In fact, he did not feel that there was any irreconcilable conflict between him and the Yu clan. It was purely the Yu clan looking for trouble. The pointy-mouthed elder smiled and did not say anything. People who grew up in the royal clan were usually more arrogant, but he would not say this out loud. After all, there were many royal clans here. I am sure Wu Wei. May I know your name? Right at this moment, another person took the initiative to walk over and introduce himself. Chen Yu. Chen Yu said calmly, sizing up the burly man in front of him. The man had a smile on his face and did not look like he was here to provoke or cause trouble. What you did just now was really amazing. I admire you. I have never heard of you before. May I know which family you are from? The burly man smiled. Sir, my young master invites you over for tea. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked over and extended an invitation to Chen Yu. After ascending the stairway to heaven, Chen Yu became famous and attracted the attention of many people. Some people came to befriend him, and some people from big families wanted to rope in a genius like Chen Yu. Chen Yu would chat with those who came to befriend him. As for the rest, Chen Yu tried his best to decline. It was enough to join the Black Demon Valley. There was no need to tie himself to other families. Next, Yang Fengho and the others planned to return to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall to treat their injuries. The first assessment would last for a month, so they still had a chance to try again. Since Chen Yu had passed the assessment, there was no need for him to stay here. Therefore, he left with them. Therefore, everyone returned to the Cultivation Spiritual Hall. While looking for a place to stay, Chen Yu passed by the clown refiner's shop and wanted to ask about Yuhan. However, Brother Dong's shop was already closed. On the other side, the Heavenly Jade sect, where the inner sect disciples lived. Senior Brother Yin. An outer sect disciple came to a courtyard and yelled. Come in. The boundary around the courtyard disappeared, and the door opened automatically. The outer sect disciple trotted in. What's the matter? Yan Hanzhan looked over coldly. The outer sect disciple shuddered at the sight of Yan Hanshan's cold face and eyes. In the past, Yan Hanshan was a handsome young man of the Heavenly Jade sect. He was gentle and kind. Ever since that incident, Yan Hanshan's temperament changed greatly. He had lost one of his ears, and his appearance was also affected. I just heard some news about a person called Chen Yu and the Yang family. The outer sect disciple said. Speak. Yan Hanshan's body moved slightly, and a powerful aura spread out. I heard that a few days ago, at the Black Demon Valley's disciple recruitment site, Chen Yu surprised everyone by fighting the Cui family geniuses alone and defeated them. A few people from the Yang family also appeared there. The outer sect disciple said everything he had heard. Humph, he won't live long after offending the Cui family. Yan Hanshan sneered. The Cui family was a royal clan, and the geniuses of these large clans were extremely proud. How could they tolerate someone without a background to challenge their dignity? As for the Yang family, they could not be allowed to enter Black Demon Valley, or Yan Hanshan would not be able to do anything. In addition, if the Yang family entered a 3.5-star force, and the Yang family had some kind of opportunity, or found a powerful backer, it would be even more difficult for Yan Hanshan to take revenge. The best way was to kill them before they entered the Black Demon Valley. Looks like I have to go to the Sky Mountain personally. Yan Hanshan suddenly got up. A month passed quickly. A few people from the Yang family attempted the Sky Stairway again. Yang Fengho reached the 55th step, and Yang Yuhuan only reached the 47th step. On this day, Qin Yu and the Yang family left the Cultivation Spiritual Hall and once again headed to the Sky Mountain. The first test was over, and the second test was next. At the foot of the sky-reaching peak, apart from the two sects and those who had passed the first test, the rest of the people were isolated in the distance. Anyone who entered rashly would be killed by the forces of the two major sects. Even so, at a glance, Qin felt that the foot of the sky-reaching peak was full of people. Is this a 3.5-star force? It caused countless people to rush over. There are actually so many people who passed the first test. Qin roughly scanned and found that thousands of people from both forces had passed the first test. The total number of people had reached more than 5,000 or 6,000. The test of the Black Demon Valley and the Tianyu sect was still very difficult. There was an age limit of 50 and a strength requirement. Even so, there were still so many people who had passed. From this, one could imagine how vast the entire southern region and even the great cosmos realm was. This was a real big domain. In comparison, the Kunyan realm was indeed only a small place. Qin suddenly felt a surge of hot blood. He wanted to make a name for himself in this vast and boundless domain. The number of people from the Tianyu sect is slightly more than the number of people from the Black Demon Valley. Yang Fengho murmured softly. Among the Yang family, only Yang Fengho had passed the first test and was qualified to participate in the second test. Indeed. Qin nodded. Although he had defeated nearly 20 geniuses of the Chui clan on the Sky Ascension ladder, they could still take the test as long as their injuries were treated. There were too many people taking part in the test, and the situation was not something that one or two people could change. However, when Qin observed the number of people from the two forces, he found that many people from the Tianyu sect were looking at him with hostility. Qin believed that he had at most a conflict with the Chui clan from the Tianyu sect and should have nothing to do with the other forces. Not only that, he also found some hidden hostility from the Black Demon Valley side. Brother Chen? You're here. A burly man walked over. It was Shi Wuwei, who had taken the initiative to befriend Qin. Guess Chen, the Shi clan that Shi Wuwei belongs to is a 2.5-star family. Yang Fengho secretly transmitted his voice. Anyone born into a clan would first consider their background before deciding whether or not to befriend them. But Qin didn't care about that. He only looked at the person when he made friends. It was fine as long as they got along. It's almost time for the second test. So long as Brother Chen reaches a certain standard, you'll be able to directly become an Inner Valley disciple. How enviable. Shi Wuwei spoke with fervor and assurance. What is the content of the second test? Qin was curious. I have heard some rumors about this. Shi Wuwei smiled proudly and said, I heard that the second test is a test of combat ability, and the specific content of the test seems to be related to the bet between the two great sect forces. Qin had heard about the bet between the Black Demon Valley and the Sky Jade sect. However, this was a matter between the upper echelons of the two forces. Ordinary people did not know the inside story at all. It said that the center of the conflict between the two great sect forces is a small domain. I heard that the small domain was first discovered by the Black Demon Valley, but the Sky Jade sect learned of the news at the same time and refused to let it go. In the end, for some reason, the two great sects made a bet based on the results of the disciple recruitment. It seems that the winner will get the small domain. Of course, all this is just hearsay. Brother Chen, don't believe it. After Shi Wuwei said a lot, he also showed a look of uncertainty. On the Sky Ascension peak, there were a few more experts in the two palaces. Time's up, let's get started. The long-bearded old man of the Sky Jade sect urged. What's the hurry? Elder Wei said coldly without a care. What? Could it be that the Black Demon Valley is afraid of losing and is unwilling to hand over the Stone Cloud domain to us? The blue-robed beauty of the Chui clan said with a mocking smile. Haha, as if the Sky Jade sect has already won. A black-robed old man of the Black Demon Valley laughed loudly, emitting an astonishing aura. Don't forget, the Sky Jade sect, if you lose, you have to give us half of the mining rights of the icy stone vein. Someone said. There was indeed a bet between the Black Demon Valley and the Sky Jade sect, with the Stone Cloud domain as the center. If the Black Demon Valley lost, they would give the Stone Cloud domain to the Sky Jade sect. If the Sky Jade sect lost, because the Stone Cloud domain was first discovered by the Black Demon Valley, they would not be able to compete for the small domain, and would have to give half of the mining rights of the Icy Stone Vein to the Black Demon Valley. The second test will now begin. At the top of the Sky Ascension Peak, a loud and majestic voice suddenly sounded, deafening even the deaf. I wonder what the content of the test is. Below the Sky Ascension Peak, many people discussed. After all, the second test determined whether they could enter a 3.5-star force, at this moment. Buzz, on the Sky Ascension Peak, a huge formation power fluctuated, and the densely packed formation patterns twisted. Heaven and Earth Xianxia frantically gathered, and after 10 breaths, a spatial force fluctuated, the next moment. Swoosh, a small spatial vortex slowly formed in the center of the formation, like a big black mouth slowly opening, and emitting a strange spatial aura. The second test, you will go to a foreign race small domain to carry out a massacre. You need to accumulate 100 slaughter points within a month to pass the second test. The Black Demon Valley Elder announced the rules of the second test. It's a foreign world hunting. I like this. I wonder which foreign race small domain it is. Many geniuses expressed their thoughts. The great cosmos realm was incomparably powerful, and ruled over many small domains, while some were enslaved. Some powerful 3-star families also had slave domains, and during some activities, they would enter to hunt foreign race creatures. Now that the two sects had opened a plain passage, it led to a slave domain, and the creatures inside were all their prey. Some slave domain creatures knew that they were being treated as slaves, and would resist, but the result was miserable. And some of the creatures in the slave domains were completely unaware of this fact. In addition, foreign race was a general term, and all non-human races belonged to it. The specific rules are as follows. A Heavenly Jade sect elder waved his hand, and a white mist slowly condensed into rows of words in the air. First was the killing point rule that everyone was most concerned about. Killing a peak middle stage returning origin realm, 2 slaughter points. Killing a late stage returning origin realm, 10 slaughter points. Killing a peak late stage returning origin realm, 20 slaughter points. Killing a half-step empty sea realm, 50 slaughter points. Killing a empty sea realm, 200 slaughter points. The Heavenly Jade sect elder announced the rules. Killing a late stage returning origin realm actually only gives 10 slaughter points. That means I have to kill 10 late stage returning origin realm foreign race creatures to pass the test. This is too difficult. Those geniuses who were feeling good, or even happy, were all stunned. The difficulty of this second test was a bit too high. There were some who felt that the killing point setting was unreasonable. They felt that the killing point for killing a void sea realm was too high, and the killing point for killing a peak middle stage returning origin realm was too low. But this was set by the upper echelons of the two major sect factions, and it was impossible to change the rules just because some examinees objected. In fact, the setting of this set of rules didn't affect the fairness. For those who had just reached the 50th step of the Sky Ascension stairs, or those who weren't that high, they couldn't possibly kill half-step empty sea realm and empty sea realm creatures. They could only obediently hunt for late-stage returning origin realm creatures. If these prodigies were to hunt peak middle stage returning origin realm creatures, they would be too useless. Hence, the killing points were intentionally set very low. For prodigies with high cultivation levels, like Ulai, killing 10 late-stage returning origin realm foreign race creatures was as easy as flipping their palms, and they didn't need to care too much about the setting of the killing points. In conclusion, if the goal was just to pass the test, this set of rules didn't affect the fairness. Kiki, too easy. Chui Yeno laughed lightly, feeling that the second test was rather boring. Casually killing a few weaklings and one could pass the test. Wasn't that easy? Another point, this time, Black Demon Valley and Heavenly Jade sect will also set up a killing points leaderboard. The higher the ranking, the more rewards you will receive after entering the sect. That long-bearded old man laughed. Killing points leaderboard? Seems like the two major sect factions will use the killing points on the killing points leaderboard to determine the winner. Many people guessed why this killing points leaderboard was set up. By now, most people already knew that the two major sect factions were making a huge gamble with this disciple recruitment. Oh? This is more interesting. Yu Lai's eyes flickered with excitement. The rest of the powerful elite prodigies were instantly interested. With the killing points leaderboard, there would be competition, and there was no upper limit, which made people even more motivated. One last rule: those who pass the 80th step in the first test and reach 500 killing points in the second test can become an inner sect disciple. This rule was only for the prodigies who passed the 80th step in the first test. 5 times more than the average person? Xianxia pondered. This was already a relatively high level of difficulty. This was also the sect's way of forcing the elite prodigies to hunt down more powerful alien race beings, because this was related to the wager between the two major sect factions. In short, the wager between the two major sects was mainly decided by 2 points. First, the killing points of the elite prodigies. Only those peak geniuses with valiant strength can slaughter wantonly and accumulate even more slaughter points. As for those who had just passed the first test, they just had to obediently complete the target of 100 slaughter points. Second, the number of people. The side with more people still had a slight advantage. Alright, go in. The Black Demon Valley elder shouted. Swoosh, countless figures flew out, heading towards the stone cloud world. Xianxia was also among these people. Xianxia, although the stone cloud world is a small world, there are some special treasures inside. It is said that there is a treasure called Earth Yuan Crystal, which can help cultivators break through to the empty sea realm. The sharp-mouthed old man Liao Sifeng's voice suddenly sounded in Xianxu's mind. There's such a treasure? Xianxia was slightly delighted. After all, he was not far from the empty sea realm. As for why the elders did not announce this, but the sharp-mouthed old man secretly told him, it was probably because the two major sects did not want too many people to know. After all, the ownership of the stone cloud world had not been decided, and no one wanted the disciples of the other sect to plunder all the treasures in the stone cloud world. After passing through the spatial tunnel, a completely different spatial aura from the great cosmos realm permeated over. His body suddenly sank as he arrived in another space. This is the stone cloud realm? Xianxia looked around. This was a forest area, surrounded by huge trees that were as thick as a human. It was very quiet. The heaven and earth energy in the stone cloud realm wasn't dense, even slightly worse than the Kunyan realm. The upper limit of the beings here was at most mid or late stage void sea realm. Such experts were enough to kill all the participants of the assessment. But this was also a part of the assessment. Without alerting the top experts of the stone cloud realm, he had to kill beings below the void sea realm to obtain slaughter points. My target is 500 slaughter points. This is a little difficult. Xianxia didn't act rashly but calculated first. If he wanted to kill the peak late-stage origin realm, he had to kill 25. Half-step void sea realm, he had to kill 10 to accumulate 500 contribution points. If he had to kill them one by one, Xianxia naturally wasn't afraid. But these weren't under his control, so the mission still had a certain degree of danger. Other than this mission, Xianxia had another goal, which was to find the earth element crystal that the sharp-mouthed old man Liao Sifeng mentioned. This treasure could help cultivators break through to the void sea realm, which was very useful for Xianxia. But the earth element crystal wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. No matter what, I have to break through to the peak late stage first. By then, I will have a higher chance. Xianxia already had a plan. His cultivation was already close to the peak late stage and could break through at any time. And this was just a small breakthrough, it wouldn't take much time and the success rate was very high. Therefore, Xianxia decided to break through now and then hunt the beings of the stone cloud realm to pass the assessment and become an inner valley disciple. He scanned with his spiritual awareness and found a shallow cave on a small hill not far from the forest. Swish, Xianxia flew quickly and walked into the cave. Then, he released the Red Flame King. I want to break through to the peak late stage. Protect me. Xianxia ordered. Which domain is this? The Red Flame King immediately realized that they were no longer in the Great Cosmos realm. Stone Cloud World, the location of the second test of the Black Demon Valley. Xianxia gave a simple introduction and went to prepare. The Red Flame King didn't ask any more questions. He walked into the cave and lay down, as if he had fallen asleep. Fortunately, Xianxia trusted the Scarlet Flame King. Otherwise, how could he be at ease? Walala, Xianxia took out a pile of mid-grade primordial stones and held 2 in each hand, absorbing the heaven-earth yuan qi within them. His foundation was stable, and he had long been able to break through to the peak of late stage, so the difficulty was not high. Circulating the 6th level of the Sky Demon secret pattern record, the true essence of the demon pattern began to flow through the meridians in his body. The concentration of essence qi in the stone cloud world was lower than that of the Kunyan world, and it was much smaller. On a small hill, 2 examinees met. One of them was from the Black Demon Valley, and the other was from the Heavenly Jade sect. This kind of encounter had already determined the outcome. Die. The burly man from the Heavenly Jade sect let out a roar and charged at a slender woman with a giant axe in his hand. His cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm, while that slender lady was only at the late stage of the origin realm. Boom, the burly man waved his giant axe fiercely, and a huge dark yellow axe shadow swept out. Swish, the slender lady could feel the strength of her opponent, and she did not want to clash head-on. She executed her movement technique and left behind a black shadow. Boom, the axe shadow displayed by the burly man swept past, destroying the slender lady's shadow and flattening the top of the hill. You're unlucky to have met me. The burly man was aggressive as he shouted coldly. But at this moment, the entire hill shook, and a rumbling sound came from the ground. What's going on? The burly man suddenly felt an incomparably powerful aura coming from the ground. The slender lady also felt the danger, and she was extremely afraid. She turned around and fled. Boom, the hill suddenly exploded, and a heavy black shadow flew out from it, instantly hitting the slender lady. The slender lady's body was smashed into 2, and she fell down. The burly man then saw clearly that the thing that hit the slender lady was a giant rock. At the same time, a giant figure stood up. It was a giant that was covered in rocks, and it was incomparably sturdy like a small mountain. It emitted an incomparably powerful aura, and the burly man was like an ant in front of it. On the head of the rock giant, there were 2 faint red crystals. Those were its eyes, and they were currently looking down at the burly man. Stone race, mountain giant. The burly man stared at the rock giant in front of him, and his body couldn't help but shiver. His eyes were filled with fear. The stone cloud world was a foreign race world, and the foreign race that lived here was the stone race. The mountain giant was one of the many races of the stone race. They had a huge body like a hill, and they were extremely powerful. They could split mountains and rivers, and they could even throw giant rocks as a long-range attack. The mountain giant's innate talent was stronger, and it could absorb the power of the earth to increase its strength. They would spend most of their lives in hibernation, but their cultivation still increased, and their strength was terrifying. The burly man did not expect that he would actually encounter such a powerful creature of the stone race. The feeling that the other party gave him was already extremely close to the empty sea realm. Roar, the mountain giant roared, and it seemed to be extremely angry. A huge dark whirlwind mixed with countless rocks, metal pieces, and other metals rushed out. Ding, ding, bang, the burly man raised his axe and put up a true yuan barrier to defend with all his might. The metal pieces and rocks bombarded him, making a series of sounds. Boom, the mountain giant suddenly stretched out its hand, and a huge rock palm came crashing down with a terrifying pressure. The moment the huge palm descended, the burly man's rainproof barrier shattered. Boom, bang, there was only a loud sound. The mountain giant's palm left a huge palm print on the ground, and a layer of exploding smoke and dust spread out in all directions. Then, it turned around and left, and a loud sound could be heard with every step it took. As for the huge palm print, it was a bloody mess. After the mountain giant left, a figure jumped out of a pile of rocks not far away. The mountain giant is too scary. The handsome man with a jade crown on his head exclaimed in surprise. He heard the sounds of fighting and rushed over, hiding nearby. He was originally planning to attack when the burly man and the slender woman were both injured. Unexpectedly, the mountain giant suddenly appeared and killed the 2 of them with lightning speed. The man with the jade crown turned around and walked in another direction. He was a prodigy of the Lu clan, a 2.5-star clan in the southern region. His cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. When he came here, he was very bold and felt that passing the test would be very easy. But now, he became very careful. Eh? Such a dense heaven and earth energy wave. The man with the jade crown suddenly felt a wave of energy wave and slowly walked over. Gradually, he saw a huge yuan-chi whirlpool appear on a small hill. Who was breaking through? The man with the jade crown had an answer in his heart. It was a taboo to be disturbed during a breakthrough. Because at this moment, the person breaking through wouldn't be able to display much strength, and they couldn't easily stop, otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. Doesn't matter if it's a human or stone race, I will kill them all. The man with the jade crown made a decision. The opponent was breaking through, and this battle would be very smooth. Killing the stone race would allow him to obtain killing points. Killing the human would allow him to obtain the opponent's storage bag. This was the stone cloud world. No matter who was killed, as long as no one saw and didn't leave any traces, nothing would happen. There's also an ancient beast protector. It looks like a human is breaking through. When the man with the jade crown approached and saw the Scarlet Flame King, he made this guess. As he slowly approached, the man with the jade crown saw the person in the cave clearly. Chen Yu. The man with the jade crown instantly became extremely excited, and killing intent burst forth from his eyes. Logically speaking, Chen Yu had only offended the Chui and Yu clans. He didn't have any contact with the other clans, let alone any conflicts. But the geniuses of the Lu clan that the man with the jade crown belonged to all had their eyes on Chen Yu. All of this was because of Yan Hanshan. When Yan Hanshan had rushed to Sky Ascension Peak, he had learned that Chen Yu had defeated the geniuses of the Chui clan and reached the 81st step. Originally, Yan Hanshan had thought that Chen Yu would definitely die after offending the Chui clan. But that was when he learned that even the Chui clan couldn't finish off Chen Yu in the second trial. At the same time, Chen Yu's performance made Yan Hanshan somewhat worried. Hence, Yan Hanshan contacted many clans and promised that whoever could kill Chen Yu, he would change his surname and join that clan. Yan Hanshan was also a genius in the Heavenly Jade sect. He had won the outer sect competition and was now in the inner sect. His future was limitless. And Yan Hanshan himself was the disciple of an elder, hence, many clans wanted to pull this genius into their clan, especially the clans that were on the side of the Heavenly Jade sect. The Lu clan was one of them. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Chen Yu actually broke through the moment he entered the stone cloud world, and I just happened to encounter him. Ha ha ha. The man with the jade crown couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but he tried his best to hold it in. It wouldn't be too late to celebrate after he killed Chen Yu. He recognized the spirit pet that was protecting Chen Yu. It was the ancient beast Fire Qilin. But this Fire Qilin was really lazy. It actually lay on the ground and fell asleep. It was too irresponsible. He slowly approached, and when he reached a certain distance, he suddenly took out a sword and attacked. Swoosh, a golden sword light suddenly lit up, and the golden sword light shone on the Red Flame King's face. Suddenly, the Red Flame King opened his eyes and shot out a huge flame pillar from his mouth. Boom, the flame pillar soared into the sky and instantly burned the golden sword light into ashes. How is this possible? The man with the jade crown was instantly stunned. The Red Flame King's reaction was too fast. He opened his eyes almost at the same time the man with the jade crown attacked. Moreover, the opponent easily broke the man's attack. This made the man with the jade crown suffer a huge blow. No matter what, he was a genius of the 2.5-star Lu clan. The man with the jade crown felt that he must have performed poorly just now, so he decided to attack again. But the Fire Qilin in the cave was already gone. He suddenly sensed something and immediately raised his head. Boom, above the sky, an incomparably fiery red fireball suddenly fell. The man with the jade crown even thought that there were two suns in the sky. Not good, the man with the jade crown felt a strong sense of danger and cried out. He immediately retreated and took out his token to contact the people from the Lu clan. Boom, the fireball fell, and the scorching heat wave surged in all directions. One of the heat wave hit the man with the jade crown. He was instantly wrapped in flames, like a man on fire, and miserable screams came out continuously. The nearby flames continued to converge toward it. In less than 10 breaths, the man with the jade crown was burned into a pile of charcoal. Sigh, if you die, then die. To actually send a message and even implicate your clansman before you die. What a fraud. The Red Flame King snorted coldly and returned to the cave to continue sleeping. A few hundred miles away, a grey-robed Lu clan man received a message from the crowned man before his death. Qin Yu is in seclusion, come quickly, Qin Yu. The grey-robed man's eyes lit up. He was the examiner of the Heavenly Jade sect, and killing Qin Yu would allow the Heavenly Jade sect's inner sect prodigy, Yan Hanshan, to join the Lu clan. If there was a chance to kill Qin Yu, he would definitely do it. The great cosmos world was complicated with countless two-star clans. Just like the Lu clan, there were many 2.5-star clans. If the Lu clan wanted to survive, they had to strengthen themselves, develop their strength and recruit prodigies. Otherwise, they wouldn't last for 1,000 years and would slowly decline. The grey-robed man immediately used the Lu clan's token to ask about the situation. But his message couldn't be sent out. Under such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. Either the other party left the range and the message was too far away, or the token was destroyed. The grey-robed man felt that if Qin Yu was really in seclusion, he wouldn't suddenly stop and leave. Then, the Lu clan member who sent the message wouldn't suddenly leave the range of the message either. If that was the case, the latter was more likely. If the token was destroyed, then the owner of the token was most likely dead. Qin Yu was in seclusion and couldn't make a move. But Qin Yu must have a spiritual pet or puppet to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to go into seclusion. Therefore, the grey-robed man guessed that it was Qin Yu's spiritual pet or puppet that killed the Lu clan member and destroyed the token. Damn it, Qin Yu, how dare you kill my Lu clan member? Lu Guang, I will definitely avenge you. The grey-robed man's expression turned ferocious. Through the token, he could tell that it was his good friend, Lu Guang. At this moment, the grey-robed man had forgotten that it was his good friend, Lu Guang, who wanted to kill Qin Yu first and was killed instead. It is too dangerous for me to go over alone, the grey-robed man muttered. His cultivation level was the same as Lu Guang, both at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. Now that Lu Guang was dead, he would be sending himself to his death if he went over. Therefore, the grey-robed man decided to spread this news and attract more geniuses to besiege Qin Yu. At that time, Qin Yu would definitely die. Thinking to this point, the grey-robed man tried to use the Lu clan's token to contact the other members of the Lu clan, but the token did not respond. Then, he took out another token. When the grey-robed man had first arrived in the stone cloud world, he had killed someone and taken their storage pouch. This token belonged to another genius. Qin Yu is in seclusion, but he has spiritual pets and puppets to protect him. Hurry up and help me kill him. The grey-robed man used another token to send this message. At the same time, he also began to move. The moment the token received the message, it could determine the general direction of the message. The grey-robed man was currently heading northeast. 2 hours later, the grey-robed man found Qin Yu's seclusion ground. There is indeed a spiritual pet protecting him, and it is a fire qilin. There are traces of battle around. It seems that Lu Guang has already been killed by this fire qilin. The grey-robed man observed from afar and speculated in his heart, but he did not take action immediately. After confirming Qin Yu's location, the grey-robed man immediately left to spread the news and look for allies. Not long after, he met two people and spread the news. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble not far away. The grey-robed man heard the sound and went over, preparing to spread the news and then retreat. However, when he rushed over, the battle had already ended. The ground was full of potholes, and there was a pile of brownstones in a certain place. In the sky, a woman in yellow floated quietly. She had a cold and arrogant expression as she sheathed her sword. Who is it? The woman in yellow suddenly sensed something and looked at the grey-robed man in the distance. Then, she drew her sword again and flew over. When the woman in yellow confirmed the grey-robed man's identity, she did not say much and let out a cold murderous aura. Sir, please wait. Sensing the woman in yellow's half-step empty sea cultivation and murderous aura, the grey-robed man's hair stood on end, and he immediately begged for mercy. What nonsense do you have to say before you die? The woman in yellow had a cold and arrogant expression. I know where Qin Yu is. The grey-robed man revealed a smile. He recognized this woman in yellow. She was the genius of the Yu clan, Yu Yuli. The Yu clan had a grudge with Qinyu, and he believed that she would be very interested in this. Do you think you can live by fooling me with this? The woman in yellow sneered. Everyone knew that the Yu clan and the Chui clan had a grudge with Qinyu. If everyone who met her said the same thing, would she let everyone go? She, Yu Yuli, was not a fool. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can give me 4 hours. If I can't find Qinyu in 4 hours, you can do whatever you want to me. The gray-robed man sensed that Yu Yuli's murderous aura had not decreased, and he immediately panicked and became excited. 4 hours? Alright, then I'll give you 4 hours. Yu Yuli thought about it and agreed. Before entering the stone cloud world, Yu Lai had given the order to kill Qinyu on sight. The Yu clan had a grudge with Qinyu, and Yu Lai disliked Qinyu even more. Killing Qinyu would allow Yan Hanshan of the Heavenly Jade sect to join the Yu clan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yu Yuli did not like Qinyu either. On the stairway to heaven, she had reached the 79th step, while Qinyu had reached the 81st step. However, she did not believe that as a genius of the Yu clan, she would lose to Qinyu. Therefore, Yu Yuli also wanted to have a battle with Qinyu. Follow me. The gray-robed man brought Yu Yuli back to where Qinyu was in seclusion. In the distance, the two of them saw 2 men and a woman fighting a fire qilin in front of a small hill. However, the fire qilin had the upper hand, and the other 3 were in a passive situation. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. The gray-robed man thought to himself. Among the 3, 1 man and 1 woman were at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm, while the third was at the late stage of the origin realm. Even so, they were still not a match for the fire qilin. In the cave behind, Qinyu was still in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck. Alright, you did not lie to me. I will spare your life. Yu Yuli laughed lightly and stared at Qinyu, who was in seclusion. Even if it was a Sky Sea Realm expert, if he was in a critical moment of his seclusion, Yu Yuli was confident that she could kill him, let alone Qinyu. Swish, Yu Yuli suddenly rushed out, ignoring the fire qilin and the other 3, but directly towards Qinyu. Kid, aren't you looking down on this king too much? You actually want to slip away under this king's nose? The red flame king snorted and stomped on the ground. A ball of golden flames turned into 2 flaming waves and flew towards Yu Yuli. Innate spirit flame, molten golden flame? Yu Yuli was stunned. She didn't expect a mere spiritual pet to have an innate spirit flame. Swish, Yu Yuli slashed with her sword. A golden sword light spread out from left to right and slashed horizontally in front of her. Boom! Bang, the sword light and the flaming waves clashed, creating a huge pit on the ground. Subsequently, within the dust storm, a ball of golden flames flew out and pounced towards Yu Yuli. Molten golden flame had spirituality and was more flexible in battle. Damn it! Yu Yuli's face was extremely gloomy. As a half-step Sky Sea Realm prodigy of the Yu clan, she was actually at a disadvantage against a peak stage Origin Realm ancient demon hand. This made her extremely angry. Boom, in the next moment, a powerful bloodline power exploded from Yu Yuli's body. Green flame patterns appeared on the surface of her body. Her long black hair turned dark green and danced crazily. Yu clan, green flame's bloodline. The gray-robed man saw this scene and couldn't help but be envious. The green flame's bloodline of the Yu clan could increase explosive power and at the same time, increase the power of qi. Yu Yuli struck again. The golden sword light was surrounded by green flames. The aura was intimidating and the sword prowess spread in all directions. With this, the outcome has been decided. Qinyu is dead for sure. The gray-robed man smiled. Although Qinyu's head wasn't his in the end, he had avenged his good friend Lu Guang. But in the next moment, the gray-robed man was stunned. The red flame king spat out 3 balls of flames. The first was the innate spirit flame, molten golden flame, the second was the acquired true fire, golden phoenix flame, and the third was the qilin flame. Furthermore, the red flame king was able to control all 3 flames and fuse them together. Rumble, a giant ball of raging flames rolled out. Shocking heat was emitted from it. Everywhere it passed, it left a scorched area. What the hell? Yu Yuli was stunned. She revealed a panicked expression and spat out 2 words. Boom, the giant ball of flames crushed Yu Yuli's sword light and continued to rush forward. So, Yu Yuli's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. She immediately retreated and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Lady Yu, let me help you. Let's attack together and kill this ancient beast. The gray-robed man from afar immediately rushed out and yelled. Instantly, the 5 of them joined forces to deal with the Red Flame King. What's the use of you joining forces? I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The Red Flame King snorted. Old bastard, why are you still acting when death is at hand? With the 5 of us joining forces, do you think we can't kill you? A black-skinned man yelled. Previously, he was suppressed by the Red Flame King and was extremely frustrated. But now, there were 5 of them. One of them was the Yu clan's genius, Yu Yuli, right at this moment. Rumble, the energy whirlpool in the sky was rapidly shrinking. A huge amount of energy flowed into Qinyu's Qi lake within the cave. Moments later, the surrounding breakthrough phenomenon disappeared. And Qinyu opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through to the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. The quality and quantity of his Qi had increased by quite a bit. Not good, Qinyu broke through. The gray-robed man revealed an embarrassed expression. They were all clear of Qinyu's strength. Back on the Sky Ascension stairway, he defeated the Chui clan's genius, Chui Ming. A single ancient beast was already so hard to deal with. Now that Qinyu had broken through, the situation had instantly turned around. The black-skinned man who scolded earlier had a stiff expression and was regretting it. They dared to make a move on Qinyu because Qinyu was in seclusion. But now, Qinyu had successfully broken through the bottleneck. Qinyu slowly walked out of the cave and looked at Yu Yuli, the gray-robed man and the others. When he was in seclusion, he had split out a small portion of his spiritual awareness to observe the situation outside. Therefore, he knew everything. Qinyu, this charcoal is mine. You can do whatever you want with the rest. The Red Flame King pointed at the black-skinned man and said coldly. On a cliff, a mountain giant suddenly appeared. His towering figure was intimidating. On the mountain giant's shoulders, there were 2 small black stone balls. They also had a stone horn on their heads. This was the small stone race, the most common of the stone race. Stone face, how are the humans over there? The mountain giant opened his mouth and let out a buzzing sound. Then, the entire cliff trembled slightly. The rocks on the surface of the cliff surged and slowly formed a giant face. This face was similar to a human's, but it only had a vertical eye and no nose. The stone face race was also a branch of the stone race. Up until now, there are 7 life energy fluctuations. They are currently fighting. Stone Face opened his mouth and let out a low voice. The Stone Face race's perception was extremely outstanding among the stone race. This place was 100 miles away from Qinyu, Yu Yuli, and the others, but he could still roughly sense it. Boss, why have humans appeared in the Stone Cloud world? Boss, how did these humans come to the Stone Cloud world? The 2 stone balls on the mountain giant's shoulders asked. I'm not sure either. In the past, humans would occasionally appear in the Stone Cloud world, but they would all accidentally enter. They couldn't leave and could only be killed by a stone race. But this time, there are too many humans. The mountain giant's expression sank. Why don't we go and kill all these humans? Their blood must be delicious. Let's go kill these humans and drink their blood. The Stone Ball brothers said one after the other. Can the 2 of you not repeat the same thing? Although the mountain giant had a stone face, one could see his speechless expression at this moment. Don't underestimate these humans. The Thousand Stone Venerable once said that humans are a race even stronger than the stone race. With so many humans suddenly appearing in the Stone Cloud world, we can't let our guard down. The mountain giant answered the Stone Ball brothers and then said, Stone Face, keep an eye on them. I feel that these humans are definitely very weak. With your strength, you can easily deal with them. Stone Face said in a low voice. Stone Face, you just want to sleep. How can you say such irresponsible words? Stone Face, you say such irresponsible words because you want to sleep. The Stone Ball brothers said. Stoneface's thoughts were seen through, so he chose to remain silent. Don't sleep in front of me. The mountain giant let out a groan, unleashing a heavy aura. Because I want to sleep too. The mountain giant said. The biggest characteristic of the stone race was that they were lazy and loved to sleep. Most stone race creatures would spend 80% of their lives sleeping. One less life force fluctuation. Suddenly, Shermion spoke. Another one down. Xianxia, this charcoal is mine. You can do whatever you want with the rest. The Crimson Flame King pointed at the dark-skinned man and said coldly. Just now, the dark-skinned man had called the Crimson Flame King an old bastard, which had completely enraged the Crimson Flame King. All right. Xianxia nodded with a cold expression. These people were here to kill him, so he would not be soft-hearted. Moreover, Xianxia also wanted to know why, other than the Yu clan, the geniuses of the other clans were also hostile towards him. Wait. Child Chen, please wait. We were just passing by. We didn't know you were in seclusion. Please forgive us for disturbing you. A white-robed woman said. Xianxia had defeated Cui Ming and many Cui clan geniuses on the stairway to heaven. Although Xianxia had the upper hand on the stairway to heaven, and the Cui clan genius's bloodline power was useless, Xianxia's strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, the fire Qilin just now was shockingly powerful. Even the Yu clan genius, Yu Yuli, was not a match for it. Even though there were 5 of them, they were not a match for the man and beast working together. The white-robed woman was participating in the Black Demon Valley test, and Xianxia had ascended the 81st step in the first test. As long as he reached 500 slaughter points in the second test, he would be able to jump into the inner valley. She did not want to offend Xianxia, lest she had a hard time later. That's right, we just happened to pass by. We'll leave now, please don't mind, Brother Chen, another person added. A bunch of cowards who are afraid of death. Yu Yuli snorted coldly. She was not afraid of Xianxia, and wanted to compete with Xianxia. Do you think I'm blind? Xianxia sneered. Swish. Swish. Swish, the 3 of them had a bad feeling and immediately retreated. Boom, the chi in Xianxu's body suddenly exploded. His body turned into a black shadow and rushed out, leaving a trail of black wind wherever he passed, just like a black dragon's tail. He instantly closed in on a late-stage Origin Realm expert and punched out. Crack, Xianxu's fist shattered all the bones in the man's chest, and his fist was embedded into the man's body. The man's back suddenly protruded, and a powerful force and chi leaked out. Subsequently, the man's body flew a few tens of feet high before falling down, motionless and dead. After breaking through to the peak of the late-stage Origin Realm, Xianxu's physique was already comparable to a half-step empty sea realm. How could a mere late-stage Origin Realm withstand it? After killing one person, Xianxia immediately went for the other 2. This charcoal is mine. The Scarlet Flame King suddenly appeared beside Xianxia and shouted. Xianxia nodded and went for the white-clothed lady, while the Scarlet Flame King pounced at the dark-skinned man. No, young Master Chen, spare my life. This lady is willing to stay by your side and serve you. The white-clothed lady's delicate face turned pale, and she immediately begged for mercy, revealing a pitiful expression. Just now, Xianxu's thunderous method of instantly killing a late-stage Origin Realm expert had completely shocked her. That late-stage Origin Realm expert was almost defenseless and was instantly killed by Xianxia like an ant. You don't have the right. Xianxu's words were cold and firm. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't willing to compromise, the white-clothed lady slashed with her silver sword. An icy cold sword light slashed down, and the surrounding trees were covered in a layer of ice, causing the temperature to plummet. Boom, Xianxia still sent out a punch, but it was much stronger than the previous one. This was Xianxu's full-force punch. Pung! When the sword light collided with Xianxu's fist, it instantly exploded, causing ice shards to scatter. Is this still a human? The white-clothed lady's hair stood on end as fear pervaded her body. Icebound sword art. The white-clothed lady raised her sword and brandished it. Hundreds of sword lights interweaved together, forming a sword wall. The astonishing cold chi overlapped and formed an ice crystal wall between heaven and earth. After executing this move, the white-clothed lady turned and fled. Devil Destruction Claw. The first Devil Claw pattern on Xianxu's right hand surged and covered his entire arm. Boom, with a wave of his claw, a pitch-black and sinister devil claw with astonishing demonic intent crashed into the ice wall, tearing out a hole. The devil destruction claw continued to advance towards the white-clothed lady, tearing out a large piece of flesh from her abdomen, revealing some of her internal organs. The white-clothed lady persevered and continued to flee. But right at this moment, a blood-red sword light pierced through her body, leaving behind a round hole, and blood gushed out from it. She lost her balance and her body fell. "Xianyu, you are too slow this time," the Red Flame King yelled. It turned out that he had already killed the black-skinned man. "I'll let you have your way," Xianyu said shamelessly. The Red Flame King was so angry that his nostrils spat out 2 balls of fire. "There are 2 more." Xianyu looked at the gray-robed man and Yuli. At this moment, Yuli's brows were locked tightly. Her fearless and domineering self had vanished. She didn't expect Xianyu to be so strong after breaking through to the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm. A peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm couldn't even last a few moves against Xianyu. If it was her, she might have fared better, but she still failed. "Answer one of my questions obediently and I can spare your life." At this moment, Xianyu looked at the gray-robed man. "Brother Chen, please ask." "I will definitely answer," the gray-robed man replied submissively. "I have no grudges with you, why do you want to kill me?" Xianyu asked coldly. Other than the Yu clan, Xianyu didn't recognize the gray-robed man and the 3 men who died earlier. They weren't in cahoots with the Yu clan, but they came to deal with Xianyu. "This is because of Yan Hanshan," the gray-robed man explained. After all, this wasn't a secret. Xianyu would know if he asked around. "Yan Hanshan?" A cold light flashed in Xianyu's eyes. If he had the chance, he would definitely eliminate this person. "Can I leave now?" The gray-robed man revealed a joyful expression and slowly retreated. But at this moment, a loud sound came from the forest far away. The entire ground shook slightly. Immediately, everyone saw a giant figure suddenly jump up, fall down, and jump up again. It was approaching them with extreme speed. Mountain Giant. The gray-robed man's heart skipped a beat. It was none other than the powerful mountain giant that killed the human race's genius in an instant. "Run!" The gray-robed man didn't wait for Xianyu's reply and immediately fled. Yuli was delighted. The sudden appearance of the mountain giant had messed up the situation. She could also take the opportunity to escape. She would find trouble with Xianyu after she met up with the rest of the Yu clan. But suddenly, the ground beneath them started to shake. The rocks on the surface started to change. In the next moment, a giant face that was almost 10 zhang wide protruded from the ground. Rumble, the stone face opened its mouth and inhaled. A giant whirlwind formed between heaven and earth. The strong pulling force pulled the escaping Yuli and the gray-robed man down. At this moment, a giant shadow appeared above everyone's heads. A premonition of danger filled everyone's hearts. "Spread out!" the Crimson Flame King shouted. Xianyu immediately dodged to the side. In the next moment, boom, the mountain giant descended from the sky. A dust storm swept in all directions. Xianyu and the Crimson Flame King dodged it and were unscathed. On the other side, Yuli was also unscathed. The gray-robed man was too close to the mountain giant and was injured by its might and the dust storm. Other than that, there was another person who didn't dodge. Not far away, a large rock rose up and turned into a stone face. However, there were 2 large holes on the face. One of the eyes on the stone face stared at the mountain giant, as if saying unhappily, "You stepped on my face." The mountain giant ignored the stone face's dissatisfied gaze and scanned the 3 humans and 1 ancient beast with its faint red crystal-like eyes. It shouted, "How did you come to the stone cloud world?" The mountain giant's voice was loud and clear, forming a storm that swept in all directions. Everyone's ears buzzed and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Xianyu was still fine. As a body cultivator, he had a strong body. However, from this question, one could tell that the mountain giant was extraordinarily powerful. The gray-robed man had seen the mountain giant kill the human race geniuses before and was extremely afraid of it. In his opinion, the mountain giant was even more threatening than Yuli and Xianyu. "Speak, how did you come to the stone cloud world?" "Speak, how did you enter the stone cloud world? The stone brothers also spoke. The mountain giant frowned slightly. He felt that the intimidation he had created had been destroyed by the stone brothers. Not only did the stone brothers repeat the same sentence, but they were also repeating what he had said. Why should we tell you? Yu Yuli said disdainfully. In her eyes, the foreign races were enemies, and the stone race was a lower race than humans. She, Yu Yuli, was a human and a genius of the Yu race. If you don't speak, then all of you will die here. The hill giant roared. The stone cloud world was the territory of the stone race. The humans were cunning and definitely had some tricks up their sleeves. They definitely couldn't be allowed to live. You think you can kill me with these stupid stones? Yu Yuli sneered and activated her bloodline power to escape. The stone race's defense and strength were extremely strong, but most of them had an obvious weakness, and that was their slow speed. Whoosh, a ball of azure flames erupted under Yu Yuli's feet. Her speed suddenly increased as she turned into a streak of azure light and flew away. Stay here. Qinyu had been staring at Yu Yuli. Seeing her escape, he extended his right index finger and used the Yangming sword finger. He had a conflict with the Yu race to begin with. If not for the Scarlet Flame King stopping her, Yu Yuli might have already killed Qinyu. If the stone race hadn't interfered, Qinyu would have killed Yu Yuli himself. Now that so many stone race experts had appeared, Qinyu felt that he could borrow the power of the stone race to deal with Yu Yuli. In short, Qinyu would not let Yu Yuli off easily. Xiao, Yangming's sword finger was extremely fast. Like a red arrow, it rapidly pierced towards Yu Yuli's calf. Yu Yuli was only guarding against the hill giant. She did not expect Qinyu to suddenly attack. She hurriedly dodged, but the side of her calf was still pierced by Qinyu's sword fingers. Damn it, Qinyu, how dare you sneak attack me? Yu Yuli gritted her teeth and cursed. At that moment, the hill giant attacked Yu Yuli. His powerful arm grabbed a small black stone ball and threw it out. Boom, the sound of breaking air rapidly approached Yu Yuli. The stone horn on the top of the small stone ball's head was aimed at Yu Yuli and stabbed fiercely. Human, watch me pierce your chest. The black stone ball laughed. Big brother, pierce her chest. His younger brother shouted. Ding, Yu Yuli held her sword in front of her, blocking the stone ball thrown by the hill giant. When the two collided, a loud and clear sound was heard. Then, Yu Yuli's sword bent inwards and stuck to her chest. A force acted on Yu Yuli's body and blasted her more than 20 meters away. What a strong force. Yu Yuli coughed up a mouthful of blood. She had ignored Qinyu when she went to block the hill giant's attack. That was why she was disrupted by Qinyu and was then attacked by the hill giant. That was why she ended up like this. Suddenly, a huge black shadow shrouded over. Yu Yuli felt a sense of pressure and danger. She rolled to the right 5 meters away. Boom, a huge shadow landed, creating a huge pit where Yu Yuli had just been lying. If Yu Yuli had not reacted quickly and dodged in time, she might have been trampled into meat paste by the hill giant. I'll leave the others to you. This half-step empty sea-state human is mine. The hill giant roared. From his point of view, Yu Yuli had the highest cultivation among them and was definitely the strongest. As for the other two and an ancient beast, they were all at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. Little brother, we will deal with this person. Alright, we will deal with this person. Big brother. The Stone Ball brothers flew towards Qinyu. The Stone Ball brothers charged towards the gray-robed man. Oh my god. When the gray-robed man saw a huge stone face close to him, he felt a chill down his spine. Where do you think you are going? The stone ball roared and opened its mouth to suck, forming a huge whirlwind with a terrifying suction force. The soil and rocks on the ground were all sucked into the stone ball's mouth. The gray-robed man's movement was also affected and slowed down. Right at this moment, the Stone Ball brothers suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless hard rocks. Those rocks were as sharp as swords and were all aimed at the gray-robed man. On the other side, the Stone Ball brothers were facing off against Qinyu. Little brother, we seem to have chosen the wrong opponent. This spiritual pet belongs to this human. I thought it could be 2 against 1. I didn't expect it to be 2 against 2. We chose the wrong opponent. The Stone Ball brothers vented the frustration in their hearts. It's okay, boss is here. That's right, boss is here. The Stone Ball brothers comforted each other. Xianxia, hurry up and finish off these two lesser stone race beings. The Scarlet Flame King frowned. He felt that these two stone balls' communication method was too weird. Peak of the late stage of Origin Realm, equivalent to 20 slaughter points. Xianxia laughed lightly and immediately attacked. Up until now, he still had 0 slaughter points. But as long as he could finish off these two stone balls, he would be able to obtain 40 slaughter points. Furthermore, these two stone balls looked very weak and easy to deal with. Seeing Xianxia charging over, the two stone balls started to shake. The stone horns on their heads slashed down with earthy yellow blades. Break! Xianxia immediately punched out with both his fists, forcefully taking on the attacks of the lesser stone race beings. Boom! With a single punch, the earthy yellow blades were shattered by Xianxia. Pung! 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 Xianxia continuously punched out with both fists, disintegrating the earthy yellow blades as he closed in on one of the stone balls. This stone ball wasn't afraid at all. The stone horn on its head aimed at Xianxia and fiercely stabbed forward. Boom! Xianxia reached out with both palms and slapped on the stone ball, blocking the opponent's attack. Such strength! The stone ball was slightly shocked. It had always heard that humans were weak, and if the stone race were to get close to humans, they would be able to crush them. However, Xianxia's arms were like two iron pillars that blocked his attack, making it difficult for him to advance any further. Boom! Xianxia's arms suddenly exerted force as demonic pattern chi surged out and instantly sent the stone ball flying dozens of feet away, crashing onto the ground. But the stone ball quickly flew back up again. Although some rocks fell off from his body, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Xianxia was slightly surprised. The stone race's defense was indeed strong. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame King was chasing the other stone ball away. If it wasn't for the stone race's strong defense and high resistance to fire, it would have already died under the Scarlet Flame King's claws. Little brother, this human is very strong. Big brother, this spiritual pet is also very strong. The two brothers confided in each other, feeling like they were in the same boat. Let's go underground. That's right, let's go underground. The two brothers suddenly thought of a countermeasure. Boom! Boom! The Stone Ball brothers aimed their stone horns at the ground and then fiercely rushed down, drilling into the ground and disappearing without a trace. Don't delay anymore. Quickly finish off these two annoying fellows. The Scarlet Flame King seemed to be very disgusted with the Stone Ball brothers' communication method. Xianxia nodded. He also didn't plan to delay any longer. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground. The ground directly below Xianxia suddenly exploded, and a black stone ball flew out. The sharp stone horn on its head stabbed towards Xianxia. The surrounding rocks and soil, under the stone ball's control, turned into 3 huge stone pillars and smashed towards Xianxia. Devil Destruction Claw. Xianxia activated the first demonic pattern, and his right arm was instantly entangled by the demonic pattern. With a wave of his arm, a black and malevolent demonic claw with shocking demonic intent struck out. Boom, bang, the Devil Destruction Claw collided with the stone ball, and a corner of the stone horn on its head was broken. Many pieces of rocks fell from its body. Boom, the true Yuan in Xianxia's body erupted as he used the demonic dragon Imperial Shadow, raising a gust of wind. He waved both of his arms, destroying the 3 thick stone pillars and quickly approaching the stone ball. Pung! Xianxia took a deep breath and gathered energy in his heart, increasing his strength. He punched the stone ball, and a terrifying power poured out. Instantly, the surface of the stone ball started to peel off. It's over. This human is too strong. I'm going to die. The stone ball shouted. It didn't think that it, as a stone race member, would be killed by a human with one punch. This human's strength was too strong, even stronger than it was at the same level. Then, all the rocks on its body fell off, leaving only a black crystal heart. Every stone race member had a stone crystal heart within their bodies. The calculation of the slaughter points this time was also based on the stone crystal heart. Brother, I'm going to die too. On the other side, a black stone ball was pressed under the feet of the Red Flame King. It was on its last breath. Pung, the Red Flame King stomped down with his claw. The powerful force mixed with the power of fire crushed the black ball, revealing the stone crystal heart inside. No, a loud roar came from behind. It was from Stoneface. Stoneface had already killed the gray-robed man, and there was still red blood at the corner of his mouth. You all deserve to die for slaughtering the stone race. Stoneface yelled angrily. Its huge face was furious, and it emitted a heavy pressure. Stoneface's cultivation was half a step into the empty sea realm, and the Stoneface race was one of the stronger branches of the stone race. It wasn't like the small stone race, which was just a normal stone race. Boom, Stoneface flew above Qinyu and descended from the sky, as if it was going to smash Qinyu into meat paste. With a ping sound, Stoneface smashed onto the ground, and a strong wind of dust blew in all directions. But the scene that they imagined didn't happen. All they saw was Qinyu wearing the demonic armor. He raised both his hands and actually resisted Stoneface's attack. Then, he slowly lifted it up. After breaking through to the peak of the late stage of the origin returning realm, Qinyu's physique grew even stronger. With just his physique, he could fight against a half-step into the empty sea realm. The stone race was known for their strength, but Qinyu's current strength was on par with them, and he might even be slightly stronger. Pung, Qinyu freed one of his hands, clenched it into a fist, and smashed it. Immediately, several cracks spread out from the point where Qinyu's fist landed, and several pieces of rubble fell to the ground. Immediately, the second, third, and fourth punches kept smashing at Stoneface's huge face. The rocks kept falling, causing Stoneface to yell, "My face!" After being punched several times by Qinyu, Stoneface immediately flew away, putting some distance between him and Qinyu. The fact that Qinyu could kill a stone race being of the same level in such a short time showed that his strength was not to be underestimated. Stoneface had been too impulsive just now. Now, he was determined to deal with Qinyu with all his might. Stoneface opened his mouth and spat out many rocks, metal ores, and other things. Boom! 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 Boulders fell from the sky like cannonballs. These seemingly small rocks each weighed tens of thousands of kilograms and were extremely powerful. Bang! 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 But Qinyu was not afraid in the slightest. He swung his fists to meet the falling rocks, sending them flying and shattering them. But at this moment, Stoneface opened his mouth and blew out a gust of wind. All the rocks and metal were stirred up, forming a chaotic storm. Within the storm, countless giant rocks and metal weighing tens of thousands of kilograms were constantly stirred up, enough to instantly crush a human into meat paste. Bang bang, in this environment, even Qinyu found it difficult to deal with. Giant rocks smashed into his body. Fortunately, Qinyu was wearing the magic scale battle armor, so he was not seriously injured. Stoneface was much stronger than the stone race being from earlier. Moreover, the stone race was on the ground and had countless methods of strength. The earth trembled, and a pillar with strange patterns of human faces on its surface suddenly shot out, smashing toward Qinyu with great force. I can't underestimate a half-step empty sea realm stone race, Qinyu said to himself. He had just broken through, and his confidence had been greatly boosted. He did not even need to use a weapon against the enemy. But Stoneface, who was half-step empty sea realm, was extraordinary. Boom, Qinyu took out the demon flood dragon sword and swept out with a black demon sword wave, tearing open a blank space in the chaotic storm. Then, his body rushed forward for a distance, dodging the impact of the pillar. But this was not the end. The ground did not stop shaking, and a second pillar shot into the sky. 18 human-faced array pillars. Shermian bellowed. The third pillar, the fourth, the 18th pillar, all of them charged out. Far away, the mountain giant, who was fighting with Yuli, heard Stoneface's loud voice and thought, the 18 faces array pillar is a secret technique of the Stoneface race. I didn't expect him to use it so quickly. It seems like the enemy over there is also very strong. Bang! 18 human-faced pillars burst out of the ground. Under the control of the Stoneface, they all shot towards Qinyu in the sky. Facing the attacks of the 18 pillars, Qinyu found it difficult to dodge. He could only take them head-on or face them head-on. He used the demon dragon shadow and quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved the demon dragon sword, and attacked the stone pillar. It was unknown what method the human-faced stone pillar used, but when Qin Yu's sword Dao attack landed on it, it only left a shallow mark. However, Qin Yu's devil-wind sword domain quickly condensed. Boom, with Qin Yu as the center, a pitch-black storm of sword chi condensed. In the devil wind sword domain, the power of Qin Yu's attack greatly increased. Streaks of incomparably black and domineering sword chi swept out. Opposite, the 18 human-faced stone pillars, under the control of Xianxia, charged forward. Boom! Bang! Boom! The sword chi collided with the stone pillars, and the sound of an explosion shook the world. At first, the 18 stone pillars were powerful and had the advantage in numbers. However, Qin Yu was full of strength. His attacks were fierce and domineering, and he quickly turned the situation around. How is this possible? This person can actually block the 18 human-faced pillars head-on. Xianxia was shocked. In order to take revenge, and also to quickly end the battle so he could go to sleep, he used the killer move of the stone face race, which was also his strongest attack. Yet, Qin Yu was actually able to stand on equal footing with him. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Qin Yu found that it was difficult to deal with the 18 human-faced pillars in a short time, so he used the demon dragon's shadow and flew into the sky, approaching Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia knew that Qin Yu was powerful, and he would not let him get close. He opened his mouth and shouted. A sound wave attack, accompanied by a powerful storm, rushed out. As a body cultivator, Qin Yu's physical fitness was strong, and he was not afraid of sound wave attacks. Whoosh, he dodged the storm, quickly approached Xianxia, and slashed down with his sword. A layer of rock defense quickly condensed on the surface of Xianxia, but under the attack of Qin Yu's sword, the layer of rock was instantly split open. Xianxia's face was scratched by Qin Yu, and he screamed again. Damn it, you ruined my face again. Xianxia roared angrily, controlling the 18 stone pillars to attack Qin Yu. Qin Yu seized the opportunity and stabbed the demon-fled dragon sword into Xianxia's face, then rolled to the side. Boom, bang, the human-faced stone pillars bombarded and hit the demon-fled dragon sword, causing it to further pierce into Xianxia's face. Xianxia screamed in pain, and his control over the 18 stone pillars was greatly weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yu held the demon-fled dragon sword in one hand and madly injected his true essence into it, activating the explosive characteristics of this sword. Bang, there was an explosion inside Xianxia, and then the rocks around the sword all fell off. Demon Destruction Claw, Qin Yu activated the first demonic pattern aimed at the wound on Xianxia's face, and launched an attack. Bang, a pitch-black and ferocious demonic claw rushed out, and the powerful destructive power directly pierced Xianxia's face, tearing a big hole. Xianxia further collapsed, and half of the huge face had turned into stones and scattered. You ruined my face. Xianxia roared angrily, but it seemed weak. Boom. Boom, Qin Yu slashed twice again, hitting the wound on Xianxia's face. Xianxia was already very weak. After Qin Yu's 2 attacks, his body further collapsed, and he died completely. Shi Jing's heart was dug out by Qin Yu. A half-step empty Sea Stone clan member was worth 50 slaughter points. At this point, Qin Yu had accumulated 90 slaughter points, and he was only one step away from passing the test. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach 500 slaughter points. On the other side, Yu Yuli was injured by Qin Yu's Yangming sword finger and the mountain giant's throwing attacks. Naturally, she was not a match for the mountain giant. Moreover, the mountain giant was an extremely powerful race among the Stone clan, and its battle prowess far surpassed the most ordinary small Stone clan and the Stone Face clan. After fighting for a while, Yu Yuli realized that she had no chance of winning, so she prepared to escape. Thus, her battle with the mountain giant was far away from Qin Yu's. However, Yu Yuli's leg was injured, and the mountain giant was good at throwing attacks, so she could not escape from the mountain giant's pursuit. The mountain giant's battle prowess is so strong. Yu Yuli was shocked. Even at her peak, she might not be a match for the mountain giant. However, most of the Stone clan had a weakness, and that was their slow speed. Yu Yuli was confident that she could successfully escape this time. In addition, she had been trying to use the token to communicate with the people of the Yu clan. If she coincidentally met them, she might be able to kill the mountain giant and obtain 50 slaughter points. Suddenly, Yu Yuli felt a sense of danger approaching, and she immediately dodged. Swoosh, a streak of blood-red sword energy brushed past her right arm, leaving a bloody mark. Chenyu? Yu Yuli knew that this was Chenyu's attack. Did this mean that he had already defeated the other Stone Clan experts? Yu Yuli instantly panicked. She was already being chased by the mountain giant, and if Chenyu joined in as well, would she be able to survive? At this moment, Chenyu appeared on her right and quickly rushed over, looking like he was planning to stop Yu Yuli. When the mountain giant saw Chenyu, it thought that Chenyu had escaped from Stoneface. After all, Stoneface's cultivation was higher than Chenyu's. Little did it know that Stoneface had already died at Chenyu's hands. At this moment, when the mountain giant saw Chenyu stop Yu Yuli, he thought to himself, these humans are still killing each other at this time. How foolish. The mountain giant decided to borrow Chenyu's hand to kill Yu Yuli first. After that, he would kill Chenyu. Chenyu, you dare to kill me? Yu Yuli stared at Chenyu with a panicked expression. If you dare to kill me, why wouldn't I dare to kill you? Chenyu laughed coldly. I am from the Yu clan. Yu Yuli shouted and slashed out with her sword. The golden sword light carried a green flame as it slashed down. Chenyu ignored it. He only wanted to kill Yu Yuli because she had tried to kill him in the past. Boom, with a sweep of his sword, the pitch-black sword light collided with the golden and green flame sword light. I have already contacted the experts of the Yu clan. Yu Lai will be here soon. I advise you to leave early, lest you die a horrible death. Yu Yuli could not do anything to Chenyu, so she could only lie to scare Chenyu. Haha. Chenyu smiled faintly. So what if Yu Lai came? Not everyone was afraid of Yu Lai. Chenyu slashed out a few more times, sealing off all of Yu Yuli's escape routes. At this moment, boom, a huge boulder fell from the sky. This was an attack from the mountain giant. Yu Yuli could not dodge in time, so she slashed out with her sword. However, the boulder was extremely hard and had shocking destructive power. It smashed Yu Yuli's sword attack into pieces. Boom, Yu Yuli's quintessential essence protection was also smashed. Her body flew backward and crashed to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in front of Yu Yuli. That black dot gradually enlarged and turned into a sword. Poof, the demon fled dragon sword fell from above, piercing into Yu Yuli's forehead and killing her. Coming to Yu Yuli's side, Chenyu pulled out the demon fled dragon sword. At this moment, Chenyu's heart started beating, and a familiar suction force surged out. Chenyu knew that the mysterious heart wanted to extract the green flame bloodline in Yu Yuli's body. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, as the heart beat, Yu Yuli's blood flowed out of her wound, turning into a dark red stream that entered Chenyu's body. What is this human doing? The mountain giant rushed over and found that Chenyu seemed to be extracting the blood of the dead woman. I don't care what you're doing. Die. The mountain giant could not be bothered to think. He decided to kill Chenyu and end it once and for all. The huge boulder in his hand suddenly transformed into a huge stone hammer that fell from the sky. Magic scale protection. Chenyu was extracting the bloodline. If he left now, Yu Yuli's body might be smashed into pieces. Thus, he activated the second demonic pattern and formed a magic scale shield around his body, protecting him. Boom, the mountain giant's hammer landed on the magic scale shield. A second later, a cracking sound came from the top of the shield. The magic scale shield was shattered by the mountain giant's attack. Chenyu immediately raised his hands and blocked the mountain giant's hammer. Boom, bang, the ground caved in, and a dust storm swept out. The mountain giant's hammer was blocked by Chenyu. The mountain giant was shocked. Although the power of his attack had been weakened by the magic scale shield, it was still not something a human could withstand. At this moment, a bloodline power burst forth from Chenyu's body. Faint green flame patterns appeared on his body, and his black hair gradually turned dark green, dancing wildly like a ball of flames. Green flame's bloodline? I'll make do with it. Chenyu chuckled. The Yu clan's green flame's bloodline could increase instantaneous explosive power and quintessential essence, increasing one's overall battle prowess. However, for Qinyu, who had the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, the green flames bloodline was very ordinary. It was not wrong to say that he could make do with it. This is, that woman's bloodline power? You just extracted her bloodline power and turned it into your own. Are you a descendant of the devouring blood race? The mountain giant was shocked when he saw this. Although he had never seen a true descendant of the devouring blood race, he had heard about this race from some of the stone race's almighties. According to them, this race was extremely powerful. Even if the devouring blood race did not have much of a restraint on the stone race, the power of this race still made the stone race fearful. Descendants of the devouring blood race, what are your intentions in coming to the stone cloud world? The mountain giant looked at Qinyu solemnly and said with some excitement. It seems that the stone race of the stone cloud world still does not know that the entire world has been controlled by the great sect of the great cosmos realm. Qinyu shook his head. This was the fate of the weak. They were toyed with by the strong without knowing it. It was pitiful. Qinyu made up his mind to control his own fate. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you and end it all. Out of fear of the descendant of the devouring blood race, the mountain giant decided to kill him as soon as possible. He roared, raised the giant hammer in his hand, and smashed it down again. The mountain giant was an extremely powerful existence among the stone race. When he used his full strength, even Qinyu did not dare to face him head-on. Boom, Qinyu's quintessential essence exploded. He retreated some distance and swept out with his sword. The black demonic pattern sword light, surrounded by green flames, collided with the mountain giant's giant hammer. The power of Qinyu's sword had far surpassed the half-step empty sea realm and was close to the empty sea realm. However, this mountain giant was also extremely powerful. He was extremely close to the empty sea realm, and his body's defense was outstanding. Pung! The giant hammer in the mountain giant's hand shattered, and it took a step back to stabilize itself. He was not afraid in the slightest. He leaped up, and his huge body seemed to transform into a small mountain as he descended from the sky. Whoosh! Qinyu used demonic dragon shadow and quickly retreated. The hill giant's speed was its weakness, and Qinyu could easily deal with it. Boom! After dodging the attack, Qinyu unleashed his demonic chi wild slash. The azure and black sword light turned into a crescent moon that slashed forward. Ding! The mountain giant raised its arm to block the attack, and the sword light landed on its arm, leaving behind a 5-inch deep mark. For the enormous mountain giant, a 5-inch wound was not much of an injury. Roar! The hill giant roared angrily and slammed its arms into the ground, causing the ground to crack. His arms reached deep into the ground, and using his innate talent, he condensed a huge rock that was almost 300 meters long and fiercely smashed it towards Qinyu. Even Shui Ming and Yu Lai, who were at the half-step empty sea realm, could only temporarily avoid this kind of divine power. Qinyu was not afraid in the slightest. He activated his fourth pattern and used the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. Under the amplification of the azure flames bloodline, Qinyu's huge black fist was burning with a layer of ancient azure flames, and it collided with the hard rock that was 300 meters long. Boom, bang, the demonic cloud exploded and devoured everything. Rubble kept falling. Mountain God Fist. The hill giant put its palms together, and a ball of dark yellow true yuan energy burst forth. A huge amount of true yuan energy was released, and the ground rumbled. Dirt and rocks rose into the air, forming an enormous arm. Mountain God Fist was one of the hill giant's secret arts, and it consumed a lot of energy. The giant-like arm was like a pillar that supported the sky, and the fist at the front of the arm was huge and hard. It covered a large area, as if it could destroy everything. Before the mountain God Fist descended, a gravitational force enveloped Qinyu's body, making it difficult for him to dodge. When fighting against the hill giant, one usually avoided its strong points, attacked its weak points, and won by speed. However, Qinyu was different. His defense and strength were also his advantages. Facing the hill giant's fist, Qinyu did not retreat. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's internal organs exploded, and his physical strength multiplied. He swung his sword with all his strength, and a huge black sword wave was formed. Under the amplification of the azure flames bloodline, the power of this sword wave was even stronger. The black and domineering sword wave was surrounded by azure flames as it slashed forward. Bang, the violent sword wave swept forward and collided with the mountain god fist. After the two were in a stalemate for half a breath, a crack could be heard, and the huge and hard mountain god fist began to crack. The crack gradually expanded, and it extended to half the size of a fist. Then, the huge black sword wave with a tinge of azure suddenly exploded, and swept across, cutting the mountain god fist in half. How is this possible? The hill giant stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. The mountain god fist that he was so proud of, which had always been successful, had been defeated by Xianxia. Boom, a black and azure sword wave slashed down and landed on the hill giant's body, leaving behind a wound a few inches deep. The hill giant's body swayed slightly, and it took half a step back. Then, Xianxia continued to attack. At this moment, the hill giant had completely lost the will to fight. He thought that Xianxia was a descendant of the devouring blood race, and he already had a certain amount of fear in his heart. Adding on the fact that his strongest attack had been directly broken by Xianxia, he felt that Xianxia was mysterious, powerful, and unstoppable. I have to tell the other stone race members about this. After taking another blow from Xianxia, the hill giant turned around and leaped into the air. The hill giant, who had always been known for its bravery and strength, had escaped. Naturally, Xianxia would not let the hill giant go so easily. This was 50 slaughter points. However, the hill giant was huge, and its defense was astonishing. Even Xianxia would find it difficult to kill it quickly. Fortunately, Xianxia's speed was superior to the hill giant's, so he was not worried that the hill giant would escape. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, lasted for an hour. During this time, Xianxia did not stop attacking the hill giant. Am I going to die? Damned descendant of the devouring blood race. The hill giant roared angrily and unwillingly. At this moment, its entire body was covered in potholes, and its body was half its original size. Thump, after taking another blow from the back, the hill giant knelt on one knee and used its arms to support its body. Boom, Xianxia descended from the sky and slashed at the hill giant's neck, cutting off its huge stone head. However, the hill giant did not die, and it was still struggling. The stone race's life force was strong, and there were no obvious fatal spots. Even if its head was cut off, it would not die completely. Xianxia immediately slashed a few more times before finally killing it. Then, he dug out the hill giant's crystal heart. At this point, Xianxia already had 140 slaughter points and passed the second test. However, he was still a distance away from the 500 slaughter points required to become an Inner Valley disciple. That's right, I wonder if those people killed any stone race's life forms. Xianxia immediately took out a few storage bags. These were the items of the 5 dead people. In the storage bags of the black-skinned man and white-clothed lady, there were a total of 3 crystal hearts. One of them was from the peak of the middle stage of the returning origin realm, while the other 2 were from the late stage of the returning origin realm. The 3 hearts were worth a total of 22 slaughter points. As for the gray-robed man and Yuyuli's crystal hearts, they added up to a total of 54 slaughter points. This way, I have a total of 216 slaughter points. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. This speed was already very shocking. As long as there were no accidents, 500 slaughter points wouldn't be a problem. After tidying up the spoils of war, Xianxia prepared to continue searching for prey. But when the stone race was in hibernation, it was hard for Xianxia to find any traces of them. That's right, the hill giant seemed to be returning to a certain place. There must be many other stone race's life forms there. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. But now that the hill giant was dead, there was no one to lead the way for Xianxia. He could only search by himself. After flying for a short distance, Xianxia didn't find any stone race's life forms, but he did find some humans. At the bottom of a hill, there were over 20 human geniuses gathered. There were even members of the Chui race and Yu race. Xianxia didn't approach them hastily. Because of Yan Hanshan, many clans had their eyes on him. In addition, there were members of the Yu race and Chui race there. If Xianxia were to directly approach them, he might be surrounded and attacked by those 20 geniuses. There must be a reason why so many people are gathered here, right? Xianxia wanted to find out more about this. The Yu race and Chui race had conflicts, but now the 2 clans were gathered together and didn't start a war. It was really strange. But, Xianxia couldn't just ask them directly. After thinking about it, Xianxia thought of an idea. He quickly left the hill. After walking for a few miles, he used Yu Yuli's token to contact the nearby Yu race members. On the hill, 2 members of the Yu race suddenly received a message. There are other Yu race members nearby. The 2 looked at each other. Big brother Cui Ming, it seems that there are people from the Yu race again. A woman observed the situation of the Yu race members and whispered. As long as it's not Yu Lai, what's there to be afraid of? Cui Ming stroked the hair on his forehead and said confidently. Brother, where are you? Come to us quickly, we have important matters to discuss. A black-robed man from the Yu race immediately sent a message. Among the 22 geniuses here, there were only 2 from the Yu race, but there were 3 from the Cui race, including Cui Ming. Cui Ming's strength was second only to Cui Yan, and he was even stronger than Yu Yuli from the Yu race. The 2 of them were under a lot of pressure here. Suddenly knowing that there were people from the Yu race nearby, they immediately became anxious. But Xianxia definitely couldn't come, so he began to ask what had happened and why they were so anxious. Finally, the black-robed man sent a voice transmission. We found a stone race force here. There are many stone race beings there, and there might be earth essence crystals. Earth essence crystals? On the other side, Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. This was a treasure that could help cultivators break through to the Void Sea realm. Since that was the case, Xianxia definitely couldn't miss it. There was an enormous mountain in the Stone Cloud realm called Thousand Stone Mountain. At the same time, it was a settlement of the Stone Tribe. The entire Thousand Stone Mountain was thousands of feet tall and was built by the Stone Tribe with a special technique. It could be said that the entire mountain was made up of enormous stone palaces that were extremely hard. At this moment, at the top of Thousand Stone Mountain, 7 powerful beings of the Stone Tribe were gathered in a spacious palace. What's going on? Why are so many humans invading the Stone Cloud realm? One of the Stone Tribe's beings had a grim expression. The Stone Tribe was similar in size to humans, but they were 2 to 3 times taller. This Stone Tribe member's body was like black iron, and his eyes were a pair of red crystals. Eben, we shouldn't be concerned about these things right now. These humans are hiding near Thousand Stone Mountain and are definitely trying to harm us. What should we do? An upper echelon of the Stone Tribe said. There aren't many of them. Why don't we take the initiative and kill them all? A hill giant said. The rocks on his body had a coppery yellow color, and his every movement exuded a great pressure. No, the humans are too cunning. It's best not to attack without knowing the exact situation. Another upper echelon of the Stone Tribe said. Then, the sound of argument rang out in the palace. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended from above. A layer of yellow sand floated in the hall, blurring everyone's vision. A powerful aura enveloped the entire hall. The palace instantly quieted down. All the upper echelons of the Stone Tribe looked up at the Lord of Thousand Stone Mountain. The leader of Thousand Stone Mountain was also a hill giant. He was tall and had a rough, dark yellow body as if he had existed for a very long time. The sand around this mountain giant was floating and surging, making it hard for people to see his true appearance. He was the strongest of Thousand Stone Mountain, the only Void Sea Realm sovereign Thousand Stones. These humans are clearly plotting something by occupying the vicinity of Thousand Stone Mountain. However, our greatest weakness is that we are slow. Taking the initiative to attack won't be very effective. I suggest that the Stone Tribe pretend that we don't know anything and lure the humans into attacking first. Then, we can kill them all in one fell swoop. Sovereign Thousand Stones said in a low voice. The Sovereign's words make sense. That's right. We should pretend that we don't see them and secretly make arrangements to kill them all. The other upper echelons of the Stone Clan all expressed their agreement. Not only were their bodies lazy, but their minds were also lazy. Since an expert had given them a plan, they were too lazy to think about it. All they needed to do was follow. Where's Huishar? Summon him back. Thousand Stones Venerable said again. Huishar was the mountain giant that Xianxia had killed. He was a mountain giant that belonged to Thousand Stone the Venerable. Thousand Stone the Venerable had high hopes for Huishar, and perhaps the next leader of Thousand Stone Mountain would be him. He hasn't found Grey Stone yet. I think he must have gone somewhere to slack off. He fell asleep and forgot about it. The stone golem elder, Eben, shook his head. Find him as soon as possible. Thousand Stones, the Venerable One sounded helpless. For some reason, he felt uneasy. On the other side, Chinyu had learned the news from the other Yu clan members through Yu Yuli's token. Then, he completely destroyed Yu Yuli's token. The King clan and the Yu clan were extremely powerful. Since no one had discovered that Chinyu had killed Yu Yuli, he naturally had to hide this matter. As for the Azure Flames bloodline that Chinyu had absorbed, he didn't plan on using it. Once it was exposed, it would be useless no matter how he tried to explain. Therefore, Chinyu planned to use the Azure Flames bloodline as nourishment for the Golden-Winged Phoenix bloodline. Chinyu's consciousness entered the space inside the heart. He controlled a golden-winged phoenix that was floating in this space and had it fly to another cluster of green flames. The golden-winged phoenix slowly landed. The power of the Azure Flames bloodline immediately curled into a ball and slowly entered the golden-winged phoenix's body. A moment later, the Azure Flames bloodline disappeared without a trace. The flames on the golden-winged phoenix's body burned even brighter. Success! Chinyu said in pleasant surprise. The last time the golden-winged phoenix bloodline devoured the scarlet-eyed flood dragon bloodline, it happened automatically and wasn't under Chinyu's control. But this time, Chinyu took the initiative to control the golden-winged phoenix bloodline and absorb the Azure Flames bloodline. He could feel that the golden-winged phoenix bloodline had strengthened a little. This was enough to prove that bloodlines of the same attribute could devour each other to strengthen themselves. In the future, Chinyu didn't have to worry about the golden-winged phoenix bloodline being quickly consumed. As long as he extracted bloodlines of the same type and used them as nourishment for the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, he could increase the number of times the golden-winged phoenix bloodline could be used. After devouring the Azure Flames bloodline, Chinyu ended his cultivation and came out for a walk, scouting out the situation in passing. The faction that the human geniuses targeted was called Thousand Stone Mountain. It was rumored that there was a Void Sea Realm stone race powerhouse holding down the fort. Precisely because of this, the human geniuses didn't act rashly and were still gathering troops. Chinyu wasn't in a hurry. He hid nearby and waited peacefully. When this group of people fought with the stone race of Thousand Stone Mountain, he would fish in troubled waters. It would be best if he could obtain Earth Essence crystals. Even if he couldn't, he would earn some slaughter points. But that night, two U-race geniuses led nearly 10 people and began to search the surroundings. Damn it, someone must have killed someone from the U-race and swindled information from us. A black-clothed U-race man said with a gloomy expression. They had contacted a U-race person during the day, but that person didn't come. Later, they couldn't contact him no matter what they did. There was only one possibility. The U-race token had fallen into the hands of someone else, and that person had destroyed the token after obtaining the information. Don't let me find out who it is, or I will tear him to pieces. The black-clothed man's expression was incomparably fierce. The U-race person had been killed, and the other party had the audacity to swindle information from him. This made him extremely angry. The black-clothed man was sure that the other party would definitely want a share of the loot after obtaining the information, so he led people to search the surroundings. Chinyu didn't know about this until a gray-furred squirrel unexpectedly discovered Chinyu in the wee hours of the morning. Boom! At the same time, Chinyu also discovered the squirrel 1,500 meters away. He immediately punched out, and a black fist light smashed through the towering trees as it descended upon the squirrel. The gray-furred squirrel felt danger approaching, and its fur stood on end. It was like it had turned into a hedgehog, and it took to its heels to escape. Then, Chinyu felt several powerful auras approaching from different directions. Not good, I've been discovered. Chinyu immediately got up and left the place. With his speed, there were very few people below the Void Sea Realm who could catch up to him. Not long after, 3 figures arrived at the place where Chinyu had been hiding. One of them was even a member of the U-race. Damn it, Chinyu was actually hiding nearby, and I actually sensed the bloodline aura of the U-race on him. The black-clothed U-race man's expression was extremely gloomy. All sorts of clues pointed to the possibility that Chinyu had killed a member of the U-race. It was Chinyu who had gotten the information from the black-clothed U-race man. Search. Once you find Chinyu, kill him with all your might. The black-clothed man shouted, then instructed, "Tell this to the Chui race. I believe they will also help to deal with Qinyu." On the other side, Qinyu flew a certain distance away and stopped on an ancient tree. "It seems that I have underestimated these people," Qinyu muttered in a low voice. In the next 3 days, Qinyu became vigilant. He discovered that the other party was still searching for him. And in these 3 days, the other party's group continued to grow, and there were already 34 people. Qinyu was not afraid of these people. He was only worried that if he seriously injured these people, he would not be able to fight against the stone race on Thousand Stone Mountain. "Since you have so much free time to deal with me, then I will make you busy." Qinyu suddenly thought of a plan and laughed evilly. Whoosh, he leaped into the air, made a big circle, and entered the territory of Thousand Stone Mountain. Then, Qinyu snuck into the periphery of Thousand Stone Mountain, killed a dozen stone race beings, and immediately escaped. Rumble, within the Thousand Stone Mountain, an astonishing aura and pressure suddenly burst forth. What a cunning human, how dare he sneak attack the stone race? Damn it, we lost a dozen companions. We must take revenge, kill all the humans. The stone race in Thousand Stone Mountain was furious. There were even 4 stone race beings who were following Qinyu's trail. Huisher hasn't returned yet. It is very likely that he has been killed by these humans. Thousand Stones the Venerable's expression was solemn, his eyes sinister. Kill. After a moment of silence, Thousand Stones the Venerable suddenly ordered. The humans were too cunning. They camped nearby and did not attack rashly. Instead, they used sneak attacks. If this continued, it would only be more disadvantageous to Thousand Stone Mountain. Kill all the humans. Suddenly, a series of roars came from Thousand Stone Mountain. Then, all kinds of stone race beings could be seen rushing out. At the foot of the mountain, there were only 12 geniuses from the various races. The others had gone to search for Qinyu. Hee, this Qinyu is so pitiful. He offended the Yu clan and the Chui clan, and now he is being targeted by many other clans. A woman in white used Qinyu as a topic of conversation. But he is really daring. He killed a member of the Yu clan, got information from them, and even came here to get a share of the loot. Another round-faced fatty was in awe of Qinyu. Usually, those who are daring die early. The group of people started to chat. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Everyone felt that something was wrong and flew into the air. Instantly, they saw the enormous army of the stone race charging over. The 12 of them were shocked, stunned, and panicked. The stone race is attacking. Quick, retreat and tell the others. The 12 of them were panicking. The majority of the group had gone to search for Qinyu. No one expected the army of the stone race to attack at this time. There were only 12 of them. How could they defend against such a large army of the stone race? Instantly, the 12 of them fled. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the sky, hundreds of boulders smashed down like a meteor shower, instantly smashing the hillside into smithereens. On the other side, Qinyu had already shaken off the pursuit of the stone race and returned to Thousand Stone Mountain. 70% of the stone race living here had killed their way out. This is the moment when Thousand Stone Mountain's defense is at its weakest. Qinyu's eyes sparkled. Not all of the stone race left Thousand Stone Mountain. About 30% of them stayed behind to guard the mountain. Suddenly, a black figure flew into the sky, barged into Thousand Stone Mountain's territory, and rushed up Thousand Stone Mountain. Enemy attack. Enemy attack from a human expert. Thousand Stone Mountain shook again. All the remaining stone race experts were ready for battle. Boom. Boom. Boom, they all threw rocks at Qinyu in the sky. Normal rocks, under the enhancement of the stone race's ability, became heavy, hard, and full of destructive power, but the attacks of normal origin realm stone race experts couldn't hurt Qinyu at all. Qinyu's body was surrounded by true origin magic patterns, and it looked like a coiling demonic dragon. Pung. Pung. Pung, when the rocks came, they were shattered by the demonic chi, unable to get close to Qinyu. But at this moment, 2 stone race experts walked out from the upper levels of Thousand Stone Mountain, emitting a half-step empty sea realm aura. The human race is indeed cunning. Luckily, Thousand Stone Venerable was on guard and let us guard Thousand Stone Mountain. The stone race's Eben stared at Qinyu coldly. It was this human who ambushed my stone race. Kill him. The other small stone race being was like a huge water tank with 3 stone horns on its head. His cultivation was also at the half-step empty sea realm. He stared at Qinyu fiercely, and his whole body emitted shocking killing intent. Other than these 2 half-step empty sea realm stone race experts, there is nothing to fear. Qinyu observed the remaining stone race experts on Thousand Stone Mountain. It could be said that if Qinyu stood there, the stone race experts below half-step empty sea realm would find it hard to hurt Qinyu. So as long as he killed these 2 half-step empty sea realm stone race experts, victory would be his. Qinyu didn't waste time with these 2 stone race experts. He released the Red Flame King, took out the Demon Flood Dragon Sword, and slashed out a black sword wave filled with demonic intent. You dare to come alone, you really don't know your place. Eben stretched out his slender arm. True essence surged on his palm, fusing with the black iron ore in his body and rapidly turning into a pitch-black spear. Xiao, the black iron arm swung fiercely, and a pitch-black light cut through the void, bringing with it a heavy and ear-piercing sound, piercing Qinyu's sword attack. In comparison, it was the spear thrown by Eben that had the upper hand. Eben's attack was fused with a special metal ore. Coupled with the immense strength of the Stone Clan and the penetrating power of the spear, this result was not unexpected. Boom, the black spear pierced through the pitch-black sword wave and continued shooting towards Qinyu. That was not all. Eben's other hand quickly condensed a black spear and threw it out. Whoosh, Qinyu executed Demonic Dragon Imperial Shadow. His figure danced in the air and dodged the 2 spears. He once had the title of Demon Hunting Javelin, so he was quite familiar with the characteristics of this type of weapon. Although the power of the spear was shocking, in a head-on fight, as long as one kept a distance and dodged carefully, they would not be hit. However, Qinyu's goal was to break through the Thousand Stone Mountain and obtain the Earth Yuan crystal, so he had to kill these 2 Stone Clan beings. The creatures of the stone race possessed high defense and survivability. Only by engaging in close combat could Qinyu quickly exterminate them. Whoosh! Whoosh, Qinyu took out the golden phoenix wings and infused true essence into them. As the wings flapped, a golden mist of fire appeared. His figure seemed to have transformed into a black golden phoenix that streaked across the sky at lightning speed. So fast, Qinyu felt for himself. Without activating the golden phoenix bloodline, the golden phoenix wings increased Qinyu's speed by more than 60%. If he activated the golden phoenix bloodline, the increase in speed would be even greater. So fast. Speed was the weakness of the Stone Clan. At this moment, the speed Qinyu displayed made Eben extremely envious. As long as Qinyu maintained this speed, his spear could not hit Qinyu at all. Suddenly, Qinyu approached Eben and slashed at him with his sword. Clang, Eben swung his spear and collided with Qinyu's Demon Flood Dragon Sword. Do you think you can restrain me in close combat because I'm good at attacking? You're too naive. Human, all Stone Clan beings are good at close combat. Eben laughed loudly. But the next moment, his smile froze. Boom, Eben's arm suddenly felt a huge force attack him. Immediately after, he saw the spear in his hand being split in 2 by Qinyu's sword. Clang, the Demon Flood Dragon Sword slashed at him. Eben hurriedly dodged, but it still left a 3-inch deep and 1-foot-long wound on his chest. What a powerful attack. What a powerful force. Eben's face was solemn. He realized that he had underestimated Qinyu. With the power of Qinyu's sword and his incredible speed, he basically had no chance of winning. On the other side, a half-step empty sea realm warrior of the Stone Clan was fighting with the Red Flame King. Eben thought that his comrade should have no problem dealing with an ancient beast. He did not expect that his comrade was even more miserable than him. The Stone Clan was not afraid of fire, but the Red Flame King's use of fire was too powerful. For the first time, the triangular Stone Clan member felt how terrifying fire was. The storm of battle spread in all directions, making it impossible for the ordinary Stone Clan beings to get close. I can't go on like this. Eben's face darkened. He suddenly made a hand seal. The gate of a palace on the Thousand Stone Mountain suddenly opened automatically. Swoosh, Eben quickly dashed over. Although Qingyu did not know what Eben was going to do, he was sure that it was something bad for him. Demon light sword spin, Qingyu swung the demon flood dragon sword continuously. More than a dozen pitch-black demonic sword chi formed a huge whirlpool and shot out. Eben waved his arms, and a black barrier appeared in front of him like a high wall. Boom! Boom! The demonic light sword spun and bombarded the barrier. In less than 2 breaths, it pierced through the black pattern barrier and bombarded Eben's body. Bang! Eben's body fell onto the 1,000-stone mountain, and a spiral-shaped wound appeared on his back. But Eben smiled. He waved his arm, and a piece of pitch-black shiny ore suddenly flew out of the open palace not far away. The Stone Clan beings could use special ores and metals to unleash even more powerful attacks. Black profound gold. Qingyu recognized these ores. They were materials used to forge top mid-grade spirit artifacts and even king mid-grade spirit artifacts. He did not expect there to be so many on the 1,000-stone mountain, and Eben was using them as a means of attack. Black profound 10,000 sword kill. Eben used a huge amount of true essence to wrap the black profound gold ore. He waved his arm and pointed at Qingyu. Suddenly, the huge piece of pitch black ore surged toward Qingyu. On the way, each piece of pitch black ore quickly turned into a simple but extremely sharp black dagger. In an instant, the pitch black ore turned into a huge black rain of daggers that stabbed at Qingyu. Qingyu did not panic and decided to focus on defense. The second and third demonic patterns revolved at the same time. A demonic armor appeared on his body, and a layer of demonic scale light shield covered his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Hundreds of black daggers slashed at him, and soon, the demonic scale light shield was destroyed. The remaining daggers all bombarded the demonic scale battle armor. 2 breaths later, the demonic scale battle armor was also broken. Qinyu's clothes were torn, revealing the superior grade defensive inner armor underneath. In the end, Qinyu withstood Eben's fatal attack. Impossible! Eben opened his mouth and roared in shock. This human's defense was actually so strong. It was even stronger than the stone race's half-step empty sea realm hill giant. His fatal attack was unable to hurt Qinyu. At this moment, Eben's yuan qi was greatly depleted, and he was clearly exhausted. Now, it's my turn to attack. Qinyu's calm expression was ferocious as he attacked Eben. Rays of sword light slashed down, and soon, the demonic wind sword domain was formed. Within the sword domain, the power of Qinyu's attacks increased again. At this moment, Eben could not fight back against Qinyu's close-range attacks. The wounds on his body continued to accumulate. As a stone race member, Eben's defense was not as strong as the hill giants. After a moment, Qinyu heavily injured him. Human, 1,000 stones venerable will not let you off. 1,000 stones venerable lay on the ground, dying. His body was broken, and he was missing an arm and a leg. Bang! Qinyu ignored him and stabbed his sword into his chest, ending Eben's life and digging out Shijing's heart. On the other side, the Scarlet Flame King had already killed a small stone race member with 3 stone horns before Qinyu. He had even killed many stone race members that attempted to provide support. At this moment, 2 half-step empty sea realm experts were dead. The stone race members were in a panic and chaos. Qinyu made use of this opportunity to kill another 3 stone clansmen who were at the late stage of the origin realm, earning 60 slaughter points. At this moment, the remaining stone race members had all escaped. Without elite combat strength, staying here was just waiting for death. As such, the entire 1,000-stone mountain became an empty mountain. Swish! Qinyu quickly flew in to search for treasures. The entire 1,000-stone mountain was extremely huge, and it was thousands of feet tall. It was not an easy task to find Earth Yuan crystals. But Qinyu soon found out that the lowest level of the 1,000-stone mountain was where the lowest level stone race resided. The higher it was, the more expensive the decorations and treasures in the palaces were. Treasures like Earth Yuan crystals must be at the very top. The wings on Qinyu's back flapped, and a golden flame sprayed out. He turned into a black golden phoenix and soared into the sky, arriving at the peak of 1,000-stone mountain. After searching for a while, Qinyu arrived at a sealed secret room. The walls of the secret room were dark yellow, and there were some ancient stone race drawings carved on it. Qinyu could not understand them at all. Bang! Qinyu punched out, but the entire stone wall only shook slightly, and not even a crack appeared. One had to know that Xianyu could fight against a half-step empty sea realm expert with just his physical strength. But this stone wall actually blocked Xianyu's full force punch. Seems like this was set up by Thousand Stones Venerable. Xianyu was delighted. Thousand Stones Venerable personally set up this place, there must be something valuable inside. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Xianyu's organs quickly pulsed, and he activated his explosive power technique. At this moment, his strength doubled. Bang, circulating his demonic pattern true essence, Xianyu punched out with both fists, and there was a series of heavy thuds. In 2 breaths of time, Xianyu punched out 100 times, crack, a pit appeared in the stone wall, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Break! Xianyu activated his first demonic pattern, and used the Demon Destruction Claw. A pitch-black and ferocious demonic claw, carrying with it a tyrannical demonic intent, struck out. Bang, the demonic claw struck the pit, and a moment later, it suddenly rushed out, piercing through the stone wall. After piercing through the stone wall, the entire stone wall's defensive power seemed to be affected, and it became easier to destroy. In a short while, Xianyu destroyed a large hole, and walked into the secret room. There were many precious treasures inside, mainly rocks and metals. There were only a few precious materials. Black profound gold, ice crystal iron, burning sun rock. Xianyu instantly recognized many of the extremely precious ores and metals. But he tried his best to ignore these and carefully searched. Finally, Xianyu found an orange-yellow crystal the size of a praying mat. It emitted a large amount of heaven and earth origin energy, and it was different from ordinary metal ores. This is the Earth Essence Crystal. The Crimson Flame King said. The Earth Origin Crystal can communicate with heaven and earth, comprehend the power of intent, and mobilize the world's origin chi. It's of great help in breaking through to the Void Sea realm. Moreover, this Earth Origin Crystal is not small. It can increase the chances of breaking through to the Void Sea realm by at least 30%. The Crimson Flame King analyzed as he stared at the Earth Origin Crystal. 30%? Xianyu immediately rejoiced. He was young and had a stable foundation. His chances of breaking through to the Void Sea realm were higher than the average person's. With the Earth Origin Crystal increasing the chances by 30%, Xianyu's chances of breaking through to the Void Sea realm were much higher. Xianyu immediately picked up the Earth Origin Crystal and put it into the mist-spitting pearl. At the same time, he searched through the other ores in this secret chamber, choosing the most valuable ones before preparing to leave. But at this moment, the secret chamber's surroundings suddenly fluctuated with an incomparably powerful true essence aura. Then, he saw the hard stone walls of the secret chamber soften, turning into quicksand that flowed slowly. The exit that Xianyu had previously broken was immediately filled up. Bang, Xianyu immediately rushed over and punched the quicksand wall. His incomparably powerful fist smashed into the wall of quicksand, but it was like a stone smashing into a pile of cotton, without any strength. The power in the fist rapidly dispersed, and the true essence of the demonic patterns was also absorbed by the quicksand. Xianyu withdrew his fist, and this special wall rapidly returned to its original state. A method set up by a Void Sea Realm Venerable, and it also contains the profound mysteries of formations. The Crimson Flame King swept a few glances. Being trapped by the method of a Void Sea Venerable was a very dangerous thing in itself. Fortunately, there was no one on Thousand Stone Mountain, and Thousand Stone Venerable had already left. For the time being, Xianyu would not be in any danger. I have to break through here. Otherwise, it will be bad when the Stone Race army returns. Xianyu's words were firm. Once Thousand Stone Venerable returned, Xianyu would be finished. On the other side, the Stone Race army and the geniuses of the Great Cosmos Realm were fighting. At this time, there were 40 geniuses of the Great Cosmos Realm. In the battle, it was impossible to determine who was stronger or weaker. The Stone Cloud world was just a small world, and if they were at the same cultivation level, the geniuses of the Great Cosmos world would be slightly stronger. The Stone Race had the advantage in numbers, but the geniuses of the Great Cosmos Realm were all elite powerhouses. Roar, Thousand Stones the Venerable roared. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, gravel and sand filled the air, violently blowing up. Every living being that got close to Thousand Stones Venerable would be attacked by the sandstorm. Wherever Thousand Stones Venerable passed, the environment changed abruptly. The trees disappeared, and the ground became full of holes. Is this the power produced when a Void Sea Realm Venerable communicates with heaven and earth? A late-stage Origin Realm cultivator looked at Xianxia Venerable and exclaimed in his heart. If Ouyangming came within 300 meters of Thousand Stones the Venerable, he would be attacked by endless gravel. Given his strength, he probably could not even get close to Thousand Stones the Venerable. Void Sea Realm supremacies could communicate with heaven and earth and comprehend the power of heaven and earth's intent. It was obvious that Thousand Stones the Venerable had comprehended the concept power that belonged to him. With himself as the center, he formed a 1,000-foot sandstorm. However, although Venerables were powerful, the great cosmos realm was a land of great heroes. There were as many geniuses as the clouds in the sky, and there was no lack of people who could skip realms to challenge them. At this moment, there were 3 half-step Void Sea Realm geniuses that were evenly matched with Thousand Stones and even had a slight advantage. Among them was the Chui clan's Chui Ming and the Yu clan's genius, Yu Lai, who had just arrived. The other purple-clothed girl was also an elite genius from a powerful clan. So what if you're at the Void Sea Realm? If this young master is willing, I can break through to the Void Sea Realm anytime. Yu Lai's cold and arrogant voice resounded. He dove into the sandstorm and slashed out a dark green whirlwind saber light with a large saber with green patterns. On the other side, Chui Ming propped up a true essence defensive barrier and struck out a golden bone claw that grabbed at Thousand Stones the Venerable. The last purple-clothed girl brandished the artifact sword in her hand. Streaks of water-like sword chi shot out. Against a Void Sea Realm supremacy, the 3 geniuses of the great cosmos realm didn't have any fear. They even had the upper hand. Back in the Blood Star domain, the Feng siblings were able to contend with the Heavenspan Gate Master with just 2 moves. Chui Ming, Yu Lai, and the purple-clothed girl's strength had already surpassed the average half-step Void Sea Realm. Their combat strength was close to the Void Sea Realm and was about the same as the Feng siblings. With the 3 of them working together, suppressing a Void Sea Realm supremacy wasn't difficult at all. Is this what true geniuses are like? We're all half-step Void Sea Realms, but I'm far inferior to them. A half-step Void Sea Realm supremacy looked at the 3 geniuses of the great cosmos realm and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration and shame. With the strength of Chui Ming, Yu Lai, and the others, they can definitely defeat Thousand Stones the Venerable. Haha, the Stone Clan will be defeated. Kill them all. The other young elites all laughed loudly. However, Yu Lai and Chui Ming's true goal wasn't just to defeat Thousand Stones the Venerable, but to kill him. Although the idea was bold, it wasn't impossible. They might have to pay a price in the end, but killing a Void Sea Realm supremacy was a great honor in itself. Moreover, they could also obtain 200 contribution points. Azure Flame's bloodline. A powerful bloodline power suddenly burst out of Yu Lai's body. The surface of his skin turned dark green, and fire patterns appeared. His long black hair also turned green and danced like flames. At this moment, Yu Lai's entire person became fiendish, and his aura was extraordinary. Azure Flame's Gale Blade. Yu Lai suddenly waved his large blade, and dark green blades that were dozens of meters long slashed out. They cut into the sandstorm and attacked Thousand Stones the Venerable. Boom! Boom! Thousand Stones the Venerable brandished his fists to meet Yu Lai's attack. After Yu Lai activated his bloodline, his true essence was amplified, causing his attack power to increase. Even Thousand Stones the Venerable had to use all his strength to block it. On the other side, Chui Ming also used his ultimate move. Metal-destroying bone-breaking claw. Chui Ming roared and attacked with both claws. Crack! Crack! 2 giant golden bone claws suddenly appeared. The 5 claws slowly twisted and emitted explosive sounds as they attacked Thousand Stones the Venerable from behind. The purple-clothed woman arrived above Thousand Stones the Venerable and slashed out a torrent of sword rain with her sword. Thousand Stones the Venerable couldn't split himself in the face of the 3 geniuses' killing moves. His arms, back, and head all suffered different degrees of injuries. Fortunately, Thousand Stones the Venerable was a mountain giant of the Stone Clan. His defenses were powerful, so his injuries didn't affect him too much. After withstanding a round of attacks, Thousand Stones the Venerable counterattacked. Two giant yellow fist shadows were accompanied by a sandstorm as they blasted out. The three geniuses of the great cosmos realm immediately took action to neutralize and block the attacks. Cui Ming activated the Cui clan's flowing light bloodline, causing his skin to turn white and flicker with a faint light. With the support of his bloodline, Cui Ming's movement technique was miraculous and fast, allowing him to dodge Thousand Stones the Venerable's attack. Don't hold back anymore. Otherwise, none of you will be able to obtain Thousand Stones the Venerable's crystal heart. Yu Lai said coldly. The three geniuses all had some trump cards. If they went all out, they were certain that they could kill Thousand Stones the Venerable. However, there was only one crystal heart. Because of this, the three geniuses weren't willing to reveal all of their abilities, lest it be detrimental to the fight for the crystal heart. If such a huge commotion continues, it will definitely alarm the other experts of the Stone Cloud realm. If another venerable comes, all of our efforts will be in vain. Cui Ming smiled, seemingly agreeing with Yu Lai's thoughts. Then let's let the venerable of the Stone Cloud realm witness the glory of the great cosmos realm's geniuses. The purple-cloaked woman had a devastatingly beautiful appearance and a sharp gaze. In the next moment, an incomparably sharp sword intent burst forth from her body. As she brandished her sword, countless raindrops shuttled back and forth, turning into transparent silver needles. Falling silver secret sword. The purple-cloaked woman slashed down with her sword. Countless feather-like sword chi crazily poured down, washing away the sandstorm around Thousand Stones the Venerable. Even the true Yuan defense released by Thousand Stones the Venerable was slowly being pierced through. On the other side, Yu Lai bit his finger and made a cut on the blade. Surging green flames ignited on the treasured blade with green patterns, forming a ferocious ghost shadow. Green flame ghost slash. Yu Lai shouted and slashed out with his saber. A huge whirlwind of saber light burned with green flames, emitting waves of sharp roars. The Yu clan's bloodline secret technique? Cui Ming glanced at Yu Lai and took out a withered, rough, and yellow corpse claw from his storage bag. An astonishing deathly aura fluctuated from it. His hand claw was attached to the corpse claw, and he used the metal-destroying bone-breaking claw. A huge black gold claw tore out. Where did these humans come from? They're merely at the half-step empty sea realm, yet they're so powerful. Thousand Stones the Venerable's gaze was extremely grave. He actually felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed. My treasury. The activation of the means he left in his treasury proved that someone had snuck into his treasury and stolen his treasures. Boom. Bang, the world shook violently. The battle between Thousand Stones the Venerable and the three half-step empty sea realm geniuses made the rest of the stone race and humans shudder, and they all retreated. Boom, Thousand Stones the Venerable flew out of the pitch-black dust. One of his arms had been destroyed, and his body was full of holes and wounds. Behind him, the three half-step empty sea realm geniuses chased after him. Thousand Stones the Venerable. Commander. The people of the stone race were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that a void sea realm venerable would be defeated by a few half-step empty sea realm humans. Just where did these humans come from? In the Thousand Stone Mountain, Chen Yu and the Scarlet Flame King were trapped in the means Thousand Stones the Venerable had set up. Try again. Do as I say. The Scarlet Flame King said seriously, looking at Chen Yu on the other side. Chen Yu nodded, indicating that there was no problem. The next moment, the Scarlet Flame King spat out 3 balls of flames, which intertwined to form a flame qilin that crashed into the wall of quicksand. Wang, the surrounding quicksand fluctuated violently and quickly gathered, burying the flame qilin bit by bit. Hurry up! The Scarlet Flame King shouted. Dong! 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 Chen Yu's internal organs entered the eruption technique, and his strength multiplied. At the same time, the first demon pattern moved in his hand. Demon Destruction Claw. The power of the demon pattern battle technique consisted of the secret pattern devil body and the demon pattern true essence. Under the eruption technique, Chen Yu's physical strength increased, and the demon pattern battle technique also increased. Boom, Chen Yu used all his strength and a large amount of demon pattern true essence to attack with his claw. At the same time, a pitch-black claw with demonic scales appeared on Chen Yu's arm. Suddenly, a blood-colored flame burned on it. Boom, the demon claw crashed into the quicksand wall, and the surrounding yellow sand and stones quickly surged, trying to drown the demon claw and dissolve its power. However, the power of the quicksand wall was gathered on the Scarlet Flame King's side. At this moment, Xianyu's side was the weakest part of the quicksand wall. Boom, the power of the demon destruction claw exploded, blasting a large hole in the quicksand wall. Xianyu and the Scarlet Flame King quickly jumped out, and the large hole was slowly filled with quicksand, returning to its original state. Whoosh, a silvery white figure streaked across the sky. Xianyu, you ambushed the Stone Tribe's main camp while we were fighting and stole our spoils of war? Cui Ming said with a dark expression. Cui Ming, you lie, and the others learned from Thousand Stone the Venerable that someone had ambushed the Stone Tribe's Thousand Stone Mountain while they were fighting the Stone Tribe. Even the treasures in Thousand Stone the Venerable's treasury were stolen. Knowing this, they did not have the energy to continue fighting Thousand Stone the Venerable. Even if they won in the end, the treasures in Thousand Stone Mountain would have been stolen. They had fought against the Stone Tribe, but in the end, the treasures were taken by someone else. If news of this spread, they would be laughed at by their peers. The three geniuses could not tolerate such humiliation. At this moment, Cui Ming activated the Cui tribe's flowing light bloodline. His skin turned white and streaks of white light appeared on his skin. His surroundings glowed faintly and his speed doubled. Thousand Stone Mountain. A magnificent mountain thousands of feet tall appeared in Cui Ming's field of vision. A large number of Stone Tribe beings originally resided here, but he could not see anything. Damn it, did that brat conquer this place and steal all the treasures? Cui Ming cursed inwardly. He had already rushed over as fast as he could. Was he too late, at this moment? Boom, a loud sound came from the peak of Thousand Stone Mountain. A demonic aura spread out. Afterward, Cui Ming saw Xianyu dashing out of the portal. Xianyu, it really is you. Seeing Xianyu, Cui Ming's eyes widened in anger. His fists trembled and his hair danced wildly. He had previously guessed that this was Xianyu's doing. Now that he had personally seen the person who had stolen their spoils of war, Cui Ming was naturally enraged. Moreover, Cui Ming felt that there was something wrong with the Stone Tribe attacking for no reason. The Stone Tribe's weakness was speed. They were lazy by nature and rarely attacked first. Perhaps this was all orchestrated by Xianyu. Xianyu was surprised to see Cui Ming appear. He did not expect that the first to return was not the Stone Tribe but Cui Ming. It seemed like the Stone Tribe was at a disadvantage on the battlefield. However, Xianyu didn't care. He glanced at Cui Ming and immediately left. The fact that Cui Ming could rush over proved that the human geniuses had the upper hand. When the others arrived, he would be surrounded. Leave all your treasures behind, or you won't be going anywhere today. Cui Ming shouted. Xianyu's disregard of him made him even more furious. Xianyu continued to ignore him. He used demonic dragon Imperial Shadow and flew away, leaving behind a long black dragon tail. These spoils of war were all obtained by Xianyu with his own abilities, so why did he have to keep them all, unless the person who said this had strength that surpassed Xianyu by several times, causing him to be powerless to resist. Cui Ming was obviously not such a person. Humph, no one in the same cultivation realm can escape from my hands. The anger in Cui Ming's heart grew even stronger. Xianyu stealing their success made Cui Ming feel like he was being toyed with by Xianyu. Secondly, Xianyu's disregard of him made him feel even more humiliated. As a genius of the Cui tribe, no matter where he went in the past, he was always looked up to and had never been ignored like this. Swoosh, Cui Ming's figure swept out. His footwork was strange, and his figure was elegant. He burst out with extreme speed, like a dazzling meteor light. Cui tribe bloodline? Xianyu glanced at Cui Ming. Previously, he heard from Yang Fengho that the Cui tribe's bloodline was speed. When speed reached a certain level, it was easy to take the initiative and obtain victory. At this moment, Cui Ming's explosive speed surpassed Xianyu's, and the distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Swoosh, Cui Ming clawed out, displaying a giant golden bone claw. There was a sound of bones exploding as it attacked Xianyu. Seeing this, Xianyu immediately took out the golden phoenix wing. Instantly, his speed increased by 60%. As he flapped his wings, a cloud of fire surged out, leaving a path of fire wherever he passed. As Chen Yu's speed suddenly increased, he naturally dodged Cui Ming's attack. If Cui Ming followed closely behind Chen Yu, he would continue to be burned by the golden flames. Whoosh, Cui Ming rose a distance and chased after Chen Yu again. What a powerful flying treasure! Cui Ming stared at the golden and black wings behind Chen Yu. His eyes lit up, and he was a little tempted. He could feel that the golden phoenix increased Chen Yu's speed. If he obtained this wing and combined it with the flowing light bloodline, how terrifying would his speed be? Just thinking about it made Cui Ming excited. However, Cui Ming quickly abandoned these thoughts. Chen Yu, who had taken out the golden phoenix, surpassed Cui Ming in speed and was getting further and further away from him. Cui Ming clenched his fists even tighter. He was only a little angry that he lost to Chen Yu on the stairway to heaven, but if he lost to Chen Yu in speed, he would find it hard to accept. Meteor-like light. Cui Ming shouted, and the Cui clan bloodline in his body was further activated. The white light patterns on his skin released a luster. From afar, a ball of white light completely enveloped Cui Ming. Whoosh, in the next moment, Cui Ming dashed out with an extremely shocking speed. Meteor-like light was the Cui clan's bloodline secret technique. Once activated, it would burn the bloodline and Yuan Qi, erupting with even more shocking speed. At this moment, Cui Ming was once again closing in on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, do you think you can catch up to me in speed with a flying treasure? Cui Ming's arrogant laughter sounded. However, Cui Ming knew that his bloodline secret technique couldn't last long. As time went on, Chen Yu would still be able to shake him off. I definitely can't let him escape. Cui Ming said resolutely, whether it was for the spoils of war or his own honor and dignity. Swoosh, Cui Ming took out a withered and yellow corpse claw from his storage bag, which fluctuated with a shocking death aura. His palm was attached to this corpse claw, and his true yuan fluctuated violently. Metal-destroying bone claw, Cui Ming waved his palm, and a huge black and gold claw tore out, emitting a terrifying screech, and completely destroying the flames that Chen Yu's wings had spat out. What a powerful attack! Chen Yu, who was flying, felt his heart skip a beat. Demon-destroying claw, Chen Yu activated the first demonic claw pattern on the surface of his body, and from his pitch-black arm, a pitch-black hideous demonic claw rushed out, and a layer of blood flames ignited on it. Boom, the demon-destroying claw collided with Cui Ming's metal-destroying bone claw, and the two powerful claws tore at each other. That flame is blood glass flame. Cui Ming was shocked. He had originally thought that with his corpse claw, his attack would definitely be stronger than Chen Yu's, and he would be able to heavily injure him. But to his surprise, Chen Yu also had a trump card, blood glass flame, and he had integrated this connate spirit flame into his battle technique, and its power was comparable to his metal-destroying bone claw. But Cui Ming couldn't use the corpse claw continuously, because the corpse aura within it would slowly corrode his body and true yuan, and affect his future potential. Boom, Chen Yu suddenly turned around, and with a sweep of his sword, a huge pitch-black sword chi shot out. He didn't clash with Cui Ming head-on because he was giving face to the Cui clan, and he couldn't be bothered to tangle with him. If the other geniuses of the human race came, Chen Yu would also be on the opposite side of everyone. But this didn't mean that Chen Yu was afraid. Cui Ming's relentless entanglement and killing move had infuriated Chen Yu. Boom, Cui Ming's other hand slapped out, and the golden bone claw flashed for an instant, colliding with the black sword chi. The powerful explosive force made him take 2 steps back. He had just reacted, and Chen Yu's attack descended again. Metal-destroying claw, bone-breaking finger, Cui Ming didn't want to be outdone, and he fought with Chen Yu with all his might. Boom. Boom, for a moment, the sky was filled with explosions, and demonic chi, golden light, and blood flames spread everywhere. After Chen Yu displayed a dozen sword moves, he formed the Demon Wind Sword Domain. In the Demon Wind Sword Domain, the power of his sword technique was amplified. After 20 moves, Cui Ming was sent flying out of the Demon Wind Sword Domain by Chen Yu, and he slid in the air for more than 200 feet before stopping. How is this possible? Cui Ming's face was filled with fear, and the blood in his body was boiling. His robe was torn in many places, and his originally elegant long hair was now in a mess. When he was on the stairway to heaven, it was also a battle like this, and Cui Ming only felt some pressure. But today, he was directly sent flying by Chen Yu. Cui Ming suddenly recalled that Qinyu was only at the late stage of the origin realm. He didn't know when Qinyu actually broke through and reached the peak of the late stage of the origin realm. After knowing this fact, Cui Ming was even more embarrassed and angry. He had gone all out, but he was actually repelled by a peak stage origin realm expert. Boom, a black sword light cleaved over, and Cui Ming had a panicked expression as he immediately dodged. But immediately after, a blood-red sword chi finger light pierced through his chest, leaving a bloody hole, and blood was constantly flowing out. This time, Cui Ming was even more embarrassed. He knew that he couldn't defeat Qinyu, and he might even be killed by Qinyu. The prerequisite was that Qinyu dared to kill him. Flee, Cui Ming turned and fled. He wanted to rendezvous with the main group first, and then surround and kill Qinyu, the thief who stole their spoils of war. However, Qinyu didn't intend to let Cui Ming go just like that. Wasn't Cui Ming chasing after him excitedly just now? Qinyu wanted to let him have a taste of being chased after. Qinyu, you dare to chase after me? Cui Ming was enraged. If others saw him being chased by Qinyu, his reputation would be ruined. So much bullshit. Qinyu slashed with his sword. But Cui Ming's speed and movement skills were indeed very high. His dodging ability was strong, and he managed to dodge Qinyu's attacks a few times. Qinyu, if this young master wants to escape, you can't stop me. Cui Ming shouted proudly. Right at this moment, a dark gray palm light rapidly slapped over. Just as Cui Ming was about to dodge, he realized that he was locked on by this palm. The surrounding space became extremely heavy, and his movements were being hindered by a spatial force. Spatial palm art. Cui Ming's heart skipped a beat. With his dodging ability, he could only avoid the center of this palm. Cui Ming immediately activated his high-grade artifact armor, and a silver-white barrier immediately appeared around him, blocking Qinyu's black sky palm. On the other side, Qinyu, who was executing the black sky palm, suddenly felt that his comprehension of palm arts had increased a little. Hence, he once again struck out a palm at Cui Ming. This time, Cui Ming was prepared, but it was still very difficult for him to dodge. He mostly relied on the high-grade artifact armor to block, and the chi in his body was rapidly consumed. Suddenly, Qinyu struck out a spatial palm art, and the palm hit Cui Ming, causing him to tumble in the air. Greater success stage. Qinyu was slightly happy in his heart. Perhaps it was because of the increase in his cultivation, it made it easier for him to comprehend the essence of the spatial palm art. Cui Ming could feel that the power of Qinyu's palm art was constantly growing stronger. He's actually using me to hone his palm art. Cui Ming was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. He could only run with all his might, otherwise, if Qinyu caught up to him, it would only be more miserable. Until a certain moment, Cui Ming felt that the palm art executed by Qinyu contained a very obvious spatial intent, and its sealing ability was greatly enhanced, giving him a feeling that he couldn't dodge it no matter what. Only by becoming a Void Sea Realm Venerable could one have an extremely deep understanding of the power of the will of heaven and earth and display it to an extremely powerful force. For example, Thousand Stones Venerable comprehended the unique will of heaven and earth and formed 100 feet sandstorm. Once ordinary origin realm cultivators approached, they would be killed by this force without the need for Thousand Stones Venerable to make a move. Although the power of the will of space that Qinyu displayed at this moment wasn't that powerful, it already had such a tendency. One had to know that the difficulty of comprehending the power of the will of a Void Sea Realm and a Void Sea Realm Venerable was completely different. Moreover, the power of space had been extremely profound since ancient times. Among 100 heroes, at most 2 or 3 could comprehend this kind of power. It was precisely because of this that Cui Ming was so aghast. If Qinyu broke through to the Void Sea Realm and comprehended the unique power of the will of space, he would be almost invincible among those of the same rank. Crack, the silver light barrier on the surface of Cui Ming's body was broken again under Qinyu's continuous attacks. Cui Ming withstood 50 to 60% of the palm force and his body was blasted away, falling down and almost falling head first to the ground. Qinyu, what do you want? Cui Ming knew that he couldn't escape and shouted at Qinyu with gritted teeth. He was certain that Qinyu didn't dare to kill him, which was why he spoke in such a tone. As a loser, you're still so arrogant? Qinyu frowned slightly and struck out with another spatial palm technique. Boom, soil was sent flying and Cui Ming's figure was blasted 10 feet away. Qin Yu, you better think it through. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in the southern region. As long as you lead Black Demon Valley, my Cui clan will never let you off. Cui Ming got up and said arrogantly and even threatened Qin Yu. So what if I kill you? Qin Yu's face was cold as he slashed out with his sword. He indeed didn't want to provoke the Cui clan, but there was a limit to Qin Yu's tolerance. You, Cui Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yu really dared to kill him? Cui Ming's cold body sensed danger approaching. He immediately got up and activated the high-grade inner armor to defend himself. However, he was a step too late. When the barrier was only half formed, Qin Yu's sword descended and shattered it. Poochie, the sword slashed down, and blood splattered everywhere. Cui Ming's right leg was separated from his body. Ah! Cui Ming's screams echoed in the forest. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his expression was one of extreme panic. Up until now, he still found it hard to believe that Qin Yu actually dared to kill him. Above the forest, Yu Lai and the purple-robed woman flew quickly. That bastard Cui Ming actually ran away first. Yu Lai cursed. Originally, the three of them had forced Thousand Stones Venerable into a desperate situation, but Cui Ming had escaped after learning from Thousand Stones Venerable that the Stone Clan's treasury had been invaded. As for Yu Lai and the purple-clad woman, it was much more difficult for them to kill the Thousand Stones Venerable, so they stopped. Although Yu Lai was cursing Cui Ming, he hated the thief who stole their spoils of war even more. Don't tell me Cui Ming found that person and took all the spoils of war for himself? The purple-clad woman's pretty face was frosty. Cui Ming was the first to retreat, leaving the two of them to fight with Thousand Stones Venerable for a while. When they arrived at Thousand Stones Mountain, they did not find anything, so they searched everywhere. How dare he? Yu Lai harumphed angrily. Right at this moment, a shrill scream sounded out. Cui Ming! The purple-clad woman immediately reacted. The two of them looked at each other and immediately flew in the direction of the sound. Soon, they saw two figures. One of them was Cui Ming, but he was currently covered in injuries and was in a sorry state. One of his legs had even been chopped off. The man opposite Cui Ming was filled with killing intent. It was Qin Yu. How could this be? The purple-clad woman's lips parted slightly as she stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. She also knew that Qin Yu had defeated Cui Ming and many other geniuses of the Cui clan on the stairway to heaven and had since become famous. However, in a head-on battle, Cui Ming's flowing light bloodline should be of great use. Even if he could not defeat Qin Yu, he should have no problem escaping. How could Cui Ming be so pitiful that even one of his legs had been chopped off? Quick, kill him. The treasures of Thousand Stones Mountain and the Earth Yuan crystals are all on him. Cui Ming roared crazily as if he had lost his mind. He was the dignified genius of the Cui clan, handsome and extraordinary. Now that one of his legs had been chopped off by Qin Yu, how could he remain calm? At that moment, he only wanted to kill Qin Yu. He did not care about anything else. Even if he was embarrassed in front of the Yu clan, it did not matter. As long as he could kill Qin Yu, Yu Lai gloomily stared at Qin Yu, his complexion turning gloomy. He did not expect that the one who had stolen their spoils of war was Qin Yu. He was well aware of Cui Ming's strength. To be able to force Cui Ming into such a state, Qin Yu's strength was probably stronger than he had expected, but why would he, Yu Lai, be afraid of Qin Yu? Qin Yu, how dare you sneak into Thousand Stones Mountain and steal our spoils of war while we were busy with the Stone Clan? If you hand them over now, I can let bygones be bygones. Yu Lai shouted with great vigor, hand over the Earth Yuan. Crystals. The lady in purple shouted coldly. She was also a genius of a large clan. With Yu Lai leading the way, how could she be scared off by a nobody like Qin Yu? The items belong to whoever has them. Now that you are openly robbing them, you are no different from robbers. Is this how geniuses of large clans do things? Qin Yu chuckled. Yu Lai said he was a thief, so he compared Yu Lai and the lady in purple to robbers. Looks like you are not willing to hand it over. Yu Lai frowned, his eyes filled with a threatening aura. Everything in this world belongs to the capable. If you have the ability, then come and take it yourself. Qin Yu was filled with anger and could not be bothered with pleasantries. Belong to the capable? Could it be that he, Yu Lai, was not as good as Qin Yu? Yu Lai's anger rose. Fine, then I will take everything from you. Yu Lai shouted coldly. If possible, he would take Qin Yu's life. Whoosh, Yu Lai instantly attacked, raising his saber and slashing down. The dark green saber radiance created a storm that swept towards Qin Yu. In terms of attack, Yu Lai was far superior to Cui Ming. His attack was powerful and gave people a great sense of oppression. One look and one could tell that he was a brave and skilled fighter. Qin Yu had long disliked Yu Lai. At this moment, he also attacked without mercy. Devil Chi Wild Slash, squatting down slightly, Qin Yu drew a massive, pitch-black crescent with his sword. Boom, the moment the saber and sword collided, Qin Yu took the initiative and plunged in. Boom, in the chaotic explosion, a ferocious and domineering black sword radiance rushed out. Yu Lai was fearless and met Qin Yu's attack head-on again. On the third attack, Qin Yu came to Yu Lai's side and slashed with his sword. At this moment, Yu Lai felt a strong pressure. He swung his dark green saber with all his strength. Clang, the saber and sword collided, making a loud metallic sound. A terrifying storm swallowed the two of them. Only by engaging in close combat could Qin Yu maximize his advantage. The moment they clashed, Yu Lai's arms went numb and he almost lost feeling. His legs were completely buried in the soil. Then, the explosion exploded in front of him. Qin Yu's physique was strong and with the protection of the inner armor, it was not affected much. However, Yu Lai could not withstand it without the protection of the inner armor. His body flew out and broke 3 thick ancient trees. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yu Lai. The lady in purple cried out in shock. She did not expect the brave and fierce Yu Lai to be repelled by Qin Yu the moment they clashed. Qin Yu was actually stronger than the geniuses nurtured by the Qing clan. Yu Lai's eyes were dark. He roared and immediately activated the green flames bloodline. Boom, the green flames exploded and Yu Lai rushed into the sky. At this moment, his dark green skin had demonic flame-like patterns. His green hair danced wildly and he emitted an extremely fierce aura. Before Yu Lai could attack, Qin Yu suddenly accelerated and took the initiative to close in on Yu Lai. After that attack, even if Yu Lai activated the power of his bloodline, he did not dare to fight close combat with Qin Yu. Green Flames Gale Saber. Yu Lai raised his saber and slashed out. Huge saber blades that were more than 100 feet long flew out, forming an extremely fierce saber storm. Qin Yu hated Yu Lai a little. He did not intend to hold back and even wanted to beat the other party hard. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, his heart erupted and Qin Yu's speed and strength multiplied. Activating the magic scale barrier, he plunged into the green flames gale and then used the sword skill magic light sword whirlwind. Boom, 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 streaks of pitch black sword waves slashed out and formed a black sword chi vortex, spinning and twisting. The two opposing saber and sword storms eroded each other. Finally, the magic light sword whirlwind disintegrated the green flames gale saber from the inside. Impossible. Yu Lai's eyes widened in shock. He immediately activated a black iron bracer in his hand and formed a black barrier to block the remaining power of the magic light sword whirlwind. However, at this moment, a blood-red dot of light appeared on the black barrier in front of him. The next moment, poof, the black barrier was penetrated by the blood-red dot of light. A blood-red flame sword light pierced through Yu Lai's shoulder, bringing with it a streak of blood. Yu Lai's figure swayed. The black barrier in front of him weakened and was shattered by the magic light sword whirlwind. A demonic wind blew him more than 10 meters away. Yu Lai, let's attack together. Seeing that the situation was not good, the purple-clothed woman also charged out. If it was in the past, Yu Lai would definitely not agree. Because with his strength, he did not need to bully others in the same realm. However, it was different now. He activated the power of his bloodline and was still injured by Qin Yu. Qin Yu's strength had surpassed him, even if Yu Lai was unwilling to admit it. Hee, come at me then. Seeing the two half-step empty sea-realm geniuses teaming up, Qin Yu felt that this was more interesting, and a trace of battle intent was ignited. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, a few figures flew over. They were all cultivators participating in the assessment. The Stone Clan had been defeated. After searching for a while, they found their way over. What happened to Cui Ming? Why is he injured like this? Look, Yu Lai and Tong Wei are teaming up against Qin Yu. Many young men and women were attracted by the scene in front of them, and their expressions changed again and again. In the magic wind sword domain, Qin Yu was fighting 1 against 2, fighting 2 peak half-step empty sea realm geniuses. His fierce and domineering stance and attacks actually forced the 2 half-step empty sea realm geniuses back, causing everyone to hold their breath and freeze in place. Within the devil wind sword domain, Qin Yu was like a peerless demon. He relied on his speed to close in on Yu Lai and engage him in close combat. Scram! Yu Lai roared, his voice trembling. Qin Yu was simply a beast in human form. Yu Lai, who had always been brave and skilled in battle, didn't dare to engage in close combat with him. At this moment, he was dodging Qin Yu's attacks. However, in terms of speed, Yu Lai had the slightest advantage, not to mention that Qin Yu was using the golden phoenix wings. Yu Lai couldn't dodge Qin Yu's attacks. Every time they clashed, he would be forced back a few steps by Qin Yu. This made Yu Lai furious, but he was powerless to do anything. On the other side, the purple-clad woman, Tong Wei, continued to brandish her sword. Streaks of transparent, watery sword aura that carried an ice-cold sword intent shot out. Although her swordsmanship was superb, it wasn't of much use in this battle. Facing Tong Wei's sword attacks, Qin Yu wasn't afraid. He relied on his own defense to resist them. With the magic scale battle armor and Qin Yu's own defense, he didn't need to worry too much about Tong Wei's attacks. Moreover, Qin Yu was using the golden phoenix wings and could occasionally dodge her sword attacks. As long as he defeated Yu Lai, Tong Wei wouldn't be a threat, and this battle would be over. How can this be? The purple-dressed woman, Tong Wei, looked as if she had lost her soul. She originally thought that if she joined the battle and teamed up with Yu Lai, they would definitely be able to defeat Qin Yu. However, she didn't expect that her participation wouldn't affect the battle at all. Qin Yu ignored her. Tong Wei attacked Qin Yu to her heart's content, but she couldn't injure him. This made her feel a strong sense of defeat. Cui Ming, who was lying on the ground not far away, was also dumbfounded. Yu Lai and Tong Wei joined hands, but they still couldn't defeat Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you must die. Cui Ming's expression was sinister, and the veins on his body bulged. One of his legs had been seen by Qin Yu. If Qin Yu didn't pay the price with his life, Cui Ming wouldn't have the face to return to the great cosmos realm. Star Soul Strike. Cui Ming suddenly formed a hand seal and condensed a large amount of mental energy in his body. It turned into a dark gray ball of light that looked like a star. Whoosh, under Cui Ming's control, the gray starlight suddenly shot towards Qin Yu. What? The expression of Qin Yu, who was fighting Yu Lai and Tong Wei, suddenly changed. He did not expect that someone would suddenly launch a sneak attack on him. Furthermore, this spiritual attack was extremely powerful. It was enough to severely injure or even kill Qin Yu's soul. At the critical moment, Qin Yu immediately injected his spiritual force into the Jade Soul Pearl. 2 balls of light shot out and formed a halo around Qin Yu. The characteristic of the Jade Soul Pearl was to strengthen one's spiritual defense. Even if the enemy's spiritual power was a small level higher than Qin Yu's, he could still defend himself. But similarly, once the defense of the spiritual weapon was broken, it would cause permanent damage to the Jade Soul Pearl. Qin Yu's spiritual force had already reached the level of a half step into the empty sea realm, which was not much different from Cui Ming's spiritual force. Moreover, Cui Ming did not specialize in spiritual and soul aspects. Therefore, the defense of the Jade Soul Pearl was able to safely block this attack. Jade Soul Pearl, a spiritual weapon that can defend one's soul? Cui Ming opened his mouth wide in surprise. The Jade Soul Pearl was a spiritual weapon with outstanding defense. In the great cosmos realm, it was a fine spiritual weapon that could defend one's soul. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Qin Yu snorted angrily. The demon-fled dragon sword danced wildly. Dozens of sword lights flew out and formed a vortex of demonic sword lights. No, don't you dare, Cui Ming's expression suddenly changed. He was seriously injured and had a broken leg. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom, Qin Yu's sword fell and blasted a large pit of nearly 10 feet in the ground. Cui Ming's body was torn apart. Cui Ming is dead. Several young talents who were watching the battle not far away suddenly froze in place. Chen Yu was too bold. He dared to kill Cui Ming. Cui Ming was a genius of the Cui clan of the Qing clan. Now that he had died here, the Cui clan would never let him go. Kill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Lai and Tong Wei launched a counterattack against Chen Yu. Yu Lai slashed twice in a row. The domineering dark green blade rolled up a layer of sharp and cold whirlwind, sweeping out. Tong Wei fiercely stabbed out with her sword. The sword energy was extremely condensed and turned into a sword energy water column, piercing through. Boom. Boom, boom. Chen Yu activated the high-grade defensive inner armor and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attacks of the two. The counterattack of the two geniuses was powerful. The defensive light shield formed by the inner armor lasted for a breath before it shattered with a bang. Then the attacks of the two fell on Chen Yu's arm. The magic scale battle armor on Chen Yu's arm was completely destroyed. There were some small sword cuts on his arm. But with Chen Yu's self-healing ability, these wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, this person is simply a monster made of copper and iron. When Yu Lai saw this scene, he cursed in his heart. Tong Wei, use your killer move. Yu Lai transmitted a message. Tong Wei was stunned. She didn't expect that the two of them would have to use their killer move against a peak late-stage returning essence realm. Boom, boom. Chen Yu approached Yu Lai and slashed with his sword. An explosion sounded. Then, Yu Lai's figure retreated. His arms spasmed and seemed to have lost feeling. In fact, if it wasn't for the green flame's bloodline that gave Yu Lai a huge boost, his arms might have been crippled by now. Green flame's ghost slash. Yu Lai didn't care so much and used his bloodline secret technique. He bit his finger and drew blood on the blade. On the green rune treasure blade, a raging green flame ignited and formed a ferocious ghost shadow. Then, Yu Lai slashed with his blade. A giant whirlwind blade light burned with green flames. It let out a sharp roar and swept over. This was Yu Lai's second time using his bloodline secret technique today. After using it, the bloodline phenomenon on his body instantly weakened. The power of his bloodline could no longer support him for long. On the other side, Tong Wei's body burst forth with an incomparably sharp sword intent. She used a forbidden sword move. Falling silver secret sword. She slashed down with her sword, and countless strands of sword energy that were as thin as hair shot toward Chen Yu like silver needles. Facing the killer moves of the two prodigies, Chen Yu felt a trace of danger. The wings on his back flapped and his figure retreated rapidly. Both of their attacks came from the front. At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly stopped and the heart in his body started to beat. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, with his heart beating, Chen Yu's physique strength multiplied. Within the demonic wind sword domain, he used the powerful demonic light sword cyclone. With all sorts of enhancements, the demonic light sword cyclone exploded with unprecedented power. Boom, the three attacks collided with one another, creating a destructive storm that continued to expand. He actually blocked it. Yu Lai's slightly dim eyes were filled with shock. Right at this moment, a bright blood flame sword light tore through the darkness and chaos and pierced towards Yu Lai. Yu Lai's expression was flustered. Deep fear had already arisen in his heart. Coupled with the fact that he was a little powerless, his chest was pierced by Yang Ming's sword finger. Cough cough, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood and the bloodline phenomenon on his body completely disappeared. On the other side, Tong Wei was also injured by Chen Yu's Yang Ming's sword finger at the same time. The two prodigies had just used their killer moves and were at their weakest. At the same time, Chen Yu blocked their killer moves. This was also the time when their emotions were at their lowest. Boom. Boom. Boom, Chen Yu launched consecutive attacks, sending Yu Lai and Tong Wei flying. The two bodies crashed onto the ground. Yu Lai's body was swollen and weak, and he couldn't even get up. Yu Lai and Tong Wei were defeated. The spectators from afar were all dumbfounded. The outcome of this battle was out of everyone's expectations. Right at this moment, more young prodigies rushed over, including two prodigies from the Cui clan. Big brother Cui Ming. The two of them revealed expressions of anger and fear when they saw Cui Ming's dismembered body in the large pit not far away. Chen Yu, although you defeated us, there are other geniuses here. you stole our spoils of war and the earth essence crystals. They will definitely not let you off. Yu Lai lay on the ground and sneered. In reality, Yu Lai wanted to borrow the hands of others to take revenge and kill Qinyu. If he said that directly, it would seem that he was too useless. At the same time, these people might not be willing to help. After all, Yu Lai, Tong Wei, and Cui Ming had all been defeated by Qinyu. Therefore, Yu Lai changed his way of saying it and told everyone that Qinyu had taken over their interests. Earth essence crystals. Qinyu is so despicable. He stole our treasures while we were fighting the Stone Clan. The gazes of the rest of the people at the scene toward Qinyu suddenly changed. Their hearts were full of dissatisfaction and anger. Earth essence crystals were treasures that could help cultivators break through to the Void Sea realm. You defeated us and killed Cui Ming. You've consumed a lot of energy. You must be an arrow at the end of its flight. If you hand over the treasures you stole, we can spare your life. Tong Wei also encouraged. Qinyu, you killed Big Brother Cui Ming. Hand over your life. The two prodigies of the Cui clan took the lead and rushed out. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people became bolder. They rushed out one by one, ready to kill Qinyu and take back the treasures. You're courting death. Qinyu looked at the people rushing over with a cold expression. Whoosh, with a flap of the wings on his back, flames flickered, and Qinyu shot into the sky. With Qinyu's current speed, if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him, but why did he want to escape? Qinyu looked down from above and struck out a space palm technique. Bang, the space palm technique couldn't be dodged. Two geniuses were hit by a huge grey palm light and smashed to the ground. Among those in the same realm, there were few who could block a space palm technique from Qinyu. Those whose cultivation was lower than Qinyu's were all sent flying, heavily injured, or even killed by the palm. In just a short moment, only 3 people were left surrounding Qinyu. The rest had all fallen to the ground, and those who were still alive were staring at Qinyu with intense fear. At this time, the true essence in Qinyu's body was somewhat insufficient. He had fought with the Stone Clan's half-step Void Sea, Cui Ming, Yu Lai, Tong Wei, and the others. In addition, he had been using the Golden Phoenix wings all the time. Chance. His true essence is almost used up. A short-haired man said, his eyes shining with excitement. Even Yu Lai and Tong Wei had been defeated by Qinyu. If he could kill Qinyu, he would become famous in one fell swoop. Boom, Qinyu didn't use his palm technique anymore. He turned into a golden black stream of light and suddenly dove down. The short-haired man's heart trembled. He aimed at Qinyu and struck out a purple water palm light. He didn't witness Qinyu's battle with Yu Lai and Tong Wei, so he didn't know how strong Qinyu's defense was. Bang, the diving Qinyu was like a meteor, smashing the purple water palm light into pieces. In the next moment, Qinyu arrived in front of the short-haired man and punched out. Bang, the huge force caused the short-haired man's face to cave in. His flesh was a bloody mess, and his body was smashed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Immediately after, Qinyu relied on his powerful physique and physical strength to defeat all the other enemies. All the geniuses had fallen. At this moment, Qinyu had single-handedly defeated all of them. This reminded them of the stairway to heaven where Qinyu defeated all the geniuses of the Cui clan single-handedly. Is this what a true genius is like? Tong Wei stared at Qinyu, her beautiful face incomparably moved. Compared to Qinyu, she, Cui Ming, and Yu Lai couldn't even be called geniuses. With the potential that Qinyu had displayed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the genius ranking. Qinyu, we don't want the treasures anymore. They're all yours. Those who are capable will get it. We're not as good as you. The treasures are all yours. The geniuses all begged for mercy. Every time they saw Qinyu, they would think of their miserable situation. It was unacceptable and they felt a strong sense of humiliation. Qinyu had become their nightmare. Right now, they only hoped that Qinyu would leave. Qinyu didn't speak and slowly walked toward a muscular man that he had defeated. What are you trying to do? The muscular man stared at Qinyu and his body trembled slightly. Hand over all the stone crystal hearts you've obtained. Qinyu's expression was cold and his words were direct. Why? The muscular man naturally rejected. The stone crystal hearts were the killing points, and this concerned whether or not he could enter a 3.5-star force. As the defeated party, do you think that this is the end of the matter? Xianxia couldn't help but snicker. The muscular man lowered his head and didn't speak. He thought that Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill everyone here. That would mean offending almost 10 clans, therefore, he dared to reject Xianxia's request. If you don't give it to me, I'll break one of your legs. Xianxia threatened. Hearing this, the muscular man shuddered. Previously, Cui Ming had one of his legs broken by Xianxia. Later, when Xianxia was fighting with Yu Lai and Tong Wei, Cui Ming ambushed Xianxia and was killed by Xianxia. Xianxia dared to break Cui Ming's leg, so he naturally dared to break his leg as well. If Shi Jing's heart was gone, he could always go and get it again. But if he lost his leg, it would be embarrassing. No matter what, he was a handsome young man in the clan. If he lost a leg, he would become a cripple. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Alright, I'll give them all to you. The muscular man gave in and took out the stone crystal heart and gave it to Xianxia. A total of 5 stone crystal hearts. 2 of them were at the late stage of the origin realm and 3 were at the peak stage of the middle stage of the origin realm. A total of 26 slaughter points. Why is it so little? Xianxia frowned slightly and glanced at the muscular man with disdain before putting the crystal heart into his storage bag. Immediately after, Xianxia came in front of the second person and said the same sentence, hand over all the stone crystal hearts you obtained on this trip. If Xianxia said this sentence to everyone, it would definitely cause them to team up and fight against Xianxia. But if Xianxia did it one by one, it would be much easier and smoother. Most people wouldn't care if it was none of their business. But sometimes, there would be some exceptions. Don't even think about it. A tall and slender girl refused to hand over the stone crystal heart. If you have the ability, then kill all of us here. This tall and slender girl was very smart and dragged the rest of the people in. I won't kill all of you. I will only take one of your legs. Xianxia said calmly, looking like he was a man of principle. Although he had killed some people earlier, it was unintentional. If he killed everyone here, then Xianxia would be in a lot of trouble. The tall and slender girl still refused. She had arrived later and didn't see Cui Ming's broken leg. Therefore, she didn't believe that Xianxia would really dare to do it. But the next moment, Xianxia proved that he was a man of his words. Pfft, a black light flashed and a true yuan blade sliced down. The tall and slender girl's fair and smooth long leg was separated from her body. You actually chopped off my leg, my leg. The tall and slender girl instantly lost her mind and screamed crazily. Xianxia ignored her and walked in front of the next person. Before he could say anything, the person obediently handed over the stone crystal heart. Seems like it's more useful to use some tricks occasionally. Xianxia mumbled in his heart. Soon, other than Yu Lai, all the other geniuses' stone crystal hearts had become Xianxia's spoils of war. This included the geniuses who had already died. Xianxia emptied their storage bags. Hand it over. Xianxia left out a lot of words. You killed Cui Ming, the Cui clan won't let you off. If you join my Yu clan, you can save your life. Yu Lai began to negotiate with Xianxia. Xianxia borrowed Yu Lai's words. Hand over the stone crystal heart now and I can save your leg. Yu Lai felt that Xianxia was a little stubborn and didn't know how to judge the situation. Xianxia, we will all be disciples of Black Demon Valley in the future. I advise you not to be so ruthless. There are many inner sect disciples in Black Demon Valley, and even true disciples, who are all people of my Yu clan. Yu Lai shouted coldly, his words filled with threat. Although he had lost this time, as long as Xianxia stood on the opposite side, he would definitely eradicate Xianxia. The people of the Yu clan had always entered Black Demon Valley to cultivate and had a deep relationship with Black Demon Valley. As long as Xianxia entered Black Demon Valley, he was doomed to fail. I'm not familiar with them, so you'd better hand over the stone crystal heart obediently. Xianxia said somewhat impatiently. He didn't like Yu Lai, so he didn't like to talk nonsense with him. Fine. Yu Lai gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word, his eyes full of anger and resentment. After that, he took out the stone crystal heart. After a rough calculation, he actually had 144 slaughter points, the most out of everyone. No wonder Yu Lai was so reluctant. Yu sorted out all the stone crystal hearts and roughly calculated that there were a total of 700 kill points. He himself had accumulated 320 slaughter points before, and now he had extorted 380 slaughter points. I've obtained the qualification to become an Inner Valley disciple. The corners of Yu's mouth curved. Even so, there was still more than half a month before the end of the assessment. There was no harm in earning more kill points. Thank you for your stone crystal hearts. After politely thanking him, Yu took his leave. Damn it, Yu, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. After Yu left, Yulai angrily cursed and punched the tree beside him. Sigh, there are no more kill points. It's been so long, it's probably not easy to accumulate more kill points. The rest of the people sighed and sighed. There were only a few people who were as resentful and unwilling as Yulai. Most of them didn't have a very strong background, and they wouldn't deal with a genius who directly became an Inner Valley disciple just because Yu snatched some stone crystal hearts. It's not easy to get kill points, then we'll go rob. A fierce-looking man said. Their stone crystal hearts were snatched away, but they could still snatch other people's hearts. After saying this, the fierce-looking man suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. The next moment, a layer of shadow swept over. Boom, almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound rose from the ground. The place where everyone gathered just now was replaced by a huge boulder that was hundreds of feet wide, and below the boulder was a trickle of blood. What's going on? Those who were lucky enough to survive said in shock. Could it be that after Yu got the benefits, he turned around and killed us? A woman guessed. No, it's not Yu. Yulai looked at the huge boulder in front of him and panicked. Just now, he had almost been crushed to death by this boulder. Although Yu was strong, it was difficult for him to throw a huge boulder that was hundreds of feet wide at such a speed, and the power on the boulder was at the Void Sea Realm level. Swoosh, thinking of this, Yulai turned around and fled. At the same time, a shadow once again shrouded over. Boom, a huge dark yellow figure landed on the boulder, and the entire boulder directly cracked. Xianxia the Venerable. Void Sea Realm. Venerable. The geniuses were scared out of their wits. All of you, die. Xianxia the Venerable roared, and the true essence in his body surged out. Within a radius of hundreds of feet, sand rose and turned into a sandstorm. At this moment, everyone who existed within 100 feet of Xianxia the Venerable was attacked by the sandstorm. Blood-curdling screams sounded everywhere, accompanied by the blooming of blood. However, there were still some people who were originally hundreds of feet away from Xianxia the Venerable or used special methods to escape. All of you stay here. Xianxia the Venerable waved his palm, and the yellow sand in front of him condensed into a dozen yellow stone balls. Bang, Xianxia the Venerable slapped out with his palm, and the dozen yellow stone balls turned into streaks of dark yellow flowing light and flew in all directions. Another few geniuses died in Xianxia the Venerable's hands. At this time, Xianxia the Venerable saw Yulai. He had been besieged by 3 humans earlier, and Yulai was one of them, and Yulai was the one with the fiercest offensive. Buzz, the yellow sand in front of Xianxia the Venerable condensed into a yellow stone ball that was 10 times larger than before. With a dull bang, the giant stone ball shot out in a straight line toward Yulai. Yulai had goosebumps all over his body. Previously, when the 3 of them teamed up, he was not afraid of Xianxia the Venerable, but now he was alone, not to mention that he was injured in the battle with Yu. Yulai immediately activated a black iron bracer in his hand, and a black barrier condensed in front of him. Boom, the giant stone ball collided with the black barrier, and it shook fiercely before showing signs of shattering. Yulai immediately activated his green flames bloodline. The effect was not as good as before, but this was all he could do. Boom, the moment the giant stone ball broke through the black barrier, Yulai slashed out a dark green whirlwind blade, and shattered the giant stone ball. After the giant stone ball shattered, a few large pieces of broken rocks came crashing over, and the force was still strong. Yulai spat out a mouthful of blood, and used the force of the impact to retreat, and then escape without a trace. He escaped. Xianxia the Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. If not for this venerable being's injuries, you'd be dead for sure. Xianxia the Venerable snorted. The Stone Clan was not good at speed, and he was injured, so he did not chase after Yulai. In addition, Yu Lai was not Xianxia the Venerable's real target. Who is it? Who dares to sneak into my treasury and steal the precious gems this Venerable has accumulated? Xianxia the Venerable's face was gloomy, and his aura spread out, and the giant rock under his feet instantly crumbled into a pile of rubble. After Qingyu left, he found a hidden valley crevice and recuperated inside. Some ordinary external injuries were negligible to him, but it would take some time for his qi to recover. Qingyu wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had already reached the standard of an inner valley disciple. As long as he left the stone cloud world, he would be an inner valley disciple of Black Demon Valley and would enjoy better treatment. In fact, he could even do nothing for the rest of the time. While recuperating, Qingyu took out the Bloodstar Saint Elixir. Buzz, communicating with the elixir spirit, the elixir immediately released a dark and deep blood-colored starlight that enveloped Qingyu. Holding his breath and concentrating, Qinyu's spiritual consciousness suddenly came to a strange dark world. Here, the wind was howling, sand and stones were flying, and all kinds of chaotic auras were raging. It was like the end of the world. In fact, this was a profound and powerful spiritual power. In front of it, Qingyu was like an incomparably small ant. He was swaying in the huge power of heaven and earth and could be buried at any time. Hold on, Qingyu told himself. If he stayed here for a breath of time, he would be able to comprehend more. Soon, Qinyu's spiritual consciousness swayed and felt a tearing pain. After holding on for a few more breaths, Qinyu's eyes suddenly darkened. Opening his eyes, he was sweating profusely and mentally exhausted, but his eyes were as bright as stars, emitting a strange luster. Through the Bloodstar Saint Elixir, Qinyu's spiritual realm was already very close to the half-step empty sea realm. A few hours later, Qingyu used the Bloodstar Saint Elixir to increase his spiritual realm again. This time, Qingyu lasted for 20 breaths, and his spiritual realm comprehension successfully reached the half-step empty sea realm. Next, all Qingyu had to do was focus on cultivation and double the size of his true essence sea. Then, he could be considered a half-step empty sea realm expert. In fact, when one's cultivation reached the peak of late-stage origin returning realm, one could go for the empty sea realm, but the chances were very slim. Later, someone found a transition between these two realms, which was half-step empty sea realm. After expanding one's quintessential essence and raising one's mental realm to a limit, which was the half-step empty sea realm, the chances of breaking through to the empty sea realm would be much higher. Only after reaching the empty sea realm could one be considered a powerhouse and be known as Venerable Empty Sea. On the second day, after Qingyu had fully recovered, he left this place to hunt stone tribe creatures for contribution points. However, not long after Qingyu appeared, he encountered a team and was blocked by them. Are you also here because of Yan Hanshan's promise? Qingyu asked calmly. He already knew that Yan Hanshan had spread the word that whoever could kill Qingyu in the stone cloud world would join that person's family. Humph, the people of our Lao family have entered the Black Demon Valley to cultivate and have a deep relationship with the Black Demon Valley. How could we let the disciples of the Heavenly Jade sect enter our family? A long-haired man snorted coldly. It was unknown if he was unwilling to admit it or if he was trying to beautify his family. Qingyu, you massacred the people of my Lao family. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. A black-robed young man scolded. When did I massacre the people of your Lao family? Qingyu asked. He had indeed killed people, but he still had to ask clearly. Don't play dumb. Do you really think our Lao family is easy to bully? The leader of the half-step empty sea realm experts scolded angrily. Immediately afterward, the 8 geniuses of the Lao family launched an attack on Qingyu. But half an hour later, all the geniuses of the Lao family were lying on the ground and obediently handed over all the stone crystal hearts. Within 10 hours after leaving, Qingyu was intercepted by 2 other family teams. However, the result was the same. One by one, they handed over the stone crystal hearts. This time, Qingyu was more cautious and asked, "Who told you that I killed your family members?" Because these 3 groups of family forces intercepted him with the same reason, Qingyu was a little curious. Although he had killed people, the number wasn't high. 3 teams came to take revenge on him in a single day. There might be some problem. The Yu clan's Yu Lai told us that when they were fighting the Stone clan, you stole all their treasures and stabbed them in the back, killing more than 30 people. A man with a swollen face immediately said with a fearful expression. Xianyu couldn't help but smile. He had only killed a few people back then. Most of them were still alive. From this man's narration, Xianyu learned that the people he had spared were probably all dead. Could it be Yu Lai's doing? Not only did the other party kill the remaining people, but they also framed Xianyu for it. At the moment, this was more likely. You all are too gullible. After leaving these words behind, Xianyu left. The many men and women lying on the ground looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Could it be that Xianyu didn't kill them? Don't believe his words. The Yu clan's Yu Lai is a genius of the Qing family. Why would he lie to us? Yu Lai, don't let me see you again. Xianyu snorted. Whether those people were killed by Yu Lai or not, the point was that Yu Lai had framed Xianyu. This gave him enough reason to kill Yu Lai. Xianyu didn't deliberately look for Yu Lai. 3 days had passed and he didn't meet anyone from the Yu clan. However, the Chui clan came looking for him. The person leading them was the genius of the Chui clan, Chui Yan. Xianyu. When Chui Yan found Xianyu, she immediately led more than 20 people to kill him. Xianyu, how dare you kill Chui Ming? I'll tear you to pieces. Chui Yan's face was frosty as she shouted. In fact, Xianyu didn't just kill Chui Ming. He also killed 2 people from the Chui clan. However, Chui Yan and Chui Ming were cousins and they were close. Chui Yan only cared about Chui Ming's death. Your strength doesn't seem to be much stronger than Chui Ming. Can you take revenge? Xianyu laughed indifferently and didn't have a hint of fear. After breaking through to the peak of the late stage of origin returning realm, there was nothing below the Void Sea realm that could scare Xianyu. Even if a Void Sea realm expert came personally, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Xianyu. Back at Kunyan's sacred ground, Xianyu used all his trump cards and almost killed the sacred ground's Void Sea realm elder. Now that so many years had passed, Xianyu's cultivation strength had improved even more. Chui Yan was so angry that her breathing was erratic and her chest was heaving up and down. She had never been belittled like this by her peers. But what Xianyu said was the truth. He could kill Chui Ming. Even if Chui Yan made a move, she wouldn't be able to take revenge. Of course, Chui Yan didn't plan to fight Xianyu openly. Xianyu massacred the Chui clan. Everyone, follow me to take down this kid. Chui Yan shouted coldly with killing intent. Xianyu, accept your death obediently. To dare kill the Chui clan's people, you must be tired of living. Before the group of prodigies even made a move, they were already threatening him. On the Sky Ascension stairs, they were all repelled by Xianyu. All the Chui clan's members harbored hatred towards Xianyu. This time, they wouldn't be merciful. Some of them even couldn't wait to activate the Chui clan's bloodline. However, before the Chui clan's members made a move. Rumble, not far away, there was a series of loud noises. A massive true essence fluctuation was approaching rapidly. Stone Clan. Stone Clan's Void Sea Realm Venerable. The Chui clan's members looked behind them. Each and every one of their faces were either shocked or frightened. Xianyu took a look and noticed that a few of the Stone Clan looked familiar. They seemed to be the Stone Clan's creatures from Thousand Stone Mountain. Back when the Stone Clan of Thousand Stone Mountain fought with Chui Ming, Yu Lai, and other prodigies, the Stone Clan might have been defeated, but they weren't wiped out. Thousand Stone Venerable gathered the surviving Stone Clan members again and chased after the thief who stole the gems from his treasury. Apart from sleeping, the majority of the Stone Clan also liked to collect some precious metal ores, treating these things as treasures. Thousand Stone Venerable had left behind a method on a few of his treasured stones, so he could sense the general location. It was also because of this that he had searched all the way here. Bastard human, hand over all the gems of this Venerable. Before Thousand Stone Venerable arrived, a furious roar sounded. The world shook, and sand and stones flew. Looks like it's really the Stone Clan of Thousand Stone Mountain. Xianyu's heart tightened. The leading mountain giant was a Void Sea Realm Venerable. There were close to 100 Stone Clan creatures behind him. Once surrounded by these Stone Clan, even Xianyu would find it extremely difficult to escape. Suddenly, Xianyu thought of a plan. Chui Yan, hurry up and return the metal ores you stole to Lord Venerable. Xianyu hid behind. The Chui clan's members and roared, looking panicked and afraid of death. The Chui clan's members all looked at Qinyu, and after a moment of shock, they immediately reacted. Qinyu, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I steal metal ores? Cui Yan'er's delicate brows furrowed, and she rebuked angrily. Qinyu, don't speak nonsense. Don't slander us. The Chui clan's members immediately scolded. At this time, the Stone clan's experts were less than a kilometer away from the Chui clan. Hand over this venerable's things. Thousand Stone Venerable's heavy gaze landed on the Chui clan's members, and the world's Yuan Qi shook continuously. Cui Yan'er, Lord Venerable is angry. Hurry up and hand over the Earth Origin Crystal, Ice Crystal Iron, Burning Sun Rock, and other ores you stole. Qinyu immediately said, but he was laughing inwardly. What, Earth Origin Crystal? Cui Yan'er was startled. She did not expect that the treasure that Thousand Stone Venerable had lost was actually Earth Origin Crystal. Follow me and kill this group of humans. Thousand Stone Venerable's eyes lit up. The most valuable gem that he had lost was indeed called Earth Origin Crystal. It seemed like it was stolen by these humans in front of him. In an instant, all the Stone clan's members attacked. Thousand Stone Venerable roared, and a sandstorm rose up in a radius of 100 zhang. Then, he fiercely punched an incomparably huge dark yellow stone fist at Cui Yan'er. Qinyu, how dare you frame me? Cui Yan'er immediately activated her bloodline, and a layer of white luster appeared around her body. She used her exquisite movement technique to dodge. At this moment, she already knew that the one who had stolen Thousand Stone Venerable's treasure was Qinyu. However, the other party was too cunning. He used the Stone clan's simple-minded characteristics to frame her, and made the Chui clan a shield for Qinyu. As for Qinyu himself, he immediately retreated when the Stone clan attacked. Eh? Thousand Stone Venerable suddenly sensed something. Just now, he sensed that his gem was nearby, but now he sensed that the gem was getting further and further away from him. Qinyu only came to a stop after flying for another 25 kilometers. He wasn't afraid of Cui Yan'er and the others, but it would still be troublesome to deal with them. Since they were enemies, Qinyu had no qualms about using them as shields. If Thousand Stones and the other Stone clan's living beings could slaughter the Chui clan, that would be even better. Qinyu laughed lightly. If that was the case, he would have to thank Thousand Stones for helping him eliminate his enemies. But the possibility wasn't high. The Stone clan's weak point was their speed, and Thousand Stones didn't look like he was at his peak condition. He should be injured. In addition, Cui Yan'er possessed the Chui clan's flowing light bloodline. If she wanted to escape, Thousand Stones probably wouldn't be able to stop her. Suddenly, a huge pressure pressed down on Qinyu. Seems like this move still won't work. Qinyu sighed and looked into the distance. Rumble, a yellow sandstorm swept over. In the center of the sandstorm, Thousand Stones was like a small mountain, emitting a huge pressure that suppressed all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Human, how dare you trick this honored one? Thousand Stones' deep voice echoed between heaven and earth. When he was fighting with Cui Yan'er, Thousand Stones suddenly realized that the connection between him and the gemstones was getting further and further away. Cui Yan'er knew she couldn't defeat Thousand Stones and escaped. Thousand Stones didn't bother and followed the connection in his heart to search again. The moment he saw Qinyu, Thousand Stones understood that Qinyu purposely said that to mislead him. Thousand Stones Venerable was infuriated to be fooled by a peak stage origin realm human. That's right. Qinyu admitted. Kiki, you have guts. But the consequences of tricking this honored one isn't something you can bear. Thousand Stones laughed out of anger and suddenly struck out with his palm. Rumble, a dark yellow palm light that was 150 feet long rushed out, bringing with it a sandstorm. At this moment, Qinyu felt like a huge mountain was falling. A terrifying pressure covered his entire body, causing his feet to sink into the ground. Buzz, Qinyu immediately activated the secret pattern Mo body. His body shone with a black luster, and evil and ancient patterns covered his entire body. Within the True Essence Lake, the devil pattern True Essence surged and flowed out from the 8 extraordinary meridians. The 4th demonic rune on Qinyu's left arm surged and emitted a suction force, absorbing the world's origin Qi. However, with a Void Sea realm venerable here, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was centered around him, so Qinyu could only absorb a very small portion. Boom, accumulating energy in his heart, increasing his strength, Qinyu swung his arm, and a huge black fist shadow soared into the sky, gradually growing larger. That said, as compared to Thousand Stones the Venerable One's palm, Qinyu's fist seemed rather small. It was like a child's fist compared to an adult's palm. You dare to oppose me? Thousand Stones Venerable's expression turned slightly cold. During this period of time, he had encountered many talented and powerful human geniuses, but they were all half-step empty sea realm. Qinyu was merely at the peak of the late-stage origin realm, so he didn't put it to heart. But even at this moment, he still didn't put it to heart. Boom, a dark yellow palm light slammed onto Qinyu's devil fist. Two terrifying forces corroded each other. In less than a breath's time, that dark yellow palm light forcefully repelled the devil fist. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the devil fist before it crumbled and was devoured by Thousand Stones Venerable's palm. A mere peak of the late-stage origin realm dares to disobey this venerable? Courting death. Thousand Stones Venerable let out a cold laugh. He didn't have a good impression of humans. If it was a stone clan prodigy who made such a move, he would definitely praise them. Venerable Kong Hai is indeed extraordinary. Even with my current strength, it is still hard for me to go against him. Qinyu sighed. Boom, he extended both his arms and released a huge amount of devil pattern true essence. At the same time, the second devil pattern on Qinyu's body swam and turned into a black scale pattern, surrounding Qinyu. At this moment. Boom, the remaining power of Thousand Stones Venerable's palm strike descended. The huge palm light instantly buried Qinyu. Courting death. Thousand Stones Venerable walked over and prepared to collect his spoils of war. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Rumble, as the terrifying explosion gradually dissipated, a blurry black figure gradually appeared. Human, you actually didn't die? Thousand Stones Venerable was shocked. Around Qinyu, there was a huge pit that was 70 feet long. Everything inside was destroyed, except for Qinyu, who was standing tall and straight. Although Qinyu's clothes were torn and his hair was messy, he gave off a domineering and heroic feeling. My attack might not be as good as Avoid Sea Realm Supremacy, but with my defensive techniques, Avoid Sea Realm Supremacy's normal techniques will not be able to kill me. The edge of Qinyu's mouth curled up slightly. Some of the injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. After blocking Thousand Stones Venerable's attack, his blood was boiling. But in fact, Thousand Stones Venerable was injured and it was just a casual palm strike. Human, your innate talent has shocked even me. If that's the case, I will definitely not let you go. Thousand Stones Venerable's expression calmed down, but he emitted a murderous intent. Previously, he might have wanted to kill Qinyu, but to him, it was just a trivial matter. He wouldn't emit murderous intent to such an ant. But it was different now. Boom, the sky instantly darkened and a sandstorm arose. Ding ding pung pung, Qinyu was in the middle of Thousand Stones Venerable's 100 feet sandstorm. Countless sand and stones smashed onto Qinyu's body, causing a series of explosions. If it was a regular peak stage origin realm expert, he wouldn't even be able to last 10 breaths of time before being killed by this force of heaven and earth. However, to Qinyu, this power was no different from a tickle. Die. Thousand Stones Venerable's eyes narrowed as he sent a punch over. Boom, that huge fist was surrounded by a layer of yellow sand and stones. It emitted a force of heaven and earth as it came crashing over. This was Thousand Stones Venerable's serious attack. Before the fist even landed, the soil and stones around Qinyu were uprooted from the ground and were sent flying by the force of the fist. I can no longer hold back when fighting against a Void Sea Realm Venerable. Qinyu let out a faint laugh as his mind entered the space within his heart and activated the golden-winged phoenix's bloodline power. Don't be arrogant. This Venerable's attack is enough to take your life. When Thousand Stones Venerable saw Qinyu spouting arrogant words again, he roared in anger. His fist increased in speed and instantly arrived in front of Qinyu. Ding bang, when the fist landed, the soil on the ground started to crack. Despite that, Thousand Stones the Venerable One sensed a strong resistance, causing his attack to stop. In the next moment, a dazzling golden flame burst out, causing the temperature of heaven and earth to rise. What a powerful bloodline power! Thousand Stones Venerable's heart trembled. It was hard for him to imagine that Xianxia had such a powerful bloodline. However, even if Xianxia used the bloodline power, his combat strength could not increase by so much to block his punch. Crack! Bang! Crack spread wildly on the huge yellow fist light, and it exploded in the next moment. A pitch-black sword chi with a monstrous demonic intent spread in all directions. Thousand Stones Venerable's attack was defeated by Xianxia. Swoosh! Swoosh! The gold fire wind wings on Xianxu's back flapped slightly, and the flames were like countless fire snakes that writhed. He held a strange and ferocious pitch-black bone sword in his hand as he rose slowly. What weapon is that? Thousand Stones Venerable felt a threat from the weapon in Xianxu's hand. Let me see how big the gap is between me and a Void Sea Realm Venerable. Xianxia yelled as his battle-intent soared. In fact, with Xianxu's capability, he could escape, but he might be chased by Thousand Stones Venerable. There was another point. If Xianxia took out the Golden Phoenix wings and activated the Golden Winged Phoenix's bloodline to escape, then he would be too cowardly. He might as well fight with Thousand Stones Venerable. At least he would let Thousand Stones Venerable know that he wasn't a pushover. Alright, then I will let you witness this Venerable's full strength. Thousand Stones Venerable was completely infuriated by Xianxu's repeated arrogant words. A junior at the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm dared to speak rudely to him. If he didn't kill this kid, he decided to punish himself by not sleeping in the future. What a harsh punishment. Thousand Stones Venerable thought in his heart. Rumble! Thousand Stones Venerable waved his palm, and the huge gravel in front of him rapidly condensed into a huge stone ball the size of a water tank. There were a total of 3 such huge stone balls. Pung! Thousand Stones Venerable struck with his palm. The first huge stone ball shot out in a straight line towards Xianxia. Xianxia had a grave expression as he wielded the 9-bone devil spirit sword, and brandished it with all his might. An incomparably huge black sword light carried a golden flaming storm as it slashed out. Boom! The two forces instantly clashed. With Xianxu's immense strength, coupled with the supreme-grade spirit artifact, 9-bone devil spirit sword, and the golden winged phoenix's bloodline, this attack was enough to instantly kill geniuses like Yu Lai and Cui Yan. The place where the sword chi slashed was sliced open, and cracks rapidly spread. The huge stone ball crumbled, and a few of the huge rocks continued to smash towards Xianxia, while the remaining black sword chi headed towards Thousand Stones Venerable. So, the flaming wings on Xianxu's back flapped as he flew upwards and dodged the attack. On the other side, Xianxu's black sword chi hit Thousand Stones Venerable and left a shallow mark. Thousand Stones Venerable didn't care at first, but to his surprise, the rocks around the wound began to turn black. Xianxu's 9-bone devil spirit sword had the characteristic of infection. Thousand Stones Venerable didn't expect this and suffered a loss. Bam! Bam! Thousand Stones Venerable's eyes darkened, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He struck out with both palms, and 2 huge stone balls crashed towards Xianxia at the same time. This time, Xianxia felt some pressure. He immediately took out the mysterious treasure that Brother Dong had refined, the Golden Phoenix Wing. The mysterious treasure, the Golden Phoenix Wing, merged with the golden flaming wings on Xianxu's back, and released even more dazzling golden flames. An ancient and primordial bloodline holy might intimidated all directions. With a phoenix cry, Xianxu's wings flapped a few times behind his back, and he quickly flew away like a golden flaming bird, completely dodging the 2 huge stone balls that Thousand Stones Venerable had struck out. The fusion of the Golden Phoenix Wing and my bloodline has more than doubled my speed. Under these circumstances, my speed isn't inferior to that of a Void Sea Realm Venerable. Xianxu's eyes shone with excitement. The stone race wasn't good at speed, so Xianxu's current speed was much faster than Thousand Stones Venerable's. With a supreme-grade spiritual weapon like the 9-bone devil spirit sword, and the Golden Phoenix bloodline, Xianxu could even injure Thousand Stones Venerable. Moreover, Xianxu's defensive methods could also withstand Thousand Stones Venerable's normal attacks. Coupled with his powerful physique and nature-defying recovery ability, Xianxu realized that he wasn't inferior to Thousand Stones Venerable in all aspects, and he even surpassed him in some aspects. At this moment, a bold and crazy idea surfaced in his mind. Could he kill this stone race Venerable Kong Hai? At this moment, a crazy and bold idea surfaced in Xianxu's mind. Could he kill the Stone Clan's Kong high supremacy? Thinking about this, Xianxia felt his head heating up and the battle intent in his heart intensified. If he could do it, not only would it prove his strength, he would also be able to obtain 200 slaughter points. On the opposite side, Thousand Stone Supremacy was infuriated when he saw Xianxu's increased speed and dodged 2 of his attacks. As a member of the Stone Clan, he hated fast enemies the most. Furthermore, this enemy was only at the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm and was already so fast. This made Thousand Stone Supremacy very envious. Suddenly, Thousand Stone Supremacy noticed that Xianxu's gaze towards him had changed. It looked a little weird and he could even feel a hint of killing intent. This human wanted to kill him. Ha ha ha, Thousand Stone Supremacy laughed out loud. A human at the peak of the late stage of the Origin Realm actually had the intention to kill a Void Sea Realm Supremacy. He found it extremely funny, but he was even more infuriated. Thousand Stone Supremacy's smile quickly disappeared. His giant stone face turned extremely gloomy. His crystal red eyes flickered with an ominous glint. Boom, he suddenly struck out a fist. A dark yellow giant fistlight was as heavy as a mountain. It was surrounded by a raging sandstorm as it swept towards Xianxu. Xianxu wasn't afraid at all. He brandished the 9-bone devil spirit sword and slashed out a pitch-black and violent sword wave. Using a supreme-grade totem along with the golden-winged phoenix bloodline, Xianxu's attack power was superior to Thousand Stone Supremacy. However, the golden-winged phoenix bloodline was limited. Using a supreme-grade totem would rapidly deplete Xianxu's chi. If this dragged on, the final victor would be Thousand Stone Supremacy. I have to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat the Supremacy. Xianxu made up his mind. Right at this moment, Thousand Stone Supremacy's second fist descended. Whoosh whoosh, the golden-winged fire wings on Xianxu's back flapped rapidly and released a golden flame mist. He dodged Thousand Stones the Venerable One's punch like a soaring phoenix. Following that, Xianxu flew toward Thousand Stones the Venerable One. Since he wanted to end the fight quickly, it would be best for him to inflict some fatal injuries on Thousand Stones the Venerable One at close range. If he fought from a distance, it would easily turn into a war of attrition. Slash, Xianxu arrived above Thousand Stones Venerable and swung his sword at his head. A violent, pitch-black sword light descended, bringing with it a scorching golden flame. Thousand Stones Venerable did not underestimate Xianxu. He raised both of his palms, and his true essence fluctuated, transforming into a dark yellow stone wall. Pung, Xianxu's slash was blocked by the yellowish-brown stone wall. The stone race was skilled in defense. With Thousand Stones focusing on defense, Xianxu's attack failed to break through his defenses. Whoosh, instead of retreating, Xianxu charged down and got close to the Thousand Stone Venerable. He slashed at the dark yellow stone wall. This strike caused cracks to appear on the yellowish-brown stone wall, spreading out like a spider web. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Xianxu's internal organs erupted, and his strength multiplied. He slashed open the 3-meter-thick yellowish-brown stone wall with one strike. Whoosh. Pung, a pitch-black demonic sword chi slashed at Thousand Stones Venerable's head, slicing off a small piece of his head. Thousand Sand Hand. Thousand Stones Venerable bellowed angrily as he raised his right hand. Yellow sand swirled around his right hand, instantly forming a dark yellow sandstone hand that was nearly 40 meters long. The hand then grabbed at Xianxu. Die. Thousand Stones Venerable was furious. He had actually been injured by a human. However, this human's instantaneous burst of strength was truly terrifying. He actually could not block the opponent's attack. Whoosh, facing Thousand Stones Venerable's furious counterattack, Xianxu temporarily retreated and pulled some distance away from the Venerable. However, the giant dark yellow sandstone hand was incredibly agile. No matter where Xianxu flew to, the giant hand would immediately follow him without slowing down in the slightest. With Xianxu's speed, he was not worried about being caught. However, dodging this huge hand would distract him. Looks like it's indeed very difficult to defeat a Venerable in a one-on-one fight. Xianxu was certain of Thousand Stones Venerable's strength. Cui Ming, Tong Wei, and Yu Lai had joined hands to unleash a killer move and heavily injured Thousand Stones Venerable. However, that was because they had the advantage in numbers. Thousand Stones Venerable could not take care of everyone. when he blocked one side, he would be attacked by the other too. On the other hand, Xianxia was facing Thousand Stones Venerable head-on. The difficulty of the two was completely different. In fact, Xianxia could also call out the Scarlet Flame King. With the two of them working together, defeating Thousand Stones Venerable would not be a problem. However, Xianxia wanted to rely on his own strength to fight. Thousand Stones Venerable's arm. Xianxia suddenly realized that Thousand Stones Venerable had always used his right arm and rarely used his left arm. Upon observation, he realized that Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm was one size smaller than his right arm. Xianxia did not know that Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm was destroyed in the battle with Yu Lai and the other human geniuses. However, as a member of the Stone Clan, he could quickly regrow an arm. However, it would take a long time for it to completely fuse with his body and heal the injury. Boom! Xianxia aimed at Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm and suddenly slashed with his sword. Not good. Thousand Stones Venerable sensed that something was wrong. He extended his left hand and struck out a huge rock palm. Boom! The black violent sword light rushed out and tore the rock palm into pieces in less than a breath's time. From this, Xianxia could tell that Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm attack was much weaker. Looks like Thousand Stones Venerable's injury is on his left arm. This is his weakness. Xianxia could not help but smile. Bang! The remnant power of Xianxu's sword fell on Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm and immediately left a 7-inch deep wound. The surrounding area was infected by the demonic wool of the Nine-Bone Demon Spirit Sword, and began to turn black. Boom! Thousand Stones Venerable's body swayed and the huge yellow sand hand in the sky immediately collapsed, but it was immediately condensed by Thousand Stones Venerable. You're courting death. How dare you attack my injury? Thousand Stones Venerable roared, looking extremely furious. Xianxia felt that this was understandable. If one discovered the enemy's weakness in battle, they would definitely attack it, no matter what it was. Swoosh! He controlled his wings and increased his speed to dodge Thousand Stones Venerable's attack. While flying, Xianxu's target was Thousand Stones Venerable's left arm, and he would swing his sword from time to time. At this moment, Thousand Stones Venerable was on guard, but he still could not block all of Xianxu's attacks. At a certain moment, when Xianxu slashed with his sword, Thousand Stones Venerable's arm was cut off by Xianxu's sword. Losing an arm would greatly affect the Venerable. Now, Xianxu was even more confident of defeating the other party. Human, I will skin you alive and tear you into pieces. Thousand Stones Venerable roared angrily. Mountain God Fist. Thousand Stones Venerable's body burst forth with an incomparably powerful and vast primordial energy. Xianxu had fought with the mountain giant before and knew that this move was a powerful secret technique of the mountain giant. It was extremely powerful. Thousand Stones Venerable released a huge amount of primordial energy, and the ground around him rumbled. Countless soil and rocks rose up and condensed into a huge arm. Boom! The huge arm, which was more than 100 feet long, was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it smashed towards Xianxu. The fist at the front of the mountain god fist was even more huge and covered a large area, as if it could destroy everything. Before the mountain god fist descended, a powerful gravitational field enveloped Xianxu, making it hard for him to dodge. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. At the critical moment, Xianxu's internal organs once again entered the berserk state, increasing his speed and strength. His powerful strength allowed him to resist the huge gravitational field, and his extreme speed allowed Xianxu to quickly retreat from the range of the mountain god fist. Boom! The fist was only 2 meters away from Xianxu, and the wind from the fist blew on Xianxu's body, producing a sizzling sound. That was close. Xianxu heaved a sigh of relief. Damned human, his speed is actually so fast. Thousand Stones Venerable was so angry that he took a few deep breaths and hammered his chest. After executing this fist, Thousand Stones Venerable fell into a temporary period of weakness. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, Xianxu immediately launched his attack. At this time, his heart was still in the berserk state. Xianxu's speed reached the limit. He turned into a fiery red beam of light, approaching Thousand Stones Venerable and slashing out with his sword. The interweaving black and red sword storm bombarded Thousand Stones Venerable's chest, shattering the stone defensive layer on his body and leaving behind a 50-foot-long black dent. This wasn't the end. Xianxu followed up with another attack, using the demonic light sword whirlwind. Boom! A giant sword energy vortex made of black light and golden flames smashed into Thousand Stones Venerable's chest. A series of noises were heard along with Thousand Stones the Venerable One's miserable shriek. Bang! Thousand Stones Venerable was forced back 6 steps, his body trembling. A black spiral dent had appeared on his chest. The power of Qianyu's 2 consecutive sword strikes had nearly struck Thousand Stones Venerable's crystal heart. The stone race's defense was formidable, and the crystal heart was the weakest part of their body. It was easy to destroy, and the stone race would immediately die. Run! Thousand Stones Venerable was panic-stricken. This was the only thought that remained in his mind. Bang! There was a loud explosion beneath Thousand Stones Venerable's feet. Then, his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Stay here. Qianyu's goal was to kill Thousand Stones Venerable, so he wouldn't let him leave so easily. His golden flame wings rapidly flapped. In less than 5 breaths of time, Qianyu had caught up to Thousand Stones Venerable. At the same time, Qianyu released the Crimson Flame King. Help me kill him. Qianyu shouted. Kill a venerable? Not bad, not bad, you have this king's style in the past. The Crimson Flame King calmly boasted. Flame Dragon Body Lock Technique. The Crimson Flame King's entire body surged with flames. He opened his mouth and spat out a sea of fire. Rumble, 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 the sea of fire surrounded Thousand Stones Venerable. Suddenly, 6 giant flame dragons rushed out from the sea of fire, each one fierce and ferocious, full of power. The 6 flame dragons rushed out together, biting at various parts of Thousand Stones Venerable's body. Under the precise control of the Crimson Flame King, Thousand Stones Venerable simply couldn't dodge. Good chance. Qianyu flew out, holding the 9-bone demon spirit sword, and stabbed at Thousand Stones Venerable's chest. The crystal heart in Thousand Stones Venerable's body was beating repeatedly, sending a sense of death. He roared crazily, his right arm bursting with unprecedented power, breaking free from a flame dragon, and then protecting his chest. Ding Qi, the 9-bone demon spirit sword, instantly landed on his palm, and quickly seeped into it. In a breath of time, the demon sword pierced through Thousand Stones Venerable's palm, but its speed slowed down, unable to pierce any further. Die. The corners of Qianyu's mouth curled up, revealing a victorious smile. He activated the second characteristic of the 9-bone demon spirit sword, transformation. The 9 bones of the demon sword seemed to come alive, emitting the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Then, each bone began to grow longer, and the entire demon sword became twice as long, piercing into Thousand Stones Venerable's crystal heart. Because if some of the half-step Empty Sea Realm geniuses who participated in the assessment joined forces, they could contend against the initial Empty Sea Realm Stone Clan. The green-haired elder spoke calmly and returned to the boat. A peak of the late-stage returning Yuan realm was able to repel an initial Empty Sea Realm mountain giant. Greetings, elder. Qianyu bowed. An elder accepting a disciple, seems like my luck is not bad. After entering Black Demon Valley, with an elder protecting me, even the Yu clan or the Chui clan can't do anything to me. At this moment, the battle situation changed. In that case, after you enter Black Demon Valley, this lord will accept you as a disciple. And the following scene made the green-haired elder's expression freeze. Immediately after, the green-haired elder's attention was focused on Qianyu's powerful bloodline and weapon. There were also some men and women who looked at Qianyu with resentment and indignation. Needless to say, they must have offered the stone crystal hearts to Qianyu. Just like before, there were still many clans who came to seek revenge on Qianyu. Qianyu immediately became vigilant. Qianyu was shocked. This green-haired elder gave him a feeling that he was extremely powerful. Even if he used all his means, he might not be a match for the other party. Elder is too kind. This Stone Clan Venerable was injured before, and I fought and killed him by luck. 1962 slaughter points. Supreme grade spiritual weapon. Although the weapon spirit was injured and did not awaken. However, the Scarlet Flame King's words still affirmed Qianyu. The Scarlet Flame King raised his head and said proudly. The huge body of Thousand Stone Venerable broke apart and fell, neatly piling up into a small mountain. The 1-month deadline was approaching. The green-haired elder couldn't help but praise. Chinyu couldn't help but feel a little proud. Just as he was about to speak. Who is it? As for the essence realm of heaven and earth, it depended on comprehension and opportunities. However, Chinyu's spiritual body aptitude and comprehension didn't seem to be high. In response, Chinyu did not kill them. Instead, he only defeated them in a friendly manner. Afterward, everyone would peacefully negotiate. As long as they offered up all of the stone crystal hearts, everything would be fine. Fortunately, he didn't feel any danger, and his heart didn't warn him. Otherwise, he would definitely run away. These little guys are smart and cautious, and didn't go deep into particularly dangerous areas. Chinyu nodded with satisfaction. Shi Wuwei asked with a smile, a little curious and expectant. Some people nearby also looked over, wanting to know Chinyu's result. The green-haired elder's eyes. If he could comprehend the space concept to a certain level, he would be able to unleash a power similar to the 300-feet-long sandstorm like Thousand Stones the Venerable. I will save you this time, and let you owe me a favor. Flame Elder set stone next stone, stone turned stone. Crimson Flame King curled his lips. A giant ship of 500 feet in length was approaching at high speed. It was pitch black in color, and its surface was covered with intricate formation patterns. At the top of the cabin were two black curved demon horns, the symbol of the Black Demon Valley. The green-haired elder's eyes blinked. Mobilizing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi was the mental power of the Void Sea realm. If Chinyu's mental power reached the Void Sea realm, he could also use this ability. However, this was very difficult. Ordinary cultivators would undergo the baptism of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi when they broke through to the Void Sea realm, allowing their mental power to soar to the Void Sea realm. Yang Fenghe continued, looking gratefully at the burly man beside him, Shi Wuwei. Guess Chen, that bastard Yan Hanshan is really despicable. He actually came up with such a plan to deal with us. According to the two sects, when the time was up, all the participants would gather together and wait for the experts of the two sects to come and pick them up. All these factors allowed Void Sea Realm Venerables to easily crush peak late-stage origin returning realm experts. Only some powerful half-step Void Sea Realm experts could exchange blows with them. This couldn't be rushed, so Chinyu could only slowly hone his skills. Chinyu quickly found a hillside where nearly 200 examinees were gathered. All of them were from Black Demon Valley. It turned out that not long after entering the Stone Cloud domain, Yang Fenghe met Shi Wuwei and joined the Shi clan's team to avoid disaster. Oh yes, my space palm technique seems to have a strong power of the concept of space. Immediately after, the boat concealed itself again and disappeared. It was unknown whether it was still nearby or had already left. I wonder how many slaughter points Brother Chen has accumulated. Yang Fenghe said indignantly. The green-haired old man revealed a suspicious look. I see that you have good talent. After the second assessment, you can become my disciple. The green-haired old man controlled the boat and sailed down. It seems that I have to practice more space palm technique and find a breakthrough point. Once I comprehend it to a certain extent, my battle power will increase a lot. This boat was a patrol boat of Black Demon Valley. There was a concealment formation on the boat. Even a late-stage Void Sea Realm Venerable would not be able to detect it if they didn't look carefully. Now, Chinyu mainly used space palm technique as an attack method. Swoosh, and the patrol boat had a video recording formation, which recorded everything that the patrol boat experienced, to prevent the two sects from cheating. The patrol boat was prepared for this assessment. Boom, out of boredom, the green-haired old man controlled the boat to fly over to have a look. The gap in spiritual essence could not be made up for other than a breakthrough in cultivation. The green-haired old man smiled. It was a good deal to take in a disciple and get a top-grade spiritual weapon. Boom. Boom, in front of the giant boat, a middle-aged man with a jade crown and a cold face said very calmly. The assessment is over. Come on up. Huh? This spiritual pet is quite strong. Chinyu found that he seemed to have an extremely high talent in space. For example, the first move of the mysterious sky palm, he did not work hard and unknowingly reached the great accomplishment realm. The green-haired old man made a decision. In addition, he also had a lot of insights in this battle. Young man, you are too humble. With your talent, how can this old man be your master? Fortunately, brother sure helped me, or I might not have been able to go back. Even this king's disciples back then were more outstanding than this old fellow. Qianyu said modestly. In the crowd, Yang Fenghe saw Qianyu and was extremely excited. Thousand Stone's venerable's body trembled as the vitality within his body rapidly dissipated and dissipated. Ever since he started patrolling, such a situation had never happened. As a result, the green-haired old man felt a little bored. Qianyu smiled. A junior at the peak of the late stage of the origin realm actually had a top-grade spiritual weapon. He must have great luck and obtained the inheritance of an expert. The green-haired old man's eyes flashed with radiance when he saw Sumo. The contents of his bragging couldn't be trusted. The Yang clan was just a 2-star faction. The strength and potential that Qianyu displayed was even more outstanding than the prodigies of the monarch clan that the green-haired old man belonged to. As long as Qianyu accumulated 500 slaughter points, he would be able to become an Inner Valley disciple and leap into the inner sect. There were only a few people like this in the history of the assessment, and almost all of them were taken in as disciples by the elders. The green-haired old man smiled and praised. He felt that there were only a few who could surpass his results. Guessed Chen. The advantage of a Void Sea Realm expert was the enormous Qi Si, the ability to manipulate the heaven and earth energy, and the comprehension of heaven and earth's intent. Every action of theirs could produce extremely powerful energy. At this moment, he sensed a huge surge of origin Qi not far away, and it fluctuated for a moment. Subsequently, Qianyu left the place and found a hidden place to rest. So powerful, fortunately, the green-haired old man didn't have any enmity towards Qianyu. Not far away, a strange-looking black boat suddenly appeared before Qianyu as if a veil had been lifted from its face. A green-haired old man flew out and looked at Qianyu with a faint smile. Wang, suddenly, the rudder in front of the green-haired old man flickered with a faint light. If a disciple participating in the assessment alarmed the forbidden existence of the stone cloud world, then all the disciples participating in the assessment would face a merciless massacre. On the ground, Qianyu pierced Thousand Stone's venerable's crystal heart with his sword. His background. The Yang family of Northern Water. That's it? The crystal heart of a Void Sea Realm venerable is worth 200 slaughter points. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to stop an early-stage Void Sea venerable. Qianyu could fight against an early-stage Void Sea Realm expert. His strength and talent were really amazing. Qianyu couldn't help but smile. Not bad. With such a cultivation base, he can kill an early-stage Void Sea Realm expert. Qianyu walked over and picked up Thousand Stone's venerable's crystal heart. The heart alone was 1 or 2 times larger than Qianyu's torso. Qianyu had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with a Void Sea Realm venerable. If the battle continued, he might not be able to kill Thousand Stone's venerable. Qianyu had a plan in mind. And then, he could arrange for Qianyu to go to his own clan. Qianyu's consciousness entered the mist-spitting bead, and roughly calculated his slaughter points. Haha, Yang Fenghe was unfamiliar with the place, surrounded by geniuses from big families, including king clans and 3-star families. Yang Fenghe only knew Qianyu, so he was very happy to see Qianyu. The blue-haired old man took out a book, flipped through it, and found Qianyu's information. There was a trace of greed in the blue-haired old man's eyes. Qianyu suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Early-stage Void Sea Realm. He felt that as long as he practiced the second style of the mysterious void palm, the power of the space conception could be regarded as a beginner. In the sky above the stone cloud world, a black-haired old man was sitting cross-legged in a strange boat. Of course, the Heavenly Jade sect also had some such patrol boats. But the blue-haired old man helped Qianyu here, so that Qianyu would owe him a favor. At that time, Qianyu would definitely not refuse his master. Obviously, it was not only Qianyu who was being targeted. Yang Fenghe was also the target of some family forces, but the bounty was relatively small. At that time, he would not be the only elder who was willing to accept Qianyu as a disciple. At that time, the elders on the patrol boat would take action to stop all this from happening. The blue-haired old man muttered to himself. And Qianyu also found the symbol of the Black Demon Valley on the boat, and immediately felt relieved. He's gone. On the hillside, the examinees had all boarded the giant ship. Elder Wei, the old man with a jade crown on his head, was sizing up everyone who had boarded the ship. There were some extraordinary races among the Stone clan that possessed special abilities. He could not allow them to disguise themselves as humans and sneak into the great cosmos realm. Secondly, Elder Wei could also sense the earth attribute energy emitted by the stone crystal heart. Some people had less of the aura on them, while others had more. He could use this to determine the number of Stone clan geniuses killed. Although it was impossible to be completely accurate, it could be used as a reference. The aura on the geniuses of the big family forces is stronger. Elder Wei thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine that most of the tests in the Stone Cloud realm were carried out by the family forces. The more powerful the geniuses of the families would naturally be able to kill more alien race beings. There were also some big family forces that would extort and rob smaller family forces for the stone crystal hearts. The upper echelons of the two sects could not stop such a situation. Elder Wei only hoped that the geniuses of the big family forces participating in the Black Demon Valley test would not attack the other examinees. After all, the two big sect forces were betting on the final results of the test to determine the winner. Moreover, the Heavenly Jade sect had a slight advantage in the number of people who had passed the first test. Elder Wei hoped that the geniuses participating in the Black Demon Valley test would rob the Heavenly Jade sect's side. This way, Black Demon Valley's chances of winning would be higher. The aura of the stone crystal heart on this kid is especially strong. Elder Wei's gaze lingered on Qianyu's body for a few breaths as he carefully sensed it. The aura of the heart of stone radiating from Qianyu's body far surpassed that of everyone else present. It was also the person with the strongest aura Elder Wei had ever encountered. So it's him? The one who swept the Chui clan's youngsters on the stairway to heaven. Elder Wei could not help but nod slightly when he recalled Qianyu's performance on the stairway to heaven. He had originally planned to take Qianyu as his disciple. Based on the current situation, Qianyu's results in the second test should be very outstanding. Elder Wei immediately made up his mind. Qianyu, Yang Fengho, Shi Wuwei, and the others boarded the Black Demon Valley's giant ship, but Qianyu suddenly felt that the Black Demon Valley elder seemed to be watching him. When he looked over, he realized that Elder Wei was looking elsewhere. Perhaps he was thinking too much. After boarding this ship, no one is allowed to take out the stone crystal heart until the result is registered. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. At this time, Elder Wei announced a rule. This was to prevent certain family powers from exchanging the stone crystal hearts for slaughter points. Maybe some people did not even have 100 slaughter points, so in order to pass the test, they would pay a price to buy slaughter points from others. Hearing this, many people immediately revealed looks of disappointment. Some of the people who had taken out the stone crystal hearts and seemed to be in the middle of a transaction broke out in cold sweat and immediately put the items into their storage spaces. Next, the giant ship sailed to another place to receive the participants of the second test. When it was almost full, the giant ship flew to an altitude of 50,000 zhang above the stone cloud world. There was a huge spatial passage here, and it was extremely stable. The giant ship drilled into the spatial passage, and before long, it brought everyone back to the sky ascension peak of the great cosmos world. Upon returning to the great cosmos world, everyone immediately felt a familiar feeling, as well as the rich heaven and earth origin energy. Many people took a deep breath. At this time, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people below the sky ascension peak. Even more people were still in the stone cloud world and had not returned. Not far away, the geniuses of the Yu clan came to the side of a green-haired old man. If Qianyu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that it was this old man who had wanted to take him as a disciple in the stone cloud world. "Yu Lai, how was the result of the second test?" the green-haired old man asked. Most of the people of the Yu clan had proud smiles on their faces. Evidently, their results were not bad. Only Yu Lai and a few geniuses of the Yu clan had gloomy expressions. "Third uncle, our stone crystal hearts were stolen by someone else," a Yu clan girl said angrily. "Oh?" The green-haired old man glanced at Yu Lai. Evidently, even Yu Lai's stone crystal heart had been stolen. Could it be the Su clan's Su Nanyun or the Hua clan's Hua Dufeng? The green-haired old man asked. The Su clan and the Hua clan were both three-star clans. They had star condensation monarchs in their clans, and they were similarly dazzling geniuses in this test. "Third uncle, it's not the Hua clan or the Su clan. It's that Chen Yu. The Yu clan girl continued. Chen Yu? The green-haired old man frowned as if he had thought of something. You lie, there shouldn't be a problem entering the inner valley, right? The green-haired old man said solemnly. It's a little too late. They didn't have time to give me the full 500 slaughter points. Yu Lai shrank his head and spoke in a soft voice. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fists, feeling extremely ashamed. After hearing this, the green-haired old man's expression instantly turned gloomy. A powerful aura spread out, causing the hearts of the people in the surroundings to tremble. Third uncle, I must take revenge. Yu Lai's expression suddenly turned ferocious as he gritted his teeth. After being robbed by Chen Yu, he was attacked by the Thousand Stones Venerable. Many geniuses died because of this. Yu Lai pushed the death of these geniuses all onto Chen Yu, making enemies for Chen Yu and increasing obstacles. But as long as Chen Yu did not die, the anger in his heart would not be appeased. Hee, isn't that easy? The green-haired old man sneered. He did not expect that because of Chen Yu, Yu Lai would not be able to accumulate 500 slaughter points, resulting in him not being able to enter the inner valley. It was only right for him to place his hatred on Chen Yu. It just so happens that I plan to accept him as a disciple. When the time comes, I'll let you be his senior brother. How about that? The green-haired old man's lips curled up, revealing a trace of mockery. Hearing this, Yu Lai's eyes flickered and he revealed an evil smile. That's right. He's just a nameless kid. If I want to play him to death, it's very easy. He was just a nobody with no background or backing. In front of the Yu tribe, he was insignificant. When the time came, Chen Yu would become a disciple of an expert of the Yu clan, and he would be at the mercy of the Yu clan. Chen Yu, this is the result of offending me. Your life and death will be in my hands. When the time comes, you should kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Yu Lai looked at Chen Yu in the distance, a cruel smile of anticipation and excitement hanging on his face. 4 hours later. All the participants of the assessment gathered at the foot of the Sky Ascension Peak. Buzz, the huge space passage in the sky slowly shrank and finally closed. On the Sky Ascension Peak. Are there only these people? It seems that because of the special nature of this assessment, many geniuses have lost their lives. The elders of the two sects observed the situation below and chatted. This time, because of the bet between the two sects, the second assessment was crueler than before. Once the participants of the two sects met, it would basically be a battle, resulting in a higher death rate than before. The number of geniuses who died in the second assessment was about 1,000. Everyone from the Black Demon Valley, now that everyone has returned, can we count the final results? A long-bearded old man of the Sky Jade sect said. Let's begin. Elder Wei glanced at the other party and nodded. The second assessment is over. Everyone's results will now be recorded. An elder of the Black Demon Valley walked out and announced the end of the assessment. Let's start recording the results. I wonder what my ranking is among all the participants. Given your strength, you definitely won't be able to enter the slaughter ranking. I heard that the two sects slaughter ranking only ranks the top 100, and those who enter will be heavily nurtured by the two sections. The participants of the two sects formed two long lines and walked up the Sky Ascension stairway. There were attendants of the two sects who were in charge of checking Shi Jing's heart and calculating the kill points. Behind them were two huge stone tablets, on which 100 names appeared in a short while. However, as the data was constantly updated, the names on the tablets also changed rapidly and were slowly replaced by new names. An hour later, the two sects had registered half of the participants. At this time, the names on the slaughter ranking had more or less stabilized. The person ranked first on the Sky Jade sect side has accumulated 912 kill points, 2 more than the person ranked first in the Black Demon Valley. However, it's hard to tell who will win just by relying on the data on the slaughter ranking. All of a sudden, the names on the slaughter ranking changed continuously. It's the Chinese. Heavens, Hua Dufeng has accumulated 1236 kill points. The registration of the Chinese geniuses caused the names on the Black Demon Valley stone tablets to be rapidly replaced. Several Chinese geniuses were listed on the slaughter ranking. Among them, Hua Dufeng had reached the top with 1236 kill points, more than 400 kill points ahead of the person in second place. Many geniuses could only look up to such a result. Humph, this young master's result is enough to rank first in this assessment. Dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, Hua Dufeng slowly walked down the sky ascension peak with his hands behind his back. Young master, it's said that there's an unwritten rule in the Black Demon Valley that the person who ranks first in every assessment can become a disciple of the Black Demon Valley's Valley Branch Master. A Chinese elite said with a smile. In that case, young master can become a disciple of a Valley Branch Master when you enter the valley? I wonder which Valley Master it is. The other woman said excitedly. There were 5 major valleys in the Black Demon Valley, namely the Demon King Valley, Evil Wind Valley, Evil Spirit Valley, and Blood Demon Valley. This is just a rumor. It's not up to us to decide who the Valley Master will accept as a disciple. Hua Dufeng shook his head slightly, but his face revealed an even more proud smile. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd boiled over. Look at the stone tablet, Sunanyun, 1258 kill points. Sunanyun's kill points are even higher than Hua Dufeng's. Hua Dufeng turned to look at the stone tablet behind him, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Sunanyun. Hua Dufeng's eyes were cold as he squeezed out 3 words. In the future, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Hua Dufeng snorted coldly, turned around and walked away. Killing points could not prove one's strength, talent, and potential. Hua Dufeng believed that he would definitely leave Sunanyun behind. On the slaughter ranking list, the first place of the Heavenly Jade sect had once again surpassed the Black Demon Valley. Whether it was the periphery, the many geniuses, or the elders on the Sky Ascension Peak, everyone was discussing this matter. Qin Yu, who was queuing up, was also paying attention to the slaughter ranking list. Why is the highest so far only a little over 1,000? When Qin Yu compared the data to his own, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Perhaps the real elites haven't come out yet, and there may be higher data in a while. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu felt that he should not be too proud. Just then, he came in front of the Black Demon Valley Deacon. Take out all the stone crystal hearts you have. Take out all the stone crystal hearts you've obtained. Attendant Lu glanced at Qin Yu, then lowered his head to sort out the data and said coldly. This kind of trivial matter of counting the kill points was very boring. Moreover, the total number of people who had passed the second assessment was 2,000, and the whole process would take a long time, which made several attendants present a little annoyed. But this was an order issued by the sect elder, and they could not disobey. If they encountered some geniuses of large families, they might be more polite and say a few words. But ordinary people without fame and background were too lazy to bother with them. Why haven't you taken them out yet? Attendant Lu frowned slightly, looking up at Qin Yu, feeling that the person in front of him looked quite clever, but why was he not at all nimble? It'll be done in a moment, Qin Yu said. He had accumulated quite a lot of stone crystal hearts, and his kill points far exceeded that of the geniuses on the slaughter ranking list. Qin Yu wondered if he should take out all of them, including the stone crystal heart of a Void Sea Venerable, and whether others would believe him. But on second thought, there should not be a problem since the Black Demon Valley Elder had witnessed him killing the Stone Clan Venerable. Therefore, Qin Yu took out all of the stone crystal hearts at once. Whoosh, suddenly, numerous stone crystal hearts of different sizes piled up on the entire table. Attendant Lu's face was completely blocked, so that Qin Yu did not see his dumbfounded expression. A burly man queuing behind Qin Yu was startled by this scene, and exclaimed on the spot, "What the hell?" Then, the burly man realized that he had lost his composure just now, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, these. So many stone crystal hearts, did you hunt them all? Heavens, who is this person? How could he take out so many stone crystal hearts? What the hell, so many stone crystal hearts? What the hell, how could there be so many stone crystal hearts, am I seeing things?" Behind Qin Yu, exclamations of astonishment sounded one after another. In front of the table, Attendant Lu opened up the stone crystal hearts, staring at Qin Yu in amazement. "These stone crystal hearts were all hunted by your excellency?" Deacon Lu held his breath and asked. But after saying that, he felt that he was talking nonsense. "Sir, please slow down. I will immediately calculate your kill points. Deacon Lu was so busy that even he didn't notice that the way he addressed Qinyu had changed from you to sir. Very soon, Deacon Lu finished calculating Shi Jing's heart. 1,962 slaughter points. Deacon Lu took a deep breath and exclaimed in disbelief. Up until now, Su Nanyun from the 3-star Su clan had 1,258 slaughter points and was ranked first. However, at this moment, he received an even more frightening number, 1,962, compared to Su Nanyun, he had 710 more slaughter points. What was even more unimaginable to Deacon Lu was that there was actually a massive stone crystal heart inside, and it emanated the aura of a void sea realm being, below the Sky Ascension peak. What's going on? It's suddenly getting lively up there. Perhaps some genius slaughter point value is a bit shocking, causing others to exclaim in admiration. Some people were discussing it. Further back, among the Yu clan geniuses, Yu Lai had a cold and gloomy expression. Qinyu, so what if you enter the inner valley? When you become a disciple of third uncle, you will be a plaything in my hands. Yu Lai imagined the scene of Qinyu being tortured in the future. Qinyu had robbed their stone crystal hearts, and his slaughter points must have exceeded 500, allowing him to enter the inner valley. But even if he was an inner valley disciple, if he offended Yu Lai, he would still end up miserable. That kid should have a lot of slaughter points. The green-haired old man gazed at Sky Ascension Peak. He had seen Qinyu kill a Void Sea Venerable with his own eyes. A Void Sea Venerable's stone crystal heart was worth 200 slaughter points. Secondly, Qinyu had also robbed the stone crystal hearts of Yu Lai and the others. Suddenly, the green-haired old man's expression changed slightly. He saw that the stone crystal hearts that Qinyu had taken out seemed to be a bit too much. Immediately afterward, the name on the stone tablet that recorded the results of the Black Demon Valley's assessment, Hua Du Feng, suddenly moved down a position. Another name appeared, impressively Qinyu. The slaughter points were 1,962. The green-haired old man blinked the moment he saw this scene, and even thought that he had seen wrongly. However, no matter how he blinked, the number did not change. At the same time, the long queue on the Sky Ascension stairway, the people waiting below, and the onlookers on the periphery of Sky Ascension Peak were all seething. 1,962 slaughter points. How is this possible? This can't be a mistake in the registration, right? It will probably be corrected later. Heavens, this number. How is this possible? Rumbling sounds reverberated around Sky Ascension Peak. Hua Du Feng, who was sitting in the palanquin sipping tea, frowned and said discontentedly, "Why is it so noisy outside?" "Young master, someone in Black Demon Valley has more slaughter points than you." Someone outside responded to Hua Du Feng. "More than me? Impossible." Hua Du Feng immediately bellowed, then violently lifted the curtain and walked out. When he saw the name and slaughter points on top of his head on the stone tablet, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the teacup in his hand slipped and smashed to pieces. Not only that, the appearance of 1,962 slaughter points alarmed the elders of the two sects in the black and white palaces of Sky Ascension Peak. Several elders of the Black Demon Valley paled slightly. "Not bad, this boy is not bad." Elder Wei praised Qinyu twice in succession. It should be known that Elder Wei had a very high authority among the elders of the Black Demon Valley. It was an honor to be praised by him in such a way. "Who is Qinyu?" "I only remember a 2.5-star force, the Qin family, nearby." An elder who did not come to the first test said in surprise and puzzlement. "Ha ha ha, 1,962 slaughter points, this is more than 700 points than Su Nanyun of Tianyu sect." A hearty elder laughed loudly. On the side of the Tianyu sect, there was a burst of cold rebuttal. "Humph, Black Demon Valley is too shameless to cheat in the test." The long-bearded old man snorted coldly. "According to the agreement, cheating in the test will be judged as a loss of the bet. This boy must also be severely punished. How dare he cheat in such an important test? He completely disregards me." The elders of the Tianyu sect spoke out one after another. "Humph, the people of the Tianyu sect are too careless. You haven't produced any evidence, yet you accuse the genius of Black Demon Valley of cheating?" Elder Wei was the first to refute the Tianyu sect. You haven't produced any evidence, yet you accuse the genius of Black Demon Valley of cheating. I say that everyone in your Tianyu sect cheated. Another angry elder scolded. Black Demon Valley and the Tianyu sect had always been at odds, and would never let go of any opportunity to attack the other. Moreover, Qianyu's results were indeed very astonishing, and could completely suppress the Tianyu sect to the point that they could not lift their heads. This time it was a bet between two sects, and the outcome was hard to predict. Perhaps Qianyu's 1,962 slaughter points could affect the outcome of the bet. A peak late-stage returning Yuan realm accumulating 1,962 slaughter points, this itself is a kind of evidence. Don't tell me that just because you don't look like your father, it proves that you're not your father's biological son? The hot-tempered elder's shocking words made the Tianyu sect's side furious. The upper echelons of the two sects argued fiercely. The entire top of the Sky Ascension Peak was surging, and the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth surged violently. The examinees lining up below were oppressed by the violent and terrifying power to the point that they were unable to breathe. It seems to be getting out of hand. Qianyu looked around and finally sighed. Your Excellency, your slaughter points have been tallied. Deacon Liu said very politely. As for how Qianyu's results would be judged, that was not something he could control. At this moment, on the Sky Ascension Peak, weren't the elders of the two sects arguing fiercely? Qianyu nodded and left the place. When he went down, everyone in the queue stared at Qianyu with different expressions. Brother Chen, you've really made a name for yourself this time. Shi Wuwei ran over and stared at Qianyu for a moment before laughing heartily. One had to know that the total number of examinees participating in the 2 3.5-star factions was more than 10,000. For the first round of assessment, Qianyu was considered to have amazed everyone. But for the second round of assessment, Qianyu had simply shocked everyone. With 1,962 slaughter points, Qianyu had completely suppressed everyone else. There was a huge gap between him and the person in second place. Kiki, it's just luck. Qianyu laughed. But this was the truth. During the trip to the Stone Cloud world, there were constantly clans that came to find trouble with Qianyu. In the end, they all obediently offered up the stone crystal hearts, which resulted in him accumulating such a horrifying amount. One had to know that the Stone Clan's living beings in the Stone Cloud world were also limited. There weren't any Stone Clan living beings in the late stage of the Origin realm that could be found everywhere. It was rather difficult to rob a clan and it would take a lot of time and effort. Qianyu's situation was different. Those clans had taken the initiative to send themselves to him. Swoosh! 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 Around the Sky Ascension Peak, many figures seemed to have received some sort of order as they all flew to the peak of the Sky Ascension Peak. Among them included the green-haired elder that Qianyu had met once in the Stone Cloud world. Ha ha ha, Shi Wuwei laughed loudly and didn't know what to say. Even he didn't believe that Qianyu was just lucky. Right at this moment, a group of prodigies from the Chui clan walked over. Kiki, Qianyu, you really don't know the severity of the situation. How dare you cheat in such an occasion? And you don't even have a brain. You even told everyone that you cheated. Chui Yan'er sneered, the two sects elders will definitely investigate this matter. At that time, not only will your results be cancelled, you will also receive the most severe punishment. She simply didn't believe that Qianyu could accumulate so many slaughter points. Therefore, she was certain that Qianyu cheated. You don't have to be concerned about this. Qianyu had a calm expression. He felt that if he didn't cheat, the Black Devil Valley would definitely do their best to protect him. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem. You care about you? How shameless. Chui Yan'er's almond eyes widened in anger but quickly calmed down. She felt that she didn't need to argue with Qianyu. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Qianyu would definitely receive severe punishment for cheating. Suddenly, a loud and imposing voice echoed from the Sky Ascension Peak. After verification, Qianyu's results are true. No evidence of cheating was found. Therefore, the results are valid. The upper echelons of the two sects had all the members who had been patrolling the Stone Cloud realm take out their patrol boats and activate the recording formation on them to flip through the recordings. However, none of the boats recorded any clues that Qianyu had cheated. Some of the arrays on the boats even had images of Qianyu robbing Shi Jing's heart. The patrol boat belonging to the green-haired old man from the Yu clan had recorded the scene of Qin Yu slaughtering the Void Sea Stone tribe creature. The scene left the upper echelons of the two great sect completely flabbergasted. The mystery of the Stone Race Venerable's heart's origin was resolved. The Black Demon Valley, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Not only had they cleared Qin Yu of suspicion, but they had also obtained such an amazing genius and dealt a blow to the Tianyu sect. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Jade sect were silent, their expressions either cold or furious. The higher-ups of Black Demon Valley took into account that Qin Yu's results might not be convincing to outsiders, so they announced it in public. "Brother Chen, your result is valid." Shi Wuwei was pleasantly surprised. He had not expected such an outcome. The geniuses of the Cui clan opposite to Qin Yu were all dumbfounded. Cui Yan'er was even more dumbfounded. Her face blushed and felt hot as if she had just been slapped. "Miss Cui, I've said it before. You don't have to worry about it." The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curled up as he smiled proudly. "How is this possible? What despicable means did you use?" Cui Yan'er's chest heaved up and down as she said in disbelief. "Oh? Does Miss Cui mean that the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect and Black Demon Valley are wrong in their judgment?" Qin Yu sneered. Cui Yan'er was about to speak, but she suddenly stopped. She realized that she had been too impulsive just now. Even if the judgment of the Sky Jade sect and Black Demon Valley elders was wrong, she could not say such words here. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Even if the words of the strong were wrong or incorrect, the weak could not refute them. There were many others who had the same idea as Cui Yan'er. However, since the higher-ups of the two sects had spoken, they could only believe it. If there really was a problem with Qin Yu's results, how could the Sky Jade sect, an enemy force of the Black Demon Valley, not make a move? Compared to the skepticism and denial of most people, only a few of the Yang family young masters present were very happy and excited. "Amazing! Brother Chen wants to trample all the geniuses under his feet. Haha, even if I enter the Black Demon Valley as an odd job servant, with Brother Chen's protection, I will still be a remarkable existence among the odd job servants." The disciples of the Yang family said excitedly. "Is he really from a small world?" Yang Fenghe raised his head and sighed. Back then, he thought that Qin Yu was a country bumpkin and took the initiative to challenge Qin Yu. Now, Qin Yu stood above the geniuses of countless clans and forces. Every time Yang Fenghe recalled this, he felt that it was ridiculous. However, when he recalled this matter when he was old, his heart was filled with pride. Whoosh, at the summit of Ascension Peak, a few figures flew down. One of them, a green-haired elder, came to the side of the Yu clan disciples. "Third uncle, did the sect make a mistake? Qin Yu must have cheated." Yu Lai's face was full of fear and panic. Qin Yu's results had really frightened him. "Shut up, this matter has been decided." The green-haired elder immediately bellowed. An invisible power spread out and blasted at Yu Lai's mind, awakening him from his panic. Only then did Yu Lai realize that he had just spoken words that questioned the upper echelons of the Black Demon Valley. "Third uncle, no matter what, I must take revenge. You must take him as a disciple under the control of the Yu clan." Yu Lai calmed down, his face full of gloomy resentment. "Given Qin Yu's performance in this assessment, I'm afraid there are many elders who want to take him as a disciple. Fortunately, I have been in contact with Qin Yu for a long time, and there is a certain hope of taking him as a disciple." The green-haired elder's face was deep and his eyes were deep, making it impossible to see through his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yu Lai was relieved. "That's not right." Suddenly, the green-haired elder seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. "Qin Yu's results in the 2 assessments have far surpassed everyone else and become the top new disciple. In that case, it's impossible for me to take him as a disciple. His master will be..." The green-haired elder muttered to himself, his expression suddenly turning solemn. Yu Lai listened carefully and seemed to think of something. Immediately, he said with a look of surprise, "Third uncle, that's impossible, right? Does the Black Demon Valley really have such a rule?" Yu Lai had also heard that in the assessment that was held once every 5 years, the one who entered the Black Demon Valley with the first result would be taken as a disciple by one of the 5 Valley Masters. Each of the 5 Valley Masters of the Black Demon Valley was a legendary figure in the southern region. Under normal circumstances, the one who enters the Black Demon Valley with the first result is also the most talented, and will indeed be taken as a disciple by one of the 5 Valley Masters. The green-haired elder frowned slightly as he explained. Of course, if the first, second, and third results were not much different, and the Valley Master valued the latter more, the latter could also be taken as a disciple. In short, the one with the best results was qualified, and the specific choice depended on the preference of the Valley Master. The 5 Valley Masters are taking in a disciple. As if struck by lightning, Yu Lai's body froze on the spot. On the other side, Qin Yu had now become a big celebrity. No matter where he stood, he would be the center of attention. Therefore, under Shi Wuwei's invitation, Qin Yu came to rest in the other party's carriage. Outside, there were still many examinees registering their results. On the Black Demon Valley and the Heavenly Jade Sect slaughter ranking list, names constantly disappeared and new names appeared, and the number of slaughter points was also increasing. But those who could get close to Sun Nanyun's 1,258 slaughter points were extremely few, and there were only a handful of people. As for Qin Yu's monstrous result, it was simply a number that could only be looked up to but not touched. Soon, the scores of all the examinees had been registered. The freshman assessment is now over. The Black Demon Valley will release the list of examinees tomorrow. Everyone must report to the Black Demon Valley 3 days later. The Heavenly Jade Sect will announce the examinees tomorrow. Report to the Black Demon Valley within 5 days. Those who are late will be invalidated. After the higher-ups of the 2 sects gave their respective announcements, the assessment of the 2 3.5-star forces came to an end. I wonder who won the bet between the 2 sects this time. A Shi family disciple was very curious. That's not something we can control. Another person shook his head with a smile. Brother Chen, you and I already have the quota to enter the Black Demon Valley. Why don't you go with me? Shi Wuwei invited Qin Yu to go with him. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Yu said politely. Shi Wuwei smiled and said a few polite words. In fact, with Qin Yu's performance in the assessment, he could be considered to have become famous in the southern domain. There were definitely many families and forces that wanted to recruit Qin Yu. Shi Wuwei had just received a message from the higher-ups of the Shi family, asking him to build a good relationship with Qin Yu, and it would be best if he could bring Qin Yu to the Shi family. Subsequently, Qin Yu and the Yang family followed the Shi family's team and left the Sky Ascension Peak. Shi Wuwei, Qin Yu, and the Yang family were very clear about their own results, so they only set off for Black Demon Valley 3 days later. On this day, the Shi family's airship arrived outside the Azure Forest Mountain Abyss. Black Demon Valley was located in the Azure Forest Mountain Abyss. Danger lurked everywhere outside the valley, and fierce beasts roamed freely. As Black Demon Valley had recently recruited new disciples, the disciples of Black Demon Valley had specially opened up a passage that allowed them to reach the mountain gate of Black Demon Valley unimpeded. Brother Chen, what do you think Black Demon Valley looks like? Shi Wuwei stood at the bow of the ship and asked, pointing into the distance. That's Black Demon Valley? Qin Yu gazed into the distance. In the dark forest of the mountain abyss, there was a huge basin where majestic buildings rose from the ground. It was shrouded in the power of formations and emitted a powerful and solemn aura. It looks like a foot? Qin Yu immediately said after observing for a while. Yes, the shape of the entire Black Demon Valley is like an incomparably huge foot. The palm is the outer valley area of Black Demon Valley, and the 5 toes are the core area of the inner valley. The 5 toes represent the 5 great valleys of Black Demon Valley, namely the Demon King Valley, Evil Wind Valley, Evil Spirit Valley, and Blood Demon Valley. Shi Wuwei explained with a smile. I didn't expect it to be so particular. Qin Yu looked over once again. This time, he surveyed the whole scene and felt that the Black Demon Valley was more like a footprint. He could faintly feel a sense of primordial overbearingness from it, causing one's heart to tremble and feel a sense of awe. At this time, Qin Yu noticed that the airship was descending. Apart from people from the inner valley of Black Demon Valley, no one is allowed to fly high in the sky after entering the Azure Forest mountain range. Shi Wuwei explained. A 3-star overlord force was so powerful that anyone who approached the sect had to obey the rules set by the sect. Before long, Qinyu, the Shi family, the Yang family, and the others entered Black Demon Valley from the position of the foot. There were many others who came to report like them. Qinyu glanced at the huge stone tablet in front of the mountain gate, which was densely packed with names, all of which were the new disciples of Black Demon Valley. There were more than 2,000 people. Among them, Qinyu's name was at the top. Not long after advancing, Qinyu and the others came to a square where all the people who came to report were gathered. There were disciples and elders of the 5 great valleys all around, and many people were gathered nearby. Should I choose the Valley of Evil Wind or the Valley of Demon King? The Valley of Demon King is now the most prosperous of the 5 great valleys of Black Demon Valley. Right in front of the square was a palace, and one could faintly see a figure moving inside. The arrival of Qinyu immediately caused a sensation. Qinyu, he is the person who obtained more than 1,900 slaughter points. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? TSK, who knows how he got his results? The sounds of discussion immediately rose, and Qinyu suddenly became the center of attention. Even within the hall, there were a few gazes that swept over, causing Qinyu to feel as if the secrets of his body were being seen through. Just then, a man in a golden brocade robe, surrounded by many young talents, walked into Qinyu. The man in the brocade robe had a cold expression, his hands behind his back, and his clear and cold eyes slightly sized up Qinyu. Hua Dufeng, Shi Wuwei, Yang Fengho, and the others immediately tensed up, not daring to speak. Hua Dufeng was the proud son of heaven of the 3-star Hua family, and if not for Qinyu, his result would have been the first. Qinyu looked over, and vaguely felt a sense of hostility from Hua Dufeng. Just then, a figure suddenly walked out of the palace, shrouded in mist, and said in an illusory voice, Hua Dufeng, are you willing to come here to cultivate? A core elder personally accepting a disciple. As expected of Hua Dufeng. Hua Dufeng's gaze immediately shifted from Qinyu to the elder. Disciple pays his respects to master. Hua Wuliang, are you willing to become my disciple? At this moment, a black-robed elder of the Spirit Valley suddenly spoke. The genius called Hua Wuliang, who had not yet chosen which valley to enter, immediately came to the location of the Spirit Valley and knelt on one knee. Disciple is willing. Brother Chen, have you decided which valley to choose? Shi Wuwei asked. Brother Chen, have you made up your mind? Which valley will you choose? Seeing that Qinyu did not answer immediately, Shi Wuwei added, Brother Chen, you don't have to rush to make a decision. Given your results, there will definitely be many elders fighting to accept you as a disciple. You can go to whichever valley your master is in. Hua Dufeng and Hua Wuliang were both in the same situation. But the strange thing is, why didn't any elder come forward to accept Qinyu as a disciple? Shi Wuwei suddenly noticed this and was rather puzzled. Qinyu's result in the second round of assessment had surpassed Hua Dufeng, who was in second place, by more than 700 killing points. In addition, Qinyu's result in the first round of assessment was also very outstanding. In this new disciple assessment, Qinyu's result was definitely number 1. However, Hua Dufeng, who was in second place, and the other top geniuses, all had elders come forward to accept them as disciples. But no one was interested in Qinyu. Dongguowen, I wish to accept you as a disciple. Do you have any objections? A cold and arrogant elder asked in a domineering manner. Disciple does not dare. Greetings, master. A talented female disciple immediately knelt down. Encountering such an expert, it was impossible for him not to become a disciple of the other party. After a while, 3 elders appeared to accept disciples. Qinyu, the highly anticipated number 1 in the assessment, was still standing there. Qinyu was also very surprised by this. His assessment result did not deserve such treatment. He glanced at the green-haired elder he had met in the Stone Cloud world, who was busy at the registration office in the Demon King Valley. Originally, Qinyu had planned to become the disciple of the green-haired elder and enter the Demon King Valley at the same time. It was said that the Demon King Valley was the most prosperous of the 5 great valleys of the Black Demon Valley. Haha, there is indeed something fishy about this. Qinyu's result must be fake. Although I don't know how the result is determined to be valid, no elder is willing to accept him as a disciple. Heh, If this year's top examinee is not taken in as a disciple by an elder, then it would really be a joke. The surrounding crowd was filled with discussions. Most of them were people who envied Qianyu. Now that they saw Qianyu's predicament, they felt much better. However, some of the geniuses from the big families and forces knew some inside information. They all remained silent as waves surged in their hearts. No elder wants to take him as a disciple. Could it be that the Valley Master really took a fancy to him? Yu Lai, who was in the crowd, bit his lips so hard that he did not even notice a trace of blood seeping out. In the hall in front of him, many elders glanced at Qianyu and sighed. This kid is a genius in body refinement. He should become my disciple. A 4-meter-tall middle-aged man clad in a fur coat snorted angrily. However, the main hall was isolated by an array formation. No matter how loud his voice was, the people outside could not hear him. If that's the case, why isn't Honorable Ironly taking action? The enchanting black fiend woman gave a charming smile. Haha, the elders could not help but burst out laughing. According to the rules, Qianyu would become the Valley Master's disciple unless after today, the Valley Master did not say anything, which meant that the Valley Master had abandoned Qianyu. Only then could the other elders come forward to take in a disciple. Otherwise, if the Valley Master suddenly came forward to take in Qianyu, the elders would have no choice but to give up the disciple. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? At this moment, a figure in red flew over from afar and landed outside the main hall. The woman's skin was as fair as snow, but she wore a bright red dress. Her facial features were as beautiful as a flower, as if carefully drawn by an artist. Senior Sister Xianxia. Senior Sister Xianxia has become even more beautiful after a few months. On the square, almost all the older disciples of the Black Demon Valley looked over. The woman was called Tu Xianxia, a true disciple of the Black Demon Valley. At the same time, she was also one of the 5 great beauties of the Black Demon Valley and the target of many male disciples. However, why would a dignified true disciple come to the place where new disciples were poured in? Tu Xianxia's blood-red eyes swept around with a seductive smile, and her gaze finally fell on Qianyu. Chen, you're finally here. Tu Xianxia's smile became even more beautiful. Qianyu was startled. Such a breathtaking beauty was actually coming for him. But he did not know this woman at all. Suddenly, the tip of Qianyu's nose picked up a faint fragrance. Soon after, he discovered that Tu Xianxia had unknowingly arrived beside him. That fair and tender face of hers was currently observing him from a close distance. So fast, Qianyu's pupil shrank slightly, and he felt a bit of awe for this girl. The next moment, Tu Xianxia stretched out her hand, patted Qianyu's shoulder, and then said with a smile, "Let's go, little junior brother, don't let master wait too long." Nearby, many people stared at Tu Xianxia and Qianyu. Several older disciples were even more indignant. Who is this? How can he be so intimate with Xianxia? Is he Xianxia's man? Qianyu's luck is so good? He just came to the Black Demon Valley, and he already has a romantic encounter? Idiot, didn't you hear what Xianxia said? She called that kid little junior brother. A mature-looking male disciple shouted. Little junior brother? Isn't Xianxia's master the Silent Blood Valley Master of the Blood Demon Valley? Could it be that the Silent Blood Valley Master wants to accept a disciple? Another person exclaimed and covered his mouth. At this moment, everyone realized that Tu Xianxia's master wanted to accept Qianyu as a disciple. And the new disciples were curious. There were so many elders present, but no one wanted to accept Qianyu as a disciple. Who was this beautiful girl's master? May I ask who Senior Sister's master is? Qianyu asked after hesitating for a moment. What? Are you not willing to become my master's disciple? Tu Xianxia asked with a playful expression. It's not like that, it's just that this elder had agreed with me that when I enter the Black Demon Valley, I will become his disciple. Qianyu took the initiative to speak, looking at the green-haired elder. Back then, the green-haired elder had personally agreed to accept Qianyu as a disciple. If Qianyu casually became a disciple of another elder, it would most likely make this elder unhappy. Secondly, Qianyu was more inclined to the Demon King Valley. On the other side, the green-haired elder's body slightly trembled and his face twitched when he heard Qianyu's words. Oh? Elder Yu Jiashan has a good eye, to have taken a fancy to the same disciple as master. Tu Zhixiang looked at the green-haired elder, smiling even more charmingly. Haha, Qinyu scored first in this assessment and is extremely talented. This old man's qualifications are limited, and I am unable to teach him. It's better to let the Silent Blood Valley Master personally guide him. The green-haired elder Yu Jieshan had a smile on his face, but inwardly, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was extremely depressed and secretly cursed Qinyu several times. Of course, he wanted to accept Qinyu as a disciple, but how would he dare to snatch the Valley Master's disciple? That would be courting death. Silent Blood Valley Master? Qinyu was taken aback. The one who wanted to accept him as a disciple turned out to be a Valley Master of the Black Demon Valley. In addition, he learned from Tu Zhixiang that the green-haired elder's surname was Yu. Qinyu instantly felt that the matter of Yu Jieshan wanting to accept him as a disciple did not seem to be what he had imagined. That's good. Tu Zhixiang's smile faded, and she looked a little more serious. She immediately said to Qinyu, "Let's go, don't let Master wait too long, he has a bad temper." Yes. Qinyu took a deep breath, took a deep look at Yu Jieshan, and left with Tu Zhixiang. Silent Blood Valley Master, one of the 5 Valley Masters of the Black Demon Valley, Brother Chen has been accepted as a disciple by the Valley Master. Shi Wuwei, Yang Fengho, and the others watched as Qinyu left. The shock in their hearts did not subside for a long time. Ordinary people would be satisfied as long as they could enter the Black Demon Valley, and those who could leap into the inner sect were few and far between. For example, apart from Yang Fengho, the other members of the Yang family could only be servants in the Black Demon Valley. But not only did Qinyu leap into the inner sect, he had also become the Valley Master's disciple, and his status was already at the level of a true disciple. As expected, the Valley Master has accepted a disciple. Yu Lai's arms trembled slightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Qinyu, the one who was accepted as a disciple by the Silent Blood Valley Master, is clearly me. I will take back what you have taken away from me sooner or later. Hua Dufeng's calm and proud eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity and determination. Qinyu followed Tu Zhixiang and flew for a long distance. This was the outer valley area, which was very vast. Along the way, many people looked at Tu Zhixiang, and then at Qinyu. Soon, the two arrived in front of a valley. This place was isolated by a formation boundary, and ordinary people could not enter at all. Beside the valley, there was a black stone tablet, on which were written 3 domineering words full of demonic intent: Blood Demon Valley. If the 5 great valleys were the 5 toes of a foot, then the Blood Demon Valley was located at the position of the ring finger. As soon as they entered the inner valley area, Qinyu felt a strong wave of heaven and earth yuan qi rush towards him. In the depths of the Blood Demon Valley, there was a huge demonic intent that intimidated all living beings. Just cultivating in the inner valley area is 1 or 2 times better than cultivating in the outer valley. Qinyu made a mental comparison. I heard that little junior brother accumulated more than 1,900 kill points in the second assessment, which is 700 to 800 more than the second place. Tu Zhixiang asked with a smile, like a little girl worshipping the strong. Haha, I was just lucky. Qinyu steeled his mind, and was not fooled by Tu Zhixiang's performance. Senior sister, I hope that this is not luck. If one does not have true strength, it would not be a good thing to become a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley's master. Tu Zhixiang smiled. This was the second time Qinyu had heard about the Silent Blood Valley's master from Tu Zhixiang. Why did he feel that this Silent Blood Valley's master was not easy to deal with? Under Tu Zhixiang's lead, Qinyu came to a quiet mountain forest. There were only 2 kinds of plants in the surroundings. One was a black fruit tree, and the other was a red flower. The black fruit tree had round black fruits that emitted demonic intent mist, while the red flower was shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist that emitted a sweet and fragrant smell of blood. Demonic intent fruit. This fruit will be born in places with dense demonic qi. Some powerful demonic cultivators will also be born in the vicinity after seclusion. And this red flower is a blood qi flower. This plant will naturally be born in places with dense blood qi. Qinyu observed the surrounding fruit trees. In the residence of the Silent Blood Valley's master, there were 300 demonic intent fruit trees and over 500 blood qi flowers. These precious materials were cultivation treasures for blood and demonic cultivators. It was unknown whether they were planted by the Silent Blood Valley's master or if they naturally grew because of him. Passing through the forest, Xianxia saw a cliff with a blood-red waterfall hanging on it. Beside the blood waterfall, inside a simple palace stood a white-haired old man dressed in a black robe. His crimson eyes immediately swept across Xianxia and Tu Zhixiang, who had just arrived. So powerful, the moment this old man looked at him, Xianxia felt an enormous pressure. He felt that he could not move, and even breathing was extremely difficult. "You are my new disciple?" The Silent Blood Valley's master's aged and dignified voice sounded. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it the other party who wanted to take him as a disciple? It was as if Xianxia was begging the other party to be his master. "You are my new disciple?" Although Xianxia was speechless at the Silent Blood Valley master's question, he could not express it. After all, the other party was one of the 5 valley masters of the Black Demon Valley. He was a legendary figure in the southern region with an exceedingly powerful cultivation. At this moment, the Silent Blood Valley master's gaze was fixed on Xianxia. As he asked this question, an even more astonishing and powerful pressure descended on Xianxia's body, causing him to feel a sense of crisis. At this time, it was extremely difficult for Xianxia to move or speak. "What level has this person's cultivation reached?" Xianxia exclaimed. He felt that the Silent Blood Valley master was not just ordinarily difficult to deal with. The other party did not seem to be very interested in his new disciple, nor did he have a good impression of him. Xianxia even felt that if he said something that displeased the other party, the Silent Blood Valley master might immediately fly into a rage, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could speak. However, if he could not even speak, how would Xianxia acknowledge him as his master? If the deadlock continued and he could not even speak, it would mean that he, the new disciple, was disrespectful to the valley master. The consequences would be unimaginable. At the side, Tu Zhixiang's alluring lips slightly parted as she saw this scene. She was secretly alarmed. Junior brother's luck is not good. He has encountered a time when master is not happy. If Xianxia could not get through this, he would not be able to become the Silent Blood Valley master's disciple and would even be punished. Xianxia also gradually thought of this point. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing, especially when the Silent Blood Valley Lord was questioning him. He secretly circulated his essential essence, and his physical strength erupted. Xianxia's body moved slightly, shaking the almost solidified pressure around him. A series of humming sounds rang out in the air. As his heart beat strongly, Xianxia's qi and blood surged, breaking through all restraints. Pung! Xianxia suddenly knelt on one knee, producing a loud sound of metal hitting the ground. However, the ground was extremely hard for some reason. Under the impact of Xianxia's strength, only a few cracks appeared. "Disciple Xianxia pays his respects to master," Xianxia said. Although this master was not easy to deal with, the other party's cultivation and status were still there. Becoming a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley master would definitely bring him many benefits. Instantly, the entire forest quietened down, and the suffocating pressure disappeared in an instant. Xianxia felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. "And, from now on, you will be my disciple. Don't ruin my reputation." The Silent Blood Valley Lord nodded and said in a deep voice. Finally, Xianxia successfully became the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley master. From the words of the Silent Blood Valley Lord, Xianxia felt that the other party was a very proud person. Hee, Tu Zhixiang could not help but chuckle. She was just worried that Xianxia would fail. At the same time, she also hoped that little junior brother was a powerful genius with outstanding talent. "Disciple will definitely not disgrace master's name," Xianxia said seriously. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you 7 years to enter the Southern Region's prodigy ranking." The Silent Blood Valley master's voice was extremely loud, cold, and domineering. Xianxia somewhat regretted his previous words. Xianxia had also heard of the Southern Region's prodigy ranking. This ranking only recorded the geniuses of the entire Southern Region who were under the age of 50. There were only restrictions on region and age, and no restrictions on cultivation level. It was said that those who could enter this ranking were all talented geniuses of the Southern Region, or core disciples nurtured by large sect forces. The entire ranking only recorded 100 people, but the entire Southern Region was many times larger than the Kunyan domain, and it was unknown how many geniuses there were. Just the Black Demon Valley alone had recruited more than 2,000 new disciples this year. Countless geniuses in the entire southern domain were fighting to make it onto the ranking. One could imagine how difficult it was to enter the southern region's prodigy ranking. It was a competition with the entire southern region's young geniuses, and it was not easy to stand out. And the deadline that the Silent Blood Valley Master gave to Chen Yu was 7 years. Your fourth senior sister Xianxia is currently ranked 63rd on the prodigy ranking. You must keep up with her. The Silent Blood Valley Master glanced at Tu Xianxia. Ranked 63rd on the prodigy ranking? Chen Yu seriously sized up Tu Xianxia. Chen Yu did not notice that Tu Xianxia had suddenly approached him when the new disciples were reporting. Tu Xianxia was definitely a Void Sea Realm Venerable, but Chen Yu could not determine her specific cultivation level. In other words, in the entire southern region, there are at least 62 people under the age of 50 who are stronger than fourth senior sister? Chen Yu was shocked. The reason why there were at least some monstrous geniuses who were not famous or in seclusion. Little junior brother, you must quickly catch up to senior sister. Tu Xianxia revealed a proud smile and teased Chen Yu. Swoosh, inside the hall, the Silent Blood Valley Lord suddenly waved his hand, and a dark red beam of light shot towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu's eyes flashed, and he reached out to catch it. It was a black token with 2 curved horns on it. This is your legacy disciple identity token. With this token, you can enter my residence at any time. However, if you disturb my rest for no reason, I will not let you off lightly. Yes. Chen Yu felt that the Silent Blood Valley Master was too strict. It was as if he was going to punish him for no reason. The token contains a portion of Master's essence force. If you encounter a crisis that you cannot deal with, you can activate it and escape. Of course, the essence force that Master left behind can only instantly bring you 10,000 miles away. If you encounter any difficulties or obstacles on the path of cultivation, you will have to use your own strength to clear them. The Silent Blood Valley Master spoke again, and his tone was much gentler than before. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Chen Yu's head moved slightly. He felt that this master's temper did not seem to be that bad. However, the Silent Blood Valley Master's next words caused Chen Yu's impression of him to change. Master is usually very busy. If you have any doubts or difficulties in your cultivation, you can look for your senior brothers and sisters. The Silent Blood Valley Master said irresponsibly. If there's nothing urgent, you can leave first. Before you leave, you can pick a demonic intent fruit and a blood chi flower from here. The Silent Blood Valley Master began to chase him away. This disciple will take his leave. Chen Yu awkwardly left. After leaving the Silent Blood Valley Master's residence, Chen Yu picked the largest demonic intent fruit from a nearby fruit tree. Then, he picked a nearby blood chi flower. Little junior brother, how do you feel about becoming a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master? Tu Xianxia asked with a chuckle. Haha, Chen Yu chuckled and did not say anything else. The Silent Blood Valley Master would definitely be able to hear their conversation here. He would not fall for his fourth senior sister's trick. Senior sister, I will return first. Chen Yu bade farewell to Tu Xianxia. It was his first day here, and there were many things that he had yet to settle. After Chen Yu left, a gentle-looking man landed beside Tu Xianxia. Fourth junior sister? Little junior brother has already left? The gentle-looking man asked. Yes, third senior brother, you're a step too late. Our little junior brother is not ordinary. Tu Xianxia smiled. Oh? What's so special about him? The gentle-looking man revealed a smile, and his long and narrow eyes flickered. Don't you know that little junior brother's results this time have left the other geniuses of the Black Demon Valley and Heavenly Jade sect behind? I've heard of this. The gentle-looking man's expression did not change. In addition, Master has set a goal for little junior brother to enter the prodigy list within 7 years. Tu Xianxia said very seriously. This time, the gentle-looking man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes deepened. Even fifth junior brother's goal back then was to enter the prodigy list within 8 years, while Master has set a goal for me to enter the list within 10 years. When Tu Xianxia finished speaking, she showed a disappointed expression. In this way, it seems that Master really has high hopes for junior brother. The gentle-looking man smiled. As disciples of the Silent Blood Valley Master, they all knew that the stricter a master was to a disciple, the more it meant that he thought highly of them and had great expectations for them. This time, the 7-year goal that the Silent Blood Valley Master had set for Xianxia was indeed very harsh and severe. Even the most outstanding disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, who was also 5th junior brother, was given a deadline of 8 years. But I think there's a higher possibility that Master is in a bad mood and is deliberately making fun of little junior brother. Tu Zhixiang returned to her original appearance, revealing a beautiful smile. After Xianxia left the Silent Blood Valley Master's residence, he used his identity token to receive the Black Demon Valley disciples' clothing and related items. The true disciples lived in the Inner Valley area, and Xianxia's residence was a separate courtyard that he could choose on his own. Xianxia chose a relatively quiet courtyard that he was satisfied with and moved in. As it was getting late, Xianxia decided to cultivate in seclusion. He took out a round pitch-black fruit, which was the demon wolf fruit that he picked at the Silent Blood Valley Master's residence. Gotcha! With a light bite, the fruit entered his mouth, and a cold and berserk mental power erupted, penetrating through Xianxia's body and entering his soul level. The demon wolf fruit could help a demonic cultivator strengthen their demonic heart and strengthen their mental power. What a powerful demonic will! Xianxia gritted his teeth. At this moment, he only felt that there was a brutal and ferocious beast rampaging in his mind. After a period of time, the fruit's effect disappeared, and Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia closed his eyes and sensed that his mental power was more condensed than before, and it was also emitting a more powerful demonic will. A truly powerful demonic cultivator could make the enemy tremble in fear with just a glance. Xianxia felt that the Silent Blood Valley Master was such an existence, and that he was far from it. After tasting a few more mouthfuls of the demon wolf fruit, Xianxia picked up the blood chi flower, plucked off a petal, and swallowed it. Immediately, Xianxia felt the blood in his body become boiling hot, and it quickly flowed through his meridians. The tiredness brought about by the demon wolf fruit was instantly swept away. In addition, for people with special bloodlines, if they used their bloodline too much and their bloodline was exhausted, consuming the blood chi flower would have a certain nourishing effect. Unlike Xianxia's bloodline, which existed in the mysterious heart's internal space, the blood chi flower had no effect on his bloodline. Blood-glazed flame can also use the blood chi flower to improve the quality of the spiritual flame. Xianxia summoned a resplendent blood-red glazed flame, plucked a petal of the blood chi flower, and threw it into it. The strength of the blood glass flame had nothing to do with Xianxia's level of cultivation. Xianxia needed to continuously increase the quality of the blood glass flame in order to increase the power of the spirit flame. In fact, the power of the spirit flame could even exceed that of Xianxia himself. However, the prerequisite was that Xianxia had enough resources to nurture and strengthen the blood glass flame. The blood chi flower was not very useful to Xianxia himself, so Xianxia planned to use it all to nurture the blood glass flame. After a day of cultivation, Xianxia opened his eyes and went to the outer valley area the next morning. On the second day that the new disciples entered the valley, there would be an elder explaining some things so that the new disciples would not be like headless flies after entering an unfamiliar place. In an open-air plaza in the Blood Demon Valley, 300 to 400 young men and women gathered. They were all the new disciples who had entered the valley. Xianxia's arrival was still very eye-catching. It's Xianxia. I heard that he was directly accepted as a disciple by the Valley Master. He really reached the heavens in a single step. This kid's luck is too good. Many people were extremely envious. To be accepted as a disciple by the Valley Master was such an honor. Everyone had just entered the valley and stood at the starting point, but they suddenly had the illusion that Xianxia was already standing at the end. This was the gap that would only widen with time. Guess Chen, no, I should call you Brother Chen now. Yang Fengho saw that Xianxia had arrived and was the first to come over. He knew that Xianxia had become the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, so he had entered the valley without any hesitation. With the protection of a true disciple like Xianxia, Yang Fengho could live very comfortably in the outer valley area. Brother Chen, how does it feel to become the Valley Master's disciple? Shi Wuwei and a group of Shi family disciples walked over. They had also entered the Blood Demon Valley. It feels all right. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Other than the excitement of becoming the Valley Master's disciple, everything else seemed to be ordinary. The Silent Blood Valley Master's temper was especially hard to deal with. The Silent Blood Valley's master has an eccentric temper, but he is extremely strong and is rather protective of his people. It would definitely be a good thing to become his disciple, Shi Wuwei whispered. Following that, his voice became even softer. Practically only Qinyu could hear him. I went to inquire about it. In reality, your master this time was originally supposed to be the Valley Master of Spirit Illusion Valley. It turned out that there was an unwritten rule in the Blood Demon Valley. The 5 Valley Masters would take turns to take in the first place of each disciple assessment. This time, it should have been the Valley Master's turn to choose. Then why? Qinyu could not help but ask. Shi Wuwei guessed Qinyu's doubts and immediately explained, I heard that the 5th disciple of the Solitary Blood Valley's Valley Master died a while ago, and the cause of his death is unknown. The 5th disciple of the Solitary Blood Valley's Valley Master, who was also Qinyu's 5th senior brother, had outstanding talent and was the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master's favorite disciple. However, 5th senior brother died on a mission, and the cause of his death was unknown. Furthermore, after the Valley Master found out that Qinyu cultivated body Dao, he gave Qinyu to the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master. Firstly, the Valley Master did not want a disciple like Qinyu, and secondly, he could sell a favor to the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master. There's actually such a thing. Qinyu had a look of realization. No wonder the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master seemed very unhappy and cold when he went to become the disciple. He gave Qinyu a test. If he did not pass, he would probably not be able to become the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master's disciple. However, the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master's favorite disciple had died. As a master, he was naturally unhappy. In the Silent Blood Valley's Valley Master's eyes, Qinyu was more or less a substitute for 5th senior brother, but he was not as outstanding as 5th senior brother. Haha, this is all what I heard. No one knows the specifics. After Shi Wuwei finished speaking, he vaguely added another sentence. In order to build a good relationship between him and Qinyu, the Shi family had tried their best to let Shi Wuwei enter the Blood Demon Valley and inquire about these matters. Boom, at this moment, an incomparably huge pressure descended. The entire sky was filled with rolling blood mist, and the environment changed immediately. A figure slowly descended from the sky. It was a voluptuous woman in a black silk robe. What a beautiful elder. Many male disciples looked at the black-veiled woman with excitement, but they did not dare to stare at her too wantonly. This black-veiled woman was an elder of the Blood Demon Valley. If they made an elder unhappy, the consequences would be very serious. From yesterday onwards, you are disciples of the Black Demon Valley. The black-veiled woman gave a very simple opening statement. Among the 5 great valleys of the Black Demon Valley, the Demon King Valley is currently the strongest, but this is only because the Valley Master of the Demon King Valley is also the Chief Valley Master of the entire Black Demon Valley. 1,000 years ago, the Blood Demon Valley was ranked first among the 5 valleys and was the strongest. Almost all the 5 great valleys of the Black Demon Valley have demonic legacies, but each valley has its own specialties. Apart from demonic legacies, the Blood Demon Valley also has many blood cultivation techniques and secret skills. Qinyu had entered the Blood Demon Valley because his master was the Valley Master of the Blood Demon Valley. However, Qinyu would still cultivate the path of body refinement, followed by the path of demonic legacies. The blood path in the Blood Demon Valley was more powerful, and Qinyu had no intention of changing his cultivation. However, he did not need to cultivate blood cultivation techniques, but he could study some special secret skills. For example, the blood corpse that the Blood Demon Valley was famous for, as well as some blood path enhancement secret skills. While explaining about the blood corpse, the black-veiled woman took out a blood corpse. The blood mist beside her tumbled, and soon a corpse emerged. Its skin was blood red, and many parts were covered with blood-red crystals with liquid flowing within. The characteristic of the blood corpse was that as long as there was enough blood, it was almost immortal. Compared to the fiend corpse that Qinyu encountered on the Blood Star Domain's sky-reaching peak, the blood corpse was a level higher. As a 3.5-star force, the Black Demon Valley sect is extremely vast and can basically meet the daily needs of the disciples. Even if you seclude yourself in the Black Demon Valley for more than a decade, it would be fine. In addition, the Blood Demon Valley holds a minor competition every 3 years, and the entire Black Demon Valley holds a major competition every 5 years. Every event is an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. If you perform well, you might be accepted as a disciple by the elders or even the Valley Master. The competition in the Blood Demon Valley is cruel. It is a paradise for the strong and hell for the weak. Although disciples are not allowed to kill each other, the Blood Demon Valley will not care about minor injuries like missing arms or broken legs. The black-veiled woman explained a lot of content to the many new disciples. In short, in the Black Demon Valley, if you don't have the strength, you will be completely buried, so take care of yourselves. With that, the black-veiled woman left. Before leaving, the black-veiled woman suddenly thought of something and turned around, saying, "Qinyu, you are the first of this batch, so you will be the eldest senior brother of this batch of new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley." Eldest senior brother, in other words, the 300 to 400 disciples of this batch were all led by Qinyu. Damn, a true disciple and eldest senior brother, this kid is really lucky. As a genius of the Jun family, why should I listen to this kid? Many of the geniuses present were jealous and dissatisfied with Qinyu's identity. As Qinyu's reputation rose, some information about him was also made public. He had no background, and there were even rumors that he came from a small domain. Those who entered the Black Demon Valley were undoubtedly from large families and forces of the southern region. Most of them could not bear to lower themselves to a country bumpkin from a small domain and listen to Qinyu's orders. However, Qinyu was also a disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master, so they did not dare to offend Qinyu. Therefore, they all hated Qinyu to the core. As for the eldest senior brother identity that the elder had given him, Qinyu did not care at all. Instead, he felt that it was a troublesome task. After the elder left, all the disciples present began to move around and familiarize themselves with the Black Demon Valley. "Brother Chen, where should we go to take a look?" Shi Wuwei smiled. "Let's go to the Blood Demon Valley," Qinyu said. While the black-veiled woman was explaining some matters related to the Blood Demon Valley, Qinyu was most interested in the Blood Demon Valley. Blood Demon Valley? Shi Wuwei and the other Shi family disciples revealed a trace of fear in their eyes when they heard these 3 words. They had just entered the Blood Demon Valley, but they had already heard of the Blood Demon Valley. The Blood Demon Valley was a place where both cultivation and martial arts were combined. On both sides of the valley were caves that specialized for cultivation. The effects of cultivation were obvious, and they were divided into 5 levels. It was said that cultivating in a level 5 cave for a day was equivalent to cultivating in a level 1 cave for a month. Of course, not everyone could enter a level 5 cave. Cultivating there for a day required a large number of contribution points from the sect. In the middle of the valley, there was a free-for-all arena. Here, you could challenge anyone and exchange pointers in martial arts to improve yourself. However, there were some strong disciples who stayed in the Blood Demon Valley and bullied the weak for fun. With Brother Chen leading the team, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go and take a look. Shi Wuwei smiled. He was ready to go all out. Soon, Qinyu and the others arrived at the Blood Demon Valley. At the bottom of the valley, there were more than 10 arenas. At this moment, almost 90% of the arenas were filled with Blood Demon Valley disciples sparring. There were Outer Valley disciples and Inner Valley disciples. Here, one could often see the sparring between Void Sea supremacies, which was of great help to one's cultivation. Hence, there were many conflicts in the Blood Demon Valley, and many disciples came every day. Qinyu naturally did not come here to find someone to spar with. He had his eyes on the cultivation caves here. As a true disciple, he had a reward of 300 contribution points. This was enough for Qinyu to cultivate in a level 2 cave for 10 days and a level 3 cave for 2 days. I'll go take a look at the cultivation caves. After greeting everyone, Qinyu used his identity token to open a level 2 cultivation abode. Sigh, it's good to be a true disciple. Shi Wuwei and Yang Fenghe could not help but sigh. After becoming an Outer Valley disciple, they had only received a reward of 50 contribution points. At most, they could cultivate in a level 2 cave for a day. After the door to the cave was closed, the entire cave was instantly filled with heaven and earth essence qi. In the end, the density of the heaven and earth essence qi made Qinyu feel that it was too much. Cultivating here was a complete waste. Since he had entered, he had to stay here for at least a day. Otherwise, it would be a waste of contribution points. Qinyu sat down cross-legged, circulated the Sky Demon's secret pattern record, and began to absorb the heaven and earth essence qi. He was still a distance away from the half-step void sea realm, but if he cultivated in such an environment, Qinyu was confident that he could break through to the half-step void sea realm in a year or even half a year. However, the prerequisite was that he had enough contribution points. Qinyu did not waste any time. He absorbed as much of the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the level 2 cultivation cave abode. The vital energy lake in his body rotated, and the demonic vital energy constantly scoured the surroundings, as if to expand the size of the lake. Such a smooth and rapid cultivation made Qinyu forget about time. It was only on the third day that he suddenly realized. It's been 3 days. Qinyu looked as if he had not had enough. He felt that cultivating in the level 2 cultivation cave abode for 3 days was equivalent to cultivating for 30 days normally. Anyone would want to stay in the cultivation cave abode for such an outstanding cultivation effect. However, Qinyu had used up 90 contribution points in just 3 days, leaving him with 210 contribution points. There was not much time left for him to cultivate in the level 2 cultivation cave abode. Qinyu felt that he should use his contribution points sparingly. After taking out his identity token, Qinyu opened the door of the cultivation cave abode and walked out. They should have gone back. Qinyu thought. He had come together with Yang Fenghe, Shi Wuwei, and the others, but Qinyu had been in seclusion in the cave abode and had lost track of time, cultivating for 3 days straight. However, when Qinyu came out, he saw Yang Fenghe at the foot of the canyon. At this moment, Yang Fenghe and dozens of Blood Demon Valley disciples were gathered there. Many of them were injured, including Yang Fenghe. There was a wound on his chest, and his clothes were soaked with blood. The Blood Demon Valley disciples were surrounded by a group of disciples dressed in the Demon King's Valley uniforms. Is this the strength of the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley? You can't even withstand a single blow. With your strength, you will only embarrass the Blood Demon Valley during the Black Demon Valley Grand Competition. Why don't you get out of the Blood Demon Valley now? A man with thick eyebrows and small eyes, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, insulted the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley in an arrogant manner. How dare you insult the Blood Demon Valley? A male disciple furrowed his brows and glared furiously. Haha, don't slander me. I didn't insult the Blood Demon Valley, I only insulted you. If you're not convinced, we can fight on the arena. The thick-browed man laughed loudly. As soon as he said this, the voices of the people from the Blood Demon Valley immediately quieted down. The man with thick eyebrows was a Chinese genius. His cultivation base was at the half-step empty sea realm and he was extremely powerful. A few people had fought with him before, but all of them had suffered crushing defeats. If any of you can defeat any one of us 5, you can leave this place, said Qin Wendian. In the distance, a man wearing a dragon and phoenix robe walked over with a faint smile. Huadu Peak. The person who came was Huadu Feng, the true disciple of the Demon King's Valley Core Elder. The 5 people that Huadu Feng mentioned were the 5 geniuses of the Hua clan led by him. All of them were at the half-step empty sea realm and were extremely powerful. Damn it, why is the Hua clan targeting us? Yang Fenghe glanced at the brocade-robed man and gritted his teeth. The ones surrounding them were all disciples of the Hua clan of the Demon King's Valley. As a 3-star clan, the Hua clan had many geniuses. In the slaughter ranking, the Hua clan had 9 names. On the stage not far away, Shi Wuwei was fighting with a Chinese female disciple. On the stage, the 2 figures clashed back and forth, causing violent explosions of true essence. Are you the most outstanding genius of the Shi clan? You're just SOSO. The short-haired girl sneered disdainfully. Suddenly, she struck out with a huge frost jade palm light. Boom, the white palm light emitted a piercingly cold air. Even before it descended, Shi Wuwei could already feel the extreme cold. His body stiffened, and the true essence in his body slowed down. Tiger Soul Saber. The true essence in Shi Wuwei's body surged crazily. He raised his golden saber, and a powerful and violent aura emitted from it, forming the faint shadow of a golden tiger. Shi Wuwei slashed out with his saber. The powerful golden saber light cut through the frozen air, shattering everything. However, when Shi Wuwei's saber light met the short-haired girl's frost jade palm light, it stopped abruptly. The two forces intertwined for a moment, and a crushing sound could be heard. In the next moment, a frost jade palm light flew over and hit Shi Wuwei's chest, sending him flying to the edge of the stage. Is this the standard of a new disciple of the Blood Demon Valley? It seems like there's no one among the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley. The short-haired girl sneered. There were a few senior disciples of the Blood Demon Valley present. Although they were angry, they did not stand out. First, it was because the troublemakers were from the 3-star Chinese clan. Second, there were also people from the Demon Valley present. If the senior disciples of the Blood Demon Valley made a move, the senior disciples of the Demon Valley would definitely do the same. Haha, there's no one in the Blood Demon Valley? How dare you say that? Who doesn't know that the top disciple of this year's assessment is in the Blood Demon Valley? Shi Wuwei was extremely angry and sneered. He's only the top disciple of the assessment. Does that prove that his strength is not at the same level as yours? The short-haired girl smiled disapprovingly. In fact, she thought so too. The strength of the Chinese genius, Hua Dufeng, definitely far surpassed that of Qinyu. At that moment, a disciple of the Shi family from the Blood Demon Valley saw Qinyu walking out of the secret cultivation room. He shouted, "Eldest senior brother." Immediately, the other disciples of the Blood Demon Valley also noticed Qinyu, and they all became excited. "Eldest senior brother, the new disciples of the Demon Valley have gone too far. Please step forward and teach them a lesson." In the crowd, Hua Dufeng also raised his head to look at Qinyu, his eyes flashing with obvious hostility. All of this had been planned by Hua Dufeng. His goal was to force Qinyu to make a move. Qinyu was the disciple of the Silent Blood Valley Master. If he challenged Qinyu for no reason, he would be suspected of offending the Silent Blood Valley Master. Therefore, Hua Dufeng had to resort to other means. The new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley had been humiliated, and Qinyu was also one of them. Moreover, he was the eldest senior brother of the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley. Hua Dufeng. His target is me. Qinyu came to this conclusion after observing the situation. However, he had no enmity with Hua Dufeng. The Chinese clan that Hua Dufeng belonged to was a 3-star clan in the southern region. There was a star condensation realm king in the clan. Qinyu did not want to offend such a clan. "You are Qinyu, the eldest senior brother of the new disciples of the Blood Demon Valley? I heard that you are also the disciple of the Valley Master. In that case, I will not make things difficult for you." Scram. Hua Dufeng could see that Qinyu had no intention to fight. He sneered and opened his mouth to shout. He was trying to provoke Qinyu, hoping that Qinyu would take the initiative to fight. At the same time, Hua Dufeng gave an order to the short-haired woman on the stage. "You are too weak. As the loser, leave one of your legs behind." The short-haired woman snorted. Her palm turned into a blade and suddenly slashed down. An icy cold palm blade slashed out. Seeing this, Shi Wuwei broke out in a cold sweat. However, the sweat that had just appeared was frozen by the power of the extreme cold. Shi Wuwei did not expect the short-haired woman to make a move. The two of them were relatively close, and he found that he could not dodge the sudden attack. "Stop." Bellowing, Qinyu swooped down from the sky. He used the demonic dragon Imperial Shadow. His speed was extremely fast, and the black wind that he stirred up was like a dragon's tail. Qinyu took a step back, but Hua Dufeng was insatiable. According to Qinyu's understanding, the Silent Blood Valley Master was an extremely arrogant person. If his master knew that Qinyu had been humiliated by the people of the Demon King Valley and left without saying a word, he would definitely be furious. Furthermore, the Chinese were vicious and actually wanted to cut off Shi Wuwei's leg. If that happened, Shi Wuwei's cultivation path might come to an end, and his status in the Shi family would plummet. Courting death. When Qinyu saw that the short-haired woman did not stop and really intended to cut off Shi Wuwei's leg, he activated the blood-glazed flame and pointed out with his finger. Swish, a blood-red sword light flashed from Qinyu's fingertip and instantly shot out. It crossed the distance of tens of feet and arrived on the stage in an instant. Poof, Yang Ming's sword finger accurately pierced through the short-haired woman's palm. The flame power of the blood-glazed flame made the entire ice palm lose its power. Then, Xianxia landed on the stage with a dull thud. A powerful demonic aura swept out in all directions. Xianxia. The short-haired woman could not help but lean back. Now that I'm standing on the stage, do you dare to accept my challenge? Xianxia asked coldly. Shi Wuwei trembled in fear and ran off the stage. Why not? The short-haired woman hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She only knew that Xianxia was number one in the assessment, but she had never seen Xianxu's true strength. Moreover, she was one of the top 5 geniuses of the Chinese. If she did not dare to accept Xianxu's challenge, how would she be able to establish herself in the future? Fine, I want one of your legs. With a cold snort, Xianxia immediately charged forward. Humph, you look down on Chinese geniuses too much. The short-haired woman snorted, feeling that Xianxia was too arrogant. Swoosh, Xianxia came to the short-haired woman's side and punched out. Swoosh, the short-haired woman operated her genuine essence, and a cold light emerged on her palm. She struck out, and an icy palm slapped towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately operated the mysterious pattern demonic body, and his body shone with a pitch-black light. The power of his punch suddenly increased, and it hit the icy palm. At this moment, he could fight against a half-step empty sea realm cultivator with his physical strength alone. If he added the demonic pattern genuine essence, the power of this punch would only be stronger. Crack, the next moment, the icy palm was smashed into pieces like an ordinary ice cube. How is this possible? The short-haired woman was extremely shocked. Her attack was so vulnerable in front of Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxu's punch was approaching, the short-haired woman stretched out her palms and struck out together. Ice condensed in front of her, like an ice wall. Bang, almost at the same time, Xianxu's fist descended and bombarded on the ice wall. Compared to the entire ice wall, Xianxu's fist seemed very small, but it could also be said that Xianxu's power was more concentrated. Crack, Xianxu mobilized all the strength in his body and punched over. With his fist as the center, crack spread. The next moment, the entire ice wall was broken by Xianxu, and the ice scattered. After breaking the ice wall, Xianxu punched the short-haired woman's leg. How dare you? The short-haired woman's heart turned cold, and she operated her genuine essence to block it. However, Xianxu's punch was too fast, and it arrived in an instant, heavy and ferocious. With a continuous crack sound, the ice in the short-haired woman's hand shattered, and the bones in her palm were shattered one after another. Ah, the short-haired woman screamed miserably. Her entire hand was smashed by Xianxu, and the bones in it were a mess. Before she could react from the pain, Xianxu's fist imprinted on her thigh again. Boom, the short-haired woman's body flew out for more than a dozen feet, and she collapsed on the ground. There was a dent in her thigh, which was left by Xianxu's fist. Under the fist imprint, her leg was pale. Xianxu's punch had completely shattered the bones and meridians in her thigh. I only wanted one of your legs. I didn't expect you to be so polite and even give me a hand. Xianxu teased. So powerful. A Chinese half-step empty sea realm genius can't even fight back. Is this the strength of the Blood Demon Valley's eldest senior brother? In addition to the new disciples, some of the older disciples also noticed the situation here. Xianxu glanced at the short-haired woman and didn't care anymore. He turned his head, looked at the man in a brocade robe behind the contest stage, and said in a deep voice, Hua Du Feng, what are you still doing down there? Didn't you want to fight me? Get up here. End of chapter 669. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.